Wensong is a beta devoid of pheromones. Upon encountering his boyfriend, Zhao Mingzhu's esteemed Guan Sui at a banquet, his immediate impression is one of caution. He seems formidable. I must keep my distance. However, fate takes an unexpected turn, leading to an unforeseen entanglement. Who initially had no connection as a premier alpha, Guan Sui has always maintained his integrity. During a welcome back party organized by friends, he finds himself drawn to Wensong's boyfriend. Upon discovering the fragility of their relationship and the boyfriend's infant, he seizes the opportunity to infiltrate their lives. Through various cunning tactics, he engages Wensong during his sensitive period, orchestrates fortuitous encounters, and employs anonymous messages to expose the deceitful part, employing a series of questionable methods. Chapter 1. Marriage doesn't preclude separation. As Wensong arrives at the entrance of the upscale club, a light rain begins to fall. Raindrops coalesce into a cascade, pattering softly against the blue stone. He retrieves his phone, opens the WeChat chat interface with his boyfriend Zhao Mingzhu, and types a message. I've arrived at the entrance. Could you share the room number? After several minutes of silence with no response, a thought crosses his mind. Could he be intoxicated? After a brief moment of contemplation, Wensong decides to call him. Beep, beep, beep. The call continues for over 10 seconds without connection, leading him to conclude that Zhao Mingzhu must be too in need. Just as he is about to hang up, the call status changes to connected, and he suddenly hears a cool, magnetic voice on the other end, languidly enunciating, "Wife?" He is taken aback for a moment, then lowers his head to carefully verify the number he dialed and the contact name, that he has not misdialed the IT. But why does the voice on the other end sound entirely unfamiliar? After a moment's thought, he suspects that it might be one of Zhao Mingzhu's acquaintances. A few seconds later, the cool, relaxed voice casually inquires, "Are you here to pick up Zhao Ming?" The tone is remarkably pleasant, and the languid inflection brushes against his ears like a feather. Wensong hesitates before responding, "Yes." The voice relays a series of numbers, the room number. After hanging up, Wensong belatedly realizes he has just been verbally teased by a stranger, the cool voice echoing in his ear. He composedly pinches his earlobe, then turns off his phone screen and tucks it away, stepping towards the club. Following the front desk directions, he takes the elevator to the top floor. It is Wensong's first visit to this high-end establishment. Upon exiting the elevator, he follows the corridor until he finally locates the designated room at its end. The door is ajar, revealing a narrow gap through which lively cheers and music spill out. Noticing this, Wensong politely knocks on the door. Then, with deliberate slowness, he pushes inside the room. An array of lights flickers in various hues, and the background music creates an atmosphere akin to a warm wave, with at least 20 to 30 attendees, most of whom are unfamiliar faces that in Alpha, who has previously crossed paths with one, notices his presence and approaches, gesturing toward a direction. Zhao is inside. Wensong nods in gratitude. Upon seeing him, the surrounding guests begin to engage in hushed conversations with those nearby. Since arriving in Suicheng, Wensong has developed a habit of disregarding any gossip that may arise behind his back. Following the Alpha's indication, he finally spots a familiar figure in the corner of the sofa. Zhao Mingzhu appears to be quite intoxicated, currently engaged in a game of dice with other Omegas, while another Alpha sits beside him, absorbed in his phone and not partaking in the merriment. The Alpha, sensing Wensong's gaze, lifts his head through the crowd in the dimly lit room. Their eyes meet. The Alpha, clad in a thin shirt with the collar undone, reveals a long, pale neck. His features are strikingly sculpted, with a sharp brow and deep-set eyes that seem to pierce through Wensong, as if they hold a storm beneath their calm surface. He is a prime example of an Alpha, exuding a wild and aggressive aura. Though Wensong, as a beta, cannot perceive the scent of pheromones, he feels a subtle pressure, and the latter's gaze is unwavering, tinged with an inscrutable emotion that leaves Wensong. It is as if he recognizes him. Wensong rummages through his mind, but finds no recollection of this Alpha, suspecting that they have never met before. Otherwise, he would surely recognize such a distinctive face. At that moment, Zhao Mingzhu, prompted by a friend, glances in Wensong's direction. "Xiao Song, you're here," he exclaims, pushing aside the Omega who had been leaning against him. He then picks up a phone and a pack of cigarettes from the table, stands, and weaves his way through the crowd. "How did you find the room number?" Zhao Mingzhu asks, casually adjusting Wensong's collar while narrowing his enchanting eye. "I should have come down to get you." Wensong's gaze briefly flits over Zhao Mingzhu's slender fingers. He lowers his eyelids, discreetly creating some distance, and calmly replies, "I called." Zhao Mingzhu appears enlightened. "Oh, I was in the restroom a few minutes ago." Seemingly struck by a thought, he gestures towards the alpha who had just made eye contact with Wensong, introducing him as the guest of honor for the evening. "This is Guan Sui. You must have heard of him. He probably answered my call just now." Despite having only been in Suicheng for a few years, Wensong has heard Guan Sui's name countless times. It is not that Zhao Mingzhu frequently mentions him. Rather, the rumors circulating within their circle are he has heard that Guan Sui is a top-tier alpha with an eccentric and ruthless personality, a dream figure for many Omegas, who recently returned after honing his skills abroad. "This gathering is a welcome-back celebration for him that I know, Zhao Ming. Before I go, should I introduce you to him, or would you prefer to wait here?" Wensong slightly shakes his head. "I'll wait here. All right, just give me 2 minutes." With that, he returns to the table where the drinks are. Wensong's gaze follows Zhao Mingzhu's retreating figure back to Guan Sui. Perhaps sensing the lingering attention, glances up at Wensong between sips of his drink, listening to Zhao Mingzhu. The dim lighting obscures Guan Sui's. All Wensong knows is that Guan Sui possesses an exceptional bone structure and commanding a striking presence even in the corner of the sofa. His gaze resembles that of a poised predator, as if Wensong were the prey, vulnerable to being ensnared at any moment. Though he lacks glands, Wensong feels a chill at the nape of his neck. The voice that resonated in the phone, calling him wife, suddenly echoes in his mind. Whether it was intentional or inadvertent remains unknown. Wensong maintains an outward calmness, his fingers curled, and then unfurling. 2 minutes later, with encouragement from friends, Zhao Mingzhu downs another drink before he is permitted to leave. "Let us depart," Zhao Mingzhu said, wrapping an arm around Wensong's shoulders and resting his head against the side of his neck. The posture was not intimate, yet it was close enough as he mumbled, "I am a bit tipsy. Support me for a while." Wensong dutifully assisted him, step by step, as they exited the private room behind them. Guan Sui held an unlit cigarette between his lips. His gaze remained fixed. He observed the retreating figure of the young man. Perhaps due to being a beta, he appeared somewhat slender compared to alphas, yet not insignificant, his stature as upright as a young pine. Sitting beside him, his friend Duanze leaned in and asked, "What are you looking at?" Guan Sui tilted his chin slightly toward Wensong's back. "Who is?" Duanze was about to inquire who this he referred to when he noticed his friend's eyes were glued to the beta supporting Zhao Ming. "Oh, you mean Wensong? He's the illegitimate son that the Wen family took back a couple of years ago. It is said he returned this time because his grandmother fell ill and needed a sum of money, which forced him to acknowledge his lineage. Do not be fooled by his gentle and obedient demeanor. He possesses a very deep. The current chaos in the Wen family undoubtedly bears his influence." Guan Sui's mind conjured an image of Wensong, that a pair of eyes as pure and clear as amber, lips red and teeth white, strikingly handsome, his demeanor exuding an air of refined. He did not seem like someone who would actively seek trouble. "You may not be aware of the many events that have transpired in Suicheng during your years abroad," Duanze remarked. "I will take the opportunity to recount them all to you someday." Guan Sui, having listened to Duanze's long-winded explanation without reaching the crux, directly inquired, "What is his relationship with Zhao Mingzhu?" Duanze replied nonchalantly, "Zhao Mingzhu's boyfriend." Recalling Zhao Mingzhu's affectionate note, "Wife," Guan Sui's expression darkened. "Just a boyfriend?" Duanze scoffed. "You don't think they are married, do you?" "That is impossible. One is the illustrious heir of Suicheng, and the other is an unremarkable Their relationship is at most a romantic one, that a family of power and prestige, especially one with a high pheromone level alpha, would never permit the marriage to a beta who lacks pheromones. It is well understood that betas cannot provide pheromone comfort during an alpha's rutting period and are often regarded as mere playthings in high society. There's a saying in their circle: betas are for casual encounters, but marriage must be with an omega. Zhao Mingzhu is the heir to the Zhong. It is a foregone conclusion that he would marry an omega with a high pheromone compatibility in the future, rather than a beta who can only offer companionship without pheromone support. Guan Sui reflected on Wensong's demure and submissive posture. A peculiar sentiment stirred within him, and he calmly remarked, "As long as they are not." Duanzhe instinctively asked, "What?" Guan Sui did not expect Duanzhe to grasp the underlying. He merely tossed out another statement. Even if they were married, they could always divorce. Duanzhe paused, feeling there was something oddly peculiar about this statement coming from, though he could not pinpoint why. Guan Sui retrieved his phone from his pocket to check the time and asked, "Is it raining outside?" Duanzhe, confused by the abrupt shift in topic, replied, "It was drizzling when I stepped out for some fresh air earlier." Guan Sui pondered for a moment, picked up the cigarette case from the glass table, and grabbed his coat from the sofa, preparing to leave. "Are you leaving already?" Duanzhe asked, intrigued. "Why so early?" "Yes." His tone was exceedingly cold, yet it hinted at other emotions. That it was as if he were in a hurry to it. "Be careful driving on your way," Duanzhe cautioned. The only response was a curt yes and the sight of Guan Sui's departing figure. In summary, Duanzhe, despite having refrained from alcohol all evening, substituting it with beverages, Guan Sui now appeared somewhat invigorated. It seemed to have started since Wensong's arrival. He had never before shown interest in others' affairs, yet he was suddenly inquiring about Wensong. Guan Sui could not possibly be interested in Wensong, could he? However, apart from his looks, Wensong did not seem to possess any remarkable qualities. If one were to mention something, it would be that his face bore a certain resemblance to Guan Sui's, perhaps by 3. In any case, Duanzhe believed it was likely just a casual question. Chapter 2: Finding a Way Out. Wensong and Zhao Mingzhu arrived at the ground floor via the elevator. The rain outside fell increasingly heavier, showing no signs of abating. Droplets cascaded in unison, flowing down the sloped bluestone pavement, pooling into a shallow puddle in the low-lying areas. Wensong tilted his head and inquired, "Are we not going to the parking lot?" Zhao Mingzhu, engrossed in replying to a message, put his phone away upon hearing the question and replied, "I didn't drive here. I'm hitching a ride." Wensong rarely attended gatherings of this nature, primarily due to his busy schedule and unfamiliarity with Zhao Mingzhu's friends, only appearing occasionally as a designated driver when the latter was intoxicated. Had Zhao Mingzhu not driven to the gathering, he would not have summoned Wensong. Yet today, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, bit it between his lips, and then produced a lighter, shielding it from the gentle breeze. With a tilt of his head, a soft click resonated as the flame ignited the cigarette's tip. The silver metal lighter twirled delicately between his fingers as he exhaled elegant smoke rings, suggesting, "Let's take a cab." Wensong's brow furrowed slightly, realizing this was merely a jest at his expense. Noticing Wensong's silence, Zhao Mingzhu added, "Apologies, Xiao Song. I just remembered I didn't drive today." Zhao Mingzhu's proactive explanation was met with understanding from Wensong, who naturally would not hold a grudge over the minor annoyance of having left his unfinished work to come, only to find the trip wasted. Maintaining his composure, he nodded and replied, "It's fine. I'll take a cab back myself." In strict terms, their relationship was transactional, devoid of any need for one to placate the other. At that moment, the elevator behind them emitted a digital chime, coinciding with the rain and echoing through the otherwise quiet environment, accompanied by footsteps and the palpable pressure of alpha pheromones mingling with the humid air. Before Wensong turned to look, he heard Zhao Mingzhu lazily greet an approaching figure. "Sui, why are you here too?" Upon hearing the affectionate address, he turned just in time to meet Guan Sui's gaze, the formidable alpha. Guan Sui's eyelids drooped, his countenance exuding a cold, world-weary demeanor. With striking bone structure and deep, dark eyes that carried an air of aloofness, he shifted his focus from Wensong to Zhao Mingzhu upon hearing his name. "Bored. I'm going back to sleep." Zhao Mingzhu nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Guan Sui. "You drove here, right? I recall you didn't drink tonight. Could you possibly give my boyfriend and me a lift? It's rather difficult to hail a cab in this rain. Guan Sui's eyes flicked towards Wensong, who stood silently beside him, politely nodding as a form of greeting. The dim lighting in the private room had obscured Wensong's earlier view, but now he recognized that Guan Sui possessed an exceptional bone structure, making him the most striking alpha among countless celebrities and ordinary individuals he had encountered. As a beta, although he could not detect the pheromones emanating from Guan Sui, he felt an inexplicable urge to kneel in submission. An instinctive urge to retreat enveloped him. Moreover, Wensong possessed a meticulous nature. Observing the interaction between the two individuals, he discerned that Zhao Mingzhu, typically reckless and unrestrained, subtly displayed a desire to please and an unusual emotion in the presence of Guan Sui. The identity of Guan Sui was anything but simple. Even Zhao Mingzhu, despite being the formidable crown prince and a good friend, had to show a modicum of respect. Wensong mused internally that he must not provoke this paramount alpha in the future while in Suicheng. It would be best to avoid him altogether. Guan Sui's voice carried an air of aloofness. After Zhao Mingzhu finished a cigarette, he exhaled a cloud of smoke, flicked the ash, and extinguished the butt, discarding it into the trash. Thanks, buddy. Wensong was reluctant to enter Guan Sui's vehicle. His instincts warned him against excessive interaction with this alpha. However, since Zhao Mingzhu was his boyfriend and had requested the favor, which Guan Sui had agreed to, he could not choose to take a taxi alone without shaming him. In the face of the social intricacies that proved futile, Wensong felt compelled to feign composure. For the circle he inhabited was one that devoured the unwary in Suicheng's high society. It was essential to recognize that the Wen family had never served as a sanctuary for him. The trio descended into the underground garage, approaching a 7-figure Maybach. Zhao Mingzhu, reeking of alcohol and smoke, was relegated to the back seat by Guan Sui, who forbade him from sitting in the front. Wensong initially intended to accompany him in the rear, but Guan Sui insisted, "You sit in front." Wensong paused, taken aback by Guan Sui's directive to occupy the passenger seat. "He drunk," Guan Sui asserted. Wensong replied, "Zhao Mingzhu shouldn't be intoxicated." Considering the unpleasant odor of alcohol and smoke emanating from Zhao Mingzhu, and the fact that the passenger seat was vacant, which could imply that Guan Sui was merely acting as a chauffeur, he felt it would be discourteous to accept. Consequently, he nodded in acquiescence, responding, "All right." Sitting in the passenger seat beside his boyfriend's friend felt peculiarly disconcerting, primarily due to Guan Sui's overwhelming presence. The confined space of the vehicle was stifling, saturated with the alpha's potent pheromones. Although he could not detect the specific scent, Wensong instinctively surmised that Guan Sui's pheromone resembled tequila, exuding an untamed wildness that overwhelmed every nerve of those nearby. He fastened his seatbelt, straightened his posture, and clenched his fists in his lap. The car gradually exited the garage, merging into the flow of traffic. Gripping the steering wheel, Guan Sui inquired, "Where do you live?" Realizing that Zhao Mingzhu had succumbed to slumber the moment he entered the vehicle, Wensong, the sole conscious participant, lowered his eyelids and replied, "Just drop us at Silver Lake Mansion. I'll take a taxi back later." Before he could finish his sentence, Guan Sui interjected with a hint of displeasure. "Do you two live together?" Wensong felt a denial poised on the tip of his tongue, yet it transformed into a light, evasive Despite Guan Sui's awareness of their romantic relationship, he still posed an inquiry that struck Wensong as peculiar. He did not indulge in narcissism, believing that the other harbored feelings for him. It seemed rather odd, and he surmised that Guan Sui, having just returned to the country, was merely expressing concern for a close friend's love life. Upon noticing the slight heaviness in the air surrounding the alpha in the driver's seat after he acknowledged this, Wensong reached a conclusion. Guan Sui held a disinclination towards him. This sentiment was laid bare, devoid of any concealment. Indeed, he was a beta, an illegitimate child at that. Zhao Mingzhu's acquaintances had never regarded their relationship favorably, and this included the recently returned Guan Sui. Soon, the Maybach halted before a private villa. The rain had ceased, leaving the ground damp. Wensong exited the vehicle to rouse Zhao Mingzhu, who had been sound asleep in the back seat. Have we arrived?" Zhao Mingzhu murmured, groggily opening his eyes, his palm resting on his temple as he stifled a yawn. Wensong made way for him. "Yes, we have arrived. Please, step out first." Zhao Mingzhu, with deliberate movements, slowly disembarked from the car. The two greeted Guan Sui, who remained in the driver's seat, the engine still running. Guan Sui glanced at them with an indifferent expression, emitting a soft sound from his throat. I'll head back first." With that, he started the vehicle and, after the two stepped back a couple of paces, he slowly departed. The orange streetlights stretched the shadows of Wensong and Zhao Mingzhu, yet their paths remained entirely separate, akin to unrelated parallel lines. "I'll take a taxi back," Wensong declared. Before Zhao Mingzhu could respond, his phone rang from his pocket. "One moment," Wensong said. Awaiting silence, Zhao Mingzhu distanced himself by a few meters before answering the call. 2 minutes later, he relayed, "Xiao Song, why don't you stay at the Silver Lake Pavilion for the night? I have some matters to attend to. The door lock code is 6 zeros." Wensong considered the distance to their residence, realizing it was quite far from the city center, and at this late hour, it might be challenging to find a taxi willing to accept the ride. "All right, come back early," he replied. Zhao Mingzhu mumbled in agreement. "I'll keep an eye on you as you go in." Wensong wasted no further time, nodded, and made his way toward the villa. Meanwhile, the Maybach lingered outside the Silver Lake Pavilion. Guan Sui gazed at the entrance of the community, extinguishing one cigarette after another, the ashtray brimming with butts. The image of Wensong surfaced in his mind, overlapping with memories. Just as he finished his last cigarette and prepared to drive away, he noticed Zhao Mingzhu, who had been dropped off at his doorstep, unexpectedly emerging from the community. His gaze followed Zhao Mingzhu until he halted in front of a nearby McLaren. From his vantage point, he fortuitously glimpsed the driver's window being lowered, revealing an Omega who flashed a suggestive smile at Zhao Mingzhu. The two, inexplicably, shared a fervent kiss beneath the streetlight, a passionate encounter that bordered on the scandalous. At that moment, Guan Sui's previously suppressed desire to breach moral boundaries surged forth uncontrollably. It seemed that his excitement unleashed a torrent of alpha pheromones, saturating the entire vehicle with the rich aroma of tequila. Swiftly, he retrieved his phone and captured a photograph of the two, locked in an intimate embrace in front of the McLaren. He then opened WeChat, found the chat box of a contact, and sent a message. "Investigate Zhao Mingzhu's private life post-relationship. Gather evidence, preferably conclusive videos or photographs." Once dispatched, the McLaren sped away. Guan Sui's fingers drummed against the steering wheel, producing a dull thud. Excellent. A path forward had been uncovered. Chapter 3. You can sleep if you wish. Upon returning from Silver Lake Mansion, Wensong resumed his monotonous existence, oscillating between home, work, and the hospital, occasionally diverting to attend gatherings and events hosted by Zhao Mingzhu. Whether it was his heightened sensitivity or some other reason, Guan Sui was always present at these gatherings. Zhao Mingzhu remained aloof, distancing himself from the crowd, seemingly engaged in some solitary endeavor. Furthermore, Wensong noted that, regardless of whether it was playing mahjong, drinking, or racing, Zhao Mingzhu, who typically never invited him, had recently been extending frequent invitations, creating an unsettling impression, as if showcasing him intentionally. The notion of showing off amused Wensong. What could a mere beta possibly boast about? Indeed, upon arriving at the villa for Zhao Mingzhu's gathering, he overheard nearby conversations. "Who is he? I've never seen him before." "Wensong, Zhiga's boyfriend." "What? You mean this beta is Zhiga's?" "What? A beta devoid of pheromones could never match Zhiga. He must be just a fleeting interest." "Shoo, lower your voice. Don't let him hear you. Just a beta." Wensong was not deaf. He clearly heard their disparaging remarks, laden with contempt. Initially intending to ignore the comments and depart, he was suddenly struck by a particularly venomous remark from an Omega. "Oh, I remember now. His name is Wensong, right? The illegitimate child of the one family, supposedly recognized to gather funds for his dying grandmother. He must be getting close to Zhiga for money." At these words, Wensong's countenance darkened, and as he halted and turned to leave, a sudden shriek pierced the air. The Omega who had spoken so cruelly was now drenched in red wine, courtesy of an unsuspecting assailant from the second floor. Who did this? Omega's hair was dampened by red wine, clinging together in a disheveled mass. the stains trickling down to mar his countenance. He appeared utterly disheveled. Upon lifting his gaze, venomous curses were swallowed upon encountering Alpha, who held an empty glass. It was Guan Sui, a formidable figure no one dared to provoke. The instigator regarded them with a cold, unyielding gaze, revealing not a hint of remorse. A friend nearby quickly interjected, attempting to smooth over the situation. Brother Sui must have accidentally spilled it. No worries. Let me take you to the lounge to clean up and change into some fresh clothes. Despite harboring resentment, the Omega dared not express it in front of Guan Sui. Thus, this farce came to an end. Wensong had remained silent throughout, his gaze drawn to the Alpha leaning over the railing of the second-floor corridor, whose elongated eyes cast a fleeting glance in his direction before withdrawing, standing upright with hands in pockets, his demeanor icy as he turned to leave. Was Guan Sui helping him? Yet, hadn't he the latter expressed disdain towards him? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Wensong navigated through the crowd to the lounge, where he found Zhao Mingzhu engrossed in a game of mahjong. To his surprise, Guan Sui was also present, his attention fixed on his phone, nestled on the sofa. After Zhao Mingzhu acknowledged his arrival, he returned to the game, leaving Wensong to observe quietly. Moments later, a notification chimed from Wensong's pocket. Concerned it might be a call from the hospital regarding urgent matters, he retrieved his phone only to find an anonymous multimedia message. The image loaded slowly, initially displaying only 30% due to poor connectivity, but soon revealed its content. Squinting, Wensong pinched the screen to enlarge the image, discovering Zhao Mingzhu engaged in a passionate kiss with an unknown Omega by the roadside. Judging by the clothing, location, and timing, he surmised this was the same evening Zhao Mingzhu had claimed to be preoccupied with matters at hand. Without further contemplation, Wensong deleted the message and discarded it. As the mahjong game concluded, Zhao Mingzhu finally diverted some attention towards the beta standing beside him, noticing the latter's engrossed demeanor with his phone. With a raised tone, he inquired, "What are you looking at?" Wensong, maintaining a composed facade, replied, "Nothing, just a spam message." Guan Sui, seated on the sofa, wore an indifferent expression, his long, elegant fingers idly toying with his phone, the screen illuminating the successful message sent interface. Upon hearing Wensong's nonchalant tone, the Alpha's pheromones fluctuated slightly. The Alpha beside him involuntarily gasped, "Brother Sui, keep your pheromones in check. It's quite intimidating. We lower-ranking Alphas cannot withstand the wrath of your sensitivity period." Guan Sui lowered his eyelids, extinguishing the phone screen. "Apologies. My sensitivity period is somewhat vexing." The Alpha chuckled and suggested, "Why not find an Omega to relieve your stress?" "Not necessary," Guan Sui replied with an unperturbed tone. Alpha recognized Guan Sui as a person of integrity, albeit with a temperament that bore traces of hostility and aloofness. While some influential Alphas in their circle found amusement in the company of others, Guan Sui consistently maintained his moral rectitude. At a recent gathering, he had even delivered a sharp rebuke to an Omega attempting to allure him with their pheromones, unceremoniously declaring that the Omega's scent was so unpleasant it made him want to retch. With a wry smile, he remarked, "I was merely jesting." Meanwhile, at the mahjong table, Zhao Mingzhu lit a cigarette and gestured towards the surface with 2 fingers. "Care to join me for a game?" he inquired. Wensong shook his head. "I do not know how to play mahjong." Zhao Mingzhu exhaled a plume of smoke, a smirk gracing his lips. "I shall teach you." Wensong did not refuse, asking, "Where should I sit?" An Alpha with red-dyed hair seated across the table teased, "Why not sit on Zhuangji's lap?" Suddenly, a loud clinking of glass interrupted the atmosphere in the lounge. All present, including Wensong, turned their gaze towards the source of the noise. Guan Sui, under the scrutiny of numerous eyes, retained his composure, succinctly stating, "My hand slipped. Please continue." The lively ambience resumed, as before. Wensong lowered his gaze, opting to sit beside Zhao Mingzhu, who ultimately yielded his seat, moving to a chair next to Wensong to provide one-on-one mahjong instruction. During this time, he accepted a beverage handed to him by an Omega, who, upon seeing Zhao Mingzhu abstain from drinking it, turned pale with indignation. Wensong perceived the Omega's attempts to insinuate a flirtation with Zhao Mingzhu. Alas, Zhao Mingzhu, while seeming affectionate, was inherently indifferent. It seemed the Omega's approach was miscalculated. Perhaps due to fatigue from staying up late to provide care 2 nights prior, Wensong felt his mind clouding and, after several rounds without finding his rhythm, decided to excuse himself to find a room for a brief respite. Before departing, he cast a glance at the sofa, only to find that Guan Sui had silently slipped away. It might have been a mere illusion, but Wensong sensed something was amiss with Guan Sui, whose demeanor appeared somber, akin to a storm brewing, silently anticipating the moment of eruption. This was not surprising. He had heard that Guan Sui was currently in a vulnerable phase, being an alpha with a naturally irritable disposition. Regardless of whether his temperament was perceived as good or bad, Wensong could not dismiss the notion that Guan Sui might be lashing out in frustration. As he moved forward, everything around him began to blur. Wensong supported his head, feeling consciousness gradually ebbing away. He traversed the corridor, turned a corner, and stood before a door, unable to discern the room number. He pressed the doorknob, but was met with resistance when the door swung open from the inside. A strong, sinewy hand emerged, grasping Wensong's wrist with such force that he had no time to resist before being yanked inside. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. As the world spun around, Wensong found himself pressed against the solid wooden door, its unforgiving surface causing him a modicum of discomfort. The room lay in utter darkness, obscuring the identity of the person before him. The only certainty was that the individual was an alpha. Wensong felt a peculiar dizziness wash over him, an inexplicable warmth enveloping his entire being. The pain momentarily sharpened his awareness. What was happening? An unsettling realization dawned upon him. He had been drugged. In this disoriented state, the alpha, holding his hands firmly above his head, gradually leaned in closer. The cool touch of a nose brushed against his cheek, while the wild scent of tequila pheromones invaded his nostrils. Although Wensong was a beta, he was unlike others of his kind. During the sensitive periods of alphas and omegas, he could detect pheromones without being affected. The alpha's scent was unmistakably tequila. Could it be that the person before him was Guan Sui, who had left prematurely? Wensong's rationality was stretched taut like a thin thread, and he yearned to resist. Yet his body felt weak and his temperature soared. Guan Sui, come to your senses. As he sensed Guan Sui's fleeting kiss at the corner of his lips, Wensong's sensitive body instinctively reacted, akin to a soldier on high alert. He swiftly turned his head to evade the kiss, striving to rouse the other's awareness. Do you see me for who I am? Guan Sui's cool, raspy voice replied with a mere hum. Wensong, shall we sleep? In an instant, Wensong's pupils dilated, and before he could voice his refusal, the alpha's tongue flicked and nibbled at his neck. Their breaths intertwined in the stifling darkness, an atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. The scorching warmth of Guan Sui's breath cascaded over Wensong's pale skin, sending tingles coursing through his veins, his emotions roiling tumultuously. The alpha's voice, low and drawn out, echoed in the stillness. You can sleep, and so can I. Chapter 4. Do not bargain with an alpha. Wensong, typically obedient and docile, was left in shock by Guan Sui's words, rendering him momentarily incapable of resistance. He turned his head away, biting down on his lip, yet found himself unable to mount any form of opposition. The alpha's pheromones were inescapable, claiming dominance over their shared space. You are burning up, Guan Sui murmured, lowering his head to brush his nose against Wensong's neck, feeling the pulse beneath the skin. He inhaled deeply, savoring the scent. It's quite pleasant. Tears of physiological response welled in Wensong's eyes as he insisted, I am a beta. Ipusas norumunas. There is nothing pleasant about me, nor any aphrodisiac effect. The alpha could not extract any soothing pheromones from him. Suddenly, Wensong's hands were released by Guan Sui, who then lifted him effortlessly, laying him down gently. As his head spun in confusion, Guan Sui's cool, even fingers grazed Wensong's eyelids and cheeks. You have 3 seconds to refuse. 1. 2. Wensong closed his eyes. Receiving the actions of the other party was an indication of willingness, and Guan Sui no longer waited to count to 3. He noticed that Wensong's expressions and movements were quite inexperienced, not resembling those of someone who had cohabited with a boyfriend for several years. It was evident that she needed ample time to adjust. "Zhao Mingzhu has not touched you?" he inquired. The corners of Wensong's eyes glistened with tears of a physiological nature. Upon hearing Guan Sui's words, her body trembled, and she continued to shed tears. This display irritated Guan Sui, who was in a sensitive period. He wiped away the moisture with his thumb, questioning, "Why are you crying if he hasn't touched you?" Wensong turned her head slightly and nudged Guan Sui. "No, you haven't." Guan Sui responded, "Rest assured, I am not ill. It's even between us." As her awareness slowly returned, realizing that the alpha before her was Guan Sui, a sense of shame and self-reproach surged within Wensong. She had indeed slept with Guan Sui. Enduring the turmoil, she calmly stated, "I don't want this anymore." Guan Sui was not one to indulge such whims. It was utterly unreasonable to think of using him as a remedy and then simply flee. After all, this was an opportunity presented to him during her sensitive period. There was no rationale in letting her go. One must not negotiate with an alpha during their sensitive phase, for the alpha only desires to merge the one in their embrace into their very essence. The room remained shrouded in darkness. The alpha would instinctively seek to mark her. Yet Wensong, being a beta, lacked the necessary glands. The night was long, and it wasn't until Wensong completely succumbed to unconsciousness that this absurd exchange came to an end. The following day, when Wensong awoke, she felt momentarily disoriented. No one had informed her that a top-tier alpha could be so fierce. However, this situation might vary depending on individual constitution. Wensong had never been fond of physical exercise and had particularly loathed physical education classes and sports events during her school years. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, she began to feel troubled. This situation could not solely be blamed on Guan Sui, as it was she who had mistakenly entered the wrong room and fortuitously encountered the equally disoriented alpha in his sensitive phase. She viewed Guan Sui as a remedy, while he perceived her as an inhibitor. It was a balance struck, yet the implications of having shared night together could not be so easily resolved. Wensong realized she was genuinely facing a dilemma. It was essential to acknowledge that the alpha who had spent the night with her was Guan Sui, possessing the highest grade of pheromones, the true prince of the city, known for his foul temper, cold demeanor, and difficult nature, as well as being a close brother to her boyfriend, Zhao Mingzhu. He was the alpha she had instinctively wanted to distance herself from at first glance. Yet the circumstances at that time were beyond their control. One had been drugged, while the other was in a sensitive phase. In other words, Wensong had unwittingly presented herself to Guan Sui as an inhibitor. Had it not been for her dizziness, she would not have entered the wrong room, nor would she have provoked an alpha in a state of unresolved sensitivity. "Are you awake?" At that moment, the bathroom door swung open, and Guan Sui emerged, draped in a bathrobe. When Wensong's gaze fell upon the conspicuous marks adorning the exposed collarbone of the other, he instinctively averted his eyes. Although much of the previous night's events were obscured by the effects of the medication, the lingering traces on the alpha could belong to no one but him. Last night, he had drawn out his words, lifting his gaze to observe Guan Sui's expression. Noticing the reluctance of the other to disclose the events of the night before, he continued to articulate his thoughts. "I apologize," Wensong said sincerely. "I wish to pretend as if nothing happened." Chapter 5. So, I am the other party. Upon hearing Wensong's candid reference to the previous night and his earnest apology, Guan Sui instantly grasped that the other wished to absolve himself of any responsibility, placing the entire burden upon his own shoulders. If it were anyone else, they would likely have let it go. Yet, you do not intend to take responsibility, do you? Guan Sui stood at the bedside, looking down at Wensong with a piercing gaze. The audacity of a top-tier alpha demanding that a beta bear the blame was astonishing. Wensong was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. "What do you wish for me to be responsible for?" Guan Sui was aware of his close relationship with Zhao Mingzhu. They were particularly good friends. The deep exchange from the previous night had already crossed a moral line. Even though Wensong understood that the relationship between him and Zhao Mingzhu was devoid of any debts owed, it had always been a transaction. When he first arrived in Suicheng and faced difficulties at a banquet hosted by the Wen family, it was Zhao Mingzhu who stepped forward to support him. Although he was uncertain why Zhao Mingzhu proposed a romantic relationship, he willingly accepted the offer of companionship and assistance in switching. After agreeing, Wensong played the role of Zhao Mingzhu's legitimate boyfriend with utmost decorum, fulfilling the responsibilities expected of him. After all, Zhao Mingzhu simply wished to date him, providing everything he needed with occasional tenderness and affection that felt genuinely heartfelt. However, he had sensed on several occasions that Zhao Mingzhu seemed to gaze through his face, reminiscing about someone else. Wensong harbored no genuine feelings for Zhao Mingzhu. Maintain this relationship, Guan Sui stated. Upon hearing this, Wensong thought he had misheard. Furrowing his brow and asking, "What did you say?" Guan Sui strolled over to a nearby desk, retrieving a pre-prepared document before returning to the bedside, placing the papers before Wensong. "What you need, aside from Zhao Mingzhu, I can also provide." Wensong felt as though someone was gently squeezing his heart. Lowering his head, he meticulously examined the sheets of paper Guan Sui had offered. They contained reports from a medical team and information regarding alpha pheromones. Were these? Wensong surmised the implications of Guan Sui's intentions. Grandmother's treatment is currently at a standstill. After being sent to several hospitals, they were all advised that she requires better care and that surgery should not be hastily performed. He understands that the hospitals have limited technical capabilities, and the risks associated with complex illnesses are significant. Thus, a more specialized team is necessary to ensure a swifter and more successful operation with a success rate of 60%. However, time is not on their side. Wensong is now faced with this dilemma. The day before, his grandmother's attending physician had spoken with him, stating that her current health condition does not support surgery, and there would be no alleviation should her situation deteriorate, unless a more competent doctor is sought. Yet, the costs associated with advanced equipment, medications, chemotherapy, hospitalization, and surgery would be at least 10 times higher than usual. The Wen family would not support this, and Zhao Mingzhu would certainly not spend such an exorbitant amount. "I am aware of your grandmother's condition. There is no need to worry about the surgery," Guan Sui said. "I have a more specialized team that handles this particular illness, and I will cover all expenses. As for the alpha pheromone, to express my sincerity, I wish to convey that my situation is unique. You are a beta, which is precisely suitable for me during my susceptible period." Wensong's fingers unconsciously curled, crumpling the corner of the paper. "They're not just betas like me in this world. This is fundamentally wrong." Guan Sui leaned closer, a smile playing on his lips. "What is wrong?" Wensong replied, "Everything is wrong." Morally torn apart, his years of honesty made it impossible for him to act in an unscrupulous manner. "Then let become right," Guan Sui articulated, word by word. Wensong did not comprehend when Guan Sui had begun to focus on him. They had hardly exchanged words apart from their initial conversation, and there had been little communication since. Moreover, they had only known each other recently, as Guan Sui had just returned from abroad. "Why?" he asked again. "There are so many betas in this world. Why choose the boyfriend of close friend?" Guan Sui's dark eyes fixed on Wensong as he replied, "There is no reason." Wensong lowered his gaze, stating, "I cannot become emotionally entangled with two people." Guan Sui recalled the naive beta from the previous night, who was so inexperienced he did not know how to open his legs, and narrowed his eyes, inquiring, "Are you certain it is an emotional entanglement, rather than a transaction between the two of you?" Wensong, maintaining his composure, responded, "Zhao Mingzhu and I are still in a relationship." Their relationship was common knowledge among their social circle in Suiqing. Guan Sui nodded repeatedly. "So, I'm the third party." Wensong was incredulous. The notion of being the third party to the true top alpha heir of Suiqing was utterly absurd. "Do you have feelings for Zhao Mingzhu?" Guan Sui asked, gazing into Wensong's eyes. Wensong felt as if he were completely exposed before Guan Sui, who seemed to have discerned the tenuous nature of his relationship with Zhao Mingzhu. Otherwise, he would not be so brazenly attempting to undermine it. Faced with this question, he remained silent. It was all too passive. Guan Sui dominated the situation as if victory were assured, possessing an intimate understanding of him, grasping his very lifeline and leverage. To acquiesce would render him akin to a pampered pet of the elite, led about at will. Was it truly difficult to respond? Guan Sui scoffed softly. An alpha never concealed his emotions. let alone one of such high standing from a young age, whose lineage afforded him the power to stride through Suicheng with impunity. Scarcely anyone dared to defy him or engage in bargaining. With his grandmother's health at stake, Wensong found it impossible to decline with nonchalance. "I will consider it," he uttered. Yet, before the words fully escaped his lips, a sudden knock echoed at the door, accompanied by Zhao Mingzhu's voice. Upon hearing Zhao Mingzhu's call, Wensong's body instantly tensed, pulling the quilt up to his shoulders. The previous night had been excessively intense, leaving marks on his collarbone, chest, shoulders, and waist, indelible traces of their escapade. Outside was his legitimate boyfriend. Should the latter enter the room, the outrageous nature of their previous night would undoubtedly be exposed. Guan Sui's expression remained indifferent, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of being caught in infidelity. Wensong had always been perceived as the obedient, well-behaved child of others' families. And finding himself in this predicament was somewhat mortifying, especially now that he lay bare upon the bed of his boyfriend's close friend. Discovery would certainly lead to social ruin. Suddenly, the sound of the doorknob twisting pierced the air. A flicker of tension crossed Wensong's usually serene face, just as he intended to bury himself under the quilt. He realized the door was locked from the inside. Zhao Mingzhu could not enter, only continuing to knock and call out Guan Sui's name. At last, he exhaled in relief. Chapter 6. The arena of conflict. As for Guan Sui, he remained unfazed throughout, likely aware that the door was locked. In his failure to mention, it was undoubtedly due to his penchant for mischief, relishing the sight of Wensong's disarray. Infidelity was intriguing precisely for this reason. Guan Sui had no fear of a confrontation with Zhao Mingzhu, yet Wensong felt himself merely an unremarkable beta. It seemed highly improbable that two distinguished alpha heirs within Suicheng would quarrel over him. The alpha before him was akin to an untamed beast, uncontrollable and beyond restraint. The individual he least wished to provoke had unwittingly spent the night beside him. Wensong could still hear Zhao Mingzhu knocking, calling out, "Guan Sui, are you awake? Did you see Wensong last night?" Guan Sui, disturbed by the incessant noise, took a few steps forward, only to be halted by Wensong's plea. "Wait a moment." Guan Sui turned his head, gazing intently at him, silently inquiring what was amiss. Wensong was at a loss for words. After hastily uttering that all was well, he quickly enveloped himself in the quilt, feigning death to evade Zhao Mingzhu outside. Although they merely maintained a cooperative relationship, they still publicly presented themselves as a couple. If news of a liaison with a close companion were to leak, it would undoubtedly cause Alpha great embarrassment. Guan Sui observed Wensong, who had wrapped himself up like a chrysalis, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He approached the door, opening it just a crack. Zhao Mingzhu, who was about to give up, looked up in surprise as the door creaked open, exclaiming, "So you were inside. I thought you had already left. I've been knocking for ages without a sight of you." As he spoke, his gaze landed on the marks along Guan Sui's collarbone, and he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. He pointed to his own collarbone, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes as if he had uncovered a monumental secret. His gaze involuntarily wandered into the room, and with exaggerated tone, he remarked, "No way. Guan Sui, did something happen last night? You've never been fond of Omega, right? No, it's not just Omega. You've never shown interest in Alpha, Omega, or even Beta. Did you lose control during your sensitive period last night?" Zhao Mingzhu appeared quite invested. His curiosity piqued about what transpired with Guan Sui. Unlike their group, Guan Sui never brought Omega along when they ventured out. Despite being in a position of power, he remained resolutely single, avoiding excessive contact with others. Of course, this trait was not exclusive to him, but Guan Sui's aversion was particularly pronounced. He was so fastidious that even casual encounters seemed beneath him. "Who is it?" Zhao Mingzhu wondered aloud, intrigued by the identity of the individual capable of pulling Guan Sui down from his pedestal so effortlessly. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the quilt, slightly bulging, indicating someone was nestled beneath it. Guan Sui's mischievous nature was ever present, and he felt a strong urge to say, "Your boyfriend." If infidelity were not to be cherished, then he should be grateful for Zhao Mingzhu's care. "You know him?" Guan Sui finally uttered. Zhao Mingzhu noticed that Wensong, hidden beneath the blanket, seemed to shrink at the mention of those 3 words. Zhao Mingzhu gasped again, stroking his chin as he asked, "Who? Which Omega?" His nostrils flared slightly, catching only the potent scent of alpha-S tequila pheromones in the air, with nary a trace of omega-S essence. Not omega. There's no pheromone entanglement, so it seems to be beta. Given Guan Sui's unique status, he would never allow an unpublicized relationship to risk bearing his child. Thus, beta was indeed the most suitable choice. However, he noted that beta lacked the depth of emotion. Only omega could truly harmonize with alpha. "Ye me embarrassed," Guan Sui confessed. "You'll know in due time." Seeing that Guan Sui was so adept at keeping his secrets, Zhao Mingzhu refrained from pressing further into his private affairs. Just as he was about to leave, he recalled something and asked, "By the way, did you see Wensong last night?" "It was my boyfriend who last escorted us back to the Silver Lake Pavilion." Guan Sui smirked, resting his hand against the doorframe. The perceptive alpha, acutely aware, noticed the beta lying in bed, trembling with fear of being discovered. It was evident that the other was feigning death, praying he would remain silent. Alas, Guan Sui had witnessed such antics before. A wicked thought crept into his mind, with his body cocooned beneath the covers. Wensong lay rigid, his heart racing, terrified that this wild and untamed prince would divulge the events of the previous night, which would undoubtedly provoke Zhao Mingzhu's wrath. Even though their relationship was transactional, the alpha's possessiveness was formidable. The guilt clawed at him fiercely, and Wensong held his breath, listening intently to what Guan Sui would utter next. Zhao Mingzhu inquired where he had seen him. Last night, he claimed to feel unwell and returned to rest. However, upon searching for him this morning, he found a room empty, and no message had been sent. Guan Sui cast a sidelong glance at the bundle of beta beneath the covers. "I don't know. I saw him yesterday, but afterward I lost track." Upon hearing Guan Sui's response, Wensong exhaled in relief, as if he had been submerged underwater, on the verge of drowning. Finally emerging for a breath of fresh air to revive his nearly stilled heartbeat, Zhao Mingzhu nodded, stating he would call him for clarification. With a teasing expression, he lifted his chin toward the room, smirking, "It's still early. I won't disturb you for now." Guan Sui merely grunted in acknowledgement before shutting the door. Unbeknownst to him, the instant the door closed, the smile faded from Zhao Mingzhu's face without a trace. Upon hearing the door shut, Wensong felt a sense of survival wash over him, enveloped in the scent of alpha pheromones. Indeed, being too unique came with its own challenges. As a beta, he should not be able to detect such potent pheromones. The events of the previous night replayed in his mind like a slow-motion film. Had he intended to remain hidden beneath the covers indefinitely? Guan Sui strolled to the bedside, lifted the blanket, and gazed at Wensong's flushed face, asking, "Do you wish to seek death out of guilt for Zhao Mingzhu? You seem to have quite an attachment to him." Wensong retorted, "No wonder they say Guan Sui has a sharp tongue." It was undeniably true. He was hiding under the covers not out of modesty, but because he was unclothed. "Could you avert your gaze?" Wensong propped himself up on the bed, clutching the blanket, asserting, "I wish to get dressed." Guan Sui appraised him from head to toe. His tone languid as he remarked, "Have I not seen every inch of you? Not only have I seen, but Wensong could not tolerate any crude remarks regarding color. His initial perception of Guan Sui as aloof and taciturn crumbled entirely, adding the labels of sharp-tongued and malicious to his impression. "Be quiet," he interjected sharply, cutting off Guan Sui's words. Chapter 7. Adding a friend. This was the first time Guan Sui had been told to be quiet. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely been thrown out by now. However, the person before him was Wensong. "What do you think about what I just said?" Guan Sui inquired. Wensong maintained his silence, offering no reply. Guan Sui, undeterred, patiently awaited an answer. They remained in this tense stalemate for roughly 5 minutes. Ultimately, Guan Sui, concerned that his intentions were too overt and might pressure Wensong, offered a reprieve, saying, "You can take your time to consider it. The transaction will be valid within a month." Wensong lowered his gaze and nodded slightly. "All right." The beta before him appeared quite docile and honest, with a tuft of hair atop his head, standing in a state of bewilderment. His skin exhibited a cool, pale hue, and a tiny mole on the left side of his nose added a hint of chilliness to his demeanor. Beneath long, dense eyelashes lay a pair of exceptionally clear eyes. Unlike the typical Omega, which often evokes a sense of protection, these eyes radiated an undeniable allure. Guan Sui felt as if his heart had been lightly brushed by a feather. Memories of the previous night's passionate encounters surged in his mind. He prided himself on not being a particularly lustful alpha, having relied on suppressants throughout his years of sensitivity. Yet, should the circumstances permit, he would hope for a repeat of such experiences. Observing Wensong's guarded expression, he decided to quell his fleeting desires. There would be ample time ahead. There was no rush. Wensong watched as Guan Sui retrieved a paper bag from elsewhere and placed it on the bed. Judging by the logo, it likely contained clothing. Both had been in a dazed state the previous night, and the garments they had shed were now in a rather unsightly condition. The clothes are new and purchased in your size. Inside, you'll find a pheromone refresher and a neck patch for your convenience. I'll change in the bathroom and be on my way, Guan Sui stated before pulling out his phone, opening the WeChat interface to add a friend, and presenting it to Wensong. Let us add each other. Wensong understood he had no right to refuse. He fished his phone from beneath his pillow and noticed several missed calls from Zhao Mingzhu, choosing to ignore them for the moment. He scanned Guan Sui's QR code to add him as a friend. Guan Sui's username was simple, S, with an avatar featuring an adorable Maltese wearing a bow. This image stood in stark contrast to Guan Sui's cold, sharp-tongued disposition. It was hard to fathom that such a detached alpha would choose such a charming avatar. After sending the friend request, it was accepted shortly thereafter. Wensong chose not to alter the note. Contact me when you've made your decision, Guan Sui said, tucking his phone away and gathering his clothes as he turned toward the bathroom. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. During his change, he also injected a suppressant to manage the remaining period of sensitivity. Once he left, Wensong finally felt the tension in his body and emotions begin to dissipate. He was utterly exhausted. The aura of Guan Sui is distinct from that of other alphas. One glance is enough to recognize that he is not to be trifled with. Initially intending to keep his distance, unexpectedly, he unwittingly consumed a drug-laced beverage, leading him straight into the jaws of a formidable predator. Wensong found himself pondering whether this turn of events was fortuitous or otherwise. He decided to set aside his thoughts for the moment, intending to reflect more thoroughly once he had departed from this place. As he rose to his feet, a wave of discomfort washed over his limbs, his calves feeling alarmingly weak. Wensong gingerly navigated the floor in his slippers, steadying himself against the edge of the bed. In an absent-minded turn of his head, he caught an accidental glimpse of a knotted rubber item nestled within the trash bin. Taking a moment to count, he discerned 36 pieces. Indeed, the heightened vitality of an alpha during their susceptible phase is truly formidable. His back felt as though it might buckle under the strain. Why was it that alphas possessed such relentless energy? Diverting his gaze, Wensong grabbed a paper bag, resolving to change his clothes and leave promptly. The pheromones in this room were overwhelmingly potent. It was not until more than half an hour had elapsed after he exited that he found himself walking in a slightly awkward manner, though it was not overtly noticeable unless one looked closely. Once he settled into the car for his customary weekend return to the Wen family residence, he dialed Zhao Mingzhu's number. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity before Zhao Mingzhu finally answered. "Hello, Xiaosong. I've been trying to reach you. Why didn't you pick up?" Wensong cleared his throat and replied, "I'm here. My apologies, the phone was on silent. I had some matters to attend to at the office this morning and didn't have time to message you before I left. I've just finished and I'm on my way back now." He had never been adept at deception, but his time in Suicheng had taught him that. Aside from being cautious with his words, a blend of truth and fabrication was often necessary. He was also aware that Zhao Mingzhu had not returned to his room the previous night, likely having sought the company of some Omega. Zhao Mingzhu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "As long as you are all right. I was worried you might have gone missing right under my nose. I feared you were unwell and had gone to the hospital without informing me." Wensong reassured him, "I'm fine. I just needed some rest." Zhao Mingzhu responded, "That is good to hear." Just as Wensong contemplated concluding the call, he was caught off guard when Zhao Mingzhu inquired, "By the way, when you went to rest last night, Did you see Guan Sui? Was there anyone else with him? The tone of his voice was laced with a hint of probing, though it was unclear what he was attempting to ascertain. Wensong's fingers curled slightly at his side. He did not respond. Zhao Mingzhu refrained from pressing further, offering a few reminders to take care of himself and expressing a desire for Wensong to prepare his noodles. He asked if, in a couple of days when he was free, Wensong could come to Yinhui to cook for him. Of course, Wensong readily agreed. Their relationship had always been characterized by such dynamics. Though they did not cohabit, Zhao Mingzhu frequently sought his company, occasionally inviting him to play, cook, or go on dates, with no other boundary crossed beyond the occasional embrace. After hanging up, the car came to a halt at the entrance of the one family villa. After expressing his gratitude to the driver, he opened the door and stepped out, making his way inside with deliberate strides. If it were up to him, Wensong would prefer not to return to the one household. However, the elderly patriarch had insisted that if one were to stay out during the weekends, they must return home for a family reunion dinner. Otherwise, they would be compelled to remain at home without the option to leave. In his advancing years, he yearned for familial gatherings, desiring even the estranged grandchildren to acknowledge their roots. Wensong had been approached by members of the Wen family during his high school years, urging him to return. He had declined their invitations at that time. His later return was born out of necessity. As Wensong stepped into the living room, a mocking voice reached his ears. "Ah, our esteemed young master Wen has returned." The emphasis on the words young master Wen dripped with sarcasm. Wensong, maintaining an air of indifference, lifted his gaze and spotted the Omega, Wen Sui, lounging on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. 3 years Wensong's junior. Wen Sui had been the favored grandson of the Wen family since childhood. Before Wensong's return, Wen Sui had basked in the family's affections. Confronted with Wen Sui's malicious remarks, Wensong had always chosen to disregard him entirely. Wen Sui was a pampered Omega, exhibiting the behavior and speech of a privileged young master untouched by the harsh realities of life. Wensong found no reason to engage with him. He was both disinterested and unwilling to embrace the identity of a Wen. Most importantly, he wished to avoid causing any disturbances within the Wen family. Yet he was not one to be easily bullied. Fortunately, aside from his sharp tongue, Wen Sui did not resort to underhanded tactics or schemes against him. "Where is grandfather?" Wensong inquired. Though Wen Sui displayed no hint of cordiality, he extended a disdainful finger towards the upstairs study. "Second floor." Wensong nodded his gratitude and ascended the staircase. Meanwhile, Wen Sui continued to sulk, lamenting his repeated failures to gain any advantage over Wensong. Upon reaching the closed door of the study, Wensong gently rapped on it and announced, "Grandfather, it's me, Wensong." After a brief pause, a voice, aged yet commanding, called out from within, "Come in." Wensong turned the doorknob and pushed the door open, entering and closing it behind him. The study was decorated in a predominantly traditional Chinese style. As he passed through the screen, he spotted the elder when seated at his desk, peering through his reading glasses at company documents, surrounded by walls lined with books and adorned with potted plants to the right. "Xiao Song, you've returned," the elder stated warmly, setting aside the papers. Wensong approached the tea table, adeptly performing the ritual of brewing tea. He poured a cup and brought it to the elder's side, respectfully saying, "Yes, grandfather. It is the weekend. You should take some time to rest. The affairs of the company can be managed by elder brother." The elder brother refers to the son of the paternal uncle, 5 years his senior, currently managing affairs at the One Group. Old Master Wen removed his reading glasses and set them aside, lifting his teacup to take a delicate sip, a satisfied expression gracing his features as he savored the flavor. Upon hearing Wensong's words, he sighed. Although his eldest was presently overseeing company affairs, many crucial matters he still hesitated to entrust directly to him. He needed to undergo further training before he could be relied upon. The One Group, being a family enterprise, was not something he felt comfortable passing to the younger generation without reservation. Moreover, the family tree branched extensively, with many harboring ulterior motives. It remained to be seen who was genuinely dedicated to the company, and he, seasoned by years of experience, understood how easily interests could falter before certain bloodlines. Many were driven by self-interest. Old Master Wen believed there was nothing wrong with acting in one's own interest, But neglecting the family's well-being and failing to grasp the bigger picture was unacceptable. Among the many younger family members, the one he valued most was Wensong, followed closely by Wensong. Wensong appeared somewhat spoiled, yet he was intelligent. His character required the refining touch of societal experiences to mature gradually. However, your health is of utmost importance, grandfather, Wensong remarked. His disdain for the one family stemmed primarily from his aversion to Wen Chengfeng, the father who had abandoned his wife and child, who had ventured to the countryside and encountered the youthful Chen Yue, enticing her into an unwed union that resulted in a child, only to vanish without a trace. Ultimately, Ms. Chen desponded, succumbed to her grief when Wensong was merely 5 years old, unable to cleanse the mark that bound them. Growing up with his grandmother, Wensong harbored intense resentment towards Wen Chengfeng. Old Master One, upon learning of his existence, had attempted several times to bring him back into the one family fold, but his grandmother forbade it, and he himself was reluctant to relocate to Suicheng, a place he found alien and unwelcoming. Regrettably, with his grandmother's illness, he needed financial support. The Wen family treated him reasonably well. Wensong understood that half of this kindness stemmed from guilt and compensation, while the other half was due to his entanglement with Zhao Mingzhu shortly after his arrival in Suicheng, as the Wen family wished to avoid offending a formidable figure. Wensong was no longer the young man who would be swayed by a mere token of familial affection. Over the years, he had matured, realizing that the so-called upper-class society in Suicheng was rife with competition and self-interest. Old Master Wen smiled gently and remarked, "Good boy." Noticing the plaster on Wensong's neck, he inquired with concern, "What happened to your neck?" Wensong touched it lightly and replied, "It's nothing, grandfather. I've just been working too long these past few days." Old Master Wen said, "You've worked hard. Let Aunt Yang prepare your favorite dishes for dinner. Why not stay the night? Your room is cleaned daily." The words of refusal lingered on the tip of his tongue, but were swallowed as Wensong lowered his eyelids and acquiesced. "All right, grandfather." After their conversation, Wensong played a game of Go before departing the study, only to unexpectedly encounter Wen Chengfeng ascending the stairs. The individual in question, at the age of 45, has entered the realm of middle age, yet his facial features exhibit a youthful vigor. Possessing a robust alpha physique, he maintains an active lifestyle, adorned in a simple shirt and tie, with a plain suit jacket draped over his arm and a briefcase in hand, exuding an air of maturity. Upon noticing someone emerge from the study, Wen Chengfeng lifted his gaze to find it was Wensong. The latter, upon spotting Chengfeng, furrowed his brow, dismissively bypassing him without so much as a greeting as he descended the stairs. Wen Chengfeng, accustomed to being revered and embodying a strong alpha presence, could hardly tolerate such insolence. With an austere expression, he called out for Wensong to halt. Seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, Wensong displayed indifference, barely raising his head. Wensong paused, his demeanor icy. "Wensong, may I inquire about the matter at hand?" Caught off guard by the formal address, Wen Chengfeng's serious expression hardened as he retorted, "Is it customary to ignore one's elders when encountered at home?" Wensong, with a stoic face, replied, "Is this truly only about such trivialities?" Chengfeng frowned, questioning if his mother was the subject of Wensong's disdain. Suddenly, Wensong's expression shifted, his gaze turning frigid as he confronted Chengfeng, unflinching. "What is it that you wish to express?" Despite being a beta devoid of pheromones, Wen Chengfeng found himself momentarily intimidated by the younger man's stare, as if uttering a disparaging word about Chen Yue would provoke an immediate confrontation. Wensong, typically docile and overlooked, seemed transformed. Suppressing his burgeoning fury, he let out a cold laugh. "Wensong, do you not feel a shred of guilt when mentioning my mother? If I were in your shoes, I would be haunted for the rest of my days, considering her fate was orchestrated by your own hand." Wen Chengfeng attempted to respond, but was cut off by Wensong, who declared, "I apologize, but I lack the time to reminisce about your past transgressions. You may reflect on your own conscience." Without another glance, he continued down the staircase. Chengfeng stood at the top, seething with anger and at a loss for words, ultimately muttering in frustration, "You little rascal, truly have the audacity." Such insults had long ceased to wound Wensong. He had endured far worse in his childhood. being labeled as a bastard or an illegitimate child. The term little rascal hardly stirred his steadfast emotions. Meanwhile, Wensong, nestled on the sofa, observed Wensong exit the living room to tend to the flowers in the front yard, pursing his lips and returning to his phone. Wensong had grown accustomed to quarrels with Wen Chengfeng during each visit to the Wen household. The two, despite their blood ties, harbored mutual disdain, one for being labeled a love child, the other for harboring resentment over the death of his mother. Had it not been for the elder Wen's wish for Wensong to acknowledge his lineage, their paths would have remained completely unlinked. As evening approached, during dinner with the elder when present, the atmosphere was tinged with tension, yet no one dared to utter anything offensive. Wensong quietly consumed his meal. At that moment, the elder Wen spoke, "Shu, in a few days there will be an auction. Please take your brother along for a visit." Despite his myriad reluctances, Wensong could only acquiesce to his grandfather's wishes, uttering a resigned, "All right, grandfather." Wensong, with his eyelids lowered, echoed the same sentiment, "All right, grandfather." The other attendees, daunted by the patriarch's authority, maintained a respectful silence, refraining from expressing dissenting opinions. Once the meal concluded, Wensong did not linger in the living room, but retreated directly to his chamber. Each day, the rooms in the Wen household were attended to by servants, requiring only a bath and a change in his sleepwear before he could rest. After an evening of vigorous exertion that left him physically drained and aching, he felt utterly exhausted, as if his very spine did not belong to him. To paraphrase a phrase circulating online, he felt akin to a fish that had been deceased for 3 months. After a shower, Wensong intended to toss his recently discarded clothing into the laundry basket. However, as he lifted them, a small box fell from his pocket and clattered to the floor. Leaning down, he picked it up and examined the contents closely. It was a box of contraceptive pills. With the inherent risks associated with pharmaceuticals, the rapid advancement of society has given rise to a costly contraceptive option devoid of side effects. Betas are not as fragile as omegas. Thus, consuming such medication poses minimal threat to them, particularly after just one instance. How considerate, Wensong mused, relieved that he would not need to procure any himself. Extracting a single pill, he moved to the table, unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, and swallowed the pill accompanied by a gulp of water. The remaining pills were wrapped in a tissue and discarded into the trash, destined to remain unused and unnecessary for the future. Chapter 9. The Pursuit of a Wife. Upon returning to the country, Guan Sui took charge of the family business, managing various project meetings daily. The youthful exuberance he once possessed had been tempered through the rigors of work, rendering him increasingly composed and restrained. Dressed in a suit that concealed the inherent wildness of an alpha, his demeanor exuded maturity and sophistication. Should Wensong catch a glimpse of him, he would undoubtedly quip that he resembled a beast in human attire. After the meeting, Guan Sui returned to his office. With one hand, he unfastened the top button of his shirt, and with his index and middle fingers, he tugged at the tie constricting his neck. A blend of maturity tinged with a hint of rebelliousness. He pulled out his office chair and reclined carelessly, tilting backward. Tilting his head back, he closed his eyes, pressing his fingers against his brow to alleviate the fatigue born from hours of intensive work during a particularly taxing period. His assistant, Jean, stood nearby, pouring him a glass of water and continuing to report on work matters. The Zhongrong side is currently developing new land and has extended a collaborative invitation, Jean began. Guan Sui opened his eyes and raised a hand to halt the discussion. Proceed according to Guan Dong's instructions for these matters. I have reviewed the collaboration contract with Zhongrong. Is there anything else? Nothing further, sir. If there are no other matters, I will take my leave to attend to other responsibilities, Jean responded, respectfully closing the file in his hands and standing aside. The work-related updates had concluded, yet on a personal note, Jean paused for a moment, lifting his gaze to observe Guan Sui, who was sipping water at his desk. Guan Sui swallowed hard to alleviate the dryness in his throat, his expression devoid of any emotion, refraining from interrupting Assistant Jin's discourse. The latter, perceiving this silent acquiescence, continued. Chairman Guan has arranged a matchmaking meeting for you with the young master Wensong of the Wen family. Upon hearing this, Guan Sui placed his water cup down and returned to his original position. Assistant Jean, observing the subtle nuances of Guan Sui's expression, detected no signs of resistance, and added, "There will be an auction in 3 days, and young Master Wensong will be in attendance, accompanied by young Master Wensong." Guan Sui, however, retorted, "Do I possess the right to choose my suitor?" Assistant Jean maintained his composure, replying, "Of course, Chairman Guan, you have every right to make that choice." Not wishing to put Assistant Jean in an awkward position, Guan Sui stated, "I will personally discuss my private matters with my father. Your task is complete. You may return to your duties now." Assistant Jean nodded slightly. "Understood, Chairman." Once the assistant departed, Guan Sui's fingers lightly tapped the tabletop. The phone on the desk suddenly rang, displaying the contact name Duan Zhe. He swiped to answer and switched to speaker mode, tossing it back onto the table. "Sui, what are you up to?" Duan Zhe's voice boomed through the receiver. Guan Sui pressed his fingers against his temples at the company. Duan Zhe let out a whistle, reveling in his friend's predicament. After gallivanting abroad for so many years, it's time to face the agony of work. Your father expects you to take over the empire he has built over the years. Guan Sui was the only child of Guan Ming and a top-tier alpha, bearing the weight of familial expectations. From a young age, he was required to master an array of skills far beyond those of his peers, excelling in the social etiquette and recreational activities pertinent to high society. Proficiencies in music, chess, calligraphy, and martial arts were merely foundational, alongside learning several foreign languages and studying family management from childhood, leaving him with scant personal leisure time. Guan Sui had never been one of a mature and composed demeanor. As he matured, his rebellious adolescence surged uncontrollably. By day, he diligently studied, but by night, he would clandestinely escape the Guan residence to race cars with friends. After being reprimanded by his family for balancing both worlds, he defiantly relinquished his responsibilities, no longer suppressing his alpha nature or complying with family dictates. He began to study and socialize with peers, liberating his free-spirited essence. Later, Guan Sui was sent abroad for further training. "I really wish I could smoke to ease my inner turmoil," he thought, "especially since he even wants to arrange my marriage." He referred to his father, Chairman Guan. Duan Zhe inhaled sharply. "Your father truly has a strong desire for control. His demeanor is so rigid and authoritative. However, if you are unwilling, he cannot force your hand. You're just being prudent, worrying about stressing him into a hospital visit. Moreover, there is your mother, who has always indulged your wishes. If all else fails, your grandfather adores you above all his other grandchildren." Guan Sui understood that his father's plans posed no real threat to him. Yet the thought of attending the auction alongside Wensong lingered in his mind. "I know," he replied. "Has there been any outcome regarding the matter I asked you to investigate last time?" Duan Zhe replied, "I called to inform you that the team specializing in pheromone cancer cells has responded. They indicated that surgery can be performed if there has been no deterioration within 3 months. However, specific circumstances must be evaluated through examinations tailored to the patient." Guan Sui pondered for a moment and responded, "Very well. Please send me the contact details of the team. I shall arrange for an examination with them." Although Wensong mentioned that they are still in the contemplation phase, time waits for no one. It is prudent to grasp the situation ahead of time so that once a decision is reached, the surgery can proceed without delay. If there is a way forward, one must not merely threaten, but take action. After all, a display of sincerity is essential for Wensong to believe. Duan Zhe, curious, inquired Guan Sui, "Why are you suddenly so invested in this ailment? I recall that the prevalence of pheromone cancer nationwide is only 2%, making the likelihood of occurrence exceedingly low. Among the many individuals I know, it seems only Wensong's grandmother is affected." As he spoke, he appeared to stumble upon a significant revelation. Yet, the underlying logic was too convoluted, leaving him uncertain of Guan Sui's true motivations. Could it be that Zhao Mingzhu had requested Guan Sui's assistance in the investigation? The next moment, he heard Guan Sui say, "Do not inform Zhao Mingzhu about this matter." Duan Zhe was taken aback. Investigating the health condition of Zhao Mingzhu's boyfriend's grandmother, coordinating with a research team, yet withholding that information from him. What could be the intention behind it? Duan Zhe struggled to keep pace with Guan Sui's reasoning. "All right," he acquiesced. Despite their close relationships, there were factions within their group. Duanze shared a stronger bond with Guan Sui and Fu Jingxuan, who resided in another city. Since Guan Sui requested he refrain from mentioning it to Zhao Mingzhu, he would naturally keep his word. He would not press further for the reasons behind her silence. 3 days later, there was an auction, and Guan Sui said, "You are coming with me." Before Duanze could ask any questions, she added, "Wensong will also be there." "Oh, the old man must be setting me up for a blind date with him." Duanze exclaimed, "Guan Sui, I must tell you, you absolutely cannot agree to that. With so many omegas in Shucheng, you can choose anyone, but it must not be Wensong. Do you understand? Our relationship hinges on your attitude this time, considering how I have shielded you over the years." Guan Sui chuckled lightly. "If I truly wish to like him, will I need to invite you along?" On the other end of the line, Duanze finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly consented. "All right, I will accompany you in 3 days." He added, "Additionally, about that matter you asked me to fake regarding unstable alpha pheromones early that morning. What was that special proof for?" Guan Sui smirked and replied, "To catch a wife." Chapter 10. Remember to wear it next time when the phrase fishing for a wife escaped Guan Sui's lips. Duanze was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he uttered several exclamations of disbelief, followed by a barrage of questions. "Who is it? What did you get involved?" If Duanze had been beside Guan Sui, he would undoubtedly have been bouncing around, desperately trying to get closer to him. It was simply too bewildering. The level of astonishment was akin to a young pioneer helping an elderly lady cross the street. Unfortunately, Guan Sui had no intention of elaborating on the situation to Duanze. After all, there had been no tangible progress, merely an intimate encounter that bordered on crossing boundaries that night, with no signs of any emotional development. The fewer people who knew, the better. Suddenly, Guan Sui recalled Zhao Mingzhu's note regarding Wensong. Just earlier, he had mentioned fishing for a wife, yet the other party was still someone else's spouse. Once the call ended, Duanze continued to be curious about who Guan Sui referred to as his wife, promptly sending a message to inquire further. Guan Sui chose to ignore it. As if struck by inspiration, he opened Wensong's WeChat chat window. The avatar depicted a sunset over a wheat field, and the username was simply Song. After pondering for a moment, Guan Sui composed a message and sent it off. He waited in silence for a few minutes without receiving a reply before finally silencing his phone and immersing himself in work. After a long day, Wensong concluded his project work. His back and waist ached from the past couple of days. Unlike omegas, betas do not secrete pheromones. And that night had been particularly intense. Despite thorough preparations beforehand and cleansing afterward, the excessive frequency had inevitably led to some inflammation. Among the clothes Guan Sui had prepared for him were a pheromone freshener, a neck patch, anti-inflammatory medication, and contraceptive pills. Naturally, Wensong would diligently use these. As he bore the brunt of the discomfort alone, there was no need to be at odds with his own body. Fortunately, the anti-inflammatory medication proved effective. After applying it twice, the discomfort had nearly dissipated. As Wensong picked up his phone to check the time, a message from S popped up. Curious. He tapped on it and read the content. "Yes, have you taken the medication?" Initially, Wensong contemplated ignoring Guan Sui's message, but ultimately, he opened the input panel and replied, "Song, I've used it all." No sooner had he sent the message than he received an immediate response. "S. The contraceptive pills won't harm your body. S. I'll remember to wear it next time." Wensong pondered. Was there to be a next time between them? Guan Sui was certainly audacious. This time, Wensong truly felt disinclined to respond. It wasn't a matter of rudeness. He simply found himself at a loss for words in the face of Guan Sui's remarks. No matter how he replied, it felt as though he was flirting with an alpha. "S. Have you given any thought?" Wensong noticed another message from Guan Sui. Suddenly, I recalled the conversation with Old Master Wen last night. He mentioned that my grandmother's condition is gradually deteriorating and a professional team has been engaged for further examinations. Due to some minor health issues, she needs to rest before undergoing surgery. Just give me a little more time. Wensong sent the message and immediately turned off his phone. He found it impossible to navigate between Zhao Mingzhu and Guan Sui alone. However, he needed to contemplate his grandmother's situation thoroughly. At that moment, his phone on the table chimed again. He picked it up, unlocked it, and discovered another anonymous multimedia message. This time, the content was similar to the previous one, featuring Zhao Mingzhu and an unfamiliar Omega in an ambiguous posture by the poolside, with the Omega leaning against Zhao Mingzhu, while the latter's hand rested on the former's rear. The depiction was quite explicit. Wensong was uncertain who was sending him these messages. He speculated it might be some infatuated Omega attempting to displace him by frequently presenting evidence of Zhao Mingzhu's infidelity, seeking to provoke his ire. Regrettably, Wensong deleted the multimedia message once more. The auction was hosted by several renowned companies, and guests were required to present an invitation to enter the main area. Wensong had attended similar events before, but this one appeared more grandiose and formal. Beside him, Wensong seemed to know a multitude of people in the circle, greeting familiar faces along the way with courtesy and warmth. Clad in a white suit, he resembled a noble prince, exuding pride and confidence as an Omega. In stark contrast, Wensong remained silent. "Why are you acting like a mute?" Wensong cast a sideways glance at the reticent Wensong beside him. "Grandfather asked me to bring you here to broaden your horizons and connect with the elite in our circle. If you remain so taciturn, how will I explain it when we return? Are you attempting to drag me down with you?" Wensong reassured him. "Rest assured, I will handle my explanations with grandfather." Wensong crossed his arms, scrutinizing the beta beside him, contemplating whether to speak, but ultimately keeping his mouth shut while muttering under his breath. Fortunately, Wensong possessed excellent hearing and caught the remark. How can anyone be so foolish? Does he not value his status as the heir of the Wen family? Insulted by being called foolish, Wensong thought that Wensong was even more foolish. Despite the animosity he felt, his experience with other members of the Wen family was distinctly different. Wensong did not engage in petty schemes. His emotions were transparent and openly displayed. Others, however, were not so forthright. They often cursed him behind his back, plotting against him, wishing for his demise to avoid sharing the family fortune. Chapter 11. Solitude. Thus, Wensong did not harbor a profound dislike for Wensong. Although the latter's words were undeniably harsh, Wensong had encountered far worse. Compared to those outwardly amiable yet hypocritical individuals who strike from behind, Wensong's character is at least straightforward and comprehensible. The two traversed through the rows of seats, ascending to the second floor to find the attic belonging to the Wen family. However, before they could enter, they encountered a neighbor. "He, Xiao Su," Duanze exclaimed upon seeing Wensong, who resembled a prince, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "Long time no see, you become even more beautiful." At that moment, Wensong perceived Duanze as a rather flamboyant dog, eagerly approaching a beautiful bone to lick. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Guan Sui standing beside Duanze. Their gazes collided. Even in the same setting, when their eyes met, they would avert their gaze within a second, devoid of any emotion, maintaining an air of indifference. However, this time, Wensong distinctly sensed a hint of fervor nestled within the depths of the Alpha's gaze, unbothered by the potential detection of his motives by those around him. "It's truly frightening to be targeted by a dark and powerful Alpha," Wensong mused. Wensong, inundated with flattery, felt a shiver run down his spine, furrowing his brow as he cast a cold glance at the Alpha before him, nearly overflowing with disdain. "Duanze, you're quite perverse." Duanze, unfazed by the insult, smirked. "Is this your first day meeting me? What brings you to the auction?" Wensong inquired. Duanze pointed towards Guan Sui, who had been fixated on Wensong. "I'm here with Ah Sui." The proximity of the two families' boxes on the second floor was evidently a deliberate arrangement. Wensong glanced at Guan Sui, who remained composed, showing no inclination to greet him. "Excellent." They shared the same sentiment. "Is there anything you wish to purchase?" Duanze asked, feeling uncomfortable under Guan Sui's unwavering gaze. Wensong cleared his throat, interrupting their dialogue, suggesting they reserve their pleasantries for another time, as their presence in the narrow corridor was hindering other auction attendees. Just as he finished speaking, a few individuals approached from behind. Finally, the four of them diverged in the corridor, each pair entering their respective boxes. "Do you dislike Guan Sui?" Wensong asked. As Wensong was in the process of closing the door, he raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Why do you ask?" Wensong replied, "I noticed you consistently avoiding his gaze. It's peculiar. Why would he fixate on a beta like you?" Wensong refrained from directly answering and instead queried, "What about you? Do you dislike Duanze?" "Not particularly," Wensu responded. "He simply has a sharp tongue and enjoys provoking others. Only when he truly dislikes someone does he unleash his scathing remarks." "I don't harbor much disdain for Guan Sui either," Wensong said. Wensu raised an eyebrow. "I do." Wensong continued. "I open a bottle of mineral water. My grandfather hopes I'll become acquainted with him. The arrangement for this auction is not only to expose me to the world, but also to facilitate a meeting with Guan Sui, whom I haven't seen in ages. He possesses quite an attractive appearance, but alas, his character leaves much to be desired. I'm not fond of being with someone who possesses a sharper tongue than mine, nor do I appreciate pretentiousness. Two individuals with such similar dispositions together lack intrigue. In conclusion, I would rather be with Duanze. At first glance, he appears to be a charming rogue, always accommodating my words, and even when he playfully insults me, I remain unperturbed. It gives the impression of receiving a slap, and yet being caressed in return. Wensong deduces, "You have an affection for Duanze." Wensu responds, "Who I admire is of no concern to you. Focus on your own, Zhao Mingzhu." To Wensong, this remark seems to stem from a mix of embarrassment and anger. It appears that Wensu's nature is inherently forthright, unreservedly expressing disdain and emotions without any pretense, often prioritizing her own enjoyment over others. There is no malice in her demeanor. During the auction, Wensong remains vigilant of the proceedings. The seriousness of the auction renders it somewhat tedious. Wensu exhibits little interest, growing drowsy as she rests her chin on her hand, yawning. "I'm going to chat next door," she declares, rising and leaving with that parting remark. This leaves Wensong alone in the spacious private room, nestled on the sofa, gazing out the window at the crowd, competing for a painting. Suddenly, the door swings open. Without turning, Wensong remarks, "Didn't you say you were going next door?" Before she can finish, the scent of tequila pheromones wafts through the air. A gentle bite at the nape of her neck stirs the healing wound, causing a slight itch. When Wensong turns, she finds Guan Sui standing there. "What brings you here?" Guan Sui settles onto the opposite sofa, legs crossed, responding nonchalantly. They were loud. "I sought a quieter place." Wensong retorts, "Are you asking me to leave?" She shifts her gaze back to the auction. "Make yourself comfortable." This marks the first occasion, aside from their previous night together, that the two find themselves alone in a sober setting. Although Wensong's eyes remain fixed on the auction, her attention is constantly diverted by Guan Sui's unwavering stare. It becomes increasingly difficult to ignore. Wensong turns her head, exasperated, and says, "Could you perhaps look elsewhere?" In response, Guan Sui rises, his tall frame casting an imposing shadow as he strides closer to Wensong, enveloping her in a shadow. Their postures are undeniably intimate, as if she is being embraced by the alpha. It is surprising to witness such boldness from the sober Guan Sui, especially considering he is the boyfriend of her close friend's brother. Leaning back against the sofa, she finds herself pressed against it, leaving no space between them. "What is your intention?" Chapter 12. Could you refrain from being so touchy? Guan Sui's arms rest on the sofa, encircling Wensong within his embrace. The two individuals were in close proximity. If Alpha merely lowered his head by a mere centimeter, he could capture the long-desired lips. Yet, Guan Sui was acutely aware that should he truly kiss, the response would not be a fervent return, but rather a resounding slap. "What if I say I do not wish to look elsewhere?" Wensong's breath caught momentarily. The fragrance of Alpha's pheromones, despite being suppressed by the bracelet, seeped into his nostrils, a constant reminder of the countless exhilarating experiences bestowed upon him, igniting a heat at the nape of his neck despite the absence of any glands. Noticing Guan Sui tentatively lowering his head, Wensong turned away, avoiding direct eye contact. Guan Sui, undeterred by the silent rejection, leaned closer to the beta's neck, his breath brushing against the skin, aware of the tension radiating from Wensong, whose hands pressed against his chest to maintain a distance devoid of intimacy. "It's gone," Wensong remarked. Guan Sui extended a finger, gently pressing the spot where the mark had once been. The marking had vanished. The pheromones had dissipated. Wensong paused for a brief moment, seemingly unable to grasp the implications of Guan Sui's words. He was a beta, after all. The mark could hardly last beyond 24 hours. In other words, there were no glands, merely the marks left by Alpha's playful bites. The pheromones would infiltrate the bite marks, saturating him with the scent of tequila. However, unlike an Omega, he could not carry the mark or pheromones for a week. Was it not better this way? Wensong recounted calmly. One must realize that their situation bore no difference to that of an affair. He had eradicated all traces of Alpha's pheromones with a freshener, and with the collar at the nape of his neck, the marks remained concealed. In these past few days, he had deliberately avoided encounters with Zhao Mingzhu to prevent discovery. Alpha repelled Alpha, and if his state did not return, Zhao Mingzhu would easily detect the mark at his nape. The insidious nature of Guan Sui seeped through slowly, which was troubling. Wensong struggled to comprehend. He was merely a beta devoid of pheromones. Even if Guan Sui favored betas for their carefree nature, there were countless betas in the world. Those willing to engage in fleeting affairs could encircle Sui-Ching multiple times. Why then? Had he chosen a beta who sought to distance himself, an oblivious participant? You promised to give me time to contemplate. Wensong lowered his eyelids. Guan Sui responded with a seemingly relaxed, I am giving you time to think. However, I did not say that once we got off the bed, we would pretend not to know each other. Wensong retorted, how shameless, an act devoid of dignity. Indeed, categorizing this particular Alpha as someone not to be trifled with had proven remarkably accurate. Once entangled, there was no turning back, as the power of the game lay firmly in the hands of the other. The decision to continue or conclude rests solely with Guan Sui. Initially, I believed his cold and indifferent demeanor stemmed from a disdain for me. However, upon reflection, it seems more likely that it was a mix of excitement and anxiety about startling his prey. Wensong began to suspect that he had unwittingly walked into an Alpha's trap that evening. Otherwise, how could the other party have swiftly gathered information about his grandmother afterward? Could we perhaps refrain from unnecessary physical contact? Wensong attempted to negotiate with the Alpha, expressing his need for a moment of respite. Guan Sui maintained his hold, enveloping the beta in his embrace, the distance between them unyielding. His gaze fell upon Wensong's rosy lips, and upon closer inspection, one could discern the fine hairs on his skin, which did not detract from his allure. With a melodic rise in his tone and an elongated inflection, he continued, very honest. And do you understand the concept of inching forward? Before Wensong could respond, the Alpha's hand gradually moved down from his shoulder to his sensitive waist. Tightening its grip, leaning closer, he enunciated clearly, this is what it means to inch forward. His touch glided over the fabric of a tailored suit, moving slowly from the waist to the back, rendering Wensong motionless and tense. Suddenly, Guan Sui emitted a brief, muffled chuckle, commenting on the beauty of his waistline, albeit noting it was a tad too slender. You ought to eat more. It would be more comfortable to hold. Wensong, ensnared by the Alpha's pheromones, yet striving to maintain his composure, declared, I want to see the auction. May I be released? Engaging in a direct confrontation with Guan Sui would likely result in forceful resistance. Thus, he opted for a softer approach, seeking a compromise. The Alpha did not strike him as one who would recklessly seize what he desired. Indeed, as soon as Wensong articulated his request, Guan Sui promptly released his grip and stepped back, creating space. Of course. Continue watching. I shan't disturb you. He refrained from further intrusive actions, allowing Wensong to focus on the auction. Yet, his gaze remained unabashedly fixed upon Wensong. Gradually, Wensong acclimated to Guan Sui's presence, learning to disregard him as if he were a mere figment. Despite the auction's occasional tedium, observing a cadre of affluent capitalists spend extravagant sums on art to elevate their cultural refinement, it provided Wensong with a simple diversion, requiring little cognitive engagement. He immersed himself in the event, occasionally relishing the beauty of the artworks on display. Is there anything you fancy? At some point, Guan Sui, who had been seated at the back, made his way to Wensong's side, casually inquiring as if they were friends. Wensong shook his head slightly. No, I harbor no interest in these extravagant pieces. Firstly, I fail to comprehend the value of renowned paintings, calligraphy, and ceramics. Secondly, I lack the financial means to procure them. However, his attention was drawn to the upcoming item for auction, compelling him to steal a glance. It is a gradient blue double fish jade pendant, striking in its quality, pattern, and design. Just a moment ago, I professed my indifference towards art, yet in the next breath, I was captivated by this exquisite jade pendant. When the price was announced, Wensong realized that some items indeed possess a value that justifies their cost. This pendant, lacking any particular attributes, commenced bidding at 200,000, but the materials and craftsmanship undoubtedly warranted such a figure. Assistant Jean, secure this pendant, he instructed. The price was of no concern. At that moment, Guan Sui had already contacted Assistant Jean at the auction house. Wensong cast a sidelong glance at him before nonchalantly returning his gaze. Ultimately, this pendant was secured by Assistant Jean for over 3 million. Wealthy individuals are indeed so extravagant. A simple jade pendant could fetch such a staggering amount. Wensong felt no possessiveness over others' wealth. He merely marveled at the exquisite lifestyle of the upper echelons of society. To his surprise, Guan Sui shared a similar taste, both admiring the double fish jade pendant. Its color, design, and intricate carvings were particularly beautiful, aligning perfectly with popular aesthetic sensibilities. Chapter 13, not Omega, but Beta. The auction concluded. Wensong returned with his hands tucked in his pockets, nodding towards Wensong with a tone tinged with casual indifference before leaving. He glanced at Guan Sui, implying that their positions were clear, suggesting they could shift blame when reporting back home. For instance, one could claim to be emotionally attached elsewhere, or was simply not a good Omega. Wensong remarked, "That's rather harsh. To tarnish oneself due to an unsuccessful matchmaking endeavor." Sometimes, he felt Wensong resembled an alpha rather than an Omega. Guan Sui replied coolly, "I did not attend the auction for matchmaking." Wensong nodded in agreement. "That suits me just fine." Their thoughts aligned. Both were coerced by their families to attend, and it was evident they were not attracted to one another. Neither party found the other appealing, and no amount of familial pressure would change that, especially since Wensong was the treasured son of the Wen family. An old master, one would never genuinely force him into a union with Guan Sui. Moreover, if Guan Sui were unwilling, no one could compel him to marry. Their simultaneous presence at the auction was merely a formality, a means to avoid disappointing their elders, and a chance to indulge in a bit of leisure. Before departing, Wensong politely nodded to Guan Sui as a gesture of greeting, then followed Wensong out. After the auction, attendees exited in an orderly fashion. As VIPs, they were not required to mingle with the general crowd at the main exit. "Is it terrifying to be alone with Guan Sui?" Wensong inquired, casting a sideways glance at Wensong as they walked. Wensong was taken aback by Wensong, who rarely initiated conversation, asking such a seemingly trivial question. Reflecting upon Guan Sui's behavior within the confines of the private room, as well as his gentlemanly demeanor that refrains from imposing upon others, one finds that, despite an underlying sense of oppression and suffocation, the interactions do not reach an uncomfortable or unnatural level, as long as no offense is given. However, Wensong believes it would be preferable to avoid sharing the same space altogether, remaining in a phase of contemplation. The mere sight of the other inevitably evokes memories of the events that transpired that night. "It's fine," he replies. Wensong, taken aback, instinctively suspects deception. Yet, recalling Wensong's compliant nature, his honesty, and his beta status, which make him inherently reticent, he realizes that even Guan Sui's sharp tongue and overpowering alpha pheromones would go unnoticed by him. Wensong harbors considerable disdain for Guan Sui, unleashing a torrent of disparagement upon him. Guan Sui, characterized by a rather disagreeable temperament, cruel, acerbic, spiteful, resentful, cold-hearted, and devoid of compassion, should be avoided at all costs if encountered in Suichen. He has never shown any inclination towards O and B, appearing almost frigid in his demeanor, coupled with an obsessive cleanliness. The root of Wensong's aversion lies in their school days, when he had just transitioned into an Omega. On one occasion, he inadvertently released pheromones that, while harmless outside of a heat cycle, prompted Guan Sui to scowl and spray pheromone freshener, making it seem as if something unsavory had tainted the air. His self-righteousness is astonishing. He believes he can go through life without engaging with an Omega. But he is frigid. He simply cannot engage with an omega. Wensong, who has now entangled himself with Guan Sui, finds himself unsure whether to concur with the terms frigid and clean freak as uttered by Mingzhu. Having never engaged in sexual relations, he is oblivious to whether the alpha standard of 7 encounters in a night during a heat cycle is deemed normal. Yet, based on his online research, he discerns that frigid does not quite encapsulate the situation, especially since Guan Sui has never pursued an omega, but rather a beta. Wensong refrains from sharing his opinion of Guan Sui, instead opting for a sincere yet earnest remark. "You hold grudges too," with arms crossed. Wensong does not counter this, merely snorting, "Have you just met me? I am particularly vengeful." Upon finishing his statement, he abruptly halts, casting a peculiar glance at Wensong, which leaves Wensong perplexed. He touches his face and inquires, "Is there something on my face?" Wensong averts his gaze and quickens his pace, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, why am I wasting my breath on someone I detest?" Meanwhile, the abandoned Wensong finds the erratic nature of the other's attitude both amusing and exasperating. It seems that Wensong, this omega, is not quite as insufferable as initially presumed. After the auction concludes, Wensong does not need to accompany Wensong as he departs. As he swiftly vanished into the throng, he resolved not to pursue the individual any longer. With a pivot of his toes, he headed towards the northern exit. However, after only a few steps, someone called out to him from behind, "Young Master One." This surname was not commonly encountered in Suiqing, prompting Wensong to halt and turn his body, glancing at the figure 2 paces away, a beta clad in a black suit, adorned with silver-rimmed glasses, nodding towards him. The person was holding a beautifully wrapped gift box, approaching him step by step. "Hello, is there something you need?" Wensong inquired. Jean, the assistant, nodded slightly and extended the gift box towards him. "My employer has instructed me to deliver this to you." Wensong lowered his gaze to the elongated box, its surface intricately embroidered with elaborate patterns, leaving him curious about the treasures contained within. Aware that the contents must be of considerable value, he refrained from accepting it and instead raised his eyes to the elite aura emanating from the beta before him. "Who is your employer?" Wensong asked. Recalling Guan Sui's instructions, Jean did not answer directly. "Our employer said that once you accept the item, you will discover his identity." Wensong contemplated refusing. Yet the other man perceived his hesitation and promptly thrust the gift box into his arms with an efficient and decisive motion. "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." After a courteous bow, he departed. Wensong looked down at the elongated gift box in his embrace, a vague hypothesis forming in his mind. This item was likely a product from the auction, and the box evidently contained a necklace or similar adornment. He opened the lid, and indeed, nestled within lay a gradient blue double fish jade pendant. Chapter 14. Upon returning from the auction, Wensong initially intended to find an opportunity to return the double fish jade pendant to Guan Sui. However, work was rather demanding, and he inadvertently cast this significant matter aside. Zhao Mingzhu had already declined their invitations twice, citing work as the reason. Prolonging this would likely lead to dissatisfaction. A week later, after the marks on the nape of his neck had completely vanished and his skin returned to its normal state, he finally felt a sense of relief. Once he completed his work, Wensong resolved to proactively contact Zhao Mingzhu. Yet, upon retrieving his phone, he discovered yet another anonymous multimedia message. The protagonist once again was Zhao Mingzhu. This time, beside the photograph, there was also a message. The omega by his side has never changed. Wensong was perplexed by the identity of the individual persistently sending anonymous messages containing photos of Zhao Mingzhu's alleged infidelity. These messages appeared sporadically, encompassing various types of images, both subtle and explicit, alongside high-definition versions of photos taken in private settings, leading one to suspect that the sender might be a paparazzo. Yet, it was evident that the sender was likely someone within their circle, presumably close at hand. But who could it be? After much speculation, Wensong concluded that the omega who had drugged Zhao Mingzhu was the most probable culprit. As it appears, aside from the other party's motivation, no other omega has been so brazen. In response, Wensong continued to remain silent, routinely deleting the message content. He then sent a WeChat message to Zhao Mingzhu. "Song, Do you still want to eat noodles? I am free now. The reply came almost instantaneously. You should come over. I feel a bit unwell and am burning up. Upon reading this message, Wensong first frowned, then replied, Are you running a fever? Measure your temperature. The thermometer is in the second drawer near the balcony in the living room, and the fever-reducing patches are in the third drawer. After sending this, he added, I will come over now. He turned off his phone, stood up, tidied up briefly, and headed out to hail a taxi to Silver Lake Mansion. As Zhao Mingzhu's boyfriend, apart from the act of intimacy which he abstained from, Wensong adhered to his responsibilities. For instance, he occasionally came over to attend to the other's daily needs. During their 2 years in Suicheng, it was Zhao Mingzhu who had consistently offered him assistance. In comparison, Wensong's contributions were trivial, preparing a meal, accompanying him to social events, and holding the title of a legitimate boyfriend. Though their relationship was transactional, Zhao Mingzhu's chaotic private life had never resulted in any neglect toward him. Wensong understood that the other could not harbor genuine feelings for him. As a prominent heir, with a legitimate alpha half-brother lurking to seize control of the family business, it was inevitable that Zhao Mingzhu would eventually marry a well-matched omega to solidify his standing, rather than a beta of illegitimate origin from the countryside. This was equally true for Guan Sui. Thus, he needed to navigate this situation with a clear mind at all times. Upon arriving at Silver Lake Mansion, Wensong entered the villa carrying a bag of fresh vegetables purchased from the market. At that moment, Zhao Mingzhu, reclining on the living room sofa, wobbled slightly as he sat up, squinting towards the beta, changing into slippers at the entrance. You're here. After changing into slippers, Wensong first headed to the kitchen to put away the items and wash his hands on the way back. He naturally reached out to touch Zhao Mingzhu's forehead. Indeed, he had a fever. Releasing his hand, he said, You should lie down for a while. I will cook noodles for you. You could take your medicine afterward. Suddenly, Zhao Mingzhu grasped Wensong's wrist, his tone unusually gentle. I want extra meat, no cilantro this time. I don't feel like eating. Wensong's gaze slid from the slender fingers circling his wrist to Zhao Mingzhu's face, revealing a faint smile. Understood. In truth, this meal consisted of simple, clear broth noodles, with certain ingredients and techniques learned from his grandmother. While the preparation was similar to others, the flavor was incomparable. Having grown weary of extravagant delicacies, Zhao Mingzhu particularly enjoyed this dish, which contained only vegetables and lean meat. It's ready to eat. Wensong, tying an apron, brought out 2 bowls of noodles. Zhao Mingzhu, propping up his frail body, slowly made his way to the dining table. Though he had lost his sense of smell and could not detect the aroma, his stomach grumbled, reminding him that he had not eaten since last night. Before him lay a steaming bowl of noodles, igniting his appetite with fervor. If only you were an omega, Zhao Mingzhu suddenly exclaimed. However, with a half-brother outside vying for the illustrious position of heir, he could not afford to yield to anyone, especially not to an alpha or a beta. Over the years, he had deliberately maintained ambiguous relationships with omegas, having shared fleeting moments with a few, though most were merely trifles. If one were to inquire about Zhao Mingzhu's feelings towards Wensong, the answer would be affirmative, quite favorable, in fact. Gentle, considerate, obedient, and possessing an admirable physique, Wensong bore a striking resemblance to someone from Zhao's past. Aside from being a beta, he was nearly impeccable as a potential spouse. Yet, the unfortunate truth was that he could never truly marry a beta. Should he do so, the one who would revel in joy would be his father's illegitimate son. Their romance served as a facade, widely known as manipulation, aimed at easing the other's defenses. Upon hearing Zhao Mingzhu's remark, Wensong's smile faltered momentarily before returning. Too bad I'm a beta, he said. Zhao Mingzhu took out his phone and snapped a photo of the 2 bowls of noodles. Not unfortunate betas are quite admirable, he replied, recognizing that this relationship would ultimately culminate in a transactional affair. After a brief period of fiddling with his phone, Zhao Mingzhu finally set it down and picked up his chopsticks, posting to his social media before beginning his meal. Wensong understood Zhao Mingzhu's penchant for sharing amusing moments with his friends, yet he had never once featured in those posts. Why then, was he sharing this simple bowl of noodles? Once the meal concluded, Wensong proceeded to wash the bowl. On his way back, he He poured a cup of hot water for Zhao Mingzhu, who lay on the sofa, and retrieved a fever-reducing tablet. Take the medicine and rest, he instructed. Zhao Mingzhu was quite unwell. Having just eaten, he would feel better after taking the medication in half an hour. After swallowing the pill, he resumed his slumber. Wensong fetched a small blanket to cover him. At that moment, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Someone had sent him a WeChat message. Standing beside the sofa, he pulled out his phone and discovered a message from Guan Sui. Yes, a solitary, ambiguous period. For reasons unknown, Wensong suddenly thought of Zhao Mingzhu. He exited the chat and sought out Zhao Mingzhu's social media updates. Zhao Mingzhu, whose boyfriend is so thoughtful. Knowing I had a fever, he hurried back to make me a bowl of noodles. Beneath it, several mutual friends had liked and commented, including Guan Sui in a list of those who liked the post. Chapter 15. Then I shall continue as the mistress. Wensong instantly grasped the meaning behind Guan Sui's period. It seemed he had seen Zhao Mingzhu's post and felt discontent, prompting him to reach out. Song, what is wrong? Guan Sui, likely monitoring the chat interface, replied almost instantaneously. Not happy. Indeed, Wensong was accurately guessed by Guan Sui. Song, is the noodle delicious? In just 5 brief words, Wensong instantly comprehended the underlying message that Guan Sui wished to convey. Song, does Zhao Mingzhu not have a nanny? Does he require your meticulous care? Song, he is my boyfriend. Song, when will you break up? I want to be your boyfriend too. Wensong was momentarily rendered speechless by Guan Sui's abrupt declaration. What could he possibly say? He was utterly at a loss for words. Every action from the other party exuded an air of determination, and despite knowing he had a boyfriend, Guan Sui remained undeterred. Ultimately, Wensong slowly opened the input method panel and typed out a few words. You are blatantly trying to steal someone else's partner. With a swift sound, Guan Sui sent a voice message that lasted a few seconds. Wensong initially intended to convert it to text, but a tremor of his hand inadvertently triggered the playback. He desperately attempted to silence the phone screen to halt this unfolding situation, but to his dismay, the cool, husky voice, processed electronically with a hint of magnetism, had already emanated from the device. Well, do you want to steal? The voice was neither too loud nor too soft, crystal clear. Even Guan Sui's nonchalant tone, upon closer inspection, revealed a trace of amusement. Wensong felt as though his heart had leapt into his throat, akin to committing an indiscretion. As he maintained his composure while gazing at Zhao Mingzhu, who lay fast asleep on the sofa. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. There were no signs of the other party awakening. Observing this, Wensong finally exhaled in relief. He turned on his heel, exiting the living room, and opened the glass door to the front yard, adorned with an array of beautiful flowers. For reasons unknown, perhaps by some strange compulsion, he reopened Guan Sui's voice message. After listening, he felt no emotional upheaval, yet his face inexplicably began to feel warm. The other party's Mandarin was impeccably standard, and he found himself associating the word steal with a more sordid and vulgar connotation. It seemed that Guan Sui's image had become somewhat stereotyped in his mind. That night, Alpha had uttered similar sentiments. Although not as crudely articulated, the meaning remained strikingly identical. Song. No, Song. Then I will continue to be the mistress. Wensong was taken aback to discover Guan Sui's audacity. This time, he refrained from responding to the messages. Just as he prepared to put away his phone, he received a call from the hospital. Hello, Mr. Wen. We are from the First People's Hospital of the city center. Ms. Song Lanchue's current condition. The color drained from Wensong's face in an instant, and his grip on the phone tightened to the point where his knuckles turned white. The First People's Hospital of the city center. After alighting from the vehicle, Wensong hurriedly ascended the steps, navigating the familiar path to the inpatient department. Outside the ward, a nurse stood at the door. Upon seeing his arrival, she instinctively raised her hand to stop the family members of the patient, preventing them from becoming emotionally agitated and disrupting the doctor's examination. Before him, Beta exhibited rapid movement and labored breathing. It showed no inclination to disregard obstacles and rush into the ward. May I inquire about Ms. Song Lanchue's condition? Wensong steadied his emotions and asked with composure. The nurse, holding a record book, replied earnestly, "Half an hour ago, she took her medication and suddenly experienced vomiting. The doctor is currently examining her. The situation is not severe, but the family should be mentally prepared. A twinge of pain coursed through Wensong's heart. Despite appearing calm, his anxious mind was tumultuous and far from stable. A few days prior, the doctor had conveyed to him that his grandmother's condition was not optimistic, though there had been no pathological changes. He had been assured that with treatment and medication, her health could be sustained, and the risk of surgery would diminish once certain elevated values decreased. He had not anticipated that within such a short span, she would begin vomiting after taking her medication. Is there truly no remedy for this situation? Wensong inquired. The nurse pondered momentarily before gently shaking her head. I'm sorry, sir, but we must await the doctor's diagnosis for further clarity. Wensong understood that anxiety and impatience were futile. He needed to wait for the doctor to emerge from the ward to uncover the reasons behind the vomiting. 10 minutes passed. At last, the ward door swung open. As the doctor stepped out, he removed his mask. Doctor, how is my grandmother? Is there any issue? Wensong immediately asked. The doctor paused and responded. There are no significant concerns. She is experiencing a drug reaction, and we need to conduct further tests. But, Wensong pressed. However, the doctor continued. The specialist you consulted regarding pheromone cancer cells examined Ms. Song yesterday. We are not fully informed about the results. You may wish to inquire with them, as they specialize in these conditions and would possess greater insight than we do. In our country, medical exchange seminars are held annually, where experts form teams to tackle challenging medical cases with extremely low national cure rates. The expert team specializing in pheromone cancer cells has not been in the country for several years, even if they possess some understanding of related conditions. They may lack a degree of authoritative professionalism. Moreover, it is worth noting that the team's experts were previously the primary surgeons, achieving an 80% success rate with pheromone cancer cells. Wensong was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that Guan Sui had sought assistance to check on his grandmother's condition, even as he himself was still in a contemplative stage. The other party had offered help without harboring past grievances. At that moment, Wensong found himself at a loss for words to articulate his feelings. Thank you. He nodded toward the doctor. I appreciate your assistance. The doctor replied, Not at all. We will conduct further tests in the coming days. Mr. 1, there is no need to rush. Ms. Song's condition remains within a reversible range. It is not uncommon for individuals to occasionally experience drug reactions due to their differing constitutions. Hearing these reassuring words, Wensong finally felt a sense of relief. Thank you, he said earnestly. The doctor nodded slightly at him, and after a few words of caution from the nurse standing nearby, she departed. The nurse said, Mr. 1, Ms. Song has just taken her medication and fallen asleep. To avoid disturbing her rest, please refrain from entering for the time being. You may stand at the door and take a glance. The ward door features a glass window that offers a clear view of the bed. Before the doctor exited, he opened the glass to facilitate family visitation. Wensong uttered a brief greeting. Standing at the entrance, he gazed through the glass at Ms. Song Lanxia, who lay in the bed, her hair a stark white. Several tubes were inserted into her body, and Wensong felt a pang in his heart, tears welling in his eyes. He lowered his eyelids to reclaim the few droplets. Illness is an unbearable torment. Young people struggle to cope, let alone those who have crossed the threshold of 70. Thankfully, her condition had not worsened. Wensong remained at the door of the ward for approximately half an hour before retracting his gaze and turning to leave. Chapter 16. An extra return. Wensong walked into the corridor, contemplating for a moment before retrieving his phone to send a WeChat message to Zhao Mingzhu. Song, I am currently at the hospital and may not return immediately. If you still feel unwell later, please call me or we'll take a taxi to the hospital for N4. No sooner had he sent the message than he received a call from the other side. The connection made within mere seconds. Upon answering, he heard Zhao Mingzhu's voice tinged with a hint of weakness. Xiao Song, is there something wrong with my grandmother? Hearing Zhao Mingzhu, who was feverish yet anxious about her grandmother's condition, Wensong felt a surge of suppressed emotions. As if seeking solace from a trusted companion after relying on her assistance throughout his years in Suiqing. After a brief pause to collect himself, he replied, It's nothing serious. Just before he could continue, he heard a familiar yet strange Omega voice on the other end. Ajwa, I found a fever-reducing patch. Let me apply it for you. Wensong was jolted from his emotions. Perhaps the Omega had just arrived after he left. Another possibility was that had he not informed Zhao Mingzhu of his availability today, she might have already arranged a meeting with the Omega. Their relationship was merely transactional. Although Wensong had never harbored genuine feelings for Zhao Mingzhu, it did not mean he was strong enough to face every situation with ease. The past 2 years have been somewhat exhausting, not to mention the uncertainty of making choices. Xiaosong, please wait a moment. Zhao Mingzhu distanced the phone or perhaps muted the microphone, rendering the other end silent. Wensong stood in the corridor, waiting quietly. After about 2 minutes, Zhao Mingzhu finally unmuted the microphone and said, "Sorry, Xiaosong, what were you about to say?" Wensong's eyelids drooped as he pressed his fingers against the cold white wall, his fingertips grazing the surface as he steadied his emotions and calmly replied, "There is nothing wrong with my grandmother. She just experienced a reaction after taking her medication this morning." The doctor advised continued observation and further examination. Zhao Mingzhu, it is good that nothing serious has occurred. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to reach out. I will handle the hospital payments. Wensong sincerely expressed his gratitude before terminating the call. He lingered in the corridor, lost in thought. Previously, when Old Master Wen mentioned that the hospital had introduced an injection to aid in the recuperation of his grandmother, the doctor had also informed him about it. However, the cost was exorbitant, 200,000 for a single injection, required every other day. Considering that half of the 30 days in a month would necessitate this treatment, the total would amount to 3 million. This was in addition to the already existing treatment regimen. Financial constraints loomed as a pressing concern. "What are you doing standing there?" A familiar voice suddenly pierced through Wensong's reverie. Startled, he turned, believing he had imagined it, only to find Alpha, clad in a long black coat, standing at the corridor's entrance. It was Guan Sui. "What brings you here?" Wensong inquired, astonished. Upon recalling that Guan Sui had asked him the same question, he added, "My family member is hospitalized, and I came here to get some fresh air." Guan Sui narrowed his eyes, surveying the corridor. "Is this place conducive for fresh air?" Wensong replied, fully aware that his response was somewhat inaccurate. "Generally, one would seek out the rooftop for a more open atmosphere." "And you?" Wensong asked. "What brings you to the hospital?" Guan Sui approached, hands tucked into the pockets of his coat. There was a noticeable height difference between them. As an alpha standing at an impressive 192 centimeters, he possessed an admirable physique, making anyone beside him appear diminutive. Wensong, an ordinary beta, stood at a commendable 181 centimeters, but lacked the muscular definition characteristic of alphas. Though he had a slight layer of muscle on his abdomen, it paled in comparison to the defined abs of Guan Sui, creating a stark contrast in their stature. "Come over and take a look," Guan Sui suggested. Wensong replied with a dry O. There was something else he yearned to inquire, whether the specialist had been summoned by Guan Sui to examine his grandmother. No one else would make such an effort to seek expert assistance for her condition. Certainly, it would not be Zhao Mingzhu. While Zhao might assist him with hospital expenses, he would never involve himself in understanding the illness or seek out the team of pheromone cancer specialists to treat Ms. Song Lanxue. Regardless, Wensong felt immense gratitude. Ultimately, he turned to Guan Sui and asked, "Are you here to see my grandmother?" Guan Sui did not stubbornly deny it. Instead, he offered a soft MM. Despite the passage of time, Wensong keenly sensed that the seemingly tranquil beta before him had shed tears. He withdrew his hand from his pocket and gently touched the corner of Wensong's eye with his fingertips. "Have you been crying?" Wensong, feeling the sudden contact, couldn't help but blink, and before he could respond, the alpha spoke softly, "Do not weep. Your grandmother's condition is well managed. Surgery can be performed in 2 months." These brief statements left Wensong momentarily stunned, unsure of how to react. Finally, he managed to ask why. Guan Sui, maintaining his composure, replied, "What do you mean by why?" Wensong found it perplexing that such concern was directed towards him for merely having a restful slumber. He hardly believed himself to be particularly charming. "What do you wish to gain from me?" Guan Sui parted his lips to utter a single word, "You." Wensong felt Guan Sui brush his cheek lightly before retracting his hand. "You need not be troubled. Take your time to consider. Ultimately, you must choose me over Zhao Mingzhu." Such a proclamation was undeniably assertive, brimming with possessiveness. Wensong thought it morally questionable to abandon Zhao Mingzhu at this juncture, feeling as though he would be utilizing one for a superior option. Careful deliberation was required. Aside from this, is there anything else you desire? He inquired, lowering his gaze. His hands folded before him. As long as it is within my capabilities. Guan Sui raised an eyebrow. Are you rejecting me? Wensong subtly shook his head, no. He lowered his head, focusing on the tips of his shoes, his voice barely above a whisper, an additional favor. Guan Sui arched an eyebrow. You have given me something to ponder. Then, he added, is anything permissible? Wensong, concerned that Guan Sui might make excessive demands, quickly stipulated the terms. There can be no physical contact, at least not for now, while I am still Zhao Mingzhu's boyfriend. Guan Sui smiled, contemplating before finally saying, then, prepare me a dish, one that surpasses Zhao Mingzhu's. Wensong looked up at the alpha, realizing that he was likely competing with the noodles he had made for Zhao Mingzhu that morning. What do you enjoy eating? He asked. Or is there anything you dislike? Guan Sui responded, I have no dietary restrictions. I am not picky. Anything is fine, but I do prefer sweeter flavors. Wensong took note of this crucial detail. With some free time this week, he had already devised a plan to prepare something delightful for Guan Sui. Could you provide me with your address? Chapter 17. Afraid of being discovered by her boyfriend? A few days later, Guan Sui received a package sent by Wensong. Upon opening it, he discovered meticulously packaged homemade cookies, featuring a delightful mix of textures and shapes, beautifully arranged, as if thoughtfully curated. He took out his phone to capture the moment, immediately sending a picture to Wensong. I've received it. Is this just for me, or does Zhao Mingzhu also receive some? After sending the message, he exited the chat. Guan Sui captured a few delightful photographs of cookies from an intriguing angle and shared them on his social media, accompanied by a caption referencing a certain unfortunate soul's token of gratitude. The moment he posted, the likes skyrocketed. Duan Zhe. Who is this unfortunate soul? Fu Jingchuan. There's something brewing. Zhao Mingzhu. Is it that Omega from last time? Truly resourceful. Have you two begun dating? If you were my boyfriend, I would assert my claim immediately. Guan Sui cast a glance at Zhao Mingzhu's response, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. What a coincidence. It indeed is your boyfriend. If made public, Zhao Mingzhu would likely be enraged enough to confront him. He chose not to respond to any of his friend's comments, feeling indifferent. Upon returning to WeChat, he noticed a message from Wensong. Song. No, Song. I have never baked cookies for him. That's why. Song. He doesn't enjoy sweets. Guan Sui fixated on the last message, his earlier exhilaration somewhat dampened by those words. What needless inquiry. Song. Why did you post on social media? Song. What does unfortunate soul mean? Guan Sui's fingers moved to reply to Wensong's messages. Just sharing. As for the final question, he refrained from a direct answer, merely typing a U before sending it. Gazing at Wensong's avatar, he manually changed the contact's note to unfortunate little ghost. At that moment, Duan Zhe unexpectedly called him. Guan Sui opened a packet of cookies, answered the call, switched to speaker mode, and placed the phone on the table. Sui. Came the boisterous shout from the other end. What is going on with you lately? Who is this unfortunate soul sending you cookies? The cookies were soft in texture, with a moderate sweetness that rivaled those from upscale patisseries, perfectly to his taste. The sweetness was not cloying, but rather just right. He continued savoring the cookies, completely oblivious to Duan Zhe's loud inquiries. The other party, clearly agitated, shouted, Guan Sui. Are you calling just to ask about this trivial matter? Guan Sui leisurely opened another packet of cookies and replied, Is this really a trivial matter? Duan Zhe was nearly amused to the point of exasperation. Is this what you call trivial? Zhao Mingzhu mentioned he saw you sleeping with an Omega the other day. I've been friends with you and Chuan for over 20 years, knowing each other since birth. After all these years through thick and thin, how could you not mention this? I swear, I'm the only one left pure in Suiqing. You and Chuan have betrayed the brotherhood, and the bond of friendship has been severed. Why the secrecy? I demand an explanation. Is what Zhao Mingzhu said true? Did you really sleep with an Omega? Is it the one you mentioned last time about fishing for a wife? Guan Sui, nibbling on a biscuit, said with deliberate calmness, There is something I need to correct you on. Duanzi inquired, "What is it?" Guan Sui articulated each word distinctly. "It is not Omega." Duanzi appeared astonished. "Are you involved with an alpha?" Guan Sui remained expressionless. Duanzi then realized, "You are pursuing a beta." Guan Sui collected the remaining biscuits, feeling discomfort at the word pursuing. Yet maintaining his usual composure replied, "I am in pursuit." Duanzi, after a prolonged silence, finally uttered, "You pursue people? No, wait. Is there even someone you, Guan Sui, cannot pursue?" It is well known that Guan Sui excels in appearance, physique, pheromone levels, and background, with nearly half of the circle being enamored by him. Even alphas willing to subordinate themselves to him. Who, then, is this beta, capable of softening the formidable prince's pride and resolve? Perhaps he possesses an excessively strong moral compass. Guan Sui remarked. Duanzi, bewildered, asked, "What does having a strong moral compass mean?" He seemed a bit lost. "I will explain later," Guan Sui said as he put away the biscuits and picked up his phone, canceling the hands-free mode. "I have something to attend to. I will hang up now." "Wait." Duanzi suddenly remembered something important. He spoke, clearing his throat. "Zhao Mingzhu intends to host a pool party at their villa in a few days. Would you like to join? He asked me to invite you, mentioning how rare it is for you to be back in the country, and everyone can have some fun together. But he was concerned about disturbing your busy schedule." Guan Sui did not outright refuse. "Let us discuss it later." Seeing that the other did not directly decline, Duanzi speculated that perhaps Guan Sui genuinely had many matters to attend to, and it would depend on his availability that day rather than a lack of willingness to join the festivities. "All right then, I will hang up. I need to go complain to Chuan about your uncooperative behavior. All my good friends are shedding their single status, while you cling to the alpha's principles, resolutely refusing to allow anyone to tarnish your virtue, except for Wensong, of course." Guan Sui replied, "Then you should go." Duanzi let out a long, lamenting sigh. After hanging up the phone, Guan Sui opened the chat interface with Wensong. The last message was his response to Wen's inquiry about the meaning of little pitiful with a simple U. No reply. It was unclear whether it was due to him not seeing it or not knowing how to respond. Guan Sui admired the biscuits shared on his moments, then playfully messaged Wensong, "Why didn't you like my post? Afraid your boyfriend might find out?" Chapter 18. No need for little biscuits. This time, upon returning from work, Wensong was momentarily at a loss for how to respond to such a message. Of course, he was concerned about Zhao Mingzhu discovering their sudden friendship. Wouldn't it be rather explosive if this information were to come to light? Moreover, why would little pitiful refer to him? Did he truly appear that pitiable? No matter from which perspective one views these three characters, they seem entirely unrelated to him, evoking a sense of endearing softness. Surely, Guan Sui does not perceive him as an omega. It is quite astonishing that such a rugged alpha would resort to such tactics. Suddenly, when Song recalled Zhao Mingzhu's word from the day he fell ill, "If only you were an omega." What if one were an omega? The blood coursing through one's veins would still be branded as that of an illegitimate child. One's lineage is not a choice nor a matter of control. However, in the current circumstances, one ought to be grateful to be a beta. Were he an omega, he would be unable to escape the fate of being sent into a marriage arrangement, compelled into a commercial union, while alphas indulge in their whims, leaving omegas to endure the agonies of estrus, shackled by lifelong markings. An omega, who is not favored in a wealthy family, is eternally the most tragic figure. Thus, when Song felt fortunate to be a beta, devoid of glands, unencumbered, and liberated from the so-called lifelong mark that would hinder his path forward. For the alpha's mark would not linger on the nape of his neck for long. Eventually, when Song responded to Guan Sui's WeChat message, "Song, I was busy a moment ago. Song, I do not care for likes." This statement was indeed true. He had never liked Zhao Mingzhu's posts, not even when the other party was actively engaging below. He merely glanced and then exited without leaving a like. Guan Sui, perhaps preoccupied, had not sent any messages. Curiously, when Song opened Guan Sui's moments, discovering only a single post, which was a share of some cookies. Upon seeing Zhao Mingzhu's comment below, when Song's expression remained unchanged, yet a sense of guilt enveloped him. It was utterly impossible to navigate between two alphas. Ultimately, he must choose between Zhao Mingzhu and Guan Sui. In other words, Wensong believed there was no room left for reconciliation with Guan Sui. They could not revert to being strangers. However, if Zhao Mingzhu were to wed, their relationship would inevitably come to an end. The results of Ms. Song Lanshue's medical examination had returned negative. Her condition had not deteriorated, though other indices were somewhat elevated. The hospital intended to wait for the values to decline and stabilize before proceeding with surgery, but the timeline remained uncertain. There is always the possibility of a worsening condition during the waiting period, largely dependent on one's physical constitution. The doctor indicated that a newly introduced injection could be administered, boasting superior efficacy, swifter results, and no side effects. Wensong was contemplating the remaining 1 million in his account, considering whether to administer a few doses to observe the effects. However, upon arriving at the hospital to consult the doctor, he was met with the news: Ms. Song Lanshue has been transferred to another hospital by your boyfriend. She should currently be at the best hospital in Suichen. The specialist I mentioned last time is at this hospital, and it's quite challenging for an ordinary person to make an appointment. Wensong was taken aback. Boyfriend? When will Zhao Mingzhu attend to my grandmother's affairs? The other party deposits a small sum of money into the hospital every month, yet seldom takes the initiative to inquire about my grandmother's condition. Indeed, the doctor recalled that it was an alpha, surnamed Guan. Wensong felt a strange emotion swell in his chest at the thought of Guan claiming to be his boyfriend, an inexplicable sensation that defied description. Thank you. He expressed his gratitude to the doctor, who waved his hand dismissively, wishing for his grandmother's swift recovery. As Wensong departed, he pulled out his phone, deliberating for a moment before ultimately sending a voice message to Guan via WeChat. The phone rang for several seconds before being answered. Guan's curious tone suggested he was puzzled about the reason for Wensong's call. Is there something you wish to discuss at this hour? Wensong inquired as he walked. Why did you transfer my grandmother to another hospital without my consent? It was neither an accusation nor an outburst, merely a straightforward question. He was once again struck by Guan's audacity in self-identifying as his boyfriend. I thought you were agreeing to it, Guan replied. You may take your time to ponder. I am merely conveying my sincerity at this moment. The specialist indicated that his grandmother's condition was relatively stable, and he was confident that surgery could be performed within 2 months. In contrast, other hospitals would require at least another 6 months involving medication and chemotherapy, which would be excessively taxing for the elderly lady. Wensong recognized the truth in Guan's words. A considerable amount of time had passed since the treatment began, and the surgery had been postponed repeatedly. It was untenable to continue on this path. Thank you, he said earnestly after a prolonged silence. A muffled chuckle emanated from the other end, infused with confusion and undeniable mirth. Is that all you have to say? Wensong tightened his grip on the phone, lowering his eyelids. Shall I continue to make you some cookies? Guan pretended to ponder for a moment before responding. This time, cookies are unnecessary. Wensong found himself at a loss. Then what would you like? The other party seemed to chuckle lightly, teasingly brushing against his ear. Wensong instinctively touched his earlobe. Guan's tone rose playfully. You should think for yourself. Wensong realized he could not conceive of an answer. In other words, even if he could, it would take him some time to accept it. I will think it over, Wensong replied. Guan's cool voice carried a hint of amusement as he meaningfully remarked. Then you must indeed give it considerable thought. Wensong responded with a soft Let's end the call for now. I wish to visit my grandmother. Please send me the address. Guan replied affirmatively. After hanging up, Wensong held his phone tightly in his palm, waiting for the address before finally stepping toward the elevator. Chapter 19. Confrontation days later, Wensong received an invitation from Zhao Mingzhu for a pool party. Since the last time the other party had a fever, nearly half a month has passed without any contact. In the past, even when busy, they would message each other every other day, but this time, he has vanished completely. It is evident that Zhao Mingzhu has been occupied with company affairs lately, likely even lacking the time to indulge in Omega. Similarly, Wensong has also been quite busy. Ms. Song Lanshue has been transferred to a new hospital, where all essential treatments and medical examinations must be meticulously verified. Additionally, a costly injection priced at 200,000 has been arranged, alongside other new tests that require a thorough reevaluation of the preoperative values. For the past few days, He's been bustling around the hospital, but fortunately, there is assistance, which makes it considerably easier, whether it is due to medication changes or other reasons. His grandmother is more alert than before, and he spends most of his time by her side, conversing. Noticing that he did not need to go to the hospital that day and had no work scheduled, Wensong decided to respond to a message. Just as he sent it, he received an immediate reply. Zhao Mingzhu, I thought you would refuse. Zhao Mingzhu, how is your grandmother doing? Did you find a solution to what you told me last time? Zhao Mingzhu, don't worry about the costs. I will handle that. Zhao Mingzhu, I've been quite busy lately, which is why haven't reached out. Wensong bit his lip as he read Zhao Mingzhu's messages. From a partner's perspective, Zhao Mingzhu is indeed commendable. He only needs to manage some simple daily tasks, and whenever needed, the other party provides assistance without any conditions. However, it is inevitable that their relationship will come to an end. Initially, he did harbor some feelings for Zhao Mingzhu, but later he realized it was not love, but rather gratitude. Being rescued from an unfamiliar environment can easily lead to misconceptions, and he gradually came to understand that he did not hold romantic feelings for anyone. Zhao Mingzhu utilized his confusion as a substitute, and in return for financial compensation, they settled the score, ensuring that neither owed the other. Song, it's nothing serious. Song, the doctor said a change of medication would suffice. Zhao Mingzhu, that's good to hear. Their conversation came to a halt there. For some reason, Wensong suddenly thought of Guan Sui, his fingers curling slightly before relaxing as he placed his phone back on the table and resumed his work. At the pool party, a Maybach roared in, executing a stunning drift that drew whistles and gasps from the crowd gathered at the entrance. Duan stepped forward, leaning casually against the vehicle, removed his sunglasses, and lightly tapped on the driver's side window. The window slowly descended to reveal Guan Sui. He appeared to have made a special effort before leaving. With tousled hair neatly styled to showcase his prominent forehead, his features were strikingly defined, with a high bridge of the nose enhancing his three-dimensional allure, exuding the unique aura of a top-tier alpha. Duan placed his sunglasses at the collar of his shirt, hands folded atop the window's edge, and playfully whistled. Wow, looking so handsome. Fear not, for all the gazes of the Omega in attendance are fixed upon you today. Scram, Guan Sui retorted, his expression unchanging as he uttered a single word. Duan, with a playful grin, replied, My friend, I shall gracefully roll away. Despite his words, he remained still, merely rising to grant Guan Sui a modicum of space. Guan Sui opened the car door and stepped out with long strides. I never realized you possessed such an eye for attire, Duan remarked, appraising his friend from head to toe, stroking his chin with a knowing expression. Could it be that the beta you are pursuing is also at this pool party? And why the formal attire? You might as well don a suit and tie. A group of revelers, unperturbed by the cold, appeared in mere shorts and bikinis, while Guan Sui stood out like a flamboyant peacock. Before Guan Sui could respond, Duan continued, his tone teasingly drawn out. Ah, fishing for a wife, are we? I see you, my friend. Guan Sui shot a sidelong glance at the hand resting on his shoulder, which Duan promptly retracted with a cough. He offered no retort to his friend's deliberate mockery, accustomed as he was to it. Such was Duan's nature. Upon entering the villa, they encountered another figure who seemed out of place amidst the festivities, Wensong. Clad in long sleeves and trousers, complemented by simple, clean canvas shoes, he embodied a striking contrast to the partygoers. With lips as red as cherries and a radiant smile, he stood like a ray of winter sunshine, distinctly separated from the crowd. Wow, Duan exclaimed involuntarily. I suddenly find Wensong's appearance quite remarkable, gentler than an alpha, yet more resolute than an omega. He truly stands out among betas. No wonder Zhao Mingzhu chose to date such a beta. I am beginning to understand. Guan Sui cast a cool glance at Duan, who, feeling the weight of the stare, rubbed his arms nervously. Why are you looking at me like that? He inquired, bewildered. I might just inform Wensong that you have a fondness for betas, Guan Sui quipped before striding away. Duan stood frozen for a moment, muttering a curse under his breath before hastily pursuing. Guan Sui, are we still good friends? Wensong, waiting by the edge of the pool, heard the familiar name and turned toward the sound. He spotted Duan Zhe jogging to catch up with Guan Sui, who was clad in a black shirt. The two alphas walking side by side into the main hall. For some reason, Wensong found himself captivated by the scene until he was jolted back to reality by a voice beside him. "Are you Wensong?" inquired an Omega, standing at a height of 175 meters with delicate, striking features and a subtle fragrance of jasmine wafting from them, evidence of their pheromones. "Yes," Wensong replied, lowering his eyelids. "May I ask what you need?" Omega swirled the champagne in his hand, his gaze assessing him with an unusual intensity. After a considerable pause, as if relieved, he remarked, "So you're merely a beta devoid of pheromones." Anyone else would undoubtedly have been ignited to a furious rage by such words. Yet, when Song maintained his composure, observing his lack of anger, Omega continued, "I've heard that betas exist merely as playthings for others, without pheromones. How can you possibly please an alpha?" He expected the beta before him to erupt in outrage, but to his surprise, the reply came with an unperturbed tone. "Indeed, you are an Omega, and you excel at pleasing alphas." Taken aback by the retort, Omega faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, his face flushed with indignation. "Are you insulting me? How dare a mere, illegitimate child speak to me in such a manner?" Wensong remained unfazed. "Is that not the implication of your words? If you believe I am insulting you, then it seems you lack the ability to please an alpha, correct?" Omega felt an inexplicable surge of anger at the beta's indifferent tone. Within the comforts of his home, he was a beloved young master, and the boyfriend of his secret crush had no qualms about revealing his temper. "You bastard," he shouted, immediately attempting to shove Wensong toward the swimming pool. However, Wensong reacted swiftly, evading the push, which caused Omega to lose his balance and tumble into the pool. In moments of peril, one instinctively clings to nearby objects. As Wensong attempted to step back, he was unexpectedly seized by the collar, stumbling and consequently falling into the pool alongside Omega. With a resounding splash, the two adults plunged into the water, creating quite a commotion that drew the attention of those nearby. At that moment, Zhao Mingzhu and Guan Sui happened to pass by. Recognizing the familiar attire of the floundering figures, Guan Sui's heart sank, and his expression darkened as he leapt into the water. "Duan, are you serious?" Zhao Mingzhu exclaimed. Rushing to inquire, "What is happening?" An eyewitness replied, "It seems Yi Ming and Wensong had a dispute, and both fell into the water." Zhao Mingzhu, suddenly realizing that Wensong could not swim, felt a wave of anxiety and swiftly jumped into the pool. The water was not particularly deep, yet Wensong was entirely unacquainted with swimming. His arms flailed desperately at the surface, choking on several mouthfuls of water. The liquid rushed up his nostrils and filled his mouth, leaving him gasping for air as the sensation of suffocation overwhelmed him. The word rescue lodged in his throat, unable to be uttered, just as Wensong believed that those nearby were merely spectators unwilling to descend and rescue him. A shadowy figure suddenly glided towards him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Guan Sui. In the next moment, the other extended a strong arm, encircling his waist and lifting him upwards. Wensong clutched Guan Sui's shoulder as if grasping a lifeline. Zhao Mingzhu, who had entered the water after him, brushed past them. Once they emerged from the water, Wensong gasped for air, his chest and throat burning as if lacerated by a blade, while his lungs ached for oxygen, feeling an intense, fiery discomfort. He had narrowly escaped the clutches of drowning. His clothes clung to him, drenched and heavy. Strands of hair, soaked, fell across his forehead, and the long, thick lashes glistened with droplets, his complexion pale, accentuated by a beauty mark on his nose that hinted at fragility. "Come up," Guan Sui instructed, positioning himself at the water's edge, bending down to extend a hand. From Wensong's perspective, the black shirt clung to Guan Sui, revealing his toned abdomen. Beads of water cascaded down his prominent nose, trailing along the smooth line of his jaw to the ground. His usually calm eyes bore a flicker of urgency. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his long, straight legs exuded an undeniable sense of alpha strength. Truly, he was a top-tier alpha. Emerging from the water, he appeared not disheveled, but rather exuding a wild, untamed allure. There was an inexplicable heat in the air, despite the absence of any pheromonal scent. The surrounding omegas, witnessing the scene, averted their gazes. Wensong's chest rose and fell visibly as he contemplated the hand before him. After a moment's hesitation, he placed his palm in Guan Sui's, who immediately tightened his grip, their fingers intertwining as if they were holding hands. A jolt of electricity coursed through Wensong's heart, stirring unfamiliar emotions within him, fleeting yet profound. Before he could discern their nature, the sensation vanished. Using the support, he ascended the nearby steps slowly. In the pool, Zhao Mingzhu had intended to rescue Wensong, but found himself outpaced, ultimately having to retrieve Yiming instead and bring him back to the shore. "Xiaosong, are you all right?" Zhao Mingzhu inquired anxiously as he reached dry land. Guan Sui retrieved a brand new towel from a nearby table and handed it to Wensong. After expressing his gratitude and drying off, Wensong replied to Zhao Mingzhu, "I'm fine." Zhao Mingzhu, captivated by Guan Sui's actions, found himself momentarily at a loss for how to react. Was Guan Sui truly this benevolent alpha? Was he known for his aloof demeanor? Just as Zhao Mingzhu was about to delve deeper into this conundrum, Guan Sui spoke curtly, "Let us get you changed. You'll catch a cold." Zhao Mingzhu snapped back to attention, quickly glancing at Wensong, who was drying his hair with a towel. He lowered his voice, saying, "Xiaosong, let us head back to the room and change. As the weather turns chilly, donning damp garments can lead to catching a cold." Wensong placed down the towel, nodded affirmatively, and before departing, glanced at Guan Sui, weighing his words carefully before saying, "You should change your clothes promptly as well." Finally, he uttered a brief thank you before taking his leave. Meanwhile, the Omega had already been escorted by a friend to change clothes, too intimidated to continue causing a scene. As Zhao Mingzhu's demeanor spoke volumes, the onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving Guan Sui standing still, gazing at Wensong's retreating figure. Suddenly, Duan Zhe, who had remained silent until now, appeared beside him, arms crossed, following Guan Sui's gaze. Spotting Wensong walking side by side with Zhao Mingzhu, a torrent of thoughts flooded his mind, rendering his heart a tumult of confusion. It was no wonder everything had a traceable origin. Guan Sui's initial inquiries about Wensong stemmed from his interest in the latter. How foolish he had been to think a beta could never capture the attention of a top-tier alpha. And yet, the true fool was he. But what if it was Wensong? Would that not imply that Guan Sui was vying for a beta that belonged to a friend? Furthermore, how could his proud alpha companion, who prided himself on his integrity, have so easily slept with another spouse? The enormity of this revelation nearly drove Duan Zhe to the brink of reason. It took a considerable time for him to accept the chaotic reality that his good friend had indeed been intimate with another's partner. Duan Zhe noticed that Wensong and Zhao Mingzhu had vanished through the villa's entrance, while Guan Sui stood beside him, coldly observing their departure, exuding an air of indifference that suggested, "If you cannot care for your partner, I shall assist." After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke in a slow, peculiar tone. "Sui, your so-called fishing for a wife turns out to be fishing for another spouse." Chapter 21. It is not he who seduces me, but I who encroach upon another's territory. In response to Duan Zhe's sardonic remarks, Guan Sui chose to remain unresponsive. Noticing this, Duan Zhe became animated, arms still crossed, seemingly perplexed. "You, the illustrious heir, surrounded by countless omegas, why must you pursue Zhao Mingzhu's boyfriend? What kind of enchantment has Wensong cast upon you?" He mused, considering how the seemingly obedient individual could be entangled with someone else's relationship. "You are mistaken," Guan Sui replied, averting his gaze and speaking calmly. Duan Zhe, taken aback, asked, "Where have I erred?" Guan Sui raised an eyebrow, asserting, "It is not he who pursues me, but I who encroach upon another's territory." Duan Zhe retorted, "Well, that is quite impressive, isn't it? Should I present you with an award?" Duan Zhe found himself at a loss for words, as his friend displayed an astonishingly candid attitude, devoid of any guilt for enticing another's partner. "How can you say such a thing with a straight face?" Duan Zhe thought Guan Sui was beyond redemption. Yet, Guan Sui remained unfazed. Zhao Mingzhu does not harbor feelings for Wensong. Duan Zhe waggled his finger in rebuttal, proclaiming, "You are mistaken. Quite the opposite. Zhao Mingzhu has already developed feelings for Wensong. Guan Sui narrowed his eyes as he gazed at him, seemingly awaiting further elaboration. Just moments ago, when you leapt into the water, Zhao Mingzhu had known that Wensong was inside and without a moment's hesitation, followed suit. Do you understand? In such circumstances, it is undoubtedly a matter of affection. If he were indifferent, would someone as proud as Zhao Mingzhu jump into the fray before so many witnesses? What a disheveled sight it must have been. Guan Sui continued, but Wensong does not harbor feelings for him. Duan schuft lightly. Do you comprehend the meaning of committing oneself wholeheartedly? Wensong, isolated and vulnerable in Suicheng, was rescued from embarrassment at the banquet by Zhao Mingzhu's outstretched hand. If it weren't for Zhao Mingzhu's heavy burdens and penchant for amusement, the two would have long since achieved a harmonious union. Each word, each phrase, struck Guan Sui's heart like a sharp blade. Duanze could hardly bear to witness his dear friend's entanglement in this moral quagmire, especially since they belonged to the same circle. The reputation of a homewrecker is far from flattering. He had anticipated that Guan Sui would retreat in the face of adversity, yet was taken aback when the latter coolly declared, "He may also pledge himself to me." Duanze exclaimed, "Damn it, Wensong is beyond redemption." It was no wonder that Guan Sui had sought out experts regarding pheromone cancer cells, clearly plotting to undermine Zhao Mingzhu from this angle. It was also understandable that he had recently been investigating Zhao Mingzhu, gathering evidence to dissuade Wensong from his infatuation. Every step he took was directed toward Wensong. And what of your years of brotherly bond with Zhao Mingzhu? Duanze found himself at a loss for words, inclined to side with Guan Sui. However, engaging in such morally questionable actions was undeniably awkward. They had all grown up within the same circle, and the whispers of gossip could not be avoided. Unfazed, Guan Sui replied, "It is he who fails to cherish what he has." Duan was left speechless. Indeed, Zhao Mingzhu could never truly be with Wensong. Even if genuine feelings had existed over the years, considering the circumstances, marrying a beta would surely bring the greatest joy to the illegitimate son his father had raised elsewhere. As far as they knew, that illegitimate son was a formidable character, thriving within the competitive subsidiary. Zhao Mingzhu's years of masquerade merely lulled the other into complacency, hoping to gather leverage against the illegitimate son. Ideally, that son would take action, unable to remain passive. He has recently been in contact with Shang-Chi, Guan Sui remarked. Duanze paused in surprise, asking what? He seeks a marriage alliance, Guan Sui replied. Duanze was momentarily at a loss for words, inquiring curiously, when did this transpire? How have I not heard a whisper of it? Has the situation in the company truly reached such a dire point? Guan Sui offered no response, maintaining an air of mystery. Duanze blinked. Does this involve your influence? Guan Sui cast a sidelong glance at Duanze, his tone laced with a barely perceptible amusement. What do you think? Duanze quickly waved his hand, expressing his disinterest in guessing, stating that as long as she was happy, it was sufficient. He assured her that should the sky fall, both he and Lao Fu would be there to support her. At worst, when she sneaked out to meet Wensong, they would stand guard at the entrance. Expecting to be reprimanded for his banter, he was instead met with Guan Sui's simple acknowledgement. Thank you. Duanze muttered under his breath, cursing the audacious alpha who might genuinely consider such a clandestine meeting. Wensong followed Zhao Mingzhu to the guest room to change clothes. Are you feeling unwell? Zhao Mingzhu inquired, carefully examining the beta for any signs of injury. Wensong shook his head, assuring him that he was fine, only having swallowed a few sips of water that had irritated his throat and nose. He assured Zhao Mingzhu that he was no longer in distress, which visibly eased the latter's concern. I will have them brew some ginger tea for you to ward off the chill, Zhao Mingzhu promised. Wensong, worried about catching a cold, nodded in agreement. Just as Zhao Mingzhu was about to leave, he paused, seemingly recalling something. By the way, he said, Wensong, having just opened the wardrobe to select an outfit, poked his head out, puzzled. What is it? Zhao Mingzhu pondered for a moment before smiling. I was just wondering if you know Guan Sui. Wensong's breath hitched, his fingers unconsciously curling around the wardrobe door. He began to consider whether Zhao Mingzhu had discovered something and was seeking clues. In the next moment, Zhao Mingzhu continued, after thinking it over. Aside from the last time he drove us back to the Silver Lake Mansion, you two don't seem to have any interactions, so it's likely you don't know each other. His act of saving you earlier was surely out of kindness. I must express my gratitude to him next time. Wensong replied softly with an mm. Once Zhao Mingzhu departed, he was about to close the door when suddenly a hand pressed against the doorframe. Upon looking up, he saw Guan Sui, whom Zhao Mingzhu believed had no connection with him. Guan Sui was dressed casually, with damp strands of hair framing his forehead, not completely dried. "What brings you here?" Wensong asked. Guan Sui noticed that the beta was still in wet clothes and frowned. "I came to see how you were. Don't you have any other clothes? Why haven't you changed yet?" Wensong replied quietly, "I was just about to change when you showed up." Hearing this, Guan Sui stepped into the room through the gap in the door, shutting it behind him and locking it. Wensong, hearing the noise, observed as Guan Sui leaned against the door, gesturing towards the wardrobe, addressing the beta who had hidden behind the wardrobe door upon his entrance, saying, "You should change." Wensong retorted, "This alpha is truly shameless. How can I change with you here?" he asked. Standing upright, Guan Sui replied, "If you can't, I can assist you." Seeing that the alpha was indeed ready to make a move, Wensong quickly raised his hand to indicate for him to stop. "I can manage on my own. Just stand there and don't move." Guan Sui took a step back, leaning against the door, tilting his head to feign disinterest. Wensong found the situation rather peculiar. How could an alpha enter the room so inexplicably? It was entirely his own fault for being too lax, allowing someone in with such casualness. One might assume he was intentionally keeping an alpha at bay. The truth was, however, that Guan Sui's demeanor was overwhelmingly dominant, even without resorting to forceful means. His attitude was unambiguous and assertive. Moreover, the other party had even gone so far as to arrange for an expert for his grandmother. Chapter 22. Children peck on the cheek. Adults kiss on the lips when Song endeavored to disregard the presence of the alpha in the room. After all, there were no scent glands involved. Their upper body structures were nearly identical, save for a lack of exercise that rendered a few well-defined abdominal muscles absent. He sidled behind the wardrobe door, shedding his soaked garments onto a nearby chair, then gently dried his fair skin with a towel. Selecting a simple long-sleeve top from the wardrobe, his movements fluid and deliberate. To him, each action was a deliberate evasion of the alpha's gaze. In reality, however, Guan Sui had already turned his head back, his narrow eyes fixated on the youthful figure before him, pale and slender, with scapulae that resembled the delicate wings of a butterfly. The skin bore a cool whiteness, and a gentle press of fingers upon the waist would leave a red imprint. The bite mark on the nape of his neck had long since healed. Betas could not be marked and left no pheromones. Only traces remained as evidence of having been claimed by an alpha. Observing the scene before him, Guan Sui felt a certain thirst, particularly as he watched Wensong's long, graceful fingers resting at the waistband, fingertips teasingly prying open the seam of his trousers, exposing the edges of his underwear and slender waist to the air. His throat bobbed, eyes clouded with unspoken thoughts. Wensong initially intended to remove his pants, yet he sensed a pair of burning eyes fixed upon him from behind. There was no need to ponder. In this room, it was only he and Guan Sui, the alpha devoid of any moral compass. The pretense of not watching was nothing but a facade. Wensong halted his actions, turning slightly to gaze towards the doorway. He discovered Guan Sui, arms crossed, head tilted to one side, feigning an innocent interest in the bedside, pretending not to observe him changing clothes. Had this been anyone else, they would have likely been cast out or felt repulsed. Yet, in this peculiar dynamic, Guan Sui's striking appearance rendered him beyond reproach. Wensong had always believed he lacked any feelings of naivete. However, in this moment, it seemed that notion was perhaps misguided. Not to mention, every action of Guan Sui's teetered on the brink of boundaries, half crossing yet retracting, as if testing the limits of propriety, all the while knowing he held the leverage. The very essence of Wensong's being, ready to provide aid in moments of vulnerability. There lingered a slight, undeniable emotional investment. "Have you finished changing?" Guan Sui soudainement inquired. "Do not wear wet clothes. You might catch a cold." Wensong, no longer willing to squander time, swiftly removed his trousers, revealing that his undergarments were damp and in need of a change. He pressed himself closer to the wardrobe, attempting to conceal himself until he felt assured he wouldn't be seen, at which point he gradually began to change into fresh undergarments and long pants. Behind him, Guan Sui's gaze fixated intently on his every movement, resembling a voyeuristic fiend. Should others discover that the esteemed prince of Suicheng engaged in such behavior, it would undoubtedly provoke astonishment. Beneath his seemingly ascetic and aloof exterior lay the essence of an amoral alpha. Wensong hastily donned his clothing, contemplating the necessity of a hot shower, which would afford him the reprieve of not being observed by Guan Sui as he disrobed and redressed. Nevertheless, what was there to feel awkward about? After all, he had already been seen. At this juncture, he could only reassure himself, alleviating a modicum of psychological pressure. "I am dressed," Wensong announced, closing the wardrobe door. Guan Sui leaned casually against it, arms crossed and legs crossed, exuding an air of relaxed nonchalance. Upon hearing this, he slowly redirected his gaze to the beta, now properly attired. Wensong inquired, "Did you come to see me for a specific reason?" Guan Sui straightened, retorting, "Is it not permissible to visit you without a reason?" Wensong replied, "While there is no such stipulation, one must maintain a sense of boundaries in such situations. Moreover, why did you choose to come at this particular moment?" The room was locked, and an outsider might presume they were engaged in some illicit activity. "Originally, I intended to request a token of gratitude from you," Guan Sui stated. Wensong, perplexed, asked, "A token of gratitude for what?" Guan Sui stepped forward, and under his scrutinizing gaze, Wensong reached out to touch the damp ends of his hair. "For rescuing you," Guan Sui clarified. Wensong responded, and Guan Sui smirked. "I have never been one to act from pure benevolence. I believe in corresponding rewards for actions undertaken. I disfavor ventures that leave me at a disadvantage." Wensong raised his eyes. "What kind of reward do you seek?" Guan Sui's hand fell to Wensong's waist, hovering as if to graze it, causing the beta to tense, his clear amber eyes widening in silent admonition against any inappropriate advances. He instinctively took a half step back. "However, you have already given a reward," Guan Sui remarked, retracting his hand and resuming his crossed-arm stance, raising an eyebrow. Wensong had spent ample time with Guan Sui and gradually gleaned his intentions. He gently caressed his waist, suggesting that the act served as a token of gratitude, which could hold two implications. 1. My touch upon your waist counts as a reward. 2. My gaze upon your waist counts as a reward. Either interpretation bore a distinctly irreverent connotation. However, Guan Sui was not one to adhere to conventional decorum as an alpha. He laid his intentions bare, and had it not been for Wensong's resistance, he might have boldly declared war against Zhao Mingzhu. Indeed, Wensong was a person who valued gratitude and reciprocity. Regardless, Guan Sui aided him on 2 occasions, fully aware that the other lacked nothing. A myriad of words could only coalesce into a single expression of gratitude. After a brief pause, he lifted his eyelids to gaze at Guan Sui, who awaited his words. Clearing his throat, he continued, "Thank you for helping my grandmother and for rescuing me from the pool." Guan Sui raised an eyebrow, questioning if that was all the thanks he would receive. Wensong replied, "But you have already accepted my token of appreciation, haven't you?" Guan Sui leaned slightly closer, narrowing the space between them. "I accept what is mine. It is of no consequence." Before him stood a beta of striking beauty, exuding a fragile allure, with a delicate mole adorning the tip of his nose, lending a cool elegance to his demeanor. His rosy lips seemed to tense, instinctively pressed together due to the proximity of Guan Sui. The unique scent of Alpha's tequila pheromones enveloped them, as if intent on wrapping the two in its embrace, spreading freely around them. For Wensong, these pheromones resembled an exquisite perfume, devoid of any tangible effect. "What do you wish for me to do?" Wensong inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. Guan Sui elongated his tone, fixing his gaze upon Wensong's eyes, articulating each word deliberately. "Surely, you must present something of substance. Expressing thanks with mere words pales in comparison to." Before he could finish, a warm touch graced the alpha's cheek, lingering for a few seconds before retreating. The beta lacked the scent of pheromones but carried a faint, refreshing fragrance reminiscent of gardenias basked in sunlight, soothing to the senses. Guan Sui stood momentarily transfixed, an unprecedented display of vulnerability for him over the years. The sensation on his cheek seemed to linger as if the fleeting kiss resembled a dragonfly skimming the water surface. At that moment, Wensong appeared composed, yet his heart raced furiously. He realized he had acted impulsively. However, for Guan Sui, such a simple kiss on the cheek might hold more significance than mere words of gratitude. Regaining his composure, Guan Sui's gaze darkened with a hint of obsession as he fixated on the beta's luscious lips, lowering his head directly towards them. Sensing Guan Sui's intent, Wensong instinctively turned his face away, resulting in a brush against the corner of his lips. Guan Sui, taken aback, asked with a rapid heartbeat, "What does this mean?" The exhilaration of Wensong's earlier kiss on his cheek had stirred emotions within him, making him feel almost euphoric. The pheromones began to pulse, teasing him, yet withholding any further affection. "Are you deliberately toying with me?" Guan Sui scrutinized Wensong intently. Wensong shook his head slightly, just a token of appreciation. Guan Sui clicked his tongue, remarking, "A child's kiss on the cheek. An adult's kiss is on the lips. Do you not understand this principle? Chapter 23. No kissing. I haven't broken up yet." Wensong instinctively pressed his lips together at Guan Sui's mention of kissing. Guan Sui awaited Wensong's response patiently, inching closer as he spoke. As Wensong witnessed Guan Sui advancing step by step, the overpowering scent of alpha pheromones enveloped him, compelling him to retreat further until he found himself cornered against the edge of the desk. His hands instinctively rose to shield himself from the encroaching alpha's chest. Guan Sui lowered his gaze, his eyes traversing the outstretched arms that lay between them, inching gradually toward the defiant beta, his voice low and deliberate as he inquired, "Shall we repay in a manner befitting adults?" Upon finishing his words, he reached out to grasp the slender wrist delicately. Wensong recoiled as if struck by electricity, his hands pressing against the desk while his upper body leaned back to create distance between them. "No," he murmured in refusal. Regrettably, the alpha paid no heed to his protest. Those deep, desire-laden eyes fixated on the lips that were mere inches away, and he leaned down, exercising restraint as he planted a searing kiss at the corner of Wensong's mouth. In the next heartbeat, his hands encircled the beta's waist, gently lifting him to sit upon the desk. He deftly parted one of Wensong's legs, positioning himself closer, nearly melding their bodies together, allowing Wensong to feel the physiological response of the excited alpha. "Why not?" Guan Sui's cool voice carried a hint of huskiness. He then lightly pressed his lips against the corner of Wensong's mouth once more, seeking to advance his efforts. However, any movement was met with resistance as Wensong instinctively turned his head away, inciting the alpha's annoyance. "I cannot kiss you," Wensong yearned to escape, but he found himself ensnared against the desk, struggling against the overwhelming disparity in their sizes and strength. Were he to disregard all restraint and create a scene, not only would they risk being discovered, but it would also evoke a sense of disarray. Moreover, he did not entirely resist Guan Sui's proximity. Yet Guan Sui's eyes darkened, questioning, "Why can't I kiss you?" His voice lowered, each word enunciated with a palpable tension, laced with barely concealed frustration. Wensong could almost hear the alpha's rapid heartbeat and the uncontrollable physiological responses, the atmosphere between them thickening with heat and ambiguity, the tequila pheromones permeating the air, yet failing to elicit any reaction from a beta. Had he been an omega, he would have melted into a puddle of desire, yielding to the alpha's advances. "I am not yet broken up." Wensong's eyelids fluttered momentarily. Guan Sui's movements paused for an instant, an odd tension enveloping them. Those words encapsulated the emotions Wensong had stifled for so long. Throughout the years, he had adhered strictly to laws and morals. Even as his character shifted slightly upon arriving in Suichen, he had come to understand that the so-called upper class, while appearing glamorous, was in fact profoundly corrupt, wielding power and influence to act with impunity, reveling in a world of excess and indulgence. However, it does not imply that one must succumb to these treacherous waters. It is indeed impossible to navigate between two alpha airs within the circle. Morality resembles a mirror, shattered after a fleeting encounter with an alpha outside of one's boyfriend. With the glass already fractured, even with its cracks, fragments still cling to the surface, yet the current state threatens to obliterate it entirely. Wensong does not desire both. Prior to reaching an accord with Guan Sui, it is imperative to sever ties with Zhao Mingzhu, marking a boundary in his moral compass. Then you should end it swiftly, Guan Sui asserts confidently. I intend to be your boyfriend. Wensong finds himself contemplating how much longer the agreement with Zhao Mingzhu will persist, spurred by the alpha's demeanor. The contract they initially signed is not far from its inception. Upon careful calculation, there remains approximately half a year before it can be terminated. Before he could articulate further, the sound of the doorknob being twisted interrupted their conversation. Both paused momentarily. Wensong, Zhao Mingzhu's perplexed voice echoed from outside. Are you still inside changing? Wensong's heart raced, particularly as the hand gripping his waist tightened upon hearing the voice outside, as if intent on melding him into flesh and essence. Perhaps marking him as the alpha's own, a desire to claim him, to prevent others from encroaching. Respond, Guan Sui murmured, playfully teasing Wensong's delicate earlobe with his lips. The warm breath brushed against Wensong's ear, sending shivers down his spine. The alpha continued to lick and nibble at the side of his neck, lowering his voice to a tantalizing whisper. If you remain silent, he will grow suspicious. Though the door is locked, it can be opened with a key from the outside. Do you wish for Zhao Mingzhu to witness me in your room? In such a compromising position with you? Each word quickened Wensong's breath, particularly the last, which felt utterly lethal. Guan Sui, exhilarated by the situation, chuckled softly. I wouldn't mind. I'd rather he see. Wensong, Zhao Mingzhu continued to call his name from outside. Suddenly, the phone resting on the bed erupted with an urgent ringtone, displaying the name Zhao Mingzhu. The sound was loud enough for those outside to certainly hear. Wensong, why are you silent in there? Are you asleep or feeling unwell? Zhao Mingzhu hung up the call and gently knocked on the door, his tone laced with concern and confusion. Inside the room, Wensong felt Guan Sui playfully nibble at his earlobe, a feather-light gesture akin to a tender kiss. I'm here, he replied, striving to disregard Guan Sui's presence. Tilting his long, pale neck upwards, he steadied his breath, attempting to speak with a steadiness that belied the tremor within, closing his eyes as he answered Zhao Mingzhu outside. I was a bit tired earlier, so I fell asleep. Fearing an intrusion, the door was securely locked. Outside, Zhao Mingzhu let out a sigh of relief, his voice filtering through the door, assuring, as long as you're all right. The ginger soup is ready. I will fetch it for you now. Meanwhile, Guan Sui, seemingly dissatisfied with the current locale, let his kiss drift down to the nape of the neck. No. The sudden excitement in his tone halted both Zhao Mingzhu and Guan Sui in their tracks. Wensong remarked, I have an overwhelming urge to dig a hole and burrow inside. He chose to disregard the mischievous glint in Guan Sui's eyes. Clearing his throat to address Zhao Mingzhu at the door, I can manage the kitchen later. You are the host of this gathering. Do not let me distract you. Many are likely searching for you now. Zhao Mingzhu replied, all right, but if you need anything, just call me. Understood. Standing outside, Zhao Mingzhu sensed something amiss, though he could not quite articulate it. Wensong's voice was notably hoarse, which seemed peculiar, yet could be attributed to just waking up. After a considerable wait, without hearing any commotion, Zhao Mingzhu finally relaxed and departed. Inside the room, Wensong reached out to gently push Guan Sui away. He descended from the table and touched the back of his neck, inquiring, what were you trying to do just now? The nature of an alpha often compels them to leave marks on their partners, declaring their possession to the world. However, a beta lacked scent glands. What remained were mere impressions of teeth. I apologize, Guan Sui replied earnestly, a hint of uncontrollable emotion in his demeanor. Wensong, momentarily at a loss for words, responded, your self-control seems rather lacking. Are you angry? Guan Sui stood upright, observing Wensong's chest rise and fall. His gaze remained fixed on Wensong's facial expressions. Wensong leaned against the table, eyelids lowered, striving to steady his emotions and regulate his nearly erratic breathing. No, I'm not upset over something so trivial. However, why does Guan Sui persist in forgetting that I'm not an omega? Although it is true that betas may get bitten in relationships with alphas, their circumstances are distinct. If one truly desired to mark a partner, seeking an omega would be more suitable than pursuing a beta who cannot leave a mark, nor soothe during sensitive periods due to the absence of pheromones. Wensong still could not comprehend Guan Sui's attraction towards him, a mere beta. Was there discord between him and Zhao Mingzhu behind the scenes? He had previously heard tales of partner snatching within their circles, often aimed at irritating those one despised, as a display of charm. Yet, Guan Sui did not seem to fit such a profile. He was the alpha with the highest pheromone level among his peers in Suichen, possessing lineage, looks, and a multitude of admirers. How could he engage in such petty and insipid behavior? I merely wish to convey, Wensong stated softly, that betas do not possess scent glands. Guan Sui raised an eyebrow. I am aware. In junior high biology, we discussed the physiological structure of the ABO blood system. My academic performance is not as dismal as one might believe. Wensong furrowed his brow. Yet, you Guan Sui, with utmost sincerity, interjected, I apologize. It is in the nature of alphas to desire to mark those they favor as a declaration of dominance. Wensong intended to articulate further, but the phrase those they favor struck him with an unexpected bewilderment. Those words seemed almost deceptive. The words of alphas are rarely devoid of artifice, akin to the flattery Zhao Mingzhu employs with the omegas in his vicinity. Do you not believe me? Guan Sui inquired. Wensong shook his head slightly. I am aware of the inherent nature of alphas. However, after a brief pause, he raised his gaze, stealing a fleeting glance at Guan Sui, and remarked, Your self-control appears rather inadequate. Upon hearing this, Guan Sui initially frowned, but then gradually relaxed. You are correct. In your presence, my self-control indeed crumbles effortlessly. A few casual words unexpectedly stirred the heart of Wensong, who possessed no real experience in romance. The words of the alpha sounded akin to those of a seasoned lover. Yet during their previous in-depth conversation, the other had confessed that this was also his first experience. Wensong blinked and asked, Is this how all alphas converse? Guan Sui replied, Has Zhao Mingzhu ever uttered such words in your presence? Wensong responded, For some reason, it feels as though every topic inevitably leads back to Zhao Mingzhu. The alpha before him seemed intent on finding fault with the other. Indeed, if there were no grievances, one would not constantly seek to usurp another's territory. No, Wensong stated candidly. He and Zhao Mingzhu shared a transactional relationship, devoid of any intimate contact, and ambiguous remarks were exceedingly rare. Wensong had once pondered why Zhao Mingzhu would not feel cheated for spending money without any physical interaction. This question had never been posed directly, for if there had been any semblance of intimacy, he would not have readily agreed to such a romantic arrangement with Zhao Mingzhu. Guan Sui, intrigued, asked what prompted such a query. Wensong replied honestly, I do not harbor a favorable impression of alphas. Had it not been for the deceptive tendencies of alphas, Chen Yue would not have been misled by Wen Changfeng during her youth, becoming permanently marked and facing public scorn for her unwed pregnancy, only to have him walk away, leaving her to endure endless slander in her small town. Promises made during the throes of romance often seem so trivial, as if believing them leads one into an inescapable abyss. Furthermore, encounters with alphas like Zhao Mingzhu, alongside numerous playful alphas within the circle, have only reinforced my perception of their nature. Labels such as playful and unreliable are often affixed to alphas. Then, do you regard me favorably? Guan Sui raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Wensong fell into a deep contemplation, as both seemed to reach an impasse. After a considerable pause, Wensong finally uttered a phrase, You are a good person. At the very least, upon arriving in Suicheng, apart from Zhao Mingzhu, Guan Sui was the first alpha he encountered who possessed commendable qualities in various aspects. When others insulted him behind his back, Guan Sui would unhesitatingly splash a glass of red wine in their direction, and during Wensong's moments of contemplation, he proactively contacted experts on behalf of his grandmother without any coercion. Ultimately, when he witnessed Wensong drowning, he leapt in without a second thought to rescue him. Merely contemplating these acts stirred an inexplicable emotion within Wensong's heart. Guan Sui appeared displeased, remarking, "Are you trying to give me a good person card?" Wensong replied, "Not at all. I simply believe you're a good person." Guan Sui perceived Wensong's pitiable disposition as excessively compliant, failing to contest even the slightest grievance. Despite the numerous times he had overstepped boundaries, each instance probing the limits of the other's moral sensibility, he knew that even a frantic rabbit would not truly bite. Yet, Wensong still regarded him as a good person. If he were indeed virtuous, he would not entice another's boyfriend into infidelity or advocate for breakups. Should I then express my gratitude? Guan Sui let out a brief, light-hearted laugh. Wensong, displaying an air of nonchalance, responded, "No need for thanks," exuding an utmost sincerity. Even though the alpha had never uttered the word thank you, Guan Sui found himself enamored by Wensong's calm demeanor in the face of any situation. Even when pressed, he exhibited no trace of emotion, remaining obedient, compliant, and polite, often inquiring, "Is it possible to refrain from doing this?" Such qualities proved increasingly addictive. While the beta devoid of pheromones, every gesture and movement seemed to tantalize, drawing others in and sullying them with desire. "Aren't you attending the pool party?" Wensong pondered, realizing he had already lingered in the room for quite some time. Guan Sui lowered his gaze and asked, "What about you? Will you go?" Wensong replied, "I plan to enjoy a bowl of ginger soup," considering that Guan Sui had braved the water to save him. Even though an alpha's constitution generally surpassed that of a beta's, he felt that as his savior, he could not be stingy with a bowl of ginger soup. He then extended an invitation. "Would you like to join me?" Naturally, Guan Sui would not decline. "Yes." Wensong, concerned that someone might notice them exiting the same room, instructed Guan Sui to leave first. "It feels as if we truly engaged in something illicit in this room," Guan Sui complained lightly as he approached the door. Wensong, confused, asked, "What do you mean?" Guan Sui, resting his hand on the doorknob and his tongue against his cheek, remarked, "It's a bit bothersome when the mistress cannot reach you." This time, it was Wensong's turn to respond. Maintaining his calm and composed expression, he replied earnestly, "I thought you would relish such theatrics." Guan Sui was taken aback. Wensong continued, articulating each word deliberately, "Otherwise, why would you persistently seek me out? Knowing I have a boyfriend?" Guan Sui, whose motives stemmed from discovering Zhao Mingzhu's infidelity and being unable to suppress his feelings any longer, was incredulous. How could he possibly enjoy the role of a mistress while undermining someone else's relationship? Chapter 25, I wish you would discover eventually. The two emerged from their respective rooms, 5 minutes apart, as if by design. Upon arriving at the dining area, Wensong found Guan Sui had thoughtfully reheated a bowl of ginger soup, placing it on the table with a spoon at the ready. The villa was bustling with activity. Although many guests were frolicking by the pool, some sought solace indoors, particularly in the living and dining rooms. The two pretended not to recognize each other, carefully avoiding any communication or actions that might overstep boundaries. Duanze had scoured the entire villa and decided to find something to eat in the dining area, where he finally spotted the long-missing Guan Sui. Just as he was about to approach and confront Guan Sui about his absence the previous night, his peripheral vision caught sight of Wensong seated across from him. He froze in shock, scanning the room to see if anyone had noticed their blatant interaction. Had his good friend really sunk to this level? Sitting together with someone else's boyfriend, sipping ginger soup? Was this not a tad too intimate? Hastily, Duanze approached Guan Sui, lowering his voice and gritting his teeth. "A Sui? Aren't you being a bit too bold?" Guan Sui took a sip of the soup, perplexed by Duanze's sudden outburst. "What's wrong with me?" Duanze glanced at Wensong, who was focused intently on his soup. Guan Sui, maintaining a deadpan expression, replied, "You might want to see a doctor about your twitching eyes." Duanze was taken aback. Guan Sui continued to drink from his bowl. Observing the beta across from him slowly finishing his soup, Guan Sui casually inquired, "Would you like another bowl or perhaps something to eat?" Duanze felt as though he could hardly breathe. Why did he feel such an odd sensation when it was they who were entangled in something illicit? Moreover, when had Guan Sui ever spoken so amicably with anyone else? Especially with that typically indifferent gaze now revealing an unmasked interest brimming with desire. Wensong subtly shook his head. No need. I ate earlier and am not hungry now. Guan Sui nodded in acknowledgement. Duanzhe, observing their interactions, sensed an uncanny atmosphere, too casual, devoid of any hint of illicit romance, as if they were merely strangers in the villa. Wensong stood to return to the kitchen with his bowl. Duanzhe watched his retreating figure and lowered his voice once more as Sui. How can you be so brazenly sharing ginger soup with Wensong? Guan Sui lazily lifted his eyelids. Why should I be afraid? Duanzhe pulled out a chair and sat closer to his friend, speaking in a tone only they could hear. Aren't you worried Zhao Mingzhu might find out? Your relationship isn't exactly commendable. This isn't how one goes about stealing someone as partner. Guan Sui rested the spoon on the edge of the bowl, casting a sidelong glance at the overly concerned Duanzhe, and nonchalantly inquired, Is there any significant issue with me drinking ginger soup with Wensong? Are we, perchance, stripped bare, hand in hand, sipping ginger soup here? Duanzhe fell silent. Guan Sui leisurely took another sip of the ginger soup. As for you, if you continue to shout, soon the entire world will know I am meddling in someone else's affair. Duanzhe fell silent once more, realizing the truth in her words. It seemed that Guan Sui, as the party involved, had not crossed any boundaries. Instead, it was he, as a friend, who began to fret over the possibility of the rightful partner discovering the two of them together. Was this not akin to the emperor being unperturbed while the eunuchs fretted? No, he was certainly no eunuch. Then why do you regard him with such an insatiable gaze, as though you wished to devour Wensong? Duanzhe found himself at a loss for words to describe Guan Sui, furrowing his brow as he remarked, This is rather unusual. Zhao Mingzhu is bound to discover it. Guan Sui replied, Indeed. I would rather he finds out. Duanzhe questioned why. After all that had been said, it was evident that the root of the matter lay in a lack of fear. Had Wensong been agreeable, Guan Sui would likely not have entertained the notion of being a mistress at all. There is something I wish to consult you about. Guan Sui finished the last sip of ginger soup and set down the spoon. This was the first time Duanzhe had heard Guan Sui use the term consult, prompting him to sit up straight, uncross his legs, thump his chest, and solemnly nod, clearing his throat as he said, We are all brothers. Speak your mind. Guan Sui gazed at Wensong's figure in the kitchen, washing the dishes, and asked, How can we expedite their breakup? Duanzhe, having expected a more serious inquiry, responded with an eye roll, exclaiming, Come on, do you think I possess years of experience in this regard? Guan Sui cast a casual sidelong glance at Duanzhe, suggesting otherwise. Duanzhe chuckled. Among the three of us, you are the most accomplished, never following the conventional path. From my perspective, if Wensong harbors feelings for you, she will undoubtedly break up with Zhao Mingzhu. However, it will certainly require some time, given the myriad interests entangled between them. At least for now, Zhao Mingzhu still needs Wensong as a shield. Guan Sui interlaced her fingers on the dining table, her tone unperturbed as she stated, What if I said I intend to interfere? Duanzhe sighed deeply, cradling the back of his head. I can guess what you aim to do. In other words, Guan Sui was no longer merely contemplating. She was meticulously plotting each step to secure Wensong for herself. Truly, it was perplexing what charm Wensong possessed. A beta so ordinary that she lacked even a trace of pheromones, yet capable of captivating the attention of two of Suiqing's most esteemed alphas. Duanzhe mused, in truth, if you were to express your desire for Wensong to Zhao Mingzhu, he would likely yield her to you without hesitation. To the present Zhao Mingzhu, beta merely serves as an inconsequential shield. Perhaps a semblance of affection has developed through their daily interactions, yet burdened with significant responsibilities. He will inevitably sever this relationship in due time. Should Guan Sui take a liking to him, the other party would undoubtedly extend a personal favor to send Wensong away. Such occurrences are rather commonplace within the circle, as many alphas exchange companions to avoid offending others and to maintain future relationships. However, such actions would irrevocably tarnish Wensong's reputation, branding him as a mere plaything. As soon as the words left his lips, he noticed Guan Sui's gaze grow increasingly somber and detached. His thin lips pressed into a straight line, a clear indication of the alpha's displeasure. Duanze immediately realized he had misspoken, hastily clasping his hands in apology. He clarified that he had no intention of belittling him. Indeed, he had previously harbored some bias due to Wen's status as an illegitimate child. But now he recognized this mindset as disrespectful. He assured Guan Sui that he had never spoken ill of him behind his back. Guan Sui understood that Duanze, despite his occasionally brash remarks, harbored no malicious intent. He was typically loyal, abhorring injustice, and would readily admit his mistakes, never playing mind games. Yet, he occasionally spoke too candidly, failing to consider the full scope of the situation. For instance, he had no inkling that Guan Sui's feelings for Wensong were anything but frivolous. Chapter 26. The nature of alpha possessiveness. Guan Sui reigned in his emotions, tapping his fingers lightly on the dining table. This shall not happen again. You're one of my closest friends, and I do not wish to hear any disparaging remarks about Wensong from your lips. Duanze promptly mimed, zipping his lips, acknowledging, I understand. I won't speak like this again. He felt that rather than undermining Zhao Mingzhu and risking a confrontation, it would be more prudent to address the matter directly, thus preserving Guan Sui's dignity. Guan Sui lowered his eyelids, remaining inscrutable. After a while, as Wensong emerged from the kitchen having finished washing the dishes, he slowly remarked, "What dignity do I require?" Following this, he let out a light laugh, his tone deceptively calm, yet infused with a hint of bravado. In this city, who would dare to disregard my dignity? Or who would dare to gossip about my affairs behind my back? Duanze fell silent. Initially, he had pondered the significance of Wensong in Guan Sui's eyes, but now, through Guan Sui's demeanor and words, he understood that the matter was far from trivial. Guan Sui would rather bear the label of a third party than undermine Wensong, clearly demonstrating his desire to shield him from any harm. Indeed, Guan Sui could easily demand Wensong from Zhao Mingzhu with a mere word. But why did he not do so? Because in Guan Sui's heart, Wensong had never been a mere plaything. The meaningless and humiliating games prevalent among alphas had no place in their relationship, serving as a form of protection. Duanze wanted to say something, but at that moment, the person in question had already approached the dining table. Wensong sensed an odd atmosphere between the two. Could it be that even good friends might quarrel? It was not entirely unusual. Differences in personality and perspective often led to disagreements over trivial matters. "Allow me to take the bowl inside," Wensong suggested, gesturing towards the bowl of ginger soup before Guan Sui. "You two continue your conversation. I can manage on my own." Guan Sui stood up, took the bowl, and headed towards the kitchen. Wensong mused, "So, the prince is quite down to earth, isn't he?" Duanze found it hard to watch. The blatant favoritism was glaringly evident. Anyone with even a modicum of understanding of Guan Sui could perceive the latter's unusual behavior, though he appeared reluctant to impose on others. He was subtly concealing his feelings for Wensong in the details. It was truly perplexing. How had he not recognized that Guan Sui was infatuated before? "Just stay seated," Duanze said. "Or would you prefer to go out and have some fun?" Wensong had little interest in the boisterous pool party. He had come solely due to Zhao Mingzhu's invitation. Most of the attendees were friends of Zhao's, hardly any of whom genuinely cared for him. It seemed far more agreeable to remain indoors, enjoying some snacks and a drink. Why venture out into a lively environment only to feel lonely? The prospect of encountering an Omega, like the one who had previously dragged him into the water, felt like a waste of time and energy. "I'd rather not go out. I'll just sit here and check my phone," he replied. Duanze understood. Having just dealt with troublesome individuals, he had no desire to become the center of attention again. At that moment, Zhao Mingzhu, who had been mingling at the party, entered the dining area holding a glass of champagne. He was somewhat surprised to see Wensong and the others seated at the table. "What brings you all here?" The villa's dining area was a separate section, accessible by passing through the living room and turning right. The kitchen and dining area shared the same spacious environment, separated by a glass door and a bar, creating a semi-open kitchen. Duanze sighed. "I got tired from swimming and came to find something to eat." Zhao Mingzhu raised an eyebrow. "Isn't there food outside? If you're craving a main dish, I can have the aunt prepare some pasta for you." Duanze waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I'll just nibble on something." "As you wish," Zhao Mingzhu replied, moving to Wensong's side. He was about to inquire whether Wensong had enjoyed the ginger tea when he suddenly fell silent. With an alpha's keen sense of smell, he bent down, closing the distance between them, his gaze tracing across the smooth, fair skin of Wensong's neck. If Wensong were an omega, Zhao Mingzhu's actions would have appeared as though he were subtly inhaling the scent of his gland, an undeniably intimate gesture, indicative of a deep bond between them. At that moment, Guan Sui emerged from the kitchen, coincidentally witnessing this scene. He paused, his narrow eyes fixated on Zhao Mingzhu's every movement. Seated across from him, Duanzhe felt an inexplicable tension in the air. He noticed Guan Sui, who stood at the kitchen doorway, gazing intently at Zhao Mingzhu as he inhaled the scent lingering on Wensong's nape. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. Wensong sensed Zhao Mingzhu's proximity, tensing his body, and after several agonizing seconds, he slowly turned his head. In that instant, his gaze met that of Guan Sui, who stood by the glass door of the kitchen. He dismissed his inexplicable sense of guilt, shifted his body, and inquired of Zhao Mingzhu, "Is there something on my neck?" Zhao Mingzhu straightened, his peach blossom eyes narrowing as he enunciated, "You carry the scent of another alpha." At this revelation, Duanzhe paused momentarily before retorting. With so many alphas at the pool party, it's hardly surprising that there are traces of alpha pheromones on Wensong. Zhao Mingzhu's expression darkened, reminiscent of the scent of tequila. Duanzhe interjected, "It is well known that only Guan Sui possesses the tequila pheromone within our circle." Guan Sui had just begun to speak when he heard Wensong leisurely explain, "I forgot to remove the tag when changing clothes, so Guan helped me out. It's likely that S when I picked up his scent." Zhao Mingzhu swirled the champagne in his glass, realizing the implication. At that moment, Duanzhe chuckled lightly, teasingly asking, "Your possessiveness is rather strong. You can detect even the faintest trace of pheromones. Just a moment ago, I was conversing quite closely with Wensong. Did you sense my pheromones on him?" Zhao Mingzhu smirked, "Forgive me. I've been particularly sensitive to other alphas' pheromones these past few days. Not to mention, it's on my boyfriend." With that, he turned to the alpha standing by the glass door and said, "Ah Sui, I mean no offense." Guan Sui smiled knowingly, acknowledging the inherent possessiveness of an alpha. Wensong remained impassive, as Zhao Mingzhu's demeanor did not suggest he had uncovered anything amiss. Even if there were suspicions, evidence would be necessary to substantiate any claims of improper relations. Moreover, it was clear that Zhao Mingzhu merely expressed confusion upon detecting the scent of tequila on Wensong. Zhao Mingzhu raised his glass to finish the champagne, placing the stemmed glass on the dining table. He adjusted his collar, resting a hand on Wensong's shoulder. "Xiao Song, come take a walk with me." Guan Sui discreetly shifted his gaze to the hand on Wensong's shoulder, but then subtly redirected his attention, rising to the bar to prepare a drink. Wensong stood up, replying, "All right." Before departing, Zhao Mingzhu bid farewell to the other two. "Ah Sui Zer, make yourselves at home. Feel free to find something to eat if you're hungry." Once they left, only Guan Sui and Duanzhe remained in the dining room. What did Zhao Mingzhu mean by that? Duanzhe quickly settled into a bar stool, remarking, "It's as if he has a dog's nose." Immediately detecting your pheromones on Wensong. Upon the conclusion of the conversation, it appeared that an important matter had been overlooked. "Speaking of which, your sudden disappearance tonight, surely it cannot be presumed that it was in the company of Wensong?" The latter part of the statement was laden with concern, as if someone might unexpectedly overhear. With an extravagant gesture, he clapped his hands together, producing a sharp sound. Guan Sui removed the decanter, lazily lifted his eyelids, and uttered two words, "Did not." Although it was meant as an explanation, it fell upon Duanzhe's ears as an expression of Alpha's unfulfilled desires. "By the way, did you catch a whiff of it? Zhao Mingzhu's omega pheromones are quite potent," Duanzhe remarked, supporting his chin with one hand. He further noted that taking advantage of Wensong's beta nature, which rendered him oblivious, only emboldened Zhao Mingzhu's audacity. Guan Sui, with a stoic expression, replied, "How others conduct their private lives is of no concern to us." He added, almost as an afterthought, "But he is unworthy of Wensong." Duanzhe, half leaning on the bar, inquired, "What do you suppose Zhao Mingzhu meant when he asked Wensong to take a stroll?" Guan Sui removed the cork from the red wine bottle. "They're a couple. How would I know? Duanzhe pressed. Aren't you curious? Pouring the wine into the decanter. Guan Sui replied, not curious. Duanzhe blinked, why not? Guan Sui paused. There's no reason. Duanzhe, puschelt, responded. Guan Sui retrieved 2 elegant wine glasses. If you're curious, you could follow and eavesdrop. Duanzhe shrugged. It's not like it's someone I fancy. Guan Sui conceded. Well, it is someone I fancy. Duanzhe felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This was the first time he had heard his usually indifferent and emotionally detached companion openly express affection. If only Wensong were unattached. Chapter 27. How much longer until our contract ends in the garden behind the villa? The temperature had risen recently, and the evening breeze carried a slight chill, leaving a lingering coolness even at night. The orange glow of the streetlights elongated their shadows as they walked further away, the bustle of the foyer dissipating with the wind. They strolled side by side along the cobblestone path, occasionally encountering guests seeking a tranquil space to rest and stroll. Did you summon me for a specific reason? Wensong inquired, taking the initiative. Zhao Mingzhu bore a faint scent of alcohol, accompanied by a discernible trace of omega pheromones. It was unlikely that such a potent aura could be generated through mere conversation. Perhaps it stemmed from sharing a glass of champagne, embracing, holding hands, or engaging in more intimate exchanges. The pheromones detectable by a uniquely sensitive beta like him indicated that boundaries had indeed been crossed. The residual pheromone presence was likely above 50%. The exchange of saliva could be deemed rather conservative. It was possible that Zhao Mingzhu had just emerged from the bed of some omega. Yet, none of this mattered to Wensong, nor did he care. During this period, I have been quite occupied, and it has been a while since we took a leisurely stroll together. Zhao Mingzhu, having indulged in a bit of wine, felt a slight warmth on his face. He loosened the collar of his shirt and turned his head to glance at Wensong, explaining why he had invited him out for a walk. Wensong noticed the subtle blush on the alpha's cheeks and speculated that he was experiencing a sensitive phase, compounded by his excessive drinking today, leading to a state of inebriation. He inquired, "Are you feeling unwell?" Zhao Mingzhu shook his head. "Not at all. Perhaps the wine has gone to my head a bit, and I feel slightly stuffy given the current sensitive period." Wensong detected the faint scent of cedar pheromones emanating from the alpha, which suggested that he had likely taken suppressants beforehand to manage the erratic release of pheromones. However, it could not entirely quell the cytokines that incited alpha's agitation. Wensong earnestly advised, "You should return to your room and rest." Zhao Mingzhu waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. A short walk won't hurt." There were few people around, and he reassured, "You are a beta. My pheromones won't induce a heat cycle in you." Wensong pressed his lips together. Zhao Mingzhu seemed to reflect for a moment and remarked, "Sometimes I feel inexplicably at ease when I am with you." Wensong inquired, "Why is that?" As they walked, Zhao Mingzhu cast a sidelong glance at the beta beside him. The contours of Wensong's profile appeared strikingly defined, illuminated by the light, and his fair complexion was accentuated with a small mole at the tip of his nose that sparked an irresistible urge to bestow a fleeting kiss upon it. Realizing his inappropriate thoughts, he lowered his gaze to conceal his true feelings. "I don't know. Although you lack pheromones, being near you brings me comfort, unlike the feeling I have with other omegas." Wensong speculated that this might be due to his being an atypical beta. Typically, betas cannot perceive the pheromones of alphas and omegas. Even without pheromones, he could still provide a modicum of comfort to an alpha or omega in a sensitive or heat phase. Nevertheless, it did not alter the fact that he was a beta, lacking glands, pheromones, and the ability to mark or be marked. Betas are fated to remain outside the romantic dynamics between alphas and omegas. The former, unable to mark, experiences insecurity, while the latter, unmarked, also feels insecure. Even as a special category of beta, he cannot effectively soothe either. "Is that so?" Wensong replied, his tone neutral. Zhao Mingzhu smiled softly, "Yes. Perhaps I have been too exhausted these past few days, consumed by work at the company and working late into the early hours for several consecutive nights. Now, coupled with this sensitive phase," Wensong replied slowly, "thus you should rest." He silently added in his mind, instead of throwing a meaningless pool party. Zhao Mingzhu asked, "Are you concerned about me?" Wensong was uncertain how to respond. In truth, he did not genuinely care for Zhao Mingzhu. He would have offered similar sentiments to anyone. "How long do we have left on our contract?" Zhao Mingzhu suddenly shifted the topic. Wensong suddenly understood. All the preceding words were but a prelude, and now the conversation was gradually steering towards the main topic. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Half a year." Zhao Mingzhu sighed. Time passes quite swiftly. The two strolled leisurely through the garden. As they walked, Zhao Mingzhu unconsciously leaned closer to Wensong, their shoulders brushing against each other. The latter subtly distanced himself. "Is grandmother truly all right?" Zhao Mingzhu seemed genuinely inebriated, as the topics of their conversation had taken on a peculiar tone. Wensong replied, "Nothing's wrong." He refrained from mentioning his grandmother's transfer to another hospital, nor did he disclose that surgery was looming in a little over a month. Zhao Mingzhu did not genuinely seek this information. His inquiry was likely just a casual attempt to ascertain Wensong's recent circumstances. If he truly wished to know, he would have received news the moment Wensong's grandmother was transferred. Zhao Mingzhu nodded. When the name Guan Sui was mentioned, Wensong initially lowered his eyelashes, quietly awaiting further elaboration. "Did he bully you just now?" Wensong replied, "No." "Why do you ask?" Zhao Mingzhu gazed at the fountain in the garden. "You carry his pheromones. They're not particularly strong, but there has been physical contact. Alphas are exceedingly sensitive to each other's pheromones, especially considering Zhao Mingzhu was currently in a susceptible phase." Wensong maintained his earlier explanation. "I asked him to help me cut some tags. Perhaps I inadvertently picked it up then." Zhao Mingzhu halted in his tracks. Noticing this, Wensong also stopped, standing face to face with him. In the next instant, the alpha before him tilted towards his direction, causing Wensong's heart to tighten. Before he could evade, Zhao Mingzhu abruptly halted, and they were now mere inches apart, the other leaning in to sniff near his neck. "It's gone," Wensong inquired. Zhao Mingzhu added, "The pheromones are gone." Wensong felt an inexplicable familiarity with these words. It seemed a certain alpha, keen on meddling, had uttered something similar before. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly sensed a piercing gaze scrutinizing him and Zhao Mingzhu from afar. He instinctively looked towards the northwest. Sure enough, he spotted Guan Sui's silhouette lurking behind a cluster of greenery at the corner of the eaves. He was casually leaning against the wall, his right leg propped up, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, its ember flickering. His eyelids drooped slightly, and his dark eyes fixated intently on Wensong's position, taking drag after drag, exhaling elegant smoke rings. Wensong, feeling as though he had been caught in the act, swiftly stepped back, creating distance between himself and his legitimate boyfriend. Chapter 28. Covering his ears only once he had regained his composure did Wensong realize something. Why'd he step back? Setting aside the fact that he and Zhao Mingzhu had done nothing inappropriate, the mere presence of Zhao Mingzhu as his boyfriend should have eliminated any feelings of guilt. Regardless of the reason, Wensong felt a tinge of fatigue. Navigating between two alphas indeed required a test of moral integrity. At times, he found himself admiring those who could deftly manage multiple relationships without faltering, effortlessly maneuvering among their companions. However, Wensong remained unperturbed, merely sensing that his moral boundaries were being repeatedly challenged. When he raised his gaze to look at Guan Sui again, he discovered that the other had mysteriously departed, the corner adorned with greenery no longer harboring his presence. "I am a beta," Wensong retracted his gaze and said to Zhao Mingzhu, "The pheromones dissipate swiftly. Not to mention, Guan Sui was merely assisting me in cutting a tag." Zhao Mingzhu straightened his posture and nodded slightly, expressing relief that no one had bullied him. Wensong was taken aback by Zhao Mingzhu's immediate concern regarding Guan Sui's potential to mistreat him. It seemed to awaken a softness within him as he inquired, "Why would you think he would bully me?" Zhao Mingzhu's lips moved, words poised on the brink of expression, but swallowed back. "He has a temper, and I worry he might inadvertently hurt you." Wensong pondered this thoughtfully. Was Guan Sui truly ill-tempered? He was notoriously known within their circle for his fierce disposition, with few daring to provoke him. He was sharp-tongued and cunning, showing no mercy even towards omegas. Any provocation would surely invite retaliation. It did seem plausible. I did not provoke him. Wensong mused, lowering his eyelids. He is not unreasonable. Zhao Mingzhu scrutinized Wensong's countenance, as if attempting to see through him to another person, only returning to himself upon noticing the cool mole at the tip of his nose. Indeed, he is not unreasonable. As they ambled further away, the lively sounds from the courtyard began to fade, and the once bustling atmosphere grew quiet, with only a few couples strolling nearby now absent. "Shall we head back?" Wensong inquired. Zhao Mingzhu glanced at his watch and replied, "Let us return." Thus, they retraced their steps. Suddenly recalling an important matter he had forgotten to mention, Zhao Mingzhu remarked, regarding the contract. Wensong patiently awaited the continuation of Zhao Mingzhu's thoughts. Yet, seconds passed with no further elaboration forthcoming. "Never mind," Zhao Mingzhu finally decided, pressing his fingers to his brow. "I shall inform you when the time is right." Wensong was left puzzled by Zhao Mingzhu's repeated references to the contract that evening, unable to discern the thoughts that lingered in his mind. "Very well," he conceded with a nod. On their way back, the two engaged in light conversation about the amusing occurrences in Suicheng during their recent time there. Zhao Mingzhu, initially appearing fatigued with rosy cheeks, seemed to gain vitality as their dialogue provided a soothing effect. The raucous, heated strains of metallic music returned to their ears. Wensong retrieved a suppressor from his pocket and offered it to Zhao Mingzhu. "You are still in a vulnerable phase. I recommend you take this suppressor. Do not overexert yourself." This suppressor was something he had casually brought along while leaving the room, originally intended for Guan Sui, as the other party appeared to be on the brink of desire. The only remedy to alleviate such longing was a suppressant that could slightly diminish the pheromone activity of alpha restlessness. Zhao Mingzhu accepted the suppressant, remarking, "Xiao Song, you are truly considerate." It seemed he was aware of the susceptibility Zhao faced during this period, hence he carried the suppressant with him. All the Omegas Zhao had encountered previously had never been this thoughtful. They wouldn't even perform the simplest tasks like boiling noodles, brewing tea, or gently massaging his temples. In comparison, Wensong was leagues apart. At times, Zhao Mingzhu couldn't help but exclaim, including on this occasion, "If only you were an Omega." Wensong had heard this line no less than 10 times, transitioning from indifference to numbness, never truly caring about the statement. Being an Omega indeed held its merits. Yet his background and experiences told him that if he were truly one, misfortune would surely follow. "I'll take my leave," Zhao Mingzhu remarked, knowing that Wensong generally shunned crowded environments. Moreover, given that Wensong had recently fallen into the water due to a conflict with someone else, his presence would undoubtedly become the center of attention. "If you find it dull, you can retreat to your room and rest. Tomorrow is the weekend. You need not return home tonight." Wensong replied, "I wish to wander for a while and assess the situation later." Just then, someone called out to Zhao Mingzhu. Upon hearing Wensong's words, he ceased to insist and tucked the suppressant into his pocket before departing. After he left, Wensong stood still for several seconds before finally making his way toward the villa. The pool party held no allure for him. The commotion awakened not his inner passion, but rather the solitude he had concealed for so many years. Wensong had no friends in Suicheng. While he had acquaintances, none were close enough to share his heart with. As he walked, he arrived at another part of the villa's backyard, where a serene lake lay. Crossing a stone bridge led him to a gazebo at the lake's center, draped with beaded curtains that obscured the view within. Just as he intended to approach and enjoy the breeze, a sudden hand yanked him into a nearby thicket. Before he could utter a sound, a warm palm covered his mouth, his back pressed against a solid, firm chest, as if being enveloped in an embrace, the tequila pheromones infiltrating his nostrils. The urge to struggle dissipated upon recognizing the identity of his captor, who posed no threat to him. Guan Sui observed the beta in his arms transition from resistance to surrender, a slight arch of his brow revealing his awareness of the other's scent, tinged with a hint of another alpha's cedar pheromones. His lips curled downward, the shift in his mood becoming evident. "Shoo," he whispered softly in Wensong's ear. "Do not make a sound." Wensong was perplexed by Guan Sui's presence here and the intentions behind his actions. Ignoring the tickling sensation in his ear, he nodded to indicate he would remain silent. At last, Guan Sui withdrew his hand that had been covering him. Wensong exhaled heavily. Although the strength of an alpha's grip was not particularly strong, he had struggled with breathing comfortably since childhood, and being stifled for even a moment was quite uncomfortable. "What are you doing here?" he asked softly, regaining his composure, shifting to create distance between himself and Guan Sui, tilting his head slightly as he whispered in a breathy tone. Their location was rather secluded, surrounded by trees, allowing them to see clearly the scene illuminated by the streetlights from their vantage point. "Smoking," Guan Sui replied, nonchalantly. Wensong responded, "If you want to smoke, then smoke. But why bring me here?" Before he could inquire further, he heard Guan Sui articulate with deliberate clarity, "Cover your ears." Wensong was puzzled by the need to cover his ears and reacted a moment too slowly, only to hear an ambiguous sound emanating from the nearby thicket. In the pitch-black tranquility of the night, the small grove amplified the faint sounds, creating an atmosphere that made passers-by feel as though they were trespassing, instinctively holding their breath to avoid making a sound. It took Wensong a while to comprehend the nature of the suggestive noise. "Tsk." Guan Sui calmly placed his hand over the ears of the beta and nestled against him. "Don't listen to such filthy things." Wensong, with his ears covered, found himself in disbelief. Never did he imagine that he would be eavesdropping on others' intimate affairs with an alpha in a small grove. How vulgar. Particularly vulgar. If it were anyone else, Wensong might not have found it strange. But the very fact that it was Guan Sui made the clandestine act seem utterly incongruous with his identity and demeanor. The warmth of Guan Sui's hand effectively muffled external sounds. "You," Wensong whispered cautiously, fearing they might be discovered. "Why are we hiding here to listen to others?" The pool party was quite crowded, filled with adults, some of whom attended such gatherings merely for the thrill of pursuit, pocketing protection as they sought out potential partners for the night. The villa offered rooms for such encounters. Yet, there were always those who craved excitement, much like the two currently indulging in their reckless escapade within the grove. An alpha and an omega, their pheromones mingling to create an unusual scent that permeated the air, announcing to anyone passing by that a profound exchange of intimacy was occurring. Wensong felt a twinge of curiosity about whether Guan Sui would be affected by the atmosphere, especially given his vigorous and youthful nature. "What is that?" Guan Sui lowered his head, drawing closer to the beta he had ensconced in his embrace, enunciating the words "make love" with a teasing clarity. Wensong responded with a bewildered, as Guan Sui's voice resonated with curiosity regarding the implication of his previous statement. Wensong instinctively recoiled, attempting to evade the warmth of Guan Sui's breath against his cheek. "You're too close to me. Could we move a bit further away?" Guan Sui maintained his posture, realizing that speaking from a distance rendered their words inaudible. Their conversation was conducted in hushed tones, requiring proximity for clarity. Wensong inquired, "Then why are we hiding here to eavesdrop?" No, it was not them. It was Guan Sui. Wensong rephrased his question. "So, why are you here listening in?" Guan Sui lowered his head onto Wensong's shoulder, slightly heavy-hearted, and turned his face just enough for his soft lips to brush against Wensong's cool cheek. Wensong held his breath, finding the moment devoid of elegance. "I have no intention of eavesdropping. I was merely smoking when I stumbled upon them in a compromising situation." Wensong was momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by Guan Sui's bluntness. "Then why did you bring me here?" Guan Sui replied, "If you walk over, you will see exactly what they are doing." After a moment's contemplation, Wensong realized this might indeed be the case. The thought of witnessing two bare bodies writhing together was almost unbearable, making him wish to close his eyes and retreat from the world. After a long pause, he finally grasped something. "Then why don't we leave?" Guan Sui's lips curled into a smile as he exhaled softly against Wensong's neck. "Why didn't I think of leaving?" "You're quite clever," Wensong retorted. "Even the dullest person would see it." Guan Sui merely intended to hold him back for a bit of teasing. "Let's hurry away." Wensong felt a tickling sensation at his neck from Guan Sui's breath. In the stillness of the dark grove, an unusual feeling enveloped them. The surroundings were indistinct, yet he could distinctly sense Guan Sui behind him, an alpha exuding a potent blend of pheromones, hormones, and presence. Though his eyes struggled to discern anything, his senses were keenly aware of Guan Sui's existence. Each breath from him was warm, his solid chest rising and falling rhythmically. Wensong's heart raced, akin to the rumbling of thunder on a spring day, suddenly exploding in his ears. "Can you see?" Guan Sui stood upright. Although Wensong had decent eyesight, the darkness obscured the path ahead. Not receiving an immediate response, Guan Sui took Wensong's hand, their icy fingers intertwining as knuckles slid gently into each other's gaps. "Let us go," he urged, leading the way. "Just stay close to me." Wensong replied softly, "No." Their movements were not overly conspicuous. The couple, engrossed in their passionate encounter nearby, seemed oblivious to their surroundings. Once they had distanced themselves from that tumultuous spot, Wensong finally exhaled in relief. He did not know how long they had walked, but upon realizing the interlocked fingers of their hands, he abruptly halted. As they walked ahead, Guan Sui sensed the stillness of the person behind and halted, turning to inquire, "What is the matter?" Wensong raised an arm, tilting his chin towards their intertwined hands, signaling it's time to let go. Guan Sui raised an eyebrow and obediently released his grip. Wensong flexed his hand, still lingering with the scent of alpha pheromones. Lowering his eyelids, he gazed at the shadows merging on the ground and remarked, "Weren't you smoking over there earlier?" Upon lifting his gaze, he found Guan Sui calmly staring at him. In those deep, dark eyes lay an inscrutable emotion, thick and inky, impossible to decipher. Wensong's heart fluttered, recalling not long ago when Zhao Mingzhu had approached him, that alpha observing every movement with the same enigmatic gaze. After a moment, he heard Guan Sui casually state, "I was bored. Just taking a walk." Wensong replied dryly, "Oh." He then caught Guan Sui seemingly inquiring, "What about you?" Wensong, puzzled, responded, "What?" Guan Sui, recalling the faint scent of cedar from the other, pressed his tongue against his teeth, stating, "Weren't you just kissing Zhao Mingzhu in the back garden? How did you end up over here?" Wensong stammered, "Kissing?" From Guan Sui's perspective, Zhao Mingzhu had indeed appeared to be inhaling his pheromones as if they were kissing. Before he could clarify, he heard Guan Sui grumpily ask, "Was it enjoyable? Kissing your actual boyfriend?" Wensong noted. In the next moment, Guan Sui took a step forward, closing the distance, clicking his tongue and declaring, "If he's out of the picture, kissing me would be even better." Chapter 30. The gaze that invites more. Wensong retreated a step. In response, Guan Sui advanced another step. His gaze, shrouded in the dim light, meticulously traced Wensong's rosy lips. The light elongated their shadows, intertwining as if they shared an intimate bond. Though they appeared close, a chasm loomed between them, demanding resolution. Guan Sui pressed on, seemingly preoccupied with the matter at hand, exuding the air of a primary partner despite being the third party. Wensong, cornered, felt compelled to explain. "There was no kiss. Your viewpoint misrepresented the posture." At that moment, he paused for a few seconds, while Guan Sui remained silent, awaiting further elaboration. "Zhao Mingzhu merely wanted to check if my body still carried your pheromones. I've never had any intimate contact with him." Upon hearing Wensong's explanation, Guan Sui's lips involuntarily curled upward. Unfortunately, the darkness obscured his face, rendering it difficult to discern his expression. He inquired, "Is that all?" Wensong, confused, asked, "What else?" Guan Sui, hands tucked in his pockets, leaned slightly forward. "What about kissing me?" Wensong tilted his head slightly, murmuring, "No kiss." However, Alpha paid no heed to his words. Seizing the moment when Wensong was distracted, he leaned in and pressed his lips against Wensong's. Stunned, Wensong remained rooted in place for a long while before reaching up to touch his lips. Bewildered, he said, "Didn't we agree not to kiss?" Guan Sui, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, replied, "I never said that." Wensong recalled that on both occasions it was he who had declared no kissing. Indeed, the other had not uttered such a phrase. Furthermore, online discussion suggested that when someone says no, it often implies the opposite. Guan Sui straightened his posture, a smirk gracing his lips. "In truth, you desire my kiss each time." Wensong found himself momentarily at a loss for a retort. Suddenly, Guan Sui extended his hand to shield Wensong's eyes, saying, "Do not reveal such an expression." Wensong, perplexed, asked what expression. Guan Sui articulated each word with precision. "The expression that yearns for me to continue kissing you. Wensong sensed the atmosphere around them growing increasingly warm. If this continued, it might awaken Guan Sui's primal desire for possession. He then gently grasped Guan Sui's arm, slowly lowering the hand that obscured his vision, his gaze naturally fixed on the alpha's Adam's apple as it moved. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "The contract expires in 6 months," subtly hinting at when their relationship might conclude. This statement caused a flicker of excitement to course through Guan Sui's veins. 6 months? Was that too long? Wensong had not anticipated that the alpha would press further. "Oh well, 6 months it is." Wensong cast his eyes down to his toes, noting the lateness of the hour. "If there's nothing else, I shall head home. I need to rise early tomorrow for a visit to the Wen family." Guan Sui offered, "I'll escort you." Without hesitation, Wensong declined, "I can return alone." After the myriad of events that transpired between them that evening, he felt the need to take time to digest everything, to clarify the situation and the emotions swirling within him. Most importantly, their relationship had yet to reach a stage where it warranted an escort home. Seeing Wensong's steadfastness, Guan Sui decided not to press further. After all, there would be ample opportunities in the future. "I shall take my leave then," Wensong stated, nodding politely at Guan Sui before turning to depart. The direction he walked led him back to the small grove they had just exited, and he hesitated, fearing he might stumble upon a couple still engaged in their exchange. He turned back, leaving the alpha standing still, watching him. Guan Sui chuckled softly at this sight, finding it endearing, obedient, and compliant. Suddenly reminded of something important, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and located his assistant contact. Once the call connected, Guan Sui placed the phone to his ear and spoke while walking, "Assistant Jean, please reach out to Qi Sheng's team. There is something I need to discuss. Arrange a meeting for tomorrow." A few minutes later, after finalizing the details, he hung up the phone. Guan Sui extinguished the screen and paused for a moment, gazing at the ground for a full minute before breaking into a sudden, fleeting smile. Tilting his head to watch the direction in which Wensong had departed, he murmured to himself, 6 months is still too long. I must lend him a hand. The phone, twirling between his fingers, settled steadily in the palm of his hand, and he leisurely tucked it into his pocket. Ever since that day at the pool party, Wensong had noticed that Guan Sui frequently messaged him, whether for trivial matters or not. Occasionally, he would forward some cold jokes and articles from public accounts about unfaithful men and scandalous infidelities. Wensong, upon receiving another news article titled "Alpha with a boyfriend deceiving wealthy Omega into marriage, third leg broken," nearly spat out his drink after completing his work. Without even clicking on the link, he sent a question mark to Guan Sui. "S, you should check it out." Wensong set down his cup and clicked on the article Guan Sui had shared. After a brief scan, he grasped the essence of the story. Essentially, an alpha had a boyfriend but was secretly married to an Omega, the son of the boss at his company. In pursuit of climbing the corporate ladder and securing his position for wealth and power, with aspirations of inheriting the company. Unexpectedly, the situation unraveled, leading to the alpha's boyfriend breaking his third leg. Wensong's expression upon finishing the article was one of bemusement, if only a few more drops of sweat could be shed. "Song, I've read it. S, MHM. Song. And then, S. I thought it was interesting, so I share it with you." Wensong retorted, "Where's the interest?" He anticipated that Guan Sui, a person perpetually busy, would take the time to peruse such trivial news. Individuals like those depicted in the article are rife in reality. Human nature inherently embodies both good and evil, and how one's character may manifest under certain circumstances remains unknown to all. The only certitude is to remain virtuous, avoiding transgressions of the law and moral boundaries. Morality. Wensong felt as though he was incessantly testing the limits of morality. Suddenly, he wondered if Guan Sui's message was a subtle hint that their relationship would eventually be uncovered. After a moment of contemplation, he opened the input panel and, burdened with heavy thoughts, sent a message to Guan Sui. "Song, are you afraid of Zhao Mingzhu breaking your third leg?" S. A rather insightful question mark. Wensong regretted sending the previous message, but accidentally clicked delete instead of retracting it. Well, it was already sent. S. Zhao Mingzhu cannot compete with me. Moreover, I will ensure you do not suffer in the future. During this period, Wensong had discerned several unspoken truths while spending time with Guan Sui, such as the final statement, "Song, I must get back to work." After sending the message, he promptly turned off his phone. Meanwhile, Guan Sui, clad in a tailored suit, was engaged in a meeting. As I twirled the pen in my hand, a smile involuntarily graced my lips upon reading the message from Wensong. A subordinate, engrossed in delivering a report, discreetly noted the smile on the boss's face, and the tension within him dissipated in an instant. With newfound confidence, he articulated the planning proposal with clarity, substantiating his reasoning, and adeptly presented the projected benefits for the upcoming 2 years, down to the precise decimal point. Guan Sui interrupted the subordinate, who was exuberantly embellishing the company's prospects. "All right. The preliminary plan is acceptable. I entrust you with its implementation." The subordinate quickly responded with a smile. "Understood, General Guan." Guan Sui clicked the pen, producing a soft sound, and glanced at the meeting agenda and timeline. He proceeded to summarize and provide suggestions regarding the meeting, ultimately declaring its conclusion. Once everyone exited the conference room, Assistant Jean approached Guan Sui, slightly bowing as he reported, "General Guan, the person you asked me to contact from Qixing has arrived and is currently waiting in the lounge." Upon hearing this, Guan Sui leaned back slightly. "Very well. I shall go at once." Assistant Jean hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "General Guan, may I ask what your purpose is in contacting Qixing?" Guan Sui, with hands clasped on his lap, lifted his eyelids slightly and replied, "To facilitate a mutually beneficial arrangement between Zhongrong and Qixing." Assistant Jean was aware that the heir of Zhongrong, Zhao Mingzhu, had recently been preoccupied with securing a project amidst familial strife. Even though it was someone else's family matter, he had his channels of information and quickly grasped the intent behind Guan Sui's actions. Zhao Mingzhu had always maintained a good rapport with Guan Sui, and it was reasonable for him to seek assistance discreetly to avoid detection by his illegitimate child. "Do you have any further questions?" Guan Sui inquired, his expression calm. Assistant Jean recognized that his previous inquiry had overstepped boundaries. Bowing his head, he apologized, "I have no further questions, General Guan." Guan Sui rose and paused momentarily as he passed by Assistant Jean. His tone was devoid of any emotional turbulence as he stated, "Since I trust you to handle these matters, I am not concerned about you reporting back to my father." Assistant Jean pressed his lips together, refraining from responding. Guan Sui placed his hands in his pockets and strode out of the conference room towards the lounge to meet with the representative from Qixing. In Chapter 31, Kiss Me, perhaps due to the change of hospital or the medication, Ms. Song Lanchua's condition appeared significantly improved compared to before. On several occasions when Wensong visited, they were able to converse for nearly half an hour. Her complexion had regained a healthy hue, no longer the pallid shade it once bore, and she could even walk without becoming breathless. Upon finishing work, Wensong hurried to the hospital to visit Ms. Song Lanchua. Upon arrival, he observed the caregiver had just fed her, and the meal box was entirely empty. "Grandma," he said, placing a small bag of osmanthus cake on the table, "how are you feeling today?" After the caregiver greeted Wensong, she departed, leaving the two of them alone. Song Lanchua possessed an aura of grace and dignity, with strands of silver adorning her temples. Had it not been for her illness, she would undoubtedly appear as a vibrant elderly lady. "You ve come, Susu," she said warmly. A face marked by the passage of time bore a gentle smile as it beckoned Wensong to come closer. Wensong approached and seated himself beside the bed. Song Lanchua took his hand and, reminiscent of the nights when she would soothe him to sleep as a child, gently patted the back of his hand. "I feel quite well," she remarked. "My appetite has significantly improved these past few days." Wensong felt a wave of relief wash over him, his gratitude towards Guan Sui deepening. "That's good to hear. If any issues arise, please inform me immediately." Song Lanchua nodded, pondering what could possibly be wrong. "I'm aware of my own body, and I truly feel better than before." Her thoughts drifted to the conversations she overheard in the neighboring ward regarding pheromone cancer cells. Turning her gaze toward Wensong, her voice laced with concern and hesitation, she said, Song, there is something I wish to ask you." "Promise you one tea lie." "Of course," Wensong replied. Song Lanxue reached out to touch the gaunt cheek of her great-grandson, her heart aching with tenderness. Is it true that the expenses at this hospital are even more exorbitant than the last? Today I overheard them mention an injection that costs 200,000 for a single dose. Such a vast sum. Where will it come from? Is the Wen family pressuring you into doing things you dislike? Perhaps we should abandon this treatment and return home. The new year is just a few months away. I can make you dumplings. Wensong gently patted the back of Song Lanxue's hand, attempting to soothe her distress. Grandmother, this illness must be treated. Rest assured, I will manage the financial matters. It has nothing to do with the Wen family. Once you recover, you can certainly make me dumplings, right? Song Lanxue scrutinized Wensong closely. Has the Wen family truly not caused you any distress? It is my fault for allowing you to suffer. Wensong felt a lump in his throat. He inhaled deeply. I have not been wronged, grandmother. Please do not overthink it. Simply follow the doctor's orders. Take your medication, undergo examinations, and rest. Once your surgery is complete, we can return home. In such a vast city, there was no place he could truly call home, save for a modest two-story house in a village known as Qingshan Town, which served as a sanctuary. Song Lanxue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She understood that Wensong was dutiful and considerate, and thus refrained from suggesting any further avoidance of treatment. After all, he had worked tirelessly for so many years in anticipation of this day. Good child, she said, patting Wensong's hand once more. Since the passing of Chun Yue, Song Lanxue had single-handedly raised Wensong, never once feeling the burdens of life due to his maturity and understanding, which far surpassed that of his peers. While others could quarrel with their parents, indulge in childish whims, and shed tears, little Wensong had been deprived of such privileges, maintaining a calm demeanor, speaking little, and quickly learning to manage finances responsibly. Other parents might feel pride, yet she felt a pang of sorrow for his extraordinary maturity. Life's trials seemed cruelly orchestrated by fate. There was neither time nor space for complaints. After all, life belonged to oneself, and only through cherishing the present and striving diligently could one forge a brighter future. There is one more thing. Song Lanxue wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. A couple of days ago, an alpha came to visit me. The young man was quite handsome. Named Xiaoguan. Is he your friend? Wensong was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that Guan Sui would come to see Song Lanxue. From her tone and manner of address, it was evident that she held a fondness for him. Indeed, Wensong acknowledged, saying, he was the one who helped transfer you to this hospital. The doctor was also arranged by him. Song Lanxue then remarked, we ought to express our gratitude to him. Wensong nodded in agreement. I shall do so. There are countless ways to show appreciation, yet some individuals desire only one. Feeling a wave of drowsiness, Song Lanxue yawned and said, I'm feeling a bit tired. Wensong rose to his feet. Grandma, please rest well. I shall return home now and visit you again when I have the time. Before leaving, he added, the osmanthus cake is homemade by me. The doctor said you can eat it. You can have it if you feel hungry tonight or tomorrow. Once outside the hospital, Wensong breathed in the fresh air. The weight of his burdensome emotions lifted at that moment. Nothing brought greater joy than witnessing Song Lanxue's condition improve day by day. After getting into a rideshare, Wensong contemplated and ultimately decided to send a message to Guan Sui. Song, I visited Grandma today. Her condition is improving. Thank you. The reply came swiftly. Is that all? Just a verbal thank you? Following that, another message appeared. Last time, you promised to think it over. Have you come to a conclusion? Wensong understood that Guan Sui was not the type to leverage gratitude. Otherwise, he would not have treated him with such respect, granting him a month to ponder. He certainly would not have assisted in transferring Ms. Song Lanxue to another hospital and arranged for an expert to help with the surgery during Wensong's indecisive period. Even though Wensong was aware of Guan Sui's ulterior motives, he found no reason to dislike him. Song, I haven't made up my mind yet. Song, what do you want? SU. Alphas have never concealed their needs and desires. A simple word sufficed to prove that. Song, what else? Kiss me. Wensong thought to himself, it seems I cannot escape this. Guan Sui's mind was filled with rather impure thoughts. Yet, inexplicably, he felt no aversion towards him. Why the silence? If kissing is off the table, then may I at least have a hug? S. Didn't you say that the mistress just needs to take a shower and undress? Why can't I gain any advantage here? S. If you want to let me sleep or kiss you, you must at least give me a hug. Seeing how Guan Sui had seamlessly embraced the identity of a mistress, Wensong found himself at a loss for words. He opened the input method panel, composed a message, then deleted it, reducing it to a simple number. Song 1. After sending the message, Wensong extinguished the light on his phone screen. A faint warmth flushed his cheeks as he gazed out at the retreating scenery, striving to steady his emotions. Chapter 32. The decision of separation is not yours to make on the other side. Guan Sui, amidst a gathering with friends, couldn't help but smile upon receiving a message from Wensong. Sitting beside him, Duan Zhe, unable to contain himself, grimaced in mock pain, as his usually indifferent brother radiated an unmistakable scent of infatuation. No, it wasn't love. It was the unmistakable aroma of being the other woman. With a plethora of fine omegas available, he chose instead to pursue a romantic interest so openly, without a hint of discretion, as if to declare to the world his conversation with the object of his affection. Duan Zhe genuinely worried that Guan Sui might one day find himself in over his head. Across the table, Zhao Mingzhu downed glass after glass, pouring forth his grievances to his companions. I have no idea what has gotten into my father. He wants to bring the illegitimate child to the headquarters. Isn't that just a slap in the face? He claims it's to assist me, but I suspect he aims to usurp my position and inherit the company. His friends echoed his disdain for the illegitimate child, with some offering suggestions on how to deal with the situation. My father wants me to collaborate on a project with the illegitimate child, Zhao Mingzhu continued, his expression darkening. And there's also the prospect of a marriage alliance with Qixing. If successful, they would relinquish 5% of their shares. Duan Zhe interjected, a marriage alliance? With a young Omega from Qixing? This gathering was orchestrated by Zhao Mingzhu, seeking strategies and counsel from his friends. Zhao Mingzhu nodded in affirmation. Duan Zhe, glancing at Guan Sui, who was preoccupied with his phone, quickly returned his focus and asked, Are you truly considering marrying that Omega heir from Qixing? I've heard he has an admiration for you, yet you've always resisted the notion of a marriage alliance. The success of Zhengrong was deeply rooted in the benefits derived from such unions in the past. Zhao Mingzhu's Omega father had been bound for life through a marriage alliance with Director Zhao, who in pursuit of true love had fathered an illegitimate child. It felt less like a family and more like a prison, trapping him without freedom. After the death of his Omega father, Director Zhao brought home another Omega just a month later, a move that was utterly repugnant to Zhao Mingzhu. Thus, his relationship with his father had always been strained. Unfortunately, the old man dotes on this grandson, and the shares left behind by Zhao Mingzhu's father solidified his influence within Zhengrong. What Zhao Mingzhu sought was not merely what he held, but to reclaim everything that rightfully belonged to him. With such intentions, Zhao Mingzhu's expression darkened. Zhengrong bore his father's efforts and must not fall into the hands of an illegitimate child. He was prepared to employ every means necessary to seize control of Zhengrong, even a marriage devoid of meaning. Others echoed their agreement. Zhao Mingzhu lowered his gaze, directing it towards Alpha, who had been preoccupied with his phone and had not engaged in the discussion. Tentatively, he inquired, Sui, what do you think? If Qixing were to collaborate with me? Before he could finish, Guan Sui lazily lifted his eyelids and nonchalantly asked, What about your boyfriend? At this utterance, everyone in the room exchanged bewildered glances, including Zhao Mingzhu, who momentarily froze. It appeared that they had forgotten Zhao Mingzhu even had a boyfriend. Friend, they dismissed it casually. Wensong is merely a beta, a love child of the Wen family. A breakup would suffice. Friend B concurred, after all. Zhu and Wensong are merely indulging in a fling. Nothing serious, so why concern ourselves with what the other will do? Friend C nodded in agreement. A sum of money would settle it. Friend D frowned. A relationship should have a beginning and an end. Even if Zhu wishes to terminate his association with Wensong, there is no need to be so harsh. Mutual respect is essential, lest one appear callous. Friend A chuckled. Zhu is inherently unfaithful. He harbors affections for someone else while engaged in a romance. yet he still sleeps with other omegas. Zhao Mingzhu, unperturbed by the remark, raised his glass and took a delicate sip, his eyes glimmering with mirth as he cast a quick glance in Guan Sui's direction. They engaged in a spirited debate on how to deal with Wensong. Each individual present had a few bedmates nearby, yet not one could be rightfully called a boyfriend. The revelation that Zhao Mingzhu was romantically involved with a beta was somewhat surprising. One would assume he would take this relationship more seriously, only to discover it was merely a facade, while he pursued more fervent escapades outside. Most of them belonged to unique social standings, their future marriages preordained by their families, leaving them no choice. Consequently, they relished their freedom while unencumbered. "I will handle the situation with Wensong," Zhao Mingzhu declared, setting down his glass, his enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling. However, Duanzhe interjected, "But what about?" Zhao Mingzhu clasped his hands together, his expression composed. "I do not wish to part ways." Friend A shrugged, clinking glasses with his companion. "Then marry one and keep another. After all, you are not sure of funds." Duanzhe scowled. "You truly are a cad." Zhao Mingzhu replied, "It's all right. My union with Qixing is still in its infancy, and the specifics remain unclear. We shall address it when the time comes. Should marriage become necessary, Wensong's fate will be mine to determine." However, pausing momentarily, he continued, "He cares for me. If I clarify the situation, he should understand." He was confident in his ability to retain Wensong. Duanzhe's tone was oddly skeptical. "Clarifying the situation will prompt understanding? I recall you mentioned merely a contractual relationship with Wensong, that the agreement would conclude and you would part ways automatically." He gestured with his wine glass, its crimson contents swirling, raising an eyebrow. "You marry, he departs. It is only human nature. It is unnecessary to mention that a rational individual would not willingly remain as a mere accessory to an ex-lover. However, considering Guan Sui's profound feelings for Wensong, how could one permit the other to endure such indignities? It is inevitable that Guan Sui would employ various means to undermine the situation. The current circumstances and solutions have become abundantly clear. Guan Sui's predicament is far from honorable, evoking displeasure, and he is determined to extricate Zhao Mingzhu from Wensong's side to elevate himself as the legitimate suitor. He mused that Zhao Mingzhu likely had no opportunity to clarify matters. Zhao Mingzhu's expression bore a hint of displeasure. "Perhaps it would be best to address this later. Wensong is presently dependent on me. Song Lanxue requires substantial medical expenses. If he were to negotiate a new agreement with Wensong, the latter would undoubtedly acquiesce." At times, Zhao Mingzhu found himself perplexed by his own sentiments. Initially, he might have kept Wensong close to alleviate his unrequited feelings, yet over the years, one cannot deny the warmth of human affection. He has witnessed everything Wensong has done for him. No one could fail to appreciate Wensong, unless they had never engaged closely with him. Duanzhe instinctively glanced at the reticent Guan Sui upon hearing this remark. The latter maintained his silence after posing a question. When Zhao Mingzhu declared that Wensong could not do without him, Guan Sui lifted his eyelids, his tongue pressed against the inside of his mouth, concealing a flicker of restrained emotion within his dark eyes, seemingly disapproving of the statement. He replied coolly, "Whether one can leave or not is not for you to decide." Chapter 33. A helping hand. No one present anticipated Guan Sui's words. They did not sound particularly amiable. Duanzhe worried that Guan Sui, tired of the pretense, might expose the facade. He sought to mediate while subtly ridiculing Zhao Mingzhu's less than honorable tactics. "What you're doing, considering Wensong's character, is unlikely to be understood by him. Departure is inevitable. There is no need to covet what is on the table while casting glances at what is in the pot. Is there?" Although Wensong, being a beta, appeared obedient and docile, one would discover, through interaction, that he possessed his own convictions and handled matters with calmness and decisiveness. Avoiding any indecisiveness, Zhao Mingzhu felt somewhat uncomfortable listening to Duanzhe, particularly at the last remark. He acknowledged that he was not a serious or faithful alpha, being rather carefree and somewhat unprincipled. Everyone's views on romance differ. In past encounters with Omegas, it had always been a mutual agreement. Should he truly find someone he cared for, he would undoubtedly settle down. It was best not to mention the person he liked. Yet, Duanze was his friend, and it was only natural that he should not undermine him. Friend A interjected, Zaire, that's not right. Whose friend are you exactly? Wensong, being a beta, should be treated as just a fling. Bang! Before Guan Sui could unleash his ire, Duanze swiftly kicked friend A's chair, sending him and the chair sliding back several centimeters. He nearly toppled over in the process. The crowd fell silent at this unexpected display. Almost enough. Duanze's expression bore a smile that did not reach his eyes. You may indulge in whatever amusements you please, as it bears no relation to me. Do not attempt to drag me into your mire of moral decay, and certainly refrain from uttering words before me that evoke disgust and lack respect. Let us speak of matters at hand, without your incessant allusions to trivial pursuits. Furthermore, do not mention Wensong as the brother of Wensu. Even if he is a love child, he remains a member of the Wen family. Friend A's face fluctuated between shades of blue and red. Despite their camaraderie, there exists a hierarchy. Clearly, the gathering was dominated by Guan Sui, followed by Zhao Mingzhu and Duanze. Zhao Mingzhu, too, felt discomfort at the remarks. Duanze was correct. Wensong was indeed different from the others. However, I do not intend to choose both options. It is simply that Wensong currently requires my assistance in covering his grandmother's medical expenses. Guan Sui lazily lifted his eyelids. Are you intending to use this as leverage against him? Though his tone bore no inflection, Zhao Mingzhu sensed an undercurrent of mockery. Surely, this does not constitute a threat, he replied in a subdued voice. Guan Sui remained unfazed. You are on the verge of marriage. So why do you still wish for him to remain by your side? Using his grandmother's medical expenses as a bargaining chip, does that not qualify as a threat? It is unjust to Wensong, and to Qi Sheng's Omega as well. Each word pierced Zhao Mingzhu's pretense like a dagger. Duanze, seated nearby, nearly applauded, internally marveling at Guan Sui's audacity. If memory served, the latter had also engaged in a transaction involving Wensong's grandmother's medical expenses and surgery. Indeed, when one adopts a double standard, they often end up chastising themselves. Zhao Mingzhu found himself momentarily speechless, unable to counter Guan Sui's incisive remarks. The others exchanged glances, hesitant to voice their opinions. Or is it that you are concealing some unspeakable secret regarding Wensong? Guan Sui's dark, penetrating gaze seemed capable of unearthing Zhao Mingzhu's hidden truths, causing him to break into a cold sweat. If this secret were to be revealed to Guan Sui. No, Zhao Mingzhu answered without hesitation. I merely believe Wensong is a compliant individual. I do not wish to lose him. Zhao Mingzhu felt a twinge of confusion. Previously, Guan Sui had never intervened in such discussions. Why now did his words seem to mock his actions? Recalling the way Guan Sui had looked at him moments ago, a fresh wave of cold sweat emerged. He did not associate Guan Sui's behavior with advocacy for Wensong, as his guilt made him fearful of exposing his sordid secrets. Guan Sui finally quelled his irritation. Some matters cannot be resolved through mere desire. Presently, your focus should be on addressing the issue of Zhao Dong's love child. At these words, Zhao Mingzhu inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Guan Sui was not targeting him. It appeared he remained unaware of the secrets that had lingered for so many years. Zhao Mingzhu nodded gravely. I understand. The atmosphere once again returned to its previous liveliness, as everyone busily devised strategies regarding Zhao Mingzhu's situation. This time, Guan Sui refrained from joining the conversation, keeping his head lowered while fiddling with his phone. Duanze had long reconciled with friend A, yet their relationship was not such that they could truly confide in one another. Their emotions came and went swiftly, hardly warranting any genuine concern. As the gathering neared its conclusion, Guan Sui decided to leave early due to other commitments. Noticing this, Duanze bid farewell to the friends present, retrieved the coat draped over the back of his chair, and followed suit. The two departed the private room in succession. Upon closing the door, the vibrant sound from within were effectively muffled. Guan Sui fished out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pinching one between his fingers as he prepared to light it. Just then, a small flame flickered to life as Duanze produced a lighter to ignite the cigarette for him. Feeling down? Duanze casually took a cigarette from Guan Sui's pack and placed it between his own lips. Although Guan Sui typically maintained an impassive demeanor, years of friendship had equipped Duanze with the ability to discern subtle shifts in his friend's emotions. Not bad, Guan Sui exhaled a perfect smoke ring. The two walked in tandem along the corridor to await the elevator. Duanze chuckled softly. Whenever you're unhappy, the corners of your mouth dip ever so slightly, and you resort to smoking to suppress your feelings. Guan Sui cast a sidelong glance at him before extinguishing his cigarette in a nearby trash bin without confirming or denying the observation. Suddenly, he uttered a simple, "Thanks." Duanze understood that this gratitude referred to his earlier intervention in the private room, where he had kicked friend A's chair to prevent the latter's intentions from becoming evident to the group, thus safeguarding the reputation of the one Guan Sui held dear. Why say thanks? As the elevator doors began to open, Duanze likewise extinguished his cigarette and disposed of it neatly, slipping on his coat, hands tucked into his pockets as he stepped into the elevator. I was merely concerned you might inadvertently reveal your role as the other party in this affair. He continued, "It feels akin to playing werewolf. What if you suddenly self-destruct and grant victory to the innocents?" Guan Sui smirked. "Then we shall perish together." Duanze, having pressed the elevator button, wore an expression of utter astonishment. "Are you serious?" Guan Sui replied, "Not at all." Duanze let out a breath of relief. "I thought you were going to confront Zhao Mingzhu directly. Well, I doubt it would come to that. If you insist, I will stand by your side." As a mutual friend, he felt compelled to advise against making the situation unnecessarily unpleasant, given that they had known each other for over a decade. He possessed the insight that even if Guan Sui were to repeatedly pursue Zhao Mingzhu's partner, he could easily absolve the latter of any wrongdoing. "I won't sever ties," Guan Sui asserted. "It is he who fails to cherish." Duanze stroked his chin thoughtfully. "In truth, I believe Zhao Mingzhu has someone else he favors." Guan Sui lifted his gaze towards Duanze. "What do you mean?" Duanze let out a slow sigh and replied, "You may be unaware of the situation abroad." He was quite inebriated before and kept murmuring something, seemingly haunted by the pangs of unrequited love. At that time, we even teased him about it, and in retrospect, we still have not unearthed the identity of that person after all these years. Ha 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 ha. "I speculate," he drawled, continuing his analysis. "That Wensong is likely a substitute for that elusive white moonlight. Otherwise, given Zhao Mingzhu's character, he would not dare to wade through murky waters. Furthermore, we have inquired if he was merely a stand-in, to which he did not deny, but merely smiled, indicating the truth was evident. Thus, Duanze has long believed that Zhao Mingzhu's feelings for Wensong are quite intricate. If his initial sentiments towards Wensong were merely a form of projection, then with the passage of time, those feelings have begun to shift. Unfortunately, Zhao Mingzhu's current predicament renders him incapable of articulating his emotional state. In the face of all interests, every emotional entanglement must be meticulously disentangled. It is imperative that they sever their ties. Guan Sui's ambition in this matter is unwavering. Just then, the elevator arrived at the basement level. Guan Sui stepped out with long strides, his tone light as he remarked, "As long as Zhao Mingzhu gets married, everything can come to a close." Duanze concurred with this assertion. "So what do you intend to do?" Guan Sui articulated slowly to lend him a hand. Duanze would not question his good friend's choices. From another perspective, it would indeed be beneficial for both Zhao Mingzhu and Wensong. It would stabilize Zhao Mingzhu's precarious equity while also assisting Wensong in addressing his medical expenses. A twofold gain. The most crucial aspect remains that Guan Sui would fulfill his desires. "Indeed," Guan Sui replied, his gaze becoming contemplative. They had 6 months left on their contract. Neither Zhenrong nor I could afford to wait. The preceding statement may be trivial, but the latter carries weight. An alpha will exert every effort and resource to attain what they desire. Chapter 34. A glimpse. Wensong was oblivious to the recent happenings in Zhao Mingzhu's life, as the latter had seldom reached out to him, and when he did, it was merely to inquire whether the funds for medical expenses were sufficient. His responses were succinct. "Yes, it's adequate. No rewards without effort." He had always held such beliefs. Moreover, it was unnecessary to mention that Madame Song Lanxue had changed hospitals, and naturally, Guan Sui would no longer cover Zhao Mingzhu's expenses. Recently, Zhao Mingzhu had been asking more frequently, as if he sought to compensate him for something. Yet, Wensong found no need for such compensation. Over the years, Zhao Mingzhu had already provided him with ample assistance, and any excess funds were something he could not accept. On the other hand, Guan Sui appeared to be quite occupied as well. He used to share public account articles with Wensong daily, but now days would pass without a trace of him. It seemed he too was overwhelmed with work, the only sign of him being a nightly message wishing Wensong good night. With both alphas absent from his life, Wensong felt a certain lightness. However, upon returning home to the Wen family on weekends, that sense of tranquility would swiftly dissipate. Seated on the sofa, Wen Sui was engrossed in his phone when he noticed Wensong's return. After a casual greeting, he inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Have you had any conflicts with Zhao Mingzhu lately?" Typically, Wensong would first seek out Old Master when upon his arrival, but today, having learned that the elder would not return until the afternoon, he chose to remain downstairs and settled onto the couch. Without hesitation, he replied to Wen Su's question, "No." Wen Su lifted his gaze from his phone, raised an eyebrow, and pressed further, "Are you truly certain?" Wensong affirmed, "Absolutely." Crossing his legs, Wen Su turned off his phone screen and scrutinized Wensong, concluding that he was not deceiving him. He surmised that Wensong was likely unaware of the recent tumultuous developments. "Have you been in contact with Zhao Mingzhu recently?" Wensong responded with confusion, "Yes." "Why do you ask?" Wen Su hesitated, grappling with his inner turmoil. He had gleaned some information regarding Zhao Mingzhu's endeavors through Duanze, particularly concerning the project and her intention to collaborate with Qixing to secure her position. While it was presented as a partnership, it was in essence a strategic alliance. Upon learning of this, Wen Su had immediately condemned Zhao Mingzhu as a scoundrel alpha. Although he recognized that the relationship between Wensong and Zhao Mingzhu might not be as straightforward as it appeared, the fact that they had not concluded their ties before pursuing others indicated a desire to maintain dual allegiances. Seeking benefits from Qixing while finding solace in Wensong's presence was a behavior typically associated with unscrupulous alphas. Yet, what did Wensong's romantic affairs have to do with him? They were not close enough to meddle in each other's personal matters. Moreover, the situation was still in its infancy. Who could ascertain Zhao Mingzhu's true intentions? What if Wensong became too emotionally invested and ended up heartbroken? "Is something bothering you?" Wensong queried, noticing Wen Su's hesitation. "Do you have something to discuss with me?" Wen Su dismissed, "No, I have nothing to say." Wen Su reiterated, "I truly have no matters to bring up." Wensong raised an eyebrow, sensing that Wen Su's demeanor belied his words, suggesting that he was concealing something and contemplating how to articulate it. "Is that so?" he retorted. Wen Su, exasperated, shrugged, "Of course it is. I merely wish to caution you that in this society, alphas are not to be trusted. Do not foolishly surrender yourself or place your hopes in anyone, especially not among this unreliable group of alphas in Suichen." Why am I even saying all this? It's entirely up to you. Ultimately, it's your choice. "But that alpha," Wensong chuckled at Wen Su's soliloquy. "Are you trying to warn me or not?" Wen Su quickly replied, "Who said I wanted to warn you?" Understanding Wen Su's contradictory nature, Wensong chose not to press further. It was clear that he was indeed being cautioned. "I hold no favorable opinions of alphas." Wen Su seemed somewhat incredulous as he stroked his chin and inquired, "What of Zhao Mingzhu? Aren't you two in a romantic relationship?" Upon hearing this, Wensong interjected, "Are you implying that I should be wary of Zhao Mingzhu?" Wen Su. It was evident to Wensong that something must have transpired with Zhao Mingzhu. Otherwise, Wen Su would not have made such a remark without cause. The specifics remained vague, yet it was clear that the matter pertained to emotions. He asked, "Has something happened to Zhao Mingzhu?" "I'm not entirely sure," Wen Su admitted. Wensong nodded, "All right, thank you." Recently, Zhao Mingzhu had indeed appeared rather peculiar, frequently transferring money to him as if to make amends, rather than reaching out as he had in the past, almost entirely absent from his life. Their romantic relationship seemed to have vanished into thin air. Wensong felt uneasy about accepting the money. "Do not thank me," Wen Su remarked, a shiver running down his spine. "I have not truly aided you, nor do I wish to. Do not overestimate our connection." Wensong had no intention of prolonging the conversation. He had never contemplated forming a fraternal bond with Wensong, though the latter had not resorted to deceit or manipulation. A few straightforward exchanges were still permissible, particularly since Wensong's proactive remarks could be construed as concern for him, despite the disdain he expressed in his demeanor. "Very well," Wensong replied. Wensong pouted, retrieving his phone to resume his activities. The two sat in the living room, each engrossed in their own pursuits, until the patriarch of the one family returned home. "Grandfather, what troubles you?" Wensong noticed the grim expression on the elder's face. Wensong stood and called out, "Grandfather." The old man nodded, taking a seat on the main sofa with a sigh. "At my age, I toil endlessly for the sake of the company. While others contend with external rivals, we are embroiled in family strife. The entire corporation is in disarray. Just as one matter was resolved and stabilized, another project has sparked internal sabotage. If the competition were for the family's benefit, it might be excusable. Alas, everyone is driven by self-interest, eager to eliminate their own kin. This has led to a toxic environment within the company, with factions forming and a lack of unity." Chapter 35. Our relationship is not so close after arriving in Suicheng. Wensong began to comprehend the dire state of the one family. The century-old enterprise had long been infested with parasites, gradually gnawing at the financial foundation. While various uncles sought to conspire with outsiders for their own gain, everyone was a self-serving individual, striving for their own small households rather than the greater one family. For instance, Wen Qingfeng exemplified this mentality. However, his motivations were not for his family, but for himself. Both of his former omegas had given birth to children who had perished, treating them as mere tools. Consequently, the relationship between Wensong and Wen Qingfeng was profoundly strained. Though it has not yet reached the point of incessantly provoking one another, both parties exist in a state of mutual neglect, sharing a roof, yet exchanging no more than a handful of words throughout the year. Wensong understood the dynamics of their relationship, which allowed him to temper his demeanor towards Wensong. "Grandfather, you need not worry," Wensong reassured. "You can leave this matter to my elder brother." Old Master Wen let out a sigh of relief, saying, "I cannot rely on your uncles. My only hope lies with your elder brother and you, Wensong. Knowing that you both will take over the company gives me a sense of security for the future." Wensong remained silent, offering no response. The old man's words stirred no ripples within him. The affairs of the company were of no concern to him. "Rest assured, Grandfather," Wensong said, "I will join the company upon my graduation." Hearing this, Old Master Wen smiled. "That is good." Wensong stole a glance at Wensong, who sat across from him in silence, his eyes betraying a hint of other emotions. After a moment, he turned back to converse with his grandfather about recent amusing events. Meanwhile, Wensong sat attentively, listening intently without interjecting, only speaking when prompted. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he noticed it was a video call from Guan Sui, the first time the other party had reached out without prior messaging. His heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, he glanced at Wensong and Old Master Wen, who were still engaged in conversation. Sitting between them, Old Master Wen caught the direction of Wensong's gaze and, noticing the vibrating phone, inquired, "Is Mingzhu calling you? If you're in a hurry, you may take it." Wensong shook his head, slowly returning the phone to his pocket. "No ruse. It's nothing important." Wensong's gaze lingered on him for several seconds before shifting away. At that moment, Old Master Wen asked, "How is your relationship with Mingzhu these days?" Wensong was taken aback by the old man's inquiry, though it was not entirely unexpected. His romantic involvement with Zhao Mingzhu had brought considerable benefits to the one family, and Old Master Wen had often encouraged them to deepen their bond. "Quite well," Wensong replied, maintaining a calm facade as he spoke untruths. Old Master Wen nodded approvingly. "That's good. If your relationship stabilizes, perhaps after a few more years, you may consider marriage." Wensong had a retort ready, but held his tongue upon hearing Wensong say, "Whether Zhao Mingzhu is a dependable alpha remains uncertain. Who knows if it will ultimately stabilize?" Old Master Wen disagreed. "Why wouldn't it stabilize? They are currently in a romantic relationship. If Wensong puts in some effort, they can certainly make it last." As an alpha living in a different era, the stubbornness he clings to sharply contrasts with that of the younger generation, leading him to view betas and omegas as mere appendages to alphas believing that if they cannot retain an alpha, it is due to their own inadequacies. Wensong had long recognized that the patriarch of the Wen family, having held power for many years, undoubtedly adhered to the ideology of alpha supremacy regarding those around him, whether beta or omega as mere tools. Wen Shengfeng perfectly embodied this inheritance. He was aware of the patriarch's disappointment upon learning of his beta status, yet now, amidst the chaos engulfing the Wen family, he yearned for familial reunion, prompting the patriarch to acknowledge him and bestow upon him the identity of the Wen family's young master. Wensong understood the underlying motives. Human nature is invariably dualistic, encompassing both virtue and vice. He had never contemplated altering the patriarch's mindset. Understanding did not equate to blindly indulging or diminishing his own stature. The kindness one receives tends to be magnified, provided that it is not marred by any wrongdoing from the other party. As a beta, when Su coldly remarked that Zhao Mingzhu, a prominent prince, would hardly take an interest in him, do not invest your emotions too deeply. Should you be discarded, you may find no solace in your tears. Furthermore, what if Zhao Mingzhu, with his cunning nature, aimed to exploit Wensong for the Wen family's resources? These young masters, upon inheriting their family businesses, often resort to mutual exploitation, so one should not expect substantial benefits from them. Grandfather, do you think I am correct? Wen Su inquired. Initially, the patriarch frowned, poised to admonish Wen Su, but upon the mention of the family's affairs, he swallowed his words, conceding with, "You possess some merit in your reasoning." The influence of Zhao Mingzhu in Suiqing far surpasses that of the Wen family. If he truly intends to annex or court their favor, it would be quite straightforward. Even in collaborative ventures, one must remain vigilant to avoid being outmaneuvered. The internal turmoil within the Wen family had already reached a boiling point. Whether Zhao Mingzhu's intervention would stabilize matters or allow him to reap the benefits remained uncertain. Wensong maintained his silence, exhibiting no emotional turbulence in response to Wen Su's seemingly sardonic remarks. He understood that the latter was cautioning him against placing too much trust in Zhao Mingzhu while simultaneously aiding him in navigating the patriarch's scrutiny. What was the true intent behind Wen Su's behavior today? Did Zhao Mingzhu harbor secrets unknown to him? Wensong felt perplexed, yet he recognized the necessity of remaining vigilant. Shaosong, remain attentive, the patriarch advised. Do not allow yourself to be taken advantage of. Although our Wen family may not rival Zhao Mingzhu, as a member of the Wen family, you must uphold our dignity. Do you understand? Wensong nodded slightly. I understand, grandfather. Satisfied with this response, the patriarch sighed now. The future of the Wen family relies on your generation. Do not let me down. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, their conversation concluded when the elder one retreated to his study to attend to official matters. The two stood in front of the sofa, watching him ascend the stairs and enter the study. Once the door was closed, Wensong withdrew his gaze and turned to Wen Su, expressing his gratitude. Wen Su, with his hands tucked in his pockets, tilted his head quizzically and queried, "Why thank me all of a sudden? What I just said wasn't to extricate you from trouble. I merely wish to avoid any embarrassment for our Wen family in public. Moreover, I didn't say anything incorrect. You are merely a beta, while Zhao Mingzhu is a high-ranking alpha destined to marry an omega." Wensong, unfazed, replied, "I am aware." After a brief pause, he raised his eyes to meet the haughty expression of Wen Su, adding, "But I have yet to express my gratitude." Wen Su retorted, "I don't care what you thank me for. You can thank heaven or earth, just don't thank me. Our relationship isn't that close yet." With that, he frowned, his lips twitching momentarily as he cast a hurried glance at Wensong before turning to leave. In his haste, he accidentally bumped his calf against the coffee table, producing a sharp sound. He inhaled sharply, steadied the table, and quickly departed, clearly eager to avoid lingering in Wensong's presence. Wensong chuckled softly, shaking his head in resignation. Suddenly reminded of something he had overlooked, he picked up his phone, unlocked the screen, and after much contemplation, he ultimately opened the chat box for Guan Sui and sent a message. Chapter 36. Is there a hint of affection for Guan Sui? With some time left before dinner, Wensong sent the message and intended to rest in his room for a while. Upon reaching the upstairs and closing the door, he received a message from Guan Sui. Are you busy? Wensong leaned against the door, opened the input panel, and replied, No. Then why didn't you answer the video call? Song. Someone was nearby. I forgot. I'm the mistress, unfit to be seen. Wensong mused, I must admit, you possess quite the self-awareness. Song. Is there something significant you need to discuss? Is wanting to see you considered important? Wensong felt an unfamiliar emotion stir within him at those words. It struck him as peculiar since Zhao Mingzhu had once uttered something similar, yet the sentiments conveyed were entirely different. One felt casual, while the other seemed genuinely heartfelt. Song. Not really. He sent those two words in reply. What qualifies as an important matter then? Wensong pondered this question seriously for a moment before realizing why he was so affected by Guan Sui's inquiry. Perhaps it was merely a playful jest. Song. I'm not quite sure. Would inviting you to hang out be considered significant? Wensong observed the message from Guan Sui and responded, Where to? In a few days, there will be a banquet, and the Wen family will also be in attendance. You should accompany them. Wensong has participated in several high society gatherings, primarily centered around discussions of corporate collaborations, which also serve to highlight the host's connections within the circle. Such events typically do not involve him, but now, with Guan Sui specifically requesting his presence, he could only acquiesce. All right, I will be there, Wensong replied. After uttering this statement, he added, Is it really necessary to create a video for this occasion? It seems somewhat excessive. At that moment, Guan Sui sent a voice message. Without a second thought, Wensong clicked to play it. If it had been anyone else, he would have converted the voice message to text. But he often found himself listening to Guan Sui's recordings without a hint of awareness regarding these subtle details. A cool, resonant voice emerged from the phone, articulating each word with precision. I want to see you. Those three succinct words stirred an unfamiliar emotion within Wensong's chest, a sensation that was elusive and indefinable. He had never experienced such peculiar feelings from any alpha, omega, or beta before. His heart raced. A blend of anxiety and exhilaration surged through him, as if his emotions were tethered by a fine thread. The fingertips gripping the phone trembled, and an electric sensation coursed through his body, compelling him to hold his breath in order not to disturb this fluttering feeling. Wensong remained momentarily stunned, eventually lowering his gaze. It took several minutes for him to suppress this emotional upheaval. He mused that both Wen Su and the Elder One were perhaps mistaken about the Alpha. After years with Zhao Mingzhu, he had not felt the slightest stir of affection. Yet Guan Sui's mere presence in a matter of days had begun to ensnare his heart and mind. The most daunting scenario he had feared upon arriving in Suicheng was now manifesting. Wensong leaned against the door, closing his eyes, deeply contemplating the nature of this phenomenon. Was it a psychological effect born from the hope of new beginnings? Or was it something he was reluctant to acknowledge? Did he actually harbor a modicum of affection for Guan Sui? With this question lingering in his mind, Wensong continued to navigate through the ensuing days, adhering to his routine of a monotonous life. During a moment of distraction, Song Lanxue raised her voice slightly, calling out, Song Song. Wensong looked up bewildered. Seated on her hospital bed, Song Lanxue gazed at him with concern as he fetched water for her. Have you been working too hard lately? You seem a bit lacking in spirit these past few days. Wensong lowered his eyelids, carrying the water cup to her bedside. After she accepted it, he sat beside her and tucked the blanket around her. Everything at work is fine, he smiled, attempting to reassure her. I've been quite relaxed lately. No overtime or anything. Song Lanxue appeared skeptical. Really? Wensong nodded earnestly. I would never deceive you. Song Lanxue sighed, Xiaobao. You know that your grandmother is the person who understands you best in this world. Wensong was acutely aware that concealing his inner thoughts from her was an impossible feat, yet expressing them directly proved equally daunting. If you have any worries, you can share them with your grandmother, Song Lanxue continued. I wish to help lighten your burdens. Wensong recognized that, in this world, only Ms. Song Lanxue remained his final family member, the one who had nurtured him through his formative years. After so many years of mutual dependence, no one understood him better than she did. Regardless of what concerns he held, they would be laid bare before her, devoid of any semblance of concealment. In truth, there was nothing of great magnitude troubling him, His fingers unconsciously curled upon the bedsheet, and as he lowered his eyelids, he finally lifted his gaze to meet Song Lanchua's, forcing a smile that lingered. He chose his words with care, articulating the thoughts he had hidden over recent days. I just suddenly feel as though I owe someone quite a bit. Being a woman of experience, Song Lanchua immediately discerned that his concerns were intertwined with matters of the heart. Without any preliminary probing, she directly asked Xiaobao, "Do you have feelings for this person?" Chapter 37. The Uncertainty of Affection. When Song was momentarily taken aback by her question, left in a daze for several seconds before regaining his composure. Was it that obvious? No, it wasn't merely the clarity of the situation. It was that Song Lanchua truly understood him. But which of his words had revealed the emotional turmoil he was experiencing? Was this question truly so difficult to answer? Song Lanchua inquired. After a brief hesitation, when Song nodded, only to promptly shake his head. I don't know. The distinction between liking and not liking is elusive, despite his emotional reticence. The undeniable feelings he harbored served as a constant reminder that his past connections with alphas were indeed different. As for the nature of that difference, he could not articulate. While Song Lanchua was certainly knowledgeable, she too recognized the limitations of her involvement, especially given her ignorance of the emotions and experiences that lay between Wensong and the one he admired. Follow your heart, she advised succinctly. Wensong committed her words to memory. I will, grandmother. Song Lanchua smiled gently. Do not place too much pressure on yourself. Whatever it is, share it with your grandmother. Being alone in the hospital can be quite dull. Speaking about your life will ease my worries. Wensong felt a warmth spread through him. I will, grandmother. Next time, bring me some books and flower seeds. I find myself rather bored in the hospital and have suddenly taken a fancy to planting flowers to alleviate the monotony. Wensong diligently noted her requests. All right, I'll bring them when I come tomorrow. Song Lanchua nodded good. The two exchanged a few more intimate words, and as time grew late, Wensong suggested he would return the following day. Little did he know, just as he departed, Guan Sui arrived at the entrance of the hospital room. Song Lanchua happened to be planning to fetch a glass of water. Upon noticing this, Guan Sui swiftly entered the room, placing the fruit basket he was carrying onto the table. Allow me to assist you, he said, taking the cup from Song Lanchua's hand and walking to the water dispenser to fill it with half a cup of warm water. Xiaoguan, what brings you here today? Song Lanchua inquired, her gaze fixed on the back of the alpha as she sat quietly by the bedside. After filling the cup, Guan Sui approached her and handed it over, replying, I was passing by to attend to some matters, so I thought I would stop by to see you. After expressing her gratitude, Song Lanchua took a sip of water. You are very considerate. Guan Sui noticed that besides the fruit basket, there was also a flower on the table. He feigned ignorance, asking, Has Wensong been here? Song Lanchua placed the cup back on the table. Yes. That child has been coming every day since I was hospitalized, just left 5 minutes before you arrived. Guan Sui took note of Wensong's usual whereabouts. Song Lanchua felt a lingering concern for Wensong. He had been distracted lately, occasionally lost in thought, and despite his attempts to conceal it, she could see through his facade. Even though she had just claimed there was nothing amiss as an elder, she couldn't help but worry that he might be facing some troubles, fearing he would hide them from her. Xiaoguan, Song Lanchua gazed at the tall, handsome alpha before her. Do you know if Wensong has been encountering any difficulties lately? Guan Sui paused momentarily before asking, What is wrong with him? With a sigh, Song Lanchua replied, That child has always been solitary, keeping his troubles to himself. Recently, I've noticed he seems preoccupied. I wonder if it's something regarding his emotions. Guan Sui caught the crux of her concern and reiterated, Emotions? Song Lanchua shared her speculation. Wensong is rather oblivious when it comes to feelings. He didn't deny anything when I inquired. I suspect he may have developed feelings for someone. Guan Sui furrowed his brow, seemingly taken aback by this revelation. Unaware of Guan Sui's unease, Song Lanchua continued, Matters of the heart should not be overly complicated. I worry that Wensong might reject those who genuinely care for him because of me. He is a responsible person, and I fear that my presence may become a burden. Guan Sui, though not one to offer comfort, spoke in a notably calm tone. You need not worry, nor should you bear the weight of all the blame. If Wensong were to discover this, it would only cause him greater sorrow and distress. Finally, he asked, when did he begin to seem so distracted? After a moment of reflection, Song Lanxue replied, perhaps 3 days ago. Guan Sui noted this time frame, speculating that it coincided with the day Zhao Mingzhu and Qi Sheng's Omega met to discuss collaboration. His lips pressed into a straight line, his expression tense and somber. Seeing Guan Sui fall into silence, Song Lanxue said, Xiao Guan, are you aware of Wensong's situation? You two seem to have a good relationship. If he finds it difficult to confide in me as his elder, I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on him for me. Could you do that? If a stranger were present here now, they would likely be oblivious to the emotional turmoil surrounding Wensong. However, if that stranger happened to be Guan Sui, they would possess a profound understanding of the situation, perhaps even more so than anyone else in Wensong's life, including her legitimate boyfriend. I will, Guan Sui replied, suppressing a flicker of unease within. Upon hearing Guan Sui's affirmation, Song Lanxue felt a wave of relief wash over her. Due to her health issues, she was unable to remain by Wensong's side at all times. Moreover, as Wensong matured, she began to keep her personal matters private from her elders, which made it difficult for Song Lanxue, as a concerned guardian, to refrain from worrying about her child, particularly since Wensong had always been the epitome of understanding and obedience since childhood. I appreciate your help, Guan Sui said. It is but a small effort. Song Lanxue recalled that Guan Sui had only stopped by the hospital to visit because of other errands and, fearing she might be taking up too much of his time, she urged, Guan, if you have other matters to attend to, please feel free to go. Guan Sui nodded slightly. Then I shall take my leave. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to contact the nurse or doctor. Song Lanxue could not help but admire how, despite Guan Sui's seemingly aloof demeanor as an alpha, he possessed a warm heart, frequently bringing fruit baskets to visit her and inquiring about her health. Truly, he was a good soul. Very well, she responded with a gentle smile. Next time you come, there is no need to bring a fruit basket. I cannot consume it all. Just come and chat with me instead. The hospital is dreary and confining. With such a small space, one grows weary of sitting in the same corner day after day. Over the months, I have seen friends made in the hospital succumb to their ailments one after another, which has burdened my spirit to the point where I dread venturing out or engaging with others. Guan Sui replied, Understood. I shall return to visit you again. Take care on your way, Song Lanxue said as Guan Sui drove away from the hospital. Throughout his journey, his mind lingered on Song Lanxue's words. Wensong had been noticeably distracted and downcast lately, seemingly burdened by a sense of indebtedness to some alpha. Apart from Zhao Mingzhu, it was difficult to fathom who else could evoke such feelings in her. This sensation was unsettling. Guan Sui despised the notion of using coercion to claim what rightfully belonged to him. At that moment, the traffic light ahead shifted from red to green, counting down its transition. He gripped the steering wheel with one hand and pressed the accelerator, propelling forward. If gentler approaches proved ineffective, perhaps it was time to consider a more forceful strategy. Chapter 38. Tied to interests on the day of the banquet. Wensong accompanied the rest of the Wen family as they ascended the winding asphalt road that snaked up the mountainside. Soon, a grand estate emerged in their view, seemingly perched amongst the clouds, shrouded in mist like a scene from a fairy tale. From Wensu, she learned that this was the ancestral home of the Guan family, located in Suicheng, a true representation of a prestigious lineage. Indeed, it felt as though they were mere country bumpkins stepping into a world of opulence. An alpha, with arms crossed over his chest, emerged disdainfully from the car, casting a scornful glance at Wensong, who stood at the door surveying his surroundings. His tone dripped with derision. This alpha, named Wenjiaming, was Wenshu's cousin. It seemed that it was he who had once attempted to ensnare Wensong in a cruel prank, only for Zhao Mingzhu to intervene and rescue him. Since that incident, he had refrained from any overtly excessive actions against Wensong. Yet it did not deter Wenjiaming from indulging in verbal mockery. Almost every time he laid eyes on Wensong, he would roll his eyes and scoff, as though confronted with something repulsive. In contrast, Wensong remained utterly impassive, choosing to selectively ignore Wenjiaming. A dog may bite you, but one must never retaliate against a dog. Unless provoked excessively, Wensong treated Wen Jiaming's words as inconsequential, akin to mere flatulence. Wen Shu, standing nearby, felt a wave of physiological disgust upon hearing Wen Jiaming's remarks. It was hard to articulate just how much he loathed this cousin, who, relying solely on his alpha status, believed the world should bow before him. A complete fool indeed. The two were not particularly fond of one another. If you keep silent, no one will mistake you for a mute, Wen Shu quipped, but if you must bark, so be it. Wen Jiaming, nearly provoked into a physical altercation with Wen Shu, was interrupted at that moment by another alpha emerging from the car, clad in a bespoke dark suit. This figure, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of refined elegance. It was Wen Su, the eldest of the Wen family. Wen Su, with an austere expression, admonished, "Enough of this. Are you not ashamed of your behavior?" The two disputants swiftly fell silent, unwilling to speak further. "We are here to attend a birthday celebration, not to treat this place as your own home for unruly antics." As the eldest brother, Wen Su commanded respect from his younger siblings, all of whom were particularly wary of him, except for Wensong. It was Wen Jiaming who instigated this. Wen Shu retorted coldly. Just as Wen Jiaming opened his mouth to retort, he was met with Wen Su's frigid gaze, which stifled all his words. He swallowed his indignation, unable to voice a single complaint. "Enough," Wen Su declared. "You are all in your teens and 20s. Must you still display such a lack of decorum when visiting? Are you not concerned about how others perceive your antics?" The reprimand left no room for rebuttal. Being their elder cousin, Wen Su managed all matters within the family company. As they were set to graduate and join the company for internships, avoiding any offense was paramount, lest they provoke their grandfather and face appropriate consequences. Furthermore, their familial hierarchy placed Wen Su as a figure of authority. "Understood," Wen Jiaming replied in a perfunctory and dissatisfied tone. Wensong maintained a silence, refraining from engaging or retaliating. Wen Su cast a glance in his direction, his eyes betraying an emotion that Wensong could not decipher, though it seemed devoid of malice. "Let us proceed," Wen Su concluded. Wen Su withdrew his gaze and instructed, "Please go in." Upon hearing this, the other person adjusted their cuffs and strode towards the entrance of the manor. Wen Jiaming let out a derisive snort in the direction where Wensong stood, then followed suit into the banquet hall. Meanwhile, Wensong and Wen Su remained rooted in place, unyielding. "Are you not going to retort after being scolded?" Wen Su inquired nonchalantly, arms crossed. Wensong lowered his gaze, deeming it unnecessary to engage with a fool. "I am merely offering you unsolicited assistance," Wen Su replied, irritation flickering across his face as he bit his lip, wishing he could retract his earlier statement. Having moved on, he adopted a carefree attitude, choosing not to argue about the obvious, his gaze casually drifting towards the guests mingling in the distance. The banquet seems quite lively. It appears that every prominent family and company in Sui City has arrived. Wensong asked, "Whose birthday is it today?" Wen Su replied, "It's Guan Sui's, the heir of the Dingxing family." Wensong paused, seemingly taken aback by the revelation, as the invitation he received had made no mention of this being Guan Sui's birthday. "I hope they do not attempt to pair me with this alpha again. It is utterly pointless." Wensong was aware that Wen Su harbored a deep-seated aversion towards Guan Sui. Having grown up together, their relationship barely qualified as friendship. He inquired, "Is your grandfather arranging this match with Guan Sui for the sake of the Wen family?" The Wen family was currently ensnared in internal strife, resulting in a chaotic financial situation with losses mounting, desperately seeking partners to invest and stabilize their funds to weather this crisis. Without any existing connections, no one would be willing to take the risk. Hence, the old gentleman had set his sights on Guan Sui, intending for Wen Su to be the family's sacrificial pawn to turn the tide. As they conversed, they walked side by side into the manor. Inside, the opulence surpassed that of the exterior. The banquet was teeming with guests, and servers navigated through the crowd with trays in hand. Wen Su took a glass of champagne from a tray, lifted it to his lips for a delicate sip, and answered Wensong's earlier question with unhurried composure. "Indeed, each of our marriages is priced and ultimately linked to family interests." After a brief pause, his light brown eyes turned particularly cold. His voice tinged with a hint of disdain devoid of any semblance of choice. It is said, to be in a high position is to be bound by it. Wensong asked, then how do you defy grandfather's wishes and refuse to court Guan Sui? Wensong took another sip of champagne. While one cannot escape the bonds of arranged marriage, one can at least choose the partner. Wensong understood. There were numerous prominent alphas in Sui City, and as long as the families were well matched, it did not necessarily have to be anyone specific. A successful union with Guan Sui would, of course, be ideal. Reflecting on the fact that Guan Sui had also been summoned for an arranged meeting by his family, he cautiously inquired, as the heir of Ding shone, does Guan Sui not have a say in his own future marriage? Chapter 39. A breath of relief when Su held the stem of his glass delicately, scrutinizing Wensong from head to toe, raising an eyebrow. Why do you ask such a question? Wensong found himself momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. The matter of whether Guan Sui could govern his own marriage was tangential to their conversation. Curiosity lingered, and he anticipated a reasonable answer. Wensong raised an eyebrow and took a sip of champagne, pondering the question. After swallowing the last remnants of the effervescent drink, he tilted his chin towards the 4 o'clock direction. If you're truly keen to know, you might as well inquire directly with him. Following the direction indicated, Wensong's gaze cut through the crowd and landed on Guan Sui. Today marked the latter's birthday, and he had evidently chosen a simple yet elegant appearance for the occasion. His hair was swept upwards, revealing a pronounced forehead, with the strands cascading naturally, framing his face with 2 clusters of hair resting on his brow. High cheekbones and deep-set eyes contributed to a profile that exuded a taut, fluid grace, his features imbued with a hint of alpha's primal intensity. Standing in impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his striking proportions rendered him conspicuously distinct amidst the throng. Perhaps the pheromones of a top-tier alpha rendered him more perceptive than others. Wensong's gaze lingered on Guan Sui for less than 3 seconds before being detected. The latter raised his champagne glass in a subtle greeting towards Wensong's position. Observing this, Wensong squinted and inquired, "Are you two particularly close?" Wensong withdrew his gaze, questioning the basis of such an inquiry. Wensong smirked, stating that Guan Sui's demeanor was not one to greet unfamiliar faces warmly, indicating that their acquaintance must be quite amicable. This analysis struck a chord with Wensong, as he recognized that despite not spending every moment together, Guan Sui's character was unmistakably aloof prior to their interactions. "I suppose we are acquainted," he conceded. Wensong suggested, "Then you could simply ask him." Wensong queried, "Ask what?" Leaning closer, Wensong replied, "Whether the authority over his marriage lies within his own hands." Wensong dismissed the idea, "I won't ask." Wensong raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you curious?" "You were just asking me." Wensong refuted, "Not curious at all." Wensong pouted, offering no rebuttal. "By the way," he elongated his tone, scanning the crowd, "where's your boyfriend? It's Guan Sui's birthday. He should be here." Wensong replied, "I have no idea." Zhao Mingzhu had not been in contact with him lately, and the latter was unaware of his attendance at the birthday celebration. Wensong stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Don't you typically keep in touch? Such matters ought to be shared." For them, the concepts of sharing life and notifying one another of plans were non-existent. Their relationship had not yet reached such intimacy. In other words, there was no hint of ambiguity between them. Zhao Mingzhu would message him only when he needed him around, occasionally staying over, mostly to share a meal, attend events, or assist with daily tasks. Their interactions resembled those of a long-married couple. "We haven't been in contact," Wensong replied candidly. Wensong, "So are you two a couple? Surely that's not true?" Wensong remained silent, for their relationship hardly qualified as genuine romance. They merely bore the title of lovers. Even though he could not fathom why Zhao Mingzhu had initially proposed such a contract, the conditions presented were quite favorable, leaving little reason for refusal. "I don't know," Wensong admitted candidly. Wensong scrutinized the exceptionally attractive beta before him. Indeed, the term beautiful was not confined by gender. It felt entirely appropriate to use it for Wensong, despite his being a male beta. "Don't worry," Wensong reassured him. "Zhao Mingzhu is not a good man." He added, "There are hardly any decent alphas in this circle. They're all scoundrels. Just be careful not to end up with nothing." Wensong replied, "He is not that foolish." He may appear somewhat docile and reticent, but that doesn't mean he would be easily deceived. In contrast, Wensong seemed like someone who could be easily fooled, exuding an air of contrast that made it easy to discern the thoughts of others. I understand, Wensong reflected. He had never contemplated developing genuine feelings for any alpha in Sui-Ching. For some inexplicable reason, the visage of Guan Sui flickered in his mind. "Hey!" Wensong exclaimed suddenly, startled by something he had seen. Perplexed, Wensong followed Wensong's gaze and tilted his head, asking, "What is the matter?" As his words fell, he noticed, not far away, Zhao Mingzhu strolling alongside an Omega clad in a white suit. The two appeared quite intimate. The Omega had linked arms with Zhao Mingzhu, seemingly attending the birthday banquet as his companion. Wen. That Omega is the young master of Qixing, named Su Shaozi. Qixing is quite renowned in Sui-Ching, operating in the internet sector and has business dealings with Zhongrong. Their families are well matched. Wensong nodded in understanding. No wonder this Omega exuded a different aura compared to those who had previously been by Zhao Mingzhu's side. Furthermore, it was the first time Zhao Mingzhu had publicly appeared with an Omega male companion. "You're not upset, are you?" Wensong asked, his gaze fixed on Wensong. Wensong's eyelashes fluttered as he lifted his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. "Should I be upset?" Wensong cautioned, "If you're feeling down, don't force yourself to hold it in." He continued, "Zhao Mingzhu was never an alpha worth relying upon. It was well known that once an alpha publicly showcased a male companion, it indicated that good fortune was on the horizon, especially when the two were of equal standing. An alpha and an omega would not appear together in such a manner without a significant connection." Wensong observed Wensong's performance, noting his lack of pretense. Unlike his usual demeanor, and couldn't help but chuckle. Even a younger brother, merely 3 years his junior, possesses such clarity of thought. How could he possibly be oblivious to the situation? It seems that Zhao Mingzhu might truly be on the verge of marriage, likely to an Omega companion present at this gathering, in accordance with familial alliances. "Do not worry," Wensong reassured, "I am not disheartened." Yet, Wensong found it difficult to believe his words. "Is that truly the case? Please do not deceive me. You two have been together for nearly 2 years. Even if he is a rather unworthy alpha, the assistance he has provided you may easily lead you to misinterpret his intentions as affection." Wensong was taken aback that Wensong, an innocent and somewhat haughty Omega, was aware of such nuances. "I'm not lying. I genuinely feel no sorrow. In fact, I harbor a subtle sense of relief." Chapter 40. Is it serious or merely a game? Wensong hesitated, ultimately sighing, "As long as you are not upset. Your words are indeed scarce, and it seems today your responses are limited to what you know and what you do not, with little else to offer." Such a dry and unexciting reply truly breeds disinterest. Upon finishing his statement, he appeared to realize he had misspoken and sought to amend it, only to abandon the effort. His intention was not to imply that Wensong was dull or tedious, nor to suggest that one must appease or conform to any alpha. However, one must acknowledge that to capture the attention of someone one admires, a transformation is often necessary. Yet, if someone truly cherishes you, they will embrace all your seemingly insignificant flaws, transforming them into virtues. There is a saying, "Beauty is in the eye of the beholder." Wensong understood that Wensong did not intend to belittle him. His friend had always displayed such contradictory behavior. He often feigned disdain, yet harbored no ill will. "I understand," Wensong replied, recalling Wensong's earlier words. "As for Zhao Mingzhu's situation, I am not entirely aware at present." He added, "Let him bring it up to me when he is ready." In their relationship, the secondary party held no authority to terminate it, unless they were to return all the benefits accrued over the years from Zhao Mingzhu. Wensong appeared troubled and finally inquired, "What if he attempts to explain himself, or suggests that you become the third party?" It is important to recognize that some alphas can be particularly distasteful, though not all. I am referring to certain segments of the group that, endowed with wealth and power, indulge in extramarital affairs, devoid of any genuine affection for their Omega partners. Such scenarios are rampant within their circles, including with his own Omega father and Wensong Feng. Wensong countered, "That will not happen. They are bound by contract. Should Zhao Mingzhu choose to marry in the future, the contract will be terminated in advance. As of now, he has not indicated any intention of marriage, suggesting that matters have not yet escalated to that point. As an outsider, Wensong was oblivious to the intricate dealings between Wensong and Zhao Mingzhu. From his perspective, he merely perceived their relationship as an unusual yet somewhat conventional romance. The conventionality stemmed from Zhao Mingzhu's own declaration of Wensong as his boyfriend. The peculiarity, however, lay in Zhao Mingzhu's nonchalant approach to love, treating Wensong as a pet maintained through financial support. Regardless, a little vigilance would suffice. Wensong chose not to elaborate further. Wensong lifted the corners of his lips, assuring, "There's no need to worry about me." Wensong retorted stubbornly, "I'm not worried about you." With that, they decided to seek out their elder brother to unite with him and deliver their best wishes to Guan Sui. Wensong nodded in agreement, contemplating what sort of birthday gift he should prepare for Guan Sui after the banquet concluded. Setting aside other considerations, the latter had facilitated the connection with doctors for Song Lanxue, arranged treatment, managed hospitalization, and orchestrated surgery, shouldering all expenses personally. This was all merely to convey sincerity. Additionally, Guan Sui had gifted him a double fish jade pendant, which he still kept at home. Attempts to return it had consistently met with refusal, as it was returned untouched each time. With no recourse, he chose to retain it. The guests bore witness to the prominence of the Ding Sheng group and the Guan family in Suicheng, comprising notable figures from various industries, many of whom Wensong had previously seen in television and newspapers. He had never envisioned encountering them in reality one day. Wensong took a glass of red wine from server's tray, nodding in gratitude before following closely behind Wensong in search of Wensong, who was engaged in conversation with others. As for one Jiaming, he had long since disappeared. This was fortuitous, sparing them from unnecessary confrontations. Wensong concluded his discussion with a toast and turned to Wensong and Wensong, stating, "Let us go." As the guest of honor for the birthday celebration, Guan Sui was surrounded by a steady stream of attendees. At that moment, he was in animated conversation with two distinguished alphas, exchanging toasts and enjoying their discourse. Curious, Wensong inquired, "Who are those two alphas? I've never seen them in Suicheng." Wensong's gaze briefly lingered on the mentioned alphas, positioned 3 meters away, before he averted his eyes. Wensong, who frequently mingled with various companies, began to explain to the two unacquainted individuals, "It's quite normal not to have seen them. They're not from Suicheng. The one on the left is called Chu Chun, and the alpha on the right is his lawful husband, Ji Sui. No, he later changed his name to Ji Xingchen. You may find their names familiar, yet unfamiliar. Mentioning CC should give you a hint about their connection." Wensong exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't CC that internet company established just 2 years ago? In such a short span, it has skyrocketed from startup to one of the top 10 enterprises nationally. Wensong Indeed. They're the bosses of CC. The influence of CC permeates the nation, well known and omnipresent in daily life. The games, brands, and entertainment ventures under its banner enjoy considerable acclaim. Wensong's work also aligns with CC through various research and development projects. Little did he expect to encounter the enigmatic figure behind the scenes. Over the years abroad, Guan Sui has met numerous influential individuals. Wensong smirked, "No wonder my grandfather wishes for a union between us. The backing of both the Ding Sheng and Guan families, along with their vast connections, could easily extricate the Wen family from the crises instigated by internal strife. Each connection alone possesses the potential to rescue the Wen clan from turmoil. Unfortunately, Guan Sui and I are not on amicable terms. Wensong, estimating that the compatibility of our pheromones barely clears the passing mark, likely leading to disputes, altercations, and mutual rejection. He looks down upon me, and I hold him in similar disdain." Wensong maintained his silence, offering no response. From the perspective of family interests, one would naturally hope for Wensong to seize the opportunity, yet from an elder brother's viewpoint, the situation differs. His role is to stabilize the current state of the one group, averting unions based on mere interests. As for Wensong, his thoughts diverge from those of the two. Guan Sui's status and influence are even more formidable than anticipated. Even the esteemed Zhao Mingzhu, lauded as the Prince of Glory, appears deferential in his presence. utterly incapable of confronting him with the support of any backing. Such a premier alpha ought to pair with an equally distinguished or highly compatible omega, rather than relegating himself to the role of a third party. At times, Wensong genuinely questions what Guan Sui seeks from a mere beta like him. Is it earnest, or merely a fleeting amusement? Chapter 41, Jealousy. Wensong leans towards the latter notion, just a passing fancy. Pressured by family to meet Wensu for an arranged encounter, Guan Sui realizes that the power to dictate his future marriage is only 50% within his grasp. Ultimately, to solidify his standing and ensure lineage, he may opt to marry an omega. Occupying a high position, he is not free to choose. For them, marriage is merely a tool for the exchange of benefits. Upon arriving in Suicheng, Wensong became acutely aware of this reality. Thus, he never contemplated developing genuine feelings for any alpha or omega. While he harbors gratitude towards Zhao Mingzhu, any residual dependence born from being rescued in times of difficulty will be entirely eradicated, leaving no lingering emotions aside from gratitude. This includes Guan Sui. Song Lanxue once advised him to follow his heart, yet it seems unlikely he could ever adhere to such simplicity. Seizing the present moment before becoming too entangled, he resolves to sever ties early, maintaining only a transactional relationship. Wensong understands better than anyone how to exercise self-awareness. Once one relinquishes all hope regarding a matter, reducing expectations significantly lessens the sense of disparity, preventing one from succumbing to endless internal conflict. Guan Sui remarked, "You are the master of your own affairs. Should any issues arise, speak to grandfather." When Su crossed his arms, I understand. Upon returning that day, I immediately confided my thoughts to Lord One. The One family has not yet reached a point where a marriage alliance is necessary to overcome difficulties, so for now, I shall indulge in my whims and terminate this matchmaking endeavor. Wensong, however, remained in a state of silence, his thoughts having long since drifted into the ether. "What occupies your mind?" Wensu inquired, noticing a sudden shift in the other's demeanor, which seemed to darken momentarily. "Are you feeling disheartened because Zhao Mingzhu is with another omega?" The proactive Guan Sui, who had approached them, momentarily paused at these words. His long, slender fingers tightened around the stem of his wineglass, the knuckles paling under the pressure, revealing the intensity of his grip. As Wensong lifted his eyelids to explain, his gaze collided with the piercing, elongated eyes of the alpha, mere half a meter away. Both men sensed the tension and instinctively turned their heads toward Guan Sui. When Su took the initiative to greet him, "Mr. Guan." Having spoken, he raised a champagne glass, offering a simple yet heartfelt birthday wish, "Happy birthday." Guan Sui lowered his eyelids, giving a nonchalant nod. "Thank you." He then took a sip of his red wine, his candid gaze fixed unwaveringly on Wensong. Among those present, Wensu was the youngest. Though typically brash, his demeanor now was unexpectedly delicate, acutely aware of the peculiar atmosphere swirling between Guan Sui and Wensong. The omega possessed a keen sensitivity to alpha pheromones, immediately detecting a bittersweet and potent undertone of tequila in the air, indicative of Guan Sui's displeasure. Had Wensong offended him? Just a short while ago, they had exchanged pleasantries. What could have provoked such ferocity? Guan Sui's eyes were dark and brooding, their depths unfathomable, exuding an icy, inscrutable aura, as if a ferocious beast lurked within, pressing down with an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Instinctively, Wensu stepped forward, positioning himself before Wensong to obscure the alpha's gaze. With deliberate slowness, he raised his wineglass, a forced smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, "Happy birthday." Recognizing Wensu's intent, warmth blossomed in Wensong's heart. Guan Sui regarded the impassive omega. "Care for a drink?" Wensu, undeterred, lifted his glass with confidence. Guan Sui remained still. Wensu raised an eyebrow. "Does the birthday star not wish to indulge?" Guan Sui smirked. "Fine." He tipped back his glass, draining it completely, leaving not a drop behind. Wensong was well aware of Wensu's strong tolerance for alcohol, and he too finished his champagne, almost in a provocative manner, flipping the glass upside down and shaking it. "Mr. Guan must be quite busy celebrating his birthday," Wensu remarked, "so we shall not intrude any longer." Many guests hovered nearby, eager to approach Guan Sui and extend their birthday wishes. Wensong noticed the icy glare from the corner of Guan Sui's eye, likely a response to Wensu's earlier comment regarding Zhao Mingzhu and the other Omega. Thus, emotions of displeasure arise. What is the source of this discontent? Is it the possessiveness of alpha at play? Guan Sui remarked, "Very well." Wensu politely nodded, grasped Wensong's arm, and led him in another direction. As for Wensu, he remained stationary, showing no signs of movement. Apologies were offered to Guan Sui. Wensu had been spoiled a home and did not intend to speak in such a manner. Wensu's attitude was unmistakable. As the elder brother, he could not simply turn a blind eye. He hoped that Guan Sui would not harbor any grudges against Wensu. "It's nothing." Guan Sui would not genuinely be angry. A momentary surge of displeasure had arisen earlier. Wensong harbored feelings for Zhao Mingzhu, and the latter's presence with an Omega male companion felt unsettling, causing distress. Consequently, his emotions had seeped out uncontrollably, but this did not imply any intent to harm Wensong. On the contrary, this presented a splendid opportunity for Guan Sui. However, he had approached seeking Wensong, only to be mistaken for trouble by the protective Wensu, who whisked him away. Now, unable to extricate himself from the situation, he resigned to waiting until the banquet commenced to seek out Wensong later. Seeing that Guan Sui did not appear genuinely angry, Wensu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wensong was led by Wensu to a quieter area near the backyard's rockery fountain, where fewer guests lingered. "Aren't you acquainted with Guan Sui?" was the first question Wensu asked upon releasing his grip. Wensong was uncertain how to articulate their relationship, nodding slightly while shaking his head. "I'm not sure. I suppose we're acquainted." Wensu crossed his arms. "Did you offend him?" Alphas were indeed capricious. One moment, he was greeting Wensong from across a crowd, and the next, his gaze seemed as if he were intent on devouring him. Unfortunately, the naive Omega was utterly unaware of the underlying reasons and could not discern that the so-called predatory look held meanings far removed from his interpretations. "No," Wensong replied candidly. Wensu clicked his tongue. "Then why is he angry? He looks as though you owe him millions." Wensong remained silent, for indeed, he felt as though he owed just that. "Thank you." Wensong had lost count of how many times he had expressed gratitude to Wensu. "I'm worried that Guan Sui may hold a grudge against you. What would happen if he sought revenge on our own family?" Wensu scoffed lightly. "So you needn't overthink it. I have no intention of aiding you." "Understood," Wensong nodded. The duplicitous Omega, at times sharp-tongued and at others soft-hearted, possessed a striking contrast that likely made him quite popular at school. Standing beside Wensong, Wensu felt somewhat uneasy, as if continuing this way might reveal their true feelings. "I'll take a stroll. You find a place to stay, but don't wander off. Just keep your distance from Guan Sui." At the end, I must add a note about Wen Jiaming and Zhao Mingzhu. Young Wensong, the 3-year-old Omega brother, resembled an elder accompanying a child on an outing, incessantly offering reminders, fearful of any mishaps. "I am not as fragile as you think," Wensong asserted. "They are not harbingers of misfortune. There is no need to avoid them. Moreover, this is a banquet, and I shall uphold decorum. I will never bring shame upon the Wen family by engaging in conflict with anyone." Wensu, recalling Wensong's formidable fighting spirit, felt a wave of relief wash over him. "That will suffice. I shall take my leave." After Wensu departed, Wensong stood alone before the fountain, gathering his thoughts for nearly half an hour. It was only upon sensing a familiar alpha presence behind him that he slowly turned, raising his gaze to meet Guan Sui, who stood with one hand in his pocket, his demeanor inscrutable and cold. "How did you come here?" Wensong inquired, attempting to compose himself. "Today is your birthday. Is it permissible for you to be absent?" Guan Sui did not respond to this trivial question, but instead scrutinized Wensong's face and remarked, "Today is my birthday." Wensong paused, awaiting further elaboration. Seeing his silence, Guan Sui continued, "You have yet to wish me a happy birthday." Wensong recalled the earlier moments when Wensu had extended their sincere well wishes to Guan Sui, while he had remained silent, overshadowed by the low pressure emanating from Guan Sui, prompting Wensu to shield him swiftly, leaving no time for him to utter a simple birthday greeting. No one anticipated that Guan Sui would confront him directly to claim such a greeting. "Happy birthday," Wensong sincerely offered. Guan Sui responded with a non-committal extending his palm, and won my birthday gift. Wensong lowered his eyelids, his gaze resting on Guan Sui's open hand, blinking once before replying. I was unaware that it was your birthday before arriving. May I make it up to you next time? Guan Sui furrowed his brow, remaining silent, neither affirming nor denying, his palm still outstretched. Wensong asked, what do you desire? Guan Sui replied, you know. Wensong understood that the alpha before him might be sulking due to Wensu's earlier words. Regardless of whether Guan Sui viewed their relationship as mere amusement or something more serious, there existed a transactional dynamic between them. Although they had not formally parted ways, it was only a matter of time. Thus, it would be wise to offer a morsel of sweetness to appease the possessive alpha. With a silent sigh, Wensong stepped closer to the outstretched hand of Guan Sui. The latter's gaze followed Wensong's movements. He had not genuinely expected Wensong to present a gift at that moment, nor had he ever intended to demand an extravagant offering from him. However, witnessing Wensong's demeanor now, Guan Sui felt a slight dryness in his throat, despite Beta lacking any scent of pheromones. The mingling of simple shower gel and laundry detergent, with a pleasant fragrance transformed into the most intoxicating aroma in existence. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. His gaze, fixed on Wensong, shifted slowly inch by inch as the latter moved with deliberate slowness. Guan Sui's throat tightened, and before he could finish his words, he saw Wensong lean slightly forward, lowering his head to gently encircle his wrist with his right hand, subsequently pressing his face against the palm of his open hand. The tip of his nose brushed lightly against the center of the palm, akin to a feather teasingly caressing it, sending a tingling sensation spreading throughout his body, akin to an electric shock. In the next moment, cool, soft lips descended upon his palm, bestowing a kiss with utmost reverence, resembling the most devoted worshipper of a deity. Long, thick eyelashes cast shadows like raven feathers upon his eyelids, and a minuscule mole at the bridge of his nose required keen observation to notice. It was exquisite, vivid. This gesture stirred a profound darkness in Guan Sui's deep-set, onyx eyes. Wensong acted in accordance with his genuine feelings. The instant he saw Guan Sui extend his hand, he had yearned to do this, kissing the palm of his hand without any hint of ambiguity. The atmosphere, in contrast, felt remarkably innocent. If one could overlook the fact that the alpha was so stirred as to emit pheromones, enveloping the beta before him, yearning to saturate him with the essence of tequila. The alpha's desire burgeoned with that innocent kiss upon the palm, gradually consuming his rationality. The clamor of the courtyard shattered this moment. Wensong's intentions were pure. After kissing the alpha's hand, he stepped back, saying, "Let me seal the deal for you. The gift will be provided later." Guan Sui pressed his tongue against the inside of his cheek, attempting to suppress the ignited desire inch by inch. Did sealing the deal refer to kissing my hand? Wensong nodded earnestly. Yes. Guan Sui gazed at the obedient beta before him, feeling an insatiable fire ignited by the latter's prior actions almost surge uncontrollably within him. Despite appearing wooden, the seemingly oblivious behavior was an irresistible temptation for the alpha. Suddenly, he chuckled softly, his tone rising like a fishing hook. Why not kiss? Kissing hands is so mundane. Wensong replied, alphas are indeed skilled at pushing their luck. Kissing another alpha's palm had already been the greatest transgression for him as Zhao Mingzhu's boyfriend. Little did he know, the alpha was unsatisfied. I haven't broken up yet. Wensong reiterated this line, recalling the cold indifference and low pressure that Guan Sui had recently displayed. He added in a languid tone, but it should be soon. This time, Guan Sui remarked, is it impossible to kiss without a breakup? Before Wensong could respond, he heard the other party enunciate each word with precision. But your boyfriend has kissed countless omegas during your relationship, even sharing a bed with them. There's a possibility that he has formed connections during his vulnerable periods. The elongated cadence seemed to emphasize a point, striking at him with each syllable. Each word laid bare Zhao Mingzhu's infidelities, unembellished and merciless. It was evident that the two were good friends. When Guan Sui unveiled this behavior, it felt as if he yearned to present all evidence before Wensong, compelling him to see clearly and resist the allure of this transgressive relationship. Chapter 43. I Want to Kiss You. Step by step, he guided the principled beta to cross ethical boundaries, ensnaring him in a nefarious trap designed by an alpha who wished to monopolize his affections. Guan Sui never claimed to be a virtuous person. Otherwise, he would not harbor such feelings in his heart. Wensong's relationship with Zhao Mingzhu was but a facade, having long since deteriorated to a precarious state, irretrievable. His respect for Wensong's resolve did not imply that he would lurk in the shadows while the two continued their romance as if he were a mere interloper. Thus, he subtly accelerated their separation, nothing more. Every utterance from Guan Sui possessed no lethal impact on Wensong. No one understood Zhao Mingzhu's actions better than his legitimate boyfriend. They had agreed prior to signing their relationship contract not to interfere in each other's private lives, which did not necessarily pertain to romantic entanglements. As the beta, Wensong held no authority to set conditions, nor was he permitted to engage in infidelity. Ultimately, this agreement represented Zhao Mingzhu's exclusive rights. Seeing Wensong remain silent, Guan Sui presumed that his words had inflicted sorrow and anguish. A subtle pang of bitterness mingled with a sense of satisfaction bloomed within him as he reached out to gently touch the other's cheek. Observing the continued silence, he inquired, "Do you still like Zhao Mingzhu despite this?" Wensong, bewildered, wondered why they believed he had affections for Zhao Mingzhu. Had he, in his dedication to playing the role of a substitute, inadvertently led those around him to think he harbored genuine feelings? "I do not," he asserted, disliking misunderstandings, especially from Guan Sui. He stated firmly, "I have long been aware of what you mentioned. His intimate actions with other Omegas are irrelevant to me. He is merely fulfilling a transaction. I have distinctly separated gratitude from affection." Guan Sui probed further. "You feel nothing?" Wensong replied, "I feel nothing." Before he could finish, the alpha articulated with clarity and restraint, "Do not like him." Like me, it was neither a command nor a plea, but rather a statement delivered with a calmness, as if discussing the most mundane matter. Wensong initially believed he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. "You are upset because of Zhao Mingzhu, and I am envious," Guan Sui stated, revealing no trace of concealment concerning his emotions. His demeanor was remarkably composed as he continued, "If I cannot control my feelings, I wish to kiss you." Wensong was taken aback by each word uttered by Guan Sui, unsure of how to respond. Who would so brazenly intrude upon another's relationship? "I'm not troubled by Zhao Mingzhu," Wensong patiently clarified. The matter concerning Zhao Mingzhu could hardly stir the usually placid waters of his emotions. Even if the other party were to annul their contract on the spot, he would accept it with equanimity, offering the sincerest blessings for their impending marriage. Their relationship was merely nominal. In every other respect, it remained untainted and pristine. "Then why did you appear discontented just now?" Guan Sui inquired, admonishing him not to lie. "During my psychology course abroad, you indeed exhibited signs of melancholy, your lips unconsciously downturned, your eyelids drooping, although you did not outwardly express it. Subtle nuances in your expression reveal that your mood was not quite right." Wensong found himself at a loss for words. He had indeed felt a twinge of despondency, but it was certainly not due to Zhao Mingzhu. Instead, Wensong bit his lip, averting his gaze from Guan Sui. Reluctant to disclose the reason for his sudden emotional dip, he vaguely replied, "I was just thinking about my grandmother." This was not entirely untrue. He had indeed contemplated his grandmother's words about following one's heart, which could be considered a reflection on her. Seeing Wensong with his eyelids drooping in a seemingly obedient manner stirred something within Guan Sui. An alpha, unreserved in expressing his innermost thoughts. He reached out to embrace Wensong, pulling him close. Suddenly enveloped in warmth, Wensong's eyelashes fluttered as his cheek rested against Guan Sui's chest. "Do not be sad," Guan Sui murmured, his heartbeat resonating in the stillness. "Your grandmother's surgery will be soon, and it will be successful. I promise." Guan Sui's voice, cool and magnetic, imbued each word with the weight of a carefully considered promise. Hearing this, Wensong felt an inexplicable pang of emotion in his nose. He knew that Guan Sui would undoubtedly fulfill his words. Such an alpha easily fell into the allure of another's charm. All right, Wensong replied, striving to suppress the burgeoning feelings within him. Guan Sui lowered his head to plant a gentle kiss on the crown of Wensong's hair. After a brief embrace, they parted. It is unsafe here. People may pass by at any moment, Wensong observed, gazing up at Guan Sui, who had an askew tie. Naturally, he reached out to straighten it. You have been out for quite some time and need to return to entertain your guests. Guan Sui acknowledged with a slight nod, his gaze shifting from Wensong's hands to the side. I will come to find you later. Although Wensong was puzzled by Guan Sui's intention to return later, he felt inexplicably reassured by the sentiment, as if someone were keeping him in their thoughts. In the past, Zhao Mingzhu had uttered similar words, yet they evoked an entirely different sentiment. Perhaps this is what is referred to as the legendary feeling, or it might simply be a case of double standards. Very well. Wensong obediently conceded. Since Guan Sui expressed a desire to seek him out, he would acquiesce. However, rest assured, Guan Sui smirked. I shall not engage in any untoward actions, nor will I allow anyone to discover anything. Alpha was evidently well aware of his inner thoughts. The crowd here was particularly dense. Everyone belonged to the same circle, possessing discerning eyes, easily able to perceive any subtle undercurrents in their interactions. Wensong had not yet severed ties. Today marked Guan Sui's birthday celebration. It was imperative to avoid any unpleasant rumors. Wensong nodded in agreement. Very well. Observing the compliance of the other, Guan Sui's gaze drifted to his rosy lips, igniting a flicker of desire within him. With a casual glance around to ensure no one was watching, he leaned down and kissed him without hesitation. Seizing the moment, while Wensong was momentarily stunned, he effortlessly pried open the tightly sealed lips, his tongue slipping inside, entwining with Wensong's soft tongue, until he had thoroughly infused the beta with the essence of his alpha pheromones, finally satisfied as he concluded the passionate kiss. Everything transpired too swiftly for Wensong to refuse. Once he regained his senses, apprehensive of another surprise assault, he pressed his lips tightly together and asked, "Why did you suddenly kiss me?" Guan Sui smirked. "I just mentioned wanting to kiss you. I was not lying. Besides, this is not our first kiss." Wensong retorted, "Shameless alpha. An alpha who continually pushes boundaries, unabashedly taking advantage of him. Be good." Guan Sui softened his tone. "Consider this a birthday gift for me." With that, he leaned closer, whispering into Wensong's ear with a playful smile, "It would be even better if you could be given to me." Understanding that Guan Sui harbored no disrespectful intentions, Wensong felt compelled to clarify that he was not an object to be given or received. Ultimately, he gazed into the alpha's eyes and replied, "Not yet." Seeing this, Guan Sui ceased his teasing of the beta. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. "No worries," he smiled. "I can afford to wait." Zhao Mingzhu was currently gradually approaching Su Shaozi, and it was anticipated that an engagement would soon be announced. The news of the union between Zhengrong and Qixing would spread throughout Suiqing. At that point, Wensong would naturally no longer remain by Zhao Mingzhu's side. The mere thought of these developments brought joy to Guan Sui's heart. Now, he awaited the final opportunity. The alpha was eager to assert his rightful position. Chapter 44. The pheromones of Guan Sui surround you. Guan Sui did not linger in the backyard any longer, advising Wensong that he could rest in the villa if he felt fatigued, before hastily returning to the front yard to entertain the guests. In the end, Wensong stood alone before the fountain, lost in thought. Such an occasion was far too lively for him. What mattered most was the absence of familiar faces. Engaging in conversation with strangers drained both energy and time. It would be far better to sever these futile social interactions. Wensong, a familiar voice suddenly emerged from behind. Turning his head upon hearing the name, Wensong discovered it was Zhao Mingzhu, who held a freshly lit cigarette between his fingers. Presumably, he had grown weary from socializing and sought a breath of fresh air, taking the opportunity to smoke and alleviate his emotions. "What brings you here?" Zhao Mingzhu strolled towards the fountain. Wensong had not anticipated that, just after Guan Sui's departure, his true boyfriend Zhao Mingzhu would arrive. Navigating between two alphas, he felt an inexplicable weariness. He replied honestly, "I came to the banquet with my brother and the others." Zhao Mingzhu stood beside Wensong, exhaling beautiful smoke rings. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly caught a whiff of the alpha's pheromones clinging to his companion. It was the scent of tequila, reminiscent of Guan Sui's pheromones, overwhelmingly potent. Such intensity undoubtedly indicated intimate contact, perhaps hand-holding, embraces, kisses, and deep exchanges. Zhao Mingzhu felt a surge of discontent. It was uncertain whether this emotion stemmed from Guan Sui or Wensong. His gaze darkened slightly as he inhaled, releasing another smoke ring. You carry the scent of Guan Sui's pheromones. Wensong was aware that Zhao Mingzhu was always attuned to his facial expressions. If the first instance was merely an accidental transfer of scent, what could this situation signify? Well, Wensong conceded. I stepped out for some fresh air and chatted for a bit. Zhao Mingzhu narrowed his eyes. Is that all? The instincts of an alpha told him that it could not be so simple. Unfortunately, Wensong's expression revealed no trace of panic, surprise, or fear of being discovered. Perhaps he was simply overreacting. How could Guan Sui possibly be interested in a beta? The other was a prominent heir, not one to engage in such tasteless behavior. Moreover, Wensong was his nominal boyfriend, and after 2 years of knowing each other, he understood that Wensong was obedient and earnest, unlikely to cross boundaries to entice another alpha. Not to mention, Guan Sui was his good brother, characterized by a cold demeanor and a sharp tongue that kept others at bay, ensuring minimal interaction between them. Yes, Wensong nodded. He would not lie. Each word he spoke was uncertain, unsure if Zhao Mingzhu would believe him. The alpha's pheromones lingered heavily around them, unmistakably indicating that they had shared close contact. A sense of fatigue washed over Wensong. Why couldn't Guan Sui tone down his pheromones? Unbeknownst to him, all of this was indeed intentional on the other's part. Alpha's temperament is inherently vile, yearning to assert dominance over beta by claiming territory. However, the presence of another alpha complicates matters, forcing him to resort to such despicable tactics for marking. To put it bluntly, it can be termed as infidelity. On a more palatable note, it may be viewed as a declaration of war. Guan Sui is eager for Zhao Mingzhu to discover this. As an interloper, there is no sense of guilt in encroaching upon another's relationship. What did you say? Zhao Mingzhu inquired casually. Wensong is truly inept at fabricating lies. Over the years, he has scarcely uttered a falsehood, and when compelled, he narrates events with a blend of truth and embellishment. However, every word exchanged with Guan Sui was undoubtedly of an explicit nature. They briefly discussed his birthday, and amidst a plethora of unspeakable dialogues, Wensong selectively replied, I wish him a happy birthday, and that was all. Zhao Mingzhu asked, is that all? Wensong affirmed. Zhao Mingzhu's expression remained impassive. With his boyfriend reeking of other alpha pheromones, it was implausible that their interaction was merely casual conversation. Yet, he understood that Wensong would not deceive him. Being in a public setting, their relationship, which was tenuous at best, would certainly not cross any boundaries. It was likely just an accidental mingling of pheromones. Previously, while at work, Wensong would also carry the scents of other alpha and omega colleagues. This was entirely normal. Zhao Mingzhu, taking another drag from his cigarette, queried, why didn't you inform me about attending the banquet? The smoke wafted towards Wensong, subtly widening the distance between them. I forgot. I didn't want to disturb you. It was not a genuine forgetfulness, but rather a genuine concern for Zhao Mingzhu's peace. The decision to withhold this information proved to be prudent, as Zhao Mingzhu had brought along the Omega heir of Qixing as his companion to the private gathering, affirming that his judgment was astute, and he refrained from intruding upon the evolving relationship between them. No disturbances, Zhao Mingzhu stated. I am your boyfriend. You can always reach out to me. Wensong replied. All right. Zhao Mingzhu continued. I have been rather busy lately. Once I've managed my affairs, I will come see you. There is something I wish to discuss. Just then, someone called out from a distance. Wensong and Zhao Mingzhu instinctively turned their heads in unison towards the voice. It was Su Xiaozi. Chapter 45. Explanation indeed. Alphas excel at effortlessly navigating multiple intimate relationships. Just moments after declaring, I am your boyfriend, Zhao Mingzhu was approached by his Omega companion, displaying no sign of guilt or panic. Yet, this is to be expected. Their connection was never a true romantic one. Even if he were to court 100 omegas, there would be no necessity for explanations. Wensong maintained his composure throughout. I am fortunate to emerge from this contractual relationship, having not succumbed to Alpha's sweet words, nor have I harbored any inappropriate thoughts due to their past acts of salvation. Standing nearby, Zhao Mingzhu observed every subtle expression on Wensong's face, noting that he did not display any unusual emotions upon the arrival of Su Xiaozi. For reasons unknown, a twinge of disappointment and frustration welled within him, as a flicker of hope was extinguished. Xiaosong, he is my partner, Zhao Mingzhu explained proactively. Wensong, seemingly disinterested, nodded an acknowledgement. All right, I understand. You may proceed with your tasks. Faced with his Omega partner affectionately calling him boyfriend, Zhao Mingzhu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at Wensong's understanding and calm demeanor. It felt like striking a punch into a cushion, void of any sense of achievement. The silence was palpable. There was no jealousy over the presence of another Omega. In times past, Zhao Mingzhu would have certainly appreciated Wensong's composure, his self-awareness preventing him from throwing tantrums or sulking, dutifully attending to his responsibilities without contention or clamor. Occasionally, a touch of petulance could be construed as playful affection. Zhao Mingzhu had assumed this would be their perpetual dynamic. However, of late, he felt fatigued, and during moments of leisure, thoughts of Wensong would surface. He was quiet, reliable, and effortlessly retained all of Zhao Mingzhu's preferences with a mere mention. Perhaps after 2 years of acclimatizing to Wensong's presence, the solace found in his company paled in comparison to the cutthroat corporate life and the rivalry with other Omega personalities. Now, Wensong's demeanor stung Zhao Mingzhu's alpha pride, rendering him unable to lower himself to once again explain himself. After all, their contract had not yet expired, and the hospital still required his assistance. Never mind. We shall discuss this later once matters are resolved. Zhao Mingzhu extinguished the cigarette in his hand. I shall be busy now. If you need anything, feel free to message or call me. Wensong, who had never taken the initiative to reach out, nodded in response. As Zhao Mingzhu passed by a trash bin, he casually discarded the cigarette, but Su Xiaozi stood approximately 2 meters away, not approaching them. Wensong sensed the scrutiny, feeling Su Xiaozi's probing gaze linger on him for an extended moment, unconcealed and forthright. A careful inspection revealed a hint of declaration and provocation in Su Xiaozi's eyes. It was evident that Su Xiaozi was aware of his identity. Wensong remained unfazed. There were many who disdained him. Su Xiaozi was merely one among them. Every Omega who had trailed behind Zhao Mingzhu had approached him with a similar attitude, some even flaunting the marks left by Zhao Mingzhu in his presence. He loathed competition, particularly when it involved vying for the affections of an alpha whose heart was already claimed. Wensong refrains from passing judgment on Zhao Mingzhu, acknowledging the latter's kindness towards him, which, from the perspective of friendship, qualifies him as a commendable companion. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he believes that Guan Sui would be a more suitable partner. Yet, Wensong is acutely aware that both Guan Sui and Zhao Mingzhu are the signs of Suicheng, rendering them unsuitable for him. The flutter of emotions previously ignited by Guan Sui has gradually diminished as he weighs the pros and cons. There is nothing particularly arduous in this world. One should simply follow the path of least resistance and allow things to unfold naturally. He resolves to let his feelings for Guan Sui develop in their own time. Wensong has prepared himself for the eventuality that Zhao Mingzhu will soon approach him to discuss the early termination of their contract. Hoping for an early release from this predicament, navigating between two alphas demands heightened vigilance. Today, he narrowly avoided being discovered by Zhao Mingzhu regarding his relationship with Guan Sui. Fortunate that the latter took every word he said at face value and did not probe further. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for words during a confrontation. The birthday banquet is lively and bustling. Wensong does not linger in the backyard for long. A call from Wensu compels him to remain closely by his side. This is a matter of etiquette. He cannot afford to hide away and shirk his responsibilities. Upon arriving in the banquet's main hall, he spots Wensu amidst the throng of guests. Elder brother, he greets with a nod as he approaches. Wensu has just concluded a conversation and, catching sight of the upright figure of Wensong out of the corner of his eye, casually inquires, "Where have you been?" Wensong replies earnestly, "Just taking a breather in the backyard. Stay close to me from now on. Do not wander off," Wensong instructs. Wensong clasps his hands in front of him and responds, "Understood." He refrains from questioning why Wensong or Wan Jiaming are not accompanying him. He recognizes that this arrangement serves a specific purpose. Wensong is not a malevolent individual. He has never ridiculed his less favored younger brother within the Wan household. On the contrary, he treats him with a remarkable degree of normalcy. The grand and festive banquet ultimately serves as a venue for guests to engage in conversation and collaboration. Throughout the event, the smile that lingers at the corners of Wensong's lips nearly becomes frozen. Wensong introduces him to numerous executives from high society companies. Some he recognizes, while others are new acquaintances. Wensong plays the role of a dutiful assistant, shadowing Wensong with a smile, listening to his discussions with other guests, and ultimately retrieving a business card from his pocket to present before their farewells. "You should become acquainted with these individuals," Wensong advises. "It will benefit you when you join the company." He adds, "Even if you choose not to enter the company, forming connections in Suichen will serve you well." Wensong responds with composure, "Of course, elder brother." Ultimately, whether Wensong's intentions are to pave the way for his future or serve some other purpose is of no concern to him. Once his grandmother's surgery concludes and she recovers, he has no intention of lingering in the Wan household, nor does he aspire to join the Wan group. He will inevitably depart from this place rife with strife. Chapter 46. It seems your boyfriend is about to marry someone else when Wensong cast a lingering glance at Wensong, who was responding so earnestly. Had it been Wan Jiaming, he would likely have grown impatient and sought to depart. The youth of today possess little interest in social engagements and networking, their hearts solely inclined towards hedonism and idleness. When they eventually join the Wan family, they will merely drift through life, devoid of any sense of responsibility. However, Wensong is different. Since his return to the Wan household, Wensong has been observing him discreetly. He noted that Wensong approaches his tasks with diligence, composure, and maturity. He does not act impulsively or allow his emotions to erupt. Even when faced with scorn and ridicule, he maintains a steady demeanor. To achieve success, one must possess the ability to calmly confront any situation, particularly given Wensong's purpose for returning to the Wan family and his commendable position. Even as a beta, he is in no way inferior to an alpha. Wensong finds himself appreciating his mindset. Nevertheless, today's social gathering is at the behest of the elderly Lord Wan. The exact reasons elude Wensong. He merely adheres to the directives given, refraining from opposition or excessive inquiry. Wensong, on the other hand, is unaware of these matters. He dutifully follows Wensong around the banquet's foyer, engaging in conversation with other guests. After concluding the final interaction of the evening, Wensong feels more fatigued than after a long day's work. Maintaining a facade of social etiquette throughout the night demands attention that is particularly taxing for someone like him, who is accustomed to a more relaxed demeanor. Seizing a moment while Wensong converses with acquaintances, he discreetly takes a glass of red wine from a passing server's tray. However, upon raising his gaze, he encounters Guan Sui, who is engaged in conversation. Standing on the steps, Guan Sui is slightly bent forward, attempting to hear his friend amidst the cacophony surrounding them. His expression is indifferent, his countenance stern, and as he tilts his head slightly, their eyes meet. This seemingly simple exchange ignites an unusual feeling within Wensong. Guan Sui exudes an effortless nonchalance, standing out distinctly even amidst a crowd, particularly on the steps where he is even more conspicuous. Upon noticing Wensong, Guan Sui's dark eyes fixate intently on his position. The speaker, Duan Zhe, observes his friend's distraction and pauses mid-sentence, shaking his wine glass, and inquires, "Did you hear what I just said?" Guan Sui responds rather dismissively. Duan Zhe scoffs, "What did I just tell you?" Guan Sui succinctly recounts. Wensong kissed another alpha. Duan Zhe retorts, "They didn't actually kiss, it must have been misaligned." Yet Guan Sui confesses, "I'm curious and will ask him directly." Duan Zhe takes a sip of wine to suppress the bitterness rising within him and remarks, "You, of all people, shouldn't understand." Guan Sui falls silent for a moment, then responds with a nonchalant, "Oh." Duanja observed his friend intently gazing in a particular direction. His curiosity piqued. "What is it that captures your attention?" he inquired. Without hesitation, Guan Sui replied, "Someone else's boyfriend." Immediately frowning, she deemed the term inappropriate and rephrased, "My future boyfriend." Duanja retorted, "I cannot converse with individuals devoid of moral principles." Meanwhile, Wensong averted his gaze, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Guan Sui as he took a small sip from the drink offered by a server. The flavor was somewhat bitter, and he was not particularly adept at consuming alcohol. After concluding his conversation with acquaintances, Wensong made his way toward Wensong, inadvertently noticing Guan Sui engaged in conversation with her friends. He initially hesitated to intrude, but then saw Duanja raise his hand to beckon him. "Wen, come here." Observing Wensong's apparent fatigue, Wensong's words shifted to, "Shall we go together, or would you prefer to rest a while?" Wensong discreetly glanced at the nearby alpha and quickly withdrew his gaze. "You go ahead. I will find a place to rest and wait for you." Wensong nodded in agreement. "All right." Wensong tilted his head back and drained the red wine in his glass, perhaps too hastily, causing the ruby liquid to trickle down to his chin. He gently wiped it with the back of his hand and set the stemmed glass aside. The tension he had maintained throughout the evening, alongside his courteous demeanor, finally dissipated. He then strode toward the nearby greenery, where fewer people congregated, allowing for better air circulation and a reprieve from the overwhelming melons of pheromone scents that had been suffocating. As a mere beta endowed with the peculiar ability to detect pheromones, this was quite a burden. The scent from alphas and omegas held no effect on him. They merely acted as a form of perfume, blending in a large gathering to create an oddly peculiar aroma, both pleasant and slightly unpleasant. In essence, the overpowering scent was rather stifling, and he was not fond of crowded environments. Half concealed in the dim shadows, he intended to wait for another 2 minutes before returning. However, he soon heard familiar voices engaged in conversation not far off. The dialogue was somewhat recognizable, yet the distance rendered it unclear. Wensong had no intention of eavesdropping, but upon hearing a familiar name, he halted abruptly. "Ajwa, when are you breaking up?" one voice inquired. "In a few days," was the response. "When exactly is a few days?" Another alpha pressed for clarity. The Omega's tone rose slightly. "Zhao Mingzhu, if you wish to secure Qixing's assistance, you must at least demonstrate your sincerity." Zhao Mingzhu fell silent for 2 seconds, then replied, "I understand." The Omega speaking was none other than Su Xiaoza. "Everyone knows Wensong is your boyfriend. I do not concern myself with your dalliances with several Omegas over the years, but if you desire to unite with me, I must be clear, all those connections must be severed." Lighting a cigarette, Zhao Mingzhu conceded, "Fine. Just give me a little more time." "Su Sao in Guit, how long will it take?" "Is 3 days sufficient?" Zhao Mingzhu replied, 1 week. Su Xiaoza readily acquiesced, "Very well. I shall grant you a week to resolve these matters. Once you have addressed everything, we can discuss the engagement." Zhao Mingzhu furrowed his brow and then relaxed, inhaling a puff of smoke. "All right." Since his school days, Su Xiaoza had harbored affections for Zhao Mingzhu, apprehensive that his earlier remarks might irk the proud alpha. Nestling closer into the embrace, his tone softened. "Ajwa, it is not my intention to pressure you. You are aware that Uncle Zhao and my father once conferred about uniting our families. If you do not satisfy my father, what will happen if he opts for that illegitimate child? Wouldn't the position of the illustrious heir be compromised?" Zhao Mingzhu, initially hesitant, found himself resolutely firming up his thoughts. He wrapped an arm around Su Xiaoza's shoulder and assured him, "Rest assured, I will handle it." With a newfound determination, he added, "We shall be engaged by next week." Su Sao Ziplit, et Sai. Wensong, who had been eavesdropping from the corner, maintained an expression devoid of emotion. As he prepared to turn away, he inadvertently stumbled into a warm embrace. Attempting to step back, he was ensnared by the alpha behind him. The figure lowered his head to whisper in his ear, "It's me." At the sound of the familiar voice, Wensong gradually relaxed, relinquishing his struggle. Guan Sui had appeared silently. Before Wensong could articulate his thoughts, a warm breath brushed against his neck as Guan Sui glanced toward the thicket and murmured near his ear, "Baby, it seems your boyfriend is about to marry someone else." Chapter 47. Stealing a Kiss? The cool, magnetic tone, mingled with a faint scent of wine and alpha pheromones, cascaded along Wensong's neck, inducing a shiver of delight. The statement carried an undertone of teasing. Indeed, his boyfriend was genuinely on the verge of marrying another. It was no falsehood. The voices of Zhao Mingzhu and Su Xiaozhe were initially indistinct, gradually approaching until Wensong could hear their conversation clearly, capturing every detail of their engagement plans. Oh, Wensong slowly exhaled a single syllable, betraying no emotional upheaval at the explosive revelation. Should Zhao Mingzhu propose to terminate the contract, he would merely need to acquiesce, devoid of any lingering sentiment or pang of bitterness. Yet, the term baby uttered by Guan Sui sent an electric thrill coursing through him, igniting a blush as he inhaled the cool scent of the other. All surrounding sounds seemed to vanish, leaving only the rhythmic breath of the alpha beside him, echoing with the cadence of his heartbeat. What was this sensation? Guan Sui was ever watchful of the expressions flitting across Wensong's face. In the dim light of their surroundings, the glow from a nearby street lamp illuminated Beta's head nestled in their embrace, as his lashes cast shadows over his eyelids. Small moles graced the bridge of his nose and the left side of his tip, while his cool, pale skin bore a touch of exquisite beauty. Wensong soothed the ripples of emotion stirring within him, tilting his head slightly, his soft hair brushing against Alpha's cheek. What? He mused, perplexed by the sensation. Was it the notion that Zhao Mingzhu was to marry, prompting a termination of their contract, or was it merely the way the other had affectionately called him baby? Their conversation was hushed, nearly whispered, as they occupied a space unsuitable for open discourse. Should they be discovered, the embarrassment would be shared among 4 individuals. It's fine, Guan Sui thought, noticing that Wensong did not exhibit any signs of distress. Clearly, he was unperturbed by Zhao Mingzhu's impending marriage. This realization brought a flicker of satisfaction to Guan Sui's possessive nature as an alpha. Shall we leave? He inquired. Or do you intend to remain here and witness your boyfriend discussing engagement matters with other omegas? The words boyfriend were emphasized deliberately. If Guan Sui had a tail, it would undoubtedly be spinning like a propeller. The other was clearly taking advantage of the situation, capitalizing on a moment of vulnerability. Let us go, Wensong replied. Staying here to watch others express their affections felt inappropriate. Moreover, what if they were discovered? Alone, one could claim to be merely passing by, but with Guan Sui present, the revelation of their relationship would lead to chaos. As Wensong attempted to move, he found himself restrained by hands gripping his waist, Alpha's fingers pressing playfully against his spine through the fabric of his suit. The two were positioned so closely that only a thin sheet of paper could fit between them. Please let go of me, he said. What? Guan Sui lowered his head, leaning his ear towards Wensong's face. Wensong patiently repeated, I said, let go. Guan Sui raised an eyebrow, elongating his response. Oh, as his hands slowly loosened their grip around Wensong's waist. Wensong became acutely aware of their proximity. The scent of Alpha's pheromones, intoxicating and alluring, compelling him to tilt his head away to avoid excessive contact. However, his lips inadvertently brushed against Guan Sui's cheek. This unexpected contact caused a brief pause in their movements. Stuningokish. Guan Sui chuckled softly. I did not. Wensong protested. Guan Sui nonchalantly acknowledged his denial, continuing to speak as if he had not heard. You can kiss wherever you like. No need to be so sneaky. Wensong was taken aback. Rest assured. Guan Sui added, I am quite generous. With that, he leaned close to Wensong's ear, his tone calm, yet deliberate, declaring, you may tease, touch, embrace, kiss, and even sleep with me. The barrage of suggestive words left Wensong momentarily dazed, feeling overwhelmed by the implications. After all, in previous instances when Guan Sui had attempted to kiss him, he had firmly declined, citing their unresolved relationship. I was merely careless, Wensong managed to say, easily pushing Guan Sui away. Guan Sui let out a brief, light laugh and took a step back to make way for Wensong. Wensong was never one to blush at verbal provocation. He reached up to lightly touch the tip of his nose, his gaze swiftly darting through the verdant foliage, catching sight of Zhao Mingzhu and Su Xiaozhe still engaged in conversation. Let's step outside to avoid being discovered later, he suggested, showing a commendable awareness of the situation, not wishing to intrude on his boyfriend's rendezvous with another Omega. Upon their return to the gathering, Guan Sui inquired, "How do you intend to handle this?" Wensong, slightly puzzled, responded, Guan Sui patiently clarified, with Zhao Mingzhu. Wensong replied, "I'll wait for him to approach me." Guan Sui, suppressing his dissatisfaction, asked, "What if he doesn't?" That day at the gathering, he had perceived Zhao Mingzhu's intentions. It was evident that he wished to possess both Qi Sheng and Wensong. An incapable alpha often harbored such greedy desires to have it all. "That won't happen," Wensong asserted. Guan Sui emphasized, "I'm referring to the possibility. What if he wants you to remain by his side?" Wensong furrowed his brows, then gradually relaxed them. "I wouldn't agree to that. We made it abundantly clear before signing the contract. If Zhao Mingzhu were to marry in the future as the secondary party, I would have the right to terminate this arrangement." These were stipulations that Wensong had insisted upon. Upon hearing this, Guan Sui couldn't help but ponder that had he known it would be this straightforward, he should have arranged for Zhao Mingzhu to enter into a marriage alliance from the very beginning. At this moment, Zhao Mingzhu remained blissfully unaware that his close friend had undermined him. "I can wait," he said, "for the final week, just as we previously agreed upon." Wensong recalled Guan Sui's earlier mention of giving a month to contemplate the transaction. However, the notion of ending his contract with Zhao Mingzhu the day prior and immediately entering into a relationship with Guan Sui felt akin to a business transaction. Was he merely a professional boyfriend for these alpha heirs? "I understand," Wensong nodded. "When the time comes." Guan Sui looked at him, quietly awaiting the continuation. Wensong lowered his eyelids momentarily before lifting them again. "I will take the initiative to seek you out." Guan Sui's dark eyes suddenly clouded, suppressing the urge to smile. His throat tightening as he responded, "All right." He added, "I will wait for you." Those three succinct words caused a slight crack in the walls Wensong had just erected that evening. The depth of Guan Sui's affection seemed palpable. Yet, the thought of Zhao Mingzhu's actions reminded him that the alpha's demeanor could very well be a mere facade. At that moment, Wensong's phone vibrated incessantly in his pocket. He pulled it out to check the contact. "Wensu. I may need to leave," he said, looking up at Guan Sui. "Before I go, I want to wish you a happy birthday." Guan Sui smiled. "Thank you. I will cherish your wishes." Wensong nodded gently in acknowledgement, turned, and departed, answering Wensu's call as he walked away. Guan Sui stood with his hands tucked into his pockets, gazing at the retreating figure of the person before him. Suddenly, Duanze appeared at his side, following his gaze towards the vanishing silhouette, and teasingly remarked, "Where are you off to?" "Sneaking away for a secret rendezvous, I see." Guan Sui remained steadfast, refusing to acknowledge him. "Withdraw your gaze, my young master." Duanze waved his hand in front of Guan Sui's eyes. "They've long since departed." "So, has Zhao Mingzhu agreed to the union?" Guan Sui replied, "He has." Duanze crossed his arms and smirked. "It seems our prince will soon be bringing home a bride." "Within a week at the latest," Guan Sui stated. Duanze stretched, cradling his head with his hands, and sighed leisurely. "I'm starting to feel a bit sorry for Zhao Mingzhu. However, a union with Qixing was inevitable. Guan Sui is merely hastening the process, aiding in the swift resolution of any illegitimate offspring, and solidifying his current standing to prevent others from contesting it." "Let us head back," Guan Sui said, retracting his gaze and striding in another direction. Witnessing this, Duanze lowered his hands and hurried to follow, exclaiming, "Wait for me." The two transitioned from walking in a line to side by side, returning together to the banquet hall. Chapter 48. Good night, baby. Since that day, Wensong had been pondering what birthday gift to present to Guan Sui during his spare time. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided on a pair of cufflinks shaped like lion heads. The design brand was somewhat niche, yet the craftsmanship was exquisite, perfectly suiting an alpha's temperament. And the price, in the six figures, was still relatively reasonable. Having previously sent Guan Sui some cookies, he was aware of the recipient's address. Once the cufflinks arrived, Wensong prepared some small desserts, packaging them separately in a gift box to send along. On the evening the package was delivered, Wensong happened to be working overtime at the company. The phone beside him vibrated. He shifted his gaze from the computer screen to the caller ID, Guan Sui. It was late for him to be calling. He must need something. Concerned that his completed work might mysteriously vanish due to network or computer issues. Wensong skillfully saved the program files he had been working on, minimizing the page and placing it in the taskbar. Rising from his chair, he picked up his phone and headed to the break room. Just as he answered, Guan Sui's cool voice resonated from the other end. I thought you were busy and was about to hang up. The office was still bustling with colleagues working overtime, and Wensong lowered his voice, his hand half-curve around the phone. I am indeed busy, still working late. Guan Sui chuckled lightly. Still working at this hour? Wensong glanced at the clock. 22:23. Yes, he replied. Is there something you need at this hour? As he spoke, Wensong heard a faint sound of plastic crinkling, as if Guan Sui was fiddling with something in his hand. I received the package, Guan Sui said. Your taste is impeccable. The cufflinks are stunning, and I particularly adore them. After savoring a delightful dessert, I found it to be exceptionally delectable, surpassing any confection I had previously tasted. I conveyed my initial feelings upon receiving a gift to Wensong, alongside a photograph of me donning the cufflinks, which I shared on WeChat. In contemporary parlance, this could be described as an emotional value response. In contrast, Zhao Mingzhu had often relegated the gifts he received to the depths of his cloakroom, seldom retrieving them, allowing them to accumulate dust in the farthest corners. If you are pleased, then it suffices. Wensong endeavored to steady her racing heart. Although she knew Guan Sui could not hear the quickening of her pulse through the phone, an inexplicable tension compelled her to gently bite her lip. Guan Sui chuckled softly. I like it. In a couple of days, I shall wear these cufflinks to your boyfriend's engagement party. Wensong replied, that is quite alpha. No, rather, it is quintessentially Guan Sui. Unrestrained and reckless. Every utterance from him left Wensong reeling. His candor was strikingly evident, devoid of any remorse for encroaching upon another's territory, subtly competing with her legitimate boyfriend, covertly engaging in seemingly innocuous yet cunning maneuvers. Do as you please, Wensong stated. After all, Zhao Mingzhu would remain oblivious to the fact that these cufflinks were a gift from him. Moreover, by the time of the engagement, any emotional ties between them would have long dissipated, rendering any discovery of the cufflinks inconsequential. Has he approached you regarding a breakup? Guan Sui inquired, feiging nonchalance. Wensong gazed out the window at the nightscape. No, he messaged me about a visit to the Silver Lake Pavilion tomorrow. Guan Sui's tone carried a hint of delight. Is that so? If he had not finished his sentence, Wensong preemptively interrupted, asserting, that won't happen. I will not be anyone's mistress, nor will I intrude upon another's marriage. Before marriage, she was indifferent to any alpha's reckless behavior. After all, their arrangement was merely contractual, devoid of any emotional entanglement. Guan Sui expressed his satisfaction with a remark, I await your good news. Wensong flexed her fingers around her phone, resting her other hand on the windowsill, feeling the gentle evening breeze. All right, I shall hang up for now. I need to wrap up the last of my work before heading home. Guan Sui responded with a hint of amusement. How ambiguous. Are you intentionally sharing your itinerary with me? Wensong wanted to refute the notion, but realized that her previous words had indeed been a voluntary disclosure, so she chose to remain silent. Good night, she said, her voice slightly lacking in warmth. Guan Sui chuckled softly. Good night, baby. After ending the call, Wensong stared at the WeChat interface, noting the message indicating the call had ended. They had conversed for nearly 10 minutes, and once again, Guan Sui had affectionately called her baby. Who was more ambiguous? Wensong reached out to pat his cheek, exhaling softly before returning to his workstation to finalize his tasks. It was nearly 11:30 by the time he concluded his work and headed home. The following day was the weekend. Wensong had informed Old Master when in advance that he had some matters to attend to during the day and would not return until evening. The elder, understanding that young people have personal social engagements, consented to this arrangement. Upon arriving at the Silver Lake Mansion, he stood at the iron gate, gazing at the villa for about a minute before stepping inside. Chapter 49. Regarding your previous inquiry about being a backup, I have given some thought, and I am willing. Wensong arrived rather early. As he unlocked the code to enter the villa, a drowsy Zhao Mingzhu, clad in a bathrobe, was descending the stairs from the second floor. Perhaps due to an awkward sleeping position the night before, a tuft of hair was sticking up, obscuring the usual imposing demeanor of the alpha. "Good morning," Wensong greeted naturally from the entrance. Zhao Mingzhu paused momentarily on the staircase, observing the beta who had arrived early. In the past, he would have smiled and returned the greeting, but thoughts of their impending conversation weighed heavily on him, as if the air had been entirely blocked, making each step feel meticulously calculated and entirely outside the planned scope. Finally, he offered a rather indifferent nod. "Would you prefer noodles or a sandwich?" Wensong inquired, changing into his indoor shoes and walking into the living room. He adeptly rolled up his sleeves to reveal his slender arms as he headed toward the kitchen. Zhao Mingzhu, lost in thought, replied that he did not need anything and settled onto the sofa, clutching a cushion to his chest, tilting his chin toward the left side. "Come sit for a while." He beckoned. Wensong paused, following the alpha's request and taking a seat in the indicated spot. With his hands neatly folded in his lap and his back straight, he sat poised. The two remained in silence. Zhao Mingzhu's enchanting eyes were fixed on Wensong's face, his gaze wandering from the strands of hair on his forehead to the bridge of his nose, as if seeing him for the first time and noticing a small mole. From the profile view, he bore a slight resemblance to the other, distinguished only by two small moles that marked their differences. Upon closer inspection, the resemblance was not as striking, which inexplicably vexed Zhao Mingzhu. It felt as though their relationship was gradually shifting, and he was at a loss on how to unravel the tension within. "Is something wrong?" Wensong inquired, breaking the silence. He was aware of Zhao Mingzhu's true intention in inviting him to Silver Lake Mansion, yet he needed the other to bring it up first. The matter concerning Zheng Rong and Qixing's impending union had not been made public, and his knowledge of it was rather dubious. Thus, he had to maintain an appearance of ignorance. Suddenly, Zhao Mingzhu called out, "Wensong." Wensong, confused, replied, "Hm?" Zhao Mingzhu stated bluntly, "Let us terminate the contract early." Wensong lifted his eyelids, his lips parting slightly as he pondered how to react in a manner that conveyed his prior unawareness. In the next moment, he heard the other party say, "I am getting engaged." To save himself the trouble of feigning ignorance, Wensong simply asked, "Why?" "All right," he replied with remarkable calmness. Zhao Mingzhu observed Wensong's facial expressions and noted the absence of even a trace of sorrow, prompting him to ponder whether Wensong was merely pretending to be composed. Over the past 2 years, Wensong had dutifully assumed the role of his boyfriend, content to play the part as long as he was compensated fairly. However, Wensong's dedication had evidently softened his feelings. The concern he exhibited was genuine, not fabricated. Zhao Mingzhu, not blind to the reality, understood that Wensong, feeling isolated in Suicheng, sought a source of support. Thus, when he extended his hand, Wensong naturally placed his emotional reliance upon him. If he did not harbor feelings for him, he would not have been so attentive. Zhao Mingzhu prolonged his gaze on Wensong, finally uttering, "Are you all right?" Wensong responded, "I am well, truly well." A sense of relief washed over him. He no longer needed to navigate the complexities between two alphas. "I will provide you with a severance payment," Zhao Mingzhu declared. Wensong replied, "There is no need for that. I have not done much these years. I neither accompanied you to bed nor to social events. Merely enjoying the benefits of the boyfriend title." He felt uneasy about accepting money, which was why he had diligently cared for Zhao Mingzhu. Zhao Mingzhu sighed, "Just take it as compensation for my breach of contract." Upon hearing this, Wensong ceased to refuse. "All right," he acquiesced. The promise of compensation eased his conscience. Accepting the severance payment would grant him a sense of peace. Observing Wensong's submissive and obedient demeanor, Zhao Mingzhu felt an inexplicable discomfort. It seemed that Wensong's unnaturally quiet disposition was magnified exponentially compared to how he had felt during the birthday banquet at Guan Sui. Wensong appeared utterly indifferent to his plight, lacking any hysterics or tears, with not a hint of moisture in his eyes. It felt as if a certain self-assured emotional control was quietly slipping through his fingers. Zhao Mingzhu began to panic. "Am I to leave now?" Wensong inquired. If they were already discussing the termination of their contract and the end of their relationship, remaining here seemed to take on a different significance. Yet, Zhao Mingzhu found himself saying, "Could you make me breakfast again? I would like a sandwich." Wensong stood up, "Sure." With that, he walked toward the kitchen. Clutching a pillow, Zhao Mingzhu nestled into the sofa, watching Wensong's retreating figure, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. What was happening? Had the companionship of the past 2 years truly stirred genuine feelings in Wensong? He conceded that Wensong felt different from other Omegas. To put it in a rather distasteful phrase often used online, while other Omegas were akin to hotels, Wensong was, without a doubt, his true home. Initially, the romantic agreement with Wensong stemmed merely from a fleeting first impression at a banquet, where he perceived a resemblance to Guan Sui. Indeed, he harbored a secret affection for Guan Sui, which blossomed into a deeper infatuation with his close companion upon his transformation into an alpha. Zhao Mingzhu was at a loss regarding the origin of these feelings. Over the years, they had only intensified, showing no signs of waning. The reason for his lack of intimacy with Wensong, despite their relationship, lay in the desire to retain a retreat should Guan Sui ever uncover the truth of his affections for his alpha friend. At first, he did view Wensong as a stand-in for Guan Sui, but it wasn't too long before he reassessed his perspective. Wensong was distinct from Guan Sui. Aside from slight resemblance in profile, they shared little in common. Gradually, he began to acclimate to Wensong's presence. Observing Wensong's back as he busily prepared sandwiches in the kitchen, Zhao Mingzhu felt a stir of frustration and a hint of discontent. He was averse to the notion of a marriage alliance. Currently, both Zhengrong and Qixing were applying pressure, and even the illegitimate child was beginning to stir. The prospect of a union appeared to be the only viable escape. Just days ago, everything seemed stable. Now, it felt as though an external force had disrupted a meticulously orchestrated game, leaving him with a sense of loss of control over the relationships in his life. However, if Wensong reciprocated his feelings, perhaps he could consider divorce after resolving matters with Zhengrong. Zhao Mingzhu understood that he could never confess his feelings to Guan Sui. This affection was destined to remain in the shadows, and if discovered, it could jeopardize their friendship altogether. Human nature, after all, is inherently greedy. He must possess at least one of either Wensong or Guan Sui, while the position of heir to Zhengrong must also be his. Breakfast is ready, Wensong announced, placing the prepared sandwiches on the dining table. Zhao Mingzhu rose slowly, made his way to the table, and after capturing a photograph for social media, began to eat leisurely. "You should sit down and eat with me," he urged. Wensong had prepared 2 different flavors, and, at this invitation, he accepted without hesitation, pulling out a chair to join Zhao Mingzhu for what might be their last breakfast together. In the presidential office of the Dingxing Group, Guan Sui returned from a meeting and reclined on the sofa, pulling out his phone to inquire about Wensong's situation. After 5 minutes passed without a response, he found it peculiar. A breakup should not warrant such silence. Then, a red dot appeared in the discovery section of WeChat, sparking a flicker of suspicion. Upon investigating, he discovered a familiar avatar had posted an update, Zhao Mingzhu. Furrowing his brow, Guan Sui opened the social media post. Refreshing the feed to find the first entry was from Zhao Mingzhu. Zhao Mingzhu. Delicious. Accompanying this were images of an exquisite sandwich. The brevity of the message, coupled with the accompanying picture, left Guan Sui momentarily speechless. He exited the social media app and, maintaining a stoic expression, sent a message to Wensong. "Yes, have you truly broken up? In 2 days, he will be engaged. When will it be my turn? Are you truly contemplating spending a lifetime with him? Never mind. Regarding the matter of the backup, I have given it some thought, and I am willing." Chapter 50. I can't wait. After accompanying Zhao Mingzhu for breakfast, Wensong returned home, having neglected to check his phone during the meal. He had forgotten to charge it overnight, and with only 15 battery left, he needed it to last until he got home. Zhao Mingzhu had arranged for the driver to take him back. Upon stepping out of the car and entering the villa, he noticed a familiar Maybach parked in the courtyard garage. A closer inspection of the license plate revealed it to belong to Guan Sui. Why would Guan Sui come to the Wen residence? Shouldn't he be busy at this hour? One must understand that the president of a thriving enterprise is occupied with numerous matters, blurring the lines between weekdays and weekends. Wensong speculated that Guan Sui might be here to discuss an important project. As he entered the living room, he found that Wensu and the elder one were absent. Apart from Wensu and Guan Sui, there was no one else present. The two were seated on opposite ends of the sofa, maintaining a considerable distance from each other, ignoring one another, and creating an oddly tense atmosphere. Wensong's arrival caught their attention, and both looked up, their gazes meeting his, each carrying a different sentiment. For instance, Wensong regarded him as though he were a savior, tinged with anxiety that left one puzzled about his true intentions. "You're back." Wensong quickly stood to greet him. The display suggested a close bond between the two brothers, which was far from the truth. "What's wrong?" Wensong inquired. Guan Sui, perched on the sofa, scrutinized the returning beta with his narrow eyes, attempting to uncover some clue from him. Wensong hastily pulled Wensong aside and whispered, "Why did you return? Didn't Ti message you to stay away for a while?" "Well, it's good that you're back. At least I feel safe." Wensong, perplexed, replied, "I don't understand what you're saying." "Huh?" A note of confusion escaped his throat. Wensong lowered his voice further. "What have you done to provoke Guan Sui? He was fixated on you during the last birthday banquet, and now he has come looking for you. Luckily, grandfather isn't here. If he finds out that Guan Sui has come, he will undoubtedly try to matchmake me with that arrogant, petty alpha." Each word sent a chill down his spine. Turning his head slightly, he noticed Guan Sui, arms crossed, quietly observing them from a distance of 1 or 2 meters. Had he overheard them? An alpha's senses are indeed sharper than ordinary, but surely it couldn't be that acute. Wensong understood that Wensu's aversion to Guan Sui stemmed primarily from the fear of their grandfather attempting to arrange a match between them. However, he never anticipated that Guan Sui had come seeking him, believing he was merely in discussions with Wensong. "I don't know," Wensong said, "but there's no need to be anxious. I will go speak with him." As Wensong was about to reach out to grasp the other's hand, he hesitated, recalling that their relationship was not particularly strong, and silently withdrew. "Very well. You may go. It would be best if you took him away and did not leave him at the one residence. If he gets beaten or scolded, he can return and cry. But crying outside would be somewhat embarrassing." Wensong, suppressing a smile, responded, "All right. He hit me." Wensong pouted, "But he will undoubtedly scold you. I have never encountered an alpha with a sharper tongue than Guan Sui." Wensong was tempted to retort that he was even more acerbic than Guan Sui. But considering Wensong was an omega, he chose to remain silent, lest the other misconstrue it as him defending Guan Sui. However, he was genuinely curious as to why Guan Sui had come to the Wen household to seek him out. "I'm heading upstairs," Wensong said, rubbing his arms. Being in the same space with a cold, sharp-tongued alpha nearly suffocated me. Without greeting Guan Sui, he ascended the stairs to his room, his face clearly displaying his disdain. Wensong understood that Wensong was merely avoiding suspicion. Nonetheless, it was evident that he held no fondness for Guan Sui. Wensong approached the sofa, lowering his eyelids as he regarded Guan Sui, who had not spoken a word since entering. "I heard from Wensong that you came to find me. Is there something you need?" Their apparent relationship seemed insufficiently cordial for a meeting at the one residence. Guan Sui rose slowly, his imposing height of 6 feet 3 inches creating an overwhelming presence, accentuated by the 11-centimeter height difference between them. "Did you see the message I sent?" Guan Sui inquired. Wensong blinked. "You came to the one house simply because I didn't reply?" Guan Sui admitted, "Yes. I saw your social media post, and after waiting for a long time without a response, I decided to come here." Wensong was momentarily at a loss for words. "Why?" he finally asked, then explained, "I forgot to charge my phone last night, so I didn't have a chance to check WeChat today." Once Guan Sui realized that Wensong was not deliberately avoiding him, his agitation began to ease. Casually, he inquired, "Did you go to break up with Zhao Mingzhu today?" Wensong nodded slowly. "Yes, I have broken up with him." Upon hearing this, Guan Sui felt a surge of joy, eager to celebrate their separation with grand fireworks. Even Wensong, despite his usual obliviousness, understood why Guan Sui had suddenly come to see him. "Did you come to find me for this reason? Did you not say you would reach out after resolving it?" Guan Sui replied plainly, "I could not wait any longer." Chapter 51. Can we kiss next time? Wensong initially froze at Guan Sui's words, gradually regaining his composure. "I arrived at the Silver Lake Mansion at 8:21 this morning, and the breakup conversation took less than 10 minutes. The contract has not yet been terminated. I will receive a copy of the dissolution agreement tomorrow. In addition to the dissolution agreement, There is also a breakup compensation. Before departing from Silver Lake Mansion, Zhao Mingzhu stated that he could be contacted anytime in the future should any matters arise. He also mentioned that once the pressing issues were resolved, they would reassess their relationship. This left her perplexed. Was their relationship not clearly delineated in the contract? Compared to his former self, Zhao Mingzhu seemed somewhat off today, as if his words were laden with implications. Unfortunately, Wensong was rather oblivious, offering little in response, with her occasional replies consisting of nonchalant affirmations. 10 minutes were spent discussing their breakup. How much time did it take to prepare a sandwich? With her tongue pressed against her teeth, her tone remained flat, devoid of any indication of resentment. Yet internally, she wrestled with jealousy. After speaking, she glanced at the vintage clock mounted on the wall and remarked, "It is currently 10:40. The journey from Silver Lake Mansion to here takes merely 15 minutes without traffic or half an hour with it. There's nearly 2 hours of time unaccounted for. Besides breakfast, what else did you discuss?" Wensong furrowed her brow imperceptibly. She felt no aversion or rejection to Guan Sui's probing questions, yet addressing them required careful contemplation of the details. Her silence conveyed misleading signals to Guan Sui. The termination agreement had yet to be finalized, indicating that her contract with Zhao Mingzhu was still in effect. Just as she was about to articulate her thoughts on the timeline, she heard Guan Sui's understated, yet somewhat humble addition. "I asked those questions in the capacity of a spare." From mistress to spare, she pondered. "What does it mean to be a spare?" Wensong inquired. Guan Sui smiled wryly. "Seeing you prepare breakfast for him, I thought you had tea broken up, which means I've downgraded from mistress to spare." Wensong retorted, "We have separated, but the contract remains intact." She earnestly clarified that breakfast was the last meal she would ever prepare for him. Guan Sui felt a surge of satisfaction. "So?" Wensong articulated each word deliberately. "You are not a spare." Guan Sui maintained his composure, responding with a low, serene chuckle. "I'm still a mistress." Wensong was taken aback. "Are you addicted to being a mistress?" Every time she heard Guan Sui speak earnestly, she was at a loss for words. It would have been easier to ignore these conversations on WeChat, but standing face to face made evasion impossible. Wensong, she lowered her gaze, "will terminate the agreement tomorrow and seek you out." Guan Sui feigned curiosity. "What will you seek me for?" Wensong fiddled with her fingers. "To give you my answer." Guan Sui slightly bowed his head. "Will you set me straight?" Wensong felt an inexplicable warmth rise to her cheeks. "Yes." Guan Sui suddenly broke into an unguarded smile. "Very well." He then glanced at the clock on the wall again. "I have some matters to attend to, so I must return to the company." Wensong recognized how busy Guan Sui was, often absent during weekdays. "All right," she nodded. Upon encountering Guan Sui, who appeared remarkably obedient, a surge of desire stirred within me, a longing to steal a kiss. However, the presence of surveillance cameras in the living room restrained my impulse. Eventually, I straightened my posture, hands nestled in the pockets of my tailored trousers, and offered a slight smile, indicating that I would await his return. Wensong raised his eyelids to regard the alpha standing before him. The latter spoke again, urging, "Come find me to fulfill the promise we made." Wensong could not recall having made any such promise, but understood that Guan Sui was likely referring to a month-long consideration regarding the continuation of their relationship. "Very well." He nodded. "I shall seek you out once I obtain the contract's dissolution. I will ensure my phone is charged then." Guan Sui let out a brief chuckle, replying, "That works." The two refrained from further conversation, aware that it would be inappropriate should Old Master one return soon. After Guan Sui had taken a few steps away, a thought seemed to strike him, prompting him to turn back and inquire, "May I kiss you next time?" Wensong, unable to meet the alpha's gaze directly, responded, "Yes, but only after I have completely severed ties with Zhao Mingzhu." Guan Sui's mood brightened further. "It's a bit chilly outside. You needn't see me off. My car is parked in the courtyard. I can manage on my own." As autumn deepened and winter approached, the weather in Suiqing fluctuated unpredictably. One day, it was warm enough for short sleeves. The next, a sudden drop in temperature necessitated heavy winter coats. Wensong nodded slowly in acknowledgement. Shortly after his departure, the sound of a car starting echoed, and within 2 minutes, All noise faded into silence as he remained poised before the living room sofa. Suddenly, footfalls echoed. Wensong looked up towards the second floor, where Wensu stood, hands clasped over the stair railing, leaning slightly forward with one hand propping up his chin, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "What were you discussing with Guan Sui?" he inquired, before continuing to muse aloud. It's surprising that such a cold and unfeeling person would display even the slightest smile towards you. Wensu recalled having witnessed the suppressed smile on Guan Sui's lips when he had exited moments ago. Although he could not overhear their conversation, the alpha's expression spoke volumes, suggesting a topic of considerable delight and excitement. It was indeed peculiar for a typically stoic and taciturn alpha to exhibit such an unusual smile. Something felt amiss. They hardly seemed like adversaries. Choosing not to divulge the details of his conversation with Guan Sui, Wensong offered only brief responses. "Wen su juk lai di. Do you think I'm not aware that you merely exchange a few pleasantries?" He dismissed the notion. "Forget it. I won't pry any further. After all, Guan Sui is your boyfriend's close friend." "No," Wensong interjected calmly under Wensu's scrutinizing gaze. "I ended my relationship with Zhao Mingzhu this morning." "Wen su deeply hot? Why? Was it your decision or his?" Facing personal matters, Wensong felt that it was inconsequential to speak out. After all, he would eventually disclose it to the world. "I am getting engaged," Wensong declared. Wensu, taken aback, stood before Wensong, hands on hips, his expression a mixture of shock and bewilderment. After a moment, he descended from the second floor, intending to unleash a torrent of curses, but upon encountering Wensong's gentle demeanor, he swallowed his words. Who truly played the role of the elder brother? Who was a younger sibling? He felt genuinely wronged. Did he really just announce his engagement to you? Wensu suppressed his fury. Was this not tantamount to treating you as a mere pet? "Damn Zhao Mingzhu," he muttered. "I heard about this from Duan Zhe last time, and thought at least there would be a proper ending before embarking on a new relationship. I never expected this foolish alpha to behave in such a repugnant manner." Wensong understood that Wensu was standing up for him. Finally, he said, "Zhao Mingzhu mentioned he would provide me with a breakup fee." Wensu retorted, "Does a pittance truly lead him to consider himself an emperor? How much is it?" 50 million, along with 2 villas, Wensong replied. Wensu furrowed his brow. On the flip side, that money isn't entirely worthless. Wensong was amused by the sudden shift in Wensu's tone. "You need not worry about me suffering losses. I have gained quite a bit from Zhao Mingzhu." Wensu, originally contemplating how to extract more money from Zhao Mingzhu, frowned upon hearing Wensong's words. "Well, have I ever worried about you suffering? It's more about fearing you might be sold off while helping others count their coins. When is this engagement happening?" He wondered. If possible, he would truly like to crash the event. Unfortunately, the Wen group maintained a decent relationship with Zhengrong, making such a scene unwise, as it could create discord among the elders. "The day after tomorrow," Wensong replied. Wensu tilted his head and cursed under his breath before exclaiming, "Is he truly not going to last until then? To break up with you today and hold an engagement banquet the day after tomorrow? Indeed, all alphas are despicable." Wensong concurred, pondering that perhaps Guan Sui should be a good alpha. The two found themselves united in their disdain. However, their conversation was abruptly interrupted as Wensu and the old man returned. Wensong contemplated how to broach the subject of his breakup with Zhao Mingzhu. After all, the old man had always held their relationship in high regard, even without words. Wensong was aware that the elder believed his association with the Prince of Zhengrong was a significant elevation in status. Forget it. He would address it on the day of the engagement. Chapter 52. Come to my house for discussion unexpectedly. During dinner, the old man broached the topic. Wensong, he called, and the name Wensong set down his chopsticks. The old man's expression was grave. Zhengrong and Dingsheng will hold their engagement banquet at Yunding Hotel the day after tomorrow. The invitation has already been sent to our Wen family. "So, have you broken up with Zhao Mingzhu?" "Yes," Wensong replied. As when Jiaming dined, a glint of schadenfreude flickered in his eyes. "Gwen supposed momentarily, inquiring. When did you part ways?" Wensong replied candidly, "Today." The expression on old Master Wen's face darkened considerably. Previously, Zhao Mingzhu and Wensong had been in a romantic agreement, and Zhongrong occasionally provided assistance to the Wen family. However, with Zhao now turning to a union with Dingsheng, seeking aid from Zhongrong in the future would undoubtedly prove challenging. Noticing the old man's displeasure, Wensong hastily interjected, "Grandfather, this matter cannot be blamed on Wensong." The other elders bore similarly grave expressions. One Jiaming, poking at his rice with his chopsticks, remarked nonchalantly in a low voice, "To be unable to retain an alpha is truly inept." Wensong, devoid of expression, retorted, "Focus on your meal." When Jiaming shrugged, "I haven't even said anything yet." He mused, but old Master Wen's countenance remained grim as he stated, "It was only a matter of time before Zhongrong and Qixing united. This is not an accusation against Wensong, merely a lament that Zhongrong will no longer extend aid to the Wen family. Since Wensong is not an Omega, the Zhao family naturally looks down upon him. In this upper echelon of society, alphas seemingly held dominion, instilling the notion that ordinary betas were unworthy of them, with only highly compatible Omegas deemed as true life partners. From a physiological standpoint, this perspective held merit. Their susceptibility and heat cycles necessitate effective resolution. Betas, lacking the ability to be marked or the presence of pheromones, cannot provide comfort to their partners, and thus, it is reasonable for elite families to dismiss them. It is noteworthy that even alphas and omegas from ordinary families would consider betas unsuitable matches. Wensong, having been belittled, exhibited no emotional upheaval. He had long grown accustomed to such treatment. The interests of the elite were inherently this way. Zhao Mingzhu had once remarked how fortunate it would be if Wensong were an Omega. In retrospect, Wensong was grateful on countless occasions that he was not an Omega. Otherwise, he would lack even the right to choose. "You will accompany us on the day of the engagement," old Master Wen declared. Wensong, wishing to interject, fell silent at Wensong's warning glare, poking at his rice repeatedly instead. "Very well," Wensong responded in a businesslike manner. None in attendance were aware that his relationship with Zhao Mingzhu was not a genuine romantic one. Attending one's ex-boyfriend's engagement party was hardly a matter of great significance, especially given the absence of emotional entanglement between them. The following day, Wensong received a message from Zhao Mingzhu. The latter indicated that the contract termination agreement had been drafted, but due to a busy schedule, a lawyer would bring the document for Wensong to sign. They arranged to meet at a cafe. The lawyer presented several copies of the agreement, and after a cursory glance, Wensong noticed that the compensation amount had escalated from 50 million to 60 million, with no other changes. Wensong speculated that Zhao Mingzhu felt a sense of guilt. Thus, there was no reason for him to refuse the offer. After signing the contract and affixing his seal, Wensong retained a copy for himself, while the lawyer took the others to Zhao Mingzhu. Once the agreement was dissolved, he felt an overwhelming sense of liberation, as though a seal had been lifted from him. When the lawyer departed with the finalized documents, Wensong did not rush to leave. Instead, he lingered in the cafe, savoring the coffee and pastries he had ordered, and casually sent a photograph of the contract to the other party. The reply was instantaneous. "Is it over?" "Song, it is." Wensong recalled his earlier promise to reach out once the agreement was annulled. He opened the input method panel and gently typed a few words. "Song, are you free now? Should I come to your office to discuss?" A minute later, Guan Sui sent a series of addresses. Upon glancing at them, Wensong felt an eerie familiarity. It appeared to be the private address he had used to send items to Guan Sui on 2 occasions prior. The next moment, he received 2 messages. "I'm free tonight. Come to my place to talk." Chapter 53. The baby speaks. An alpha with desires invited him to a private residence at midnight for a discussion. Without a moment's hesitation, Wensong discerned Guan Sui's unspoken intentions. Clearly, there was no concealment of purpose. The motives had been transparent from the very beginning. Furthermore, Guan Sui, during his sensitive period, would experience pheromone disarray. It was evident that he was concerned about losing control and inadvertently marking or bonding, which could lead to unintended pregnancy and subsequent extortion through a child, a scenario fraught with dire consequences. Within the city, numerous Omegas aspired to marry into affluent families, making it impossible to guard against the hidden agendas of others. Having already consented, there was no turning back. Wensong replied affirmatively and inquired, "What time should I come over?" "I'll come pick you up." Wensong paused, coffee cup in hand, before slowly typing a response. "Song, no need to go to such trouble. I can make my own way." He sent another message to clarify. "Song, I'm still at the Wen residence." The response was immediate. Am I that unpresentable?" Wensong, who goes public with their ex's close friend right after a breakup. Besides, Guan Sui's status is rather inconvenient. His family's prominence eclipses that of many others. Without exaggeration, his name is renowned both domestically and internationally, featuring prominently among the corporate giants. His enterprise spans a vast array of fields, nearly monopolizing the domestic research of inhibitors. If Old Master Wen were to discover his connection with Guan Sui, he would likely be overjoyed, eager to leverage that relationship for the benefit of the Wen group. Yet, what ties did the Wen group have to him? Song, not just yet. When will it be possible? Is it not permissible to make it public? I truly feel pitiful. Wensong, you're truly heartless. Accused by Alpha, Wensong thought that when Guan Sui uttered those words, there should have been no emotion on his face. Yet for some reason, there seemed to be an undercurrent of grievance and pity woven into the lines. It felt rather strange. Who could have imagined that a seemingly aloof top alpha was actually suffering in silence behind the scenes? We have yet to meet. That doesn't count. After sending these two messages, Wensong's heart raced a little. He turned off his phone and lifted his coffee cup, taking a sip. Despite the absence of sugar, the normally bitter coffee inexplicably tasted a bit sweet. A notification chimed as Guan Sui's message appeared. "Can we make it public once we meet?" Wensong typed slowly, "Not yet. I have transformed from a third party into a clandestine boyfriend." Wensong took another sip of coffee and replied, "It cannot be made public in the short term." Who would immediately jump from a breakup into a relationship with their ex-boyfriend's close friend? Such a situation would invite unnecessary trouble. "What do you think of me?" Upon receiving such an unexpected question from Guan Sui, Wensong pondered earnestly for a moment and found the other person rather likable. Before he could respond, another series of messages arrived. "I am 192 centimeters tall, 25 years old, 20 centimeters, have never been in a relationship, and am physically and mentally unblemished. Until that incident with you, I had always been a virgin. I am more presentable than Zhao Mingzhu." Wensong felt his face flush upon reading the last statement. The audacity of the alpha was overwhelming. He had boldly laid everything bare without any pretense. After all, it was merely a contract. Why did Guan Sui's every word and action seem to be a display of flamboyance? Ultimately, it was a simple and ordinary transaction. Was it necessary for the alpha to tease and provoke him so? Was this merely the other person's twisted sense of humor? Wensong was at a loss for how to respond, contemplating ignoring the messages. However, the notification chimed once more, and upon opening it, he found another message from Guan Sui. "Speak, baby." Yet again, that term of endearment echoed in his ears, reminiscent of the alpha's cool voice and indifferent tone uttering those two words. "You are wonderful. What time shall I come over?" Wensong chose to divert the conversation. After a brief silence, the response came. 7 in the evening. "Do you truly not need me to pick you up?" "No, thank you." Wensong worried that his response might come off as too curt, so he edited and sent another message. "I will arrive on time." "All right." After concluding the conversation, Wensong noticed that the snacks and coffee before him were nearly finished. Holding the signed agreement, he rose to leave. It was evening. At 5:30, Wensong set off for the address provided by Guan Sui. The location was situated in the most prosperous villa district of the city center, presumably a private residence, as he would not typically reside with his elders. The ride-hailing vehicle halted at the entrance of the community, barred from entry. The security guard scrutinized the beta who emerged from the car, clad in a camel-colored long coat, and inquired, "Sir, whom are you seeking?" The community enforced strict confidentiality. Generally, without an appointment, entry was not permitted. The residents within were either affluent or eminent, many being notable figures from politics and the entertainment industry, concerned about intruders infringing upon their privacy. "Wait a moment," Wensong said, retrieving his phone. The guard nodded. "Very well, sir." Sending a message to Guan Sui might not yield an immediate response, so Wensong opted to make a voice call via WeChat. The phone rang for barely 2 seconds before it connected. Alpha's voice resonated from the device. Wensong gently touched his earlobe and said, "I am downstairs at the community." It seemed Guan Sui had not anticipated his swift arrival. "Hand the phone to the security guard." Following the instruction, Wensong passed the phone to the guard. The guard accepted the call, and within a minute, the phone was returned and the gate swung open, granting him entry. Guan Sui instructed, "Once inside, walk straight, turn right at the third row of villas, and after passing 2 more villas, my home will be on your left." Wensong committed the directions to memory. Suddenly, Guan Sui added, "I will come to fetch you. Just stay where you are." Though his tone was calm and indifferent, Wensong sensed a hint of endearment, as if he were being coddled like a child. "No need," he replied, continuing forward. "I remember your directions, and am proceeding inside now." It was 6:30 in the evening, and the sky over Suicheng had turned completely dark. "All right." Guan Sui did not in the call. Abruptly, a rustling sound akin to fabric brushing against itself emerged. The two remained on the line, listening to each other's breaths. The villa district was expansive, and it took Wensong a considerable time to reach the turn. He intended to inform Guan Sui of his imminent arrival. Just as he began to utter a word, he spotted Alpha, donned in a black coat, approaching him with phone in hand. They each traversed half the distance, drawing closer with each step. Wensong's breath caught, as the surrounding sounds seemed to vanish entirely. As he halted, he watched Alpha stride towards him, the familiar scent of agave pheromones reviving his scattered consciousness. He lifted his eyelids and asked, "Why did you come out?" Guan Sui gazed at the beta before him, the bright lights delineating his exquisite features, while a small mole at the bridge of his nose ignited a yearning within. Unable to resist, he bowed his head and placed a fleeting kiss upon Wensong's nose, a brief touch before parting. Wensong's eyelids fluttered slightly. This time, he did not shy away or refuse a kiss. Having ended his relationship with Zhao Mingzhu, his interactions with Guan Sui felt entirely legitimate. Guan Sui's fingers lightly grazed the seemingly docile beta, his typically cool voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. "I couldn't wait any longer, so I came out." Chapter 54. Do you like this room? Each corner emanated a sense of tension and urgency. Wensong was momentarily dazed, slowly absorbing Guan Sui's words. "Why do I feel as if they are in a romantic relationship? Wasn't the purpose to discuss collaboration and sign an agreement?" A note of confusion escaped Guan Sui's throat. Wensong shook his head slightly. "It's nothing. Let's go home first." As he uttered those words, he felt a slight perspiration in the palms of his hands. How peculiar. His heart raced a bit faster. The impression Guan Sui and Zhao Mingzhu left on him was distinctly different. Even when Zhao Mingzhu uttered compliments that bordered on flirtation, Wensong could handle it effortlessly, his heart remaining untouched. Yet with Guan Sui, it seemed that this dynamic did not exist. Every action and word from the other party felt like the calculated hunt of a high-ranking alpha, conveying an unmistakable sense of affection. Unlike Zhao Mingzhu's intentions when seeking him out. "All right," Guan Sui nodded. The two walked side by side back to Guan Sui's private residence. The villa, adorned in cool tones, felt akin to stepping into an art gallery as they stood at the entrance. "These are the slippers I prepared in advance." Guan Sui retrieved a brand new pair of slippers from the drawer, placing them on the carpet. "Thank you." Wensong nodded in appreciation. The slippers appeared quite ordinary. Yet he noticed that the pair beneath Guan Sui's feet seemed to be a couple's design. The colors matched perfectly, with one featuring an embroidered cat and the other a dog. Perhaps they were randomly chosen. Wensong found it hard to believe that someone who appeared so aloof could engage in such playful tricks. "Change into your slippers and come wash your hands before we eat," Guan Sui instructed, placing the now cold dishes from the dining table into the microwave to reheat them. "All right." Wensong quickly changed into the slippers, which fit him perfectly. He couldn't help but reasonably suspect that Guan Sui had personally prepared them. However, that seemed unlikely. Guan Sui was perpetually busy, and surely wouldn't he have time to manage household affairs. These slippers must have been prepared by a hired help. Wensong approached the kitchen sink to wash his hands. Just then, the microwave chimed. "I'll take it out," Wensong offered, stepping forward to lend a hand. Previously, during his time at Silver Lake Mansion, he had handled such trivial matters, responsible for taking care of Zhao Mingzhu's daily needs, including cooking. Guan Sui frowned momentarily before relaxing again. No need. It's a bit hot. Just sit outside. Wensong stood by, watching as Guan Sui donned oven mitts and retrieved 2 steaming plates from the microwave. Is there really nothing for him to do? Wensong wished to express something. Guan Sui placed the remaining dishes that needed heating into the microwave, set the timer, and glanced sideways at Wensong, who was eager to assist. With abundant patience and a calm tone, he remarked, "You need not do anything. Just sit quietly and wait for me to finish." Upon hearing this, Wensong ceased his insistence, uttering a soft acknowledgement before departing the kitchen. Upon reaching the dining table, he found himself momentarily perplexed by the meaning behind Guan Sui's invitation. Why not directly discuss the terms of the agreement before signing? Currently, there was no one else in the villa. Had all these dishes been prepared by Guan Sui? At that moment, Guan Sui returned with the last 2 plates of food, followed by 2 bowls of rice. "Now we can eat," he declared. Wensong sat opposite him, his body taut as a drawn bowstring. After a brief hesitation, he inquired, "Aren't we supposed to discuss the transaction?" Without pausing in his movements, Guan Sui lifted his chopsticks and raised an eyebrow, retorting, "What agreement?" Wensong replied, "You mentioned something earlier that I should consider." Guan Sui nodded. "Did you agree?" Wensong affirmed, "Yes." Guan Sui dismissed the matter. "Let us eat first." Wensong, noticing Guan Sui's reluctance to address the issue at the dining table, decided to forego the discussion. He had not eaten before coming, and now, nearing 7 o'clock, he was quite hungry. The meal proceeded in silence, the only sounds being the clinking of chopsticks against porcelain. Half an hour later, as they finished dining, Wensong attempted to rise and clear the table. "Stay seated," Guan Sui instructed. Wensong paused in his movements. "You need not concern yourself with these tasks. Someone will clean up shortly." Wiping his lips with a napkin and tossing it into the trash, Guan Sui stood and headed toward the staircase. "Follow me." Wensong understood that this signaled the beginning of their discussion regarding the agreement, feeling inexplicably anxious as he followed Guan Sui upstairs. He had presumed they would head to the study to retrieve the pre-prepared contract for signing. To his surprise, Guan Sui opened a door and switched on a light. "Do you like this room?" The decor was now revealed, tastefully arranged as if meticulously curated, featuring a balcony and floor-to-ceiling windows, with a color scheme of deep gray and white, and beyond lay a spacious walk-in closet. Wensong was somewhat confused. Guan Sui leaned against the wall, squinting slightly. "Don't you like it?" Wensong responded, "Ido." However, Guan Sui remained expectant, awaiting further elaboration. After a moment's hesitation, Wensong slowly added, "I thought I was here to sign a contract with you." "What contract?" Guan Sui inquired. Wensong's hands rested limply at his sides, unconsciously curling inwards as he explained, "I recall you mentioning maintaining this relationship, yet you never clarified what this relationship truly entails. It is a contractual romantic relationship, or merely a role as an inhibitor during the partner's sensitive period." Suddenly, the individual feels deflated like a punctured balloon, unable to articulate the reasoning, and simply states, "I don't know." Guan Sui is met with a charming, fleeting laugh from Wensong, who then inquires, "Do you truly believe I would sign a so-called love agreement with you, much like Zhao Mingzhu?" Chapter 55. Are we in a romantic relationship, darling? Upon hearing Guan Sui's words, Wensong is momentarily taken aback before responding, "Isn't that the case?" As he speaks, the alpha, with arms crossed and leaning against the wall, gazes intensely with his deep, dark eyes. An inexplicable tension unfurls between them as they remain locked in place. Eventually, Guan Sui lowers his eyelids slowly, then raises them again, standing upright and taking a step toward Wensong, pressing him against the wall until there is nowhere left to retreat. The corridor is scarcely wide enough for 2 adults to walk side by side, and their proximity is palpable. Wensong can distinctly sense the faint scent of tequila pheromones emanating from the alpha, an aroma both delightful and intoxicating. Wensong wishes to inquire about the closeness, but in the next moment, the alpha's handsome face fills his vision as he leans down and kisses him directly on the lips. Wensong's body tenses, his hands pressing against the wall behind him, momentarily bewildered by the sudden kiss. Guan Sui pulls away, restraining the urge to deepen the kiss, and before proceeding, chooses to clarify, I am not like Zhao Mingzhu. He signed an agreement with you for the sake of collaboration. Thus your relationship was a facade. But I do not wish for that. Every word, every sentence is comprehensible to Wensong, yet their meanings leave him in a state of confusion. One he is hesitant to unravel. Not to mention, Wensong tends to be somewhat obtuse when it comes to matters of the heart. He asks, then what do you wish to pursue? Guan Sui enunciates clearly, a genuine romance. Concerned that Wensong may be slow to grasp this, he adds, not a contract, not a collaboration, but a real romantic relationship where we can hold hands, embrace, kiss, and share intimacy. No platonic interactions. I desire something more. Wensong's mind buzzes with the implications of the alpha's words. Genuine romance, no agreements. Engaging in a romantic relationship entails a gradual exploration of all that couples do, with the primary goal of helping the alpha navigate his sensitive period. However, as a beta, Wensong lacks pheromones and cannot truly soothe his sensitive partner. He contemplates Guan Sui's esteemed status, believing that he will inevitably enter into a union with an omega from a prominent group, transforming their current relationship, absent a contractual agreement, into a genuine romance, which may ultimately lead to an inconvenient separation. He reasons that leaving Suicheng should not leave him burdened with the weight of unreciprocated affection. As Wensong contemplated, he heard Alpha speak again. When Grandma is discharged from the hospital, we can date for a couple of years and marry when the time is right. Marry? This left Wensong utterly bewildered and confused. Guan Sui's expression appeared sincere, devoid of any pretense. Each word seemed to be spoken with genuine intent, contrasting sharply with the empty flattery offered by Zhao Mingzhu. Was it possible that the former's standing was simply higher? Wensong did not doubt Guan Sui. Rather, he possessed a clear self-awareness. This self-awareness was not rooted in self-denial or emotional turmoil, but rather in the understanding that alphas and Suicheng's upper society would ultimately be arranged into marriages. Even if some could choose, at least 80% would be arranged unions. Thus, he could not genuinely believe that Guan Sui held any true affection for him. It was merely novelty, a fleeting passion, a perfectly normal human behavior. Moreover, one must not forget the saying that love, in the end, relies solely on conscience. Indeed, Guan Sui felt no qualms about the notion that the culmination of romance is marriage. Any relationship without the intent of marriage was merely frivolous. Hadn't he heard this before? Or did he simply wish to toy with his emotions and body? Wensong, feeling unjustly accused, thought, who is truly playing with whose feelings and body? He had never harbored such intentions. After all, betas do not experience periods of receptivity, nor do they have a physiological need that approaches zero. Wensong remained silent for a long while before saying, but didn't you initially claim we would just maintain our relationship? Now it seems the narrative has changed from mere cooperation to genuine romance. Guan Sui pressed his lips together. Do you not wish to? Wensong slightly furrowed his brow, beginning to ponder seriously. The flicker of excitement within him could not be suppressed or concealed. If it truly meant dating Guan Sui, then perhaps. Before Wensong could finalize his thoughts, he heard Alpha, seemingly conceding. If you merely wish to indulge in my body, that is acceptable as well. Should these conversations ever reach the ears of Suicheng's elite, it would undoubtedly astonish his circle of wealthy friends. Was this truly their noble and aloof Guan Sui? For instance, Duanzhe would likely never have anticipated such a lack of boundaries from his close friend. After all, to successfully undermine someone's relationship and then personally deliver oneself as a plaything was quite the feat. Guan Sui, as a top-tier alpha, was certainly achieving something remarkable. In his heart, Guan Sui held but one thought. I stand again, and I would gladly shed my clothes for Wensong to play with. Who plays with whom is yet to be determined. After all, this was merely a stalling tactic. He was confident in his ability to draw Wensong closer to him. I do not, Wensong whispered. Only. Guan Sui inquired patiently. Only what? Wensong lifted his gaze, earnestly meeting the alpha's eyes, and stated, I am a beta. Guan Sui scrutinized him, then lowered his head to gently inhale near his neck, finally narrowing his eyes to inquire, before I provoke you, I already knew you were a beta. Wensong was taken aback for a moment, then recollected that Guan Sui had previously mentioned his sensitivity period was unlike that of other alphas. The choice to be with him was indeed influenced by the fact that he was a beta. Perhaps Guan Sui also pondered why he was not an omega in his heart. At that moment, he heard Guan Sui add, "It matters not if one is alpha, omega, or beta. All I know is that you are Wensong, once the pitiful Wen Shaosong." A tremor coursed through Wensong's heart. His earlier pessimistic conjectures seemed to waver at this instant. He raised his gaze and asked, "Do you think it's a pity that I am not an omega?" Upon hearing this, Guan Sui frowned, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. "No, your gender is inconsequential. What matters is that you are mine." These words emanated from the depths of Guan Sui's heart, a sincere declaration. From a moment he recognized Wensong. It had become a lifetime commitment, unless the other party did not reciprocate his feelings. But such a scenario was inconceivable. Wensong would be his. Regrettably, the seemingly wooden beta merely responded with a terse reply. Guan Sui remained unperturbed, taking his time. They had an abundance of moments ahead. Guan Sui understood that Wensong's personality was rather reserved and taciturn, resembling a docile little squirrel raised in captivity. Yet, this seemingly obedient and pitiful beta was not easily trifled with. For instance, the current situation of the Wen family undoubtedly bore the mark of external influence, likely leveraging others to create obstacles for Wen Shengfeng. There must be a reason for Wensong's inquiry. Guan Sui directly posed the question, "Why did you ask that earlier?" Wensong replied, Guan Sui continued, "Do you believe I would regret that you are not an omega?" Wensong candidly responded, "That's what everyone says." Guan Sui narrowed his eyes further and inquired, "Who do you mean by everyone?" Wensong answered, "Grandfather and Zhao Mingzhu." Guan Sui slightly bent forward, narrowing the distance between them once more, and earnestly gazed into Wensong's amber, crystalline eyes. "I do not fall within that category." Upon speaking, his fingers curled gently, brushing against Wensong's cheek. "You know, one need not guess why Zhao Mingzhu and your grandfather lament that you're not an omega. Were you an omega, you could serve as a breeding tool for a prominent family. Betas lack pheromones and have a very low probability of conception, thus are generally not considered in marriage prospects. Moreover, it must be emphasized, I shall not follow Zhao Mingzhu's path of marrying an omega." A strange sentiment blossomed within Wensong's heart. Despite the fact that he had said nothing, how could Guan Sui possibly know what he was contemplating? It seemed as though the other party could see right through his innermost thoughts. "Very well." Wensong nodded earnestly once more. Guan Sui raised an eyebrow. "Is that all you have to say?" Wensong replied, "I understand." While others might perceive Wensong as utterly perfunctory and dull, in Guan Sui's eyes, he only seemed excessively compliant and prone to being bullied. Thus, Guan Sui elongated his tone, asking, "Are we going to talk about a romantic relationship, darling?" Chapter 56, The Intention to Discuss Romance. This romance was markedly different from the agreement he had signed with Zhao Mingzhu. It was sincere. It required accompanying the alpha through the sensitive period. In that moment, Wensong finally comprehended the feelings he harbored for Guan Sui. His heart raced with affection and admiration. Each word from Guan Sui was articulated with utmost precision. No perfunctoriness, concealment, or deceit. The other's expression was strikingly candid and sincere. The weight that had been pressing on Wensong's chest lifted, his emotions swiftly relaxing. He understood that today he must provide the alpha with a response. A sound escaped Guan Sui's nostrils, as if inquiring. There was no urgency, no coercion, merely a gentle reminder for Wensong to voice his thoughts. Wensong felt a tightness in his throat, and under the alpha's gaze, he said, "All right, Ms. Song Lan Shue had once said that everything should be done in accordance with one's heart's desires. Thus, this time, he resolved to act upon his most fervent wishes." What did the affirmation mean? Guan Sui suppressed the rising corners of his lips. Wensong found it difficult to meet the alpha's eyes. Fidgeting with the hem of his clothing, he hesitated before finally uttering, "I wish to discuss a romantic relationship with you." If one were to find a metaphor to describe Guan Sui's current emotions, it would undoubtedly be akin to a magnificent display of vibrant fireworks illuminating the sky. Wensong felt his chin being gently grasped by two fingers, and the alpha bestowed upon him a precise, moist kiss. The taste of tequila pheromones lingered as their tongues entwined. In the corridor, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged with intimacy. Guan Sui's hand slipped beneath the hem of Wensong's garment, pressing against his slender waist. This kiss continued to deepen. Wensong, in the car, the distracted Wensong lifted his head. Wensu tilted his chin upward. What are you daydreaming about? I called your name 3 times, and you didn't respond. Wensong shook his head. It's nothing. I was merely reflecting on what transpired last night. Initially, he had sought out Guan Sui to discuss a collaboration, but unexpectedly, the other wished to pursue romance. After agreeing, they shared a kiss, yet ultimately did nothing further. Today, he was to attend Zhao Mingzhu's engagement banquet and could not afford to carry the scent of alpha pheromones. Moreover, he felt that if a romantic relationship were to blossom, it ought to progress slowly, reflecting on the humorous predicament of Guan Sui's unfulfilled desires, yet maintaining a sense of respect and restraint. He found himself driving her back to the apartment. Although they were currently in a romantic relationship, it was imperative to keep it discreet for the foreseeable future. After all, he had been involved with Zhao Mingzhu for 2 years. To publicly announce his relationship with Guan Sui immediately following a breakup would undoubtedly stir up controversy. Wensong doubted his own allure, but Zhao Mingzhu's demeanor felt oddly different, lacking the carefree spirit of the past. Furthermore, he was concerned that such actions might tarnish his reputation. Therefore, the nature of his relationship with Guan Sui had evolved from clandestine to one of a hidden romance. Was it truly without consequence? When Su glanced around, sensing a distraction in the air. If it weren't for Zhao Mingzhu, was he perhaps contemplating another alpha? Wensong remarked, I must admit, Wensu's observations are unerringly accurate. He cautioned against wild speculation. Wensu shrugged, contemplating that even if he were thinking of another alpha, it was hardly commendable for Zhao Mingzhu to hastily become engaged right after their separation. Wensong felt as if he had been silently scolded, recognizing that he and Zhao Mingzhu were equally matched in their flaws. Embarrassment washed over him as he sheepishly rubbed his nose. Just then, the car halted in front of a luxurious hotel. The driver exited, moved to the rear door, and graciously opened it, gesturing for them to alight. Young master, we have arrived, he announced. Wensong and Wensu stepped out in succession, waiting beside the entrance for Old Master One and Wensu, who had arrived in a separate vehicle. The hotel entrance was adorned with a red carpet, flanked by balloon and floral displays, creating a strikingly opulent atmosphere. The grandeur of the engagement ceremony struck Wensu, who brushed the ribbons that had floated to his chest. To organize something of this scale in a single day is quite impressive. If I ever marry, I shall ensure my event surpasses this in magnificence. Wensong refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely nodding in agreement, adding, given the Duan family's resources, you could host engagement parties in 10 different countries if you wished. Wensu, playfully affronted, reacted as if a cat had stepped on its tail. What does my engagement have to do with Duan Ze? Chapter 57. Currently, I am in a relationship with Wensong. Noticing Wensu's unusual expression and flushed ears, Wensong remained earnest as he stated, I believe there is mutual affection between you two. Wensu retorted, if the other party were a cartoonish figure, they would undoubtedly be stomping their feet. With wide eyes and lips moving in agitation, he struggled to articulate, your perception seems flawed. Who would? Before he could finish, a familiar voice echoed from a distance, calling out, Little Prince. Both turned in unison toward the source, which was none other than Duan Ze, accompanied by Guan Sui, who frequently spent time with him. The appellation Little Prince made Wensu feel somewhat uncomfortable, particularly in a public setting. It was akin to two individuals engaging in flirtation before an audience. Do not call me that. Wensu clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. Duansha, striding upon the plush red carpet, heard Wensu's words yet maintained his playful demeanor, effortlessly draping his arm around the other's shoulder. Why can't I call you that? I simply enjoy addressing you this way. Our Wen Xiaoxiu is increasingly resembling a little feline monarch. After a brief pause, he added a comment, proud and adorable. Wen Su, restrained by the alpha's presence and the distance maintained while being embraced, gritted his teeth further, forcing a smile that lacked sincerity. and lifted his foot to tread upon Duan Zai's polished shoe. Duan Zai winced, his face contorting in pain as he gasped, exclaiming a curse. Such occurrences transpired every time they met, replaying countless times. Surprisingly, rather than growing angry, Duan Zai chuckled and remarked, "Well done." Wensong, who had been observing their interaction, mused. The Alpha was thoroughly under the Omega's spell. There is no need to worry about Wensong being at a disadvantage. Duan Zai was consistently patient and indulgent. It was certain that in the future, they would truly treat him like a little prince. Noticing an additional presence beside him, Wensong looked up to find Guan Sui standing quietly by his side. He withdrew his gaze and inquired, "Have they always interacted this way?" Did they refer to Duan Zai and Wensong? Guan Sui replied, "Pretty much. During their school days, it was even more boisterous. Duan Zai has always enjoyed teasing Wensong, yet he is also very protective. Anyone who dares speak ill of Wensong would invoke his ire. For instance, he once used a pheromone spray when Wensong had just transitioned into an Omega, inadvertently leaving a disparaging impression. He had no inclination to explain further. Duan Zai had previously asserted that no one was permitted to target Wensong. This carefree alpha had taken it upon himself to protect his beloved from a young age. However, Guan Sui simply did not target anyone. He merely disliked certain behaviors. Their relationship was remarkably good. Wensong replied earnestly. In the past, in Qingshan town, he had a few close friends, but after arriving in Suicheng, they seldom kept in touch, as everyone had their own lives. Once social circles diverged, distance inevitably grew. "Are you feeling homesick?" Guan Sui queried. Wensong raised his eyes to meet his gaze, astonished as if his innermost thoughts had been laid bare. He had said nothing. Yet Guan Sui had discerned the true meaning behind his words. The home referred to by Guan Sui was undoubtedly Qingshan town, where he had lived with his grandmother, not the Wen family in Suicheng. He conceded, albeit slightly. Guan Sui responded, "Once my grandmother's health improves, we will return." He spoke of his grandmother with such naturalness, utilizing "we," clearly indicating a shared bond between the two. Wensong, oblivious to any hint of strangeness, nodded in agreement. "All right." On the other side, Wensong, who was playfully tussling with Duan Zai, noticed the two engaged in conversation. Instinctively narrowing his eyes, he felt a nagging suspicion that something was amiss. "Something's not right," he murmured to himself. Ever since Guan Sui had approached the Wen family to seek out Wensong, it had felt off. How could these two possibly know each other? Duan Zai, grimacing in pain, overheard Wensong muttering something under his breath. Following the direction of Wensong's gaze, he discovered that Guan Sui and Wensong were conversing quite closely. The typically aloof alpha bore a smile that betrayed his emotions. "Little Prince." Duan Zai immediately shielded Wensong's line of sight, fearing he might uncover the connection between Guan Sui and Wensong. While he knew he couldn't deceive his future wife, he felt it necessary to protect his friend's happiness at this moment. He inquired, "Why are you still standing out here? What are you waiting for?" Unperturbed by the obstruction, Wensong replied, "I'm waiting for Grandpa and my elder brother." Just then, a car pulled up at the entrance. "They've arrived," Duan Zai announced. After a brief diversion, Wensong had already dismissed his earlier misgivings. "I won't keep you," he said. "I'm off to find my grandfather and the others. See you in the banquet hall." Duan Zai quietly sighed in relief. "All right, see you in a bit." Ever since the dissolution of his agreement with Zhao Mingzhu, Wensong had ceased to deliberately avoid Guan Sui, occasionally engaging in conversation without raising any suspicions. He remained blissfully unaware that Wensong had nearly uncovered their relationship moments ago. Spotting Old Master One and Wensong disembarking from the vehicle, Wensong bid farewell to Guan Sui and followed closely behind Wensong to greet them. "Can't you be a bit more discreet?" Duan Sui grumbled, standing behind Guan Sui, who had been intently watching Wensong depart. Guan Sui did not avert his gaze, responding with a nonchalant tone. "Discreet about what?" Duan Zai clicked his tongue. "About the way you look at Wensong." Finally, Guan Sui cast a sidelong glance at his friend, asking, "What do you mean?" After a moment's thought, Duan Zai replied, "It's obvious that your feelings for each other are different from how you regard others. It's clear you too are involved." Without hesitation, Guan Sui stated, "We are indeed involved." Duan Zai cautioned, "Standing out here is far too conspicuous." They proceeded together into the banquet hall. I know you two are involved, but that doesn't mean others should be aware of it, Duanze lamented, feeling burdened for his friend's reputation. Don't forget, you're the third party. Guan Sui halted, turning his head to scrutinize Duanze. His narrow eyes held a hint of skepticism, and confusion was etched on his brow as he raised an eyebrow, asking, "Who is the third party?" With arms crossed and chin raised, Duanze retorted, "Who else could it be but you?" Concerned about eavesdroppers, he leaned in closer, speaking in hushed tones. Even though Zhao Mingzhu is now engaged, that could be annulled at any moment. I wonder how Wensong has negotiated with him. Have they truly parted ways? However, even though the relationship has ended, you have merely transitioned from being the mistress to the backup. I am now with Wensong. Duanze's gleeful remarks abruptly ceased. A heavy note of confusion escaped his nostrils. What? Could you please reiterate that? Guan Sui repeated. They have already parted ways. I was with Wensong last night. There is no contract, no agreement, merely a simple romantic relationship. Do you comprehend? Duanze, this is indeed happening at an astonishing pace. If Wensong truly consented to be with Guan Sui, given the nature of the other party, it would be impossible to conceal. How could it not be made public? How could there be no boasting at all? Is it conceivable that the other party has been subtly posting on social media without his notice? Furthermore, if Zhao Mingzhu genuinely regrets his decision and seeks to return to Wensong, Guan Sui's eyes reflected a hint of coldness as he stated, then he would be the one attempting to intrude upon another's relationship. After all, it is I who is currently in a romance with Wensong. Duanshi, Chapter 58. Wensong is a blessing. You have acted rather swiftly, he finally remarked. According to Guan Sui, it seems that Wensong and Zhao Mingzhu had only just separated, and subsequently, the two of them announced their union as suddenly as Zheng Rong and Qixing, which was astonishingly rapid. It was essentially a seamless transition. Primarily, Duanze, stroking his chin, expressed his curiosity. Wensong actually agreed to be with you. For in his recollection, Wensong appeared quite earnest and straightforward. However, all of this must be devoid of the exaggerated hearsay suggesting that the current state of the Wen family is entirely linked to Wensong. In truth, Wensong has indeed undertaken certain actions, but solely directed at Wen Shengfeng. It has not escalated to the point of causing chaos throughout the entire Wen family. Why not? Guan Sui inquired calmly. Duanze, shouldn't there be a few months of emptiness? Are you not concerned about Zhao Mingzhu noticing something amiss? Guan Sui remained unfazed. Do you think I am afraid? Duanze, it appears that not only are you unafraid, but you also seem eager to flaunt your relationship with Wensong. Having been a mistress before, why would one worry about being discovered as the legitimate partner? Alphas are inherently competitive. However, if the roles were reversed and it were Wensu, he would likely behave in a similar fashion. Very well, Duanze sighed in resignation. Is it that Wensong forbids you from going public? Otherwise, based on his understanding of his close friend, the lack of direct announcements on social media or casual mentions of their relationship indicates that he is indeed being restrained by another party. Perhaps Wensong feels the need to avoid suspicion. Guan Sui conceded. Duanze couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. He shook his head, whistled as if reveling in something, and said, "So it turns out you have your day too. Do you recall the time during our studies when you remarked that I had fallen for Wensu, asserting that he was my retribution? I return that sentiment to you." Guan Sui, with an impassive demeanor, stated that Wensong is a gift. He then added nonchalantly, "For he is well behaved." As for Wensu, Guan Sui and he share a certain sharpness in their words, yet their personalities differ. One is aloof, the other haughty. Duanze, slow to grasp the situation, inquired whether he was disparaging my dear cat, the great king. Guan Sui suddenly chuckled, suggesting I ought to be pleased that he and Wensu's pheromones are incompatible. Thus, the rapport between them remained strained, not born from mutual disdain, but rather from a physiological aversion due to their similar temperaments. Indeed, Duanze had not forgotten the discussion regarding their family's intentions for an arranged marriage. He wondered what Grandpa Wen was thinking in not allowing Wensu and me to unite. Guan Sui replied, "I do not know." Duanze was taken aback. "Are you aware that you have learned well from Wensong?" Given Guan Sui's acerbic nature, he would typically belittle him openly or subtly, Yet he now merely shrugged and said he didn't know, while others emulate the negative. Guan Sui seems to learn from the positive, observing his good friend no longer speaking with the same biting sarcasm that once rendered him insignificant. He resolved to prevent anyone from opposing Guan Sui and Wensong romance. Is that so? Guan Sui felt inexplicably elated. Duanzhe nodded vigorously. Indeed. It was truly a rarity. It appeared that when one harbors affection for another, their mannerisms and speech unconsciously gravitate toward that person. At that moment, a servant approached Guan Sui, cradling a bouquet and bowing slightly, saying, "Mr. Guan, these are the fresh flowers you ordered." Duanzhe's gaze fell upon the bouquet, Ecuadorian green roses. He turned to Guan Sui, who had accepted the flowers, and asked, "What is the purpose of these?" Guan Sui, lowering his eyelids and gazing at the green roses, "Symbols of everlasting love," replied softly, "Today is Zhao Mingzhu's engagement banquet. It is only fitting that I send him a bouquet." Duanzhe countered, "What makes that fitting? Is it customary to give green roses at an engagement?" He could not shake the feeling that Guan Sui's true intentions were far more complex than merely offering flowers to Zhao Mingzhu. It felt like a display of boasting, a reminder, and a subtle declaration of rivalry. It was hardly surprising that Duanzhe entertained such thoughts, as he had grown up alongside Guan Sui and had a deeper understanding of his subtle motives than most. Guan Sui would never overtly stir trouble, yet he would undoubtedly employ covert tactics. The language of green roses signifies eternal love, while he might genuinely wish for Zhao Mingzhu and Su Xiao's relationship to endure. He also subtly indicated his success in undermining their bond. Regrettably, Zhao Mingzhu would remain oblivious, more ignorant than a husband in a slumbering action film. Very well, then. The actions of Duanzhe will not deter Guan Sui. If Zhao Mingzhu truly uncovers anything, he will undoubtedly step forward as a loyal brother to Guan Sui, and, if necessary, he will shift the blame onto Fu Jingchuan, who is far away in Hong Kong, allowing the latter to share some of the responsibility. In essence, they are willing to go to great lengths for Guan Sui, despite the fact that their camaraderie often manifests in jest at his expense. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind them. "Zhao Mingzhu. Sui, Duanzhe, you have arrived." Guan Sui and Duanzhe turned to face Zhao Mingzhu. On the day of his engagement, had meticulously styled his hair with hairspray, and the boutonniere on his tailored suit marked him as the guest of honor. Where did the flowers come from? Zhao Mingzhu's gaze fell upon the bouquet in Guan Sui's hands. Under Zhao's watchful eye, Guan Sui extended the bouquet towards him. "This is for you. Congratulations on your engagement." Initially taken aback, Zhao Mingzhu's lips curled into a smile that seemed both forced and resigned. His fingers tightened instinctively around his wine glass as he reached out to accept the bouquet. "Thank you. Sui, you are quite considerate." Duanzhe burst into laughter, prompting a confused glance from Zhao Mingzhu towards a suddenly chuckling Alpha, while Guan Sui cast a sidelong glance at him. Feeling guilty, Duanzhe rubbed his nose. "It's nothing. I just think today is a wonderful day. The thought of your engagement makes me genuinely happy for both of you." The emphasis on both was unmistakable. A fleeting glance towards Guan Sui, accompanied by a raised eyebrow, suggested he was teasing. Guan Sui remained expressionless. To Zhao Mingzhu's ears, Duanzhe's congratulatory words were interpreted as referring to him and Su Xiaoza. The prospect of a familial alliance brought a smile to Zhao Mingzhu's face, and as he observed the impassive expression of Guan Sui across from him, the bitterness in his heart gradually dissipated. It was not as painful as usual. He remarked, "There's no need to dwell on the happiness. It's merely a hasty decision that must be made." Duanzhe nodded slowly. "Let us rephrase that then. Let us celebrate your acquisition of Qixing's support, securing the illustrious title of heir to Zhongrong. You are no longer just a prince. You have ascended directly to the position of CEO Zhao. After all, one must sacrifice something when balancing love and ambition. Mustn't one?" Chapter 59. Friend. Your words are rather intricate. This statement was rather commonplace, despite Zhao Mingzhu's outward appearance as the illustrious heir of Zhongrong. He harbored the lurking threat of a bastard child eyeing the position of heir. Moreover, with Zhao Dong's favoritism, if he were to falter even slightly, The original designation could easily be covertly usurped by that illegitimate child. In a world where one is yet to fully spread their wings, sacrifices must be made. For instance, marriage. They say marriage is a significant life event that should not be taken lightly. Yet for them, it can serve as a bargaining chip to secure mutual benefits and achieve a win-win scenario. It is true that Su Shaoze has feelings for Zhao Mingzhu. However, the union of Qixing and Zhengrong would also yield advantages, though it merely differentiates between the legitimate heir and the illegitimate one. Zhao Mingzhu lowered his head and smiled bitterly. What you say is indeed true. Thus, his marriage remained beyond his control. In pursuit of the illustrious heir's position, he staked his future upon it, awaiting the opportune moment to reclaim what was lost once success was attained. No worries, Duanze reassured. It is indeed a splendid day. Su Shaoze is quite commendable, being an Omega, and it is rumored that the compatibility between the two of you is as high as 90%. If you endure the sensitive and mating periods together, you might conceive a child with exceptionally high pheromone levels. Aware that Zhao Mingzhu had no say in this marriage, Duanze still prodded at points that the other found unpalatable, attempting to persuade him to embrace Su Shaoze and cease his entanglement with Wensong. For the sake of Guan Sui's lifelong happiness, he had truly committed numerous acts that betrayed his conscience. Zhao Mingzhu remarked, "I cannot perceive this as a compliment." He added, "I am rather busy and must attend to the guests. You too." Duanze waved his hand. "You carry on. Guan Sui and I shall find our designated seats." Zhao Mingzhu paused momentarily, nodded, and replied, "All right." Before departing, his gaze lingered once more on Guan Sui, who had remained silent since delivering the flowers. Their eyes met, revealing a barely discernible emotion hidden within Zhao's gaze. His grip tightened around the green rose instinctively, offering a slight nod in greeting before hastily leaving to join Su Shaoze in welcoming the guests. "Why does he look at you so strangely?" Duanze perceptively noted. Guan Sui dismissed it. "Is that so? I didn't notice anything amiss." Duanze stroked his chin. "Absolutely. It seems he dares not meet your eyes." Guan Sui raised an eyebrow. "Why?" Duanze shrugged. "Who knows?" Guan Sui took no heed of it, then let it be. Zhao Mingzhu's gaze had been apparent to him for quite some time, always teetering on the edge of speech, occasionally lost in thought as he stared. Sometimes at gatherings, a mere turn of the head would result in their eyes locking. The other was an alpha, while his interactions in love were typically with omegas. It was improbable that he harbored a secret affection for him. He had not yet reached the level of narcissism to believe that his close friends could secretly be enamored with him. The engagement banquet was grandly orchestrated, with decorations so extravagant that one could hardly believe they had been prepared in merely 2 days. It was evident that the hosts had invested significant effort into this engagement. Guan Sui and Zhao Mingzhu's statuses and relationships were positioned at the forefront, while the one family was seated at the adjacent table. As Wensong settled into his seat, he sensed a piercing gaze fixed upon him. Upon looking up, it was indeed Guan Sui. Those present who were aware of the relationship between him and Zhao Mingzhu regarded it with an air of curiosity, but only Guan Sui's gaze was unmistakably distinct, bearing an unrestrained, candid quality that left no room for concealment. The alpha leaned back, raising an eyebrow in greeting. Amongst the throng, anyone paying slight attention could discern the subtle flirtation between the two. Wensong remarked, "What a clandestine romance." Yet, there was no effort to mask their connection. It was as if he were on the verge of proclaiming, "This is my boyfriend." In contrast to the furtive interactions of the past, the present exchanges are entirely open and forthright. Sitting nearby, sipping juice, when Su noticed the two individuals locking eyes, their bodies leaning slightly towards Wensong. Following their gaze, he first observed Duanze, who lingered for a few seconds before it finally rested on Guan Sui. He whispered, "What is Guan Sui looking at you for?" Wensong withdrew his gaze and took a delicate sip of the juice on the table. "I don't know. Perhaps it's because I'm quite attractive." When Su was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished. "You can joke too?" Wensong replied, "That remark makes him sound like a lifeless automaton." When Su sensed something amiss, he raised his eyes toward Guan Sui, who was seated and listening to Duanze, then squinted towards Wensong beside him. The two, seemingly devoid of any connection or shared circle, suddenly appeared to be engaged in social interaction. There was undoubtedly some hidden intrigue afoot. He had never witnessed Guan Sui display such amiability towards any alpha, omega, or beta. The two stood together, a silent storm brewing between them. It was as if Wensu's mind suddenly cleared, and he felt as though he had uncovered a monumental secret. Unable to restrain himself, he reached out and grasped the arm of the beta beside him, exclaiming, "Wensong." The commotion drew the attention of those around, including Old Master One and Wensu. "It's nothing," Wensu chuckled awkwardly. "I just have something to discuss with Wensong." He then leaned in closer to the bewildered Wensong, suppressing his inner excitement and carefully choosing his words, before finally asking in a voice audible to both, "Are you involved with Guan Sui?" The unspoken words lingered in the air, but Wensong discerned the implications etched on Wensu's face. Before he could deny or confirm, Wensu patted his shoulder, his expression reflecting the relief of shedding a heavy burden. "Wonderful. Finally, I want to be forced into pairing with him. But it seems you've leaped from Zhao Mingzhu's pit into the fire of that cunning alpha, Guan Sui. That is splendid. You may enter the inferno. I shall relish my freedom." After speaking, Wensu displayed a mixture of sympathy and schadenfreude. "I presume tending to an emotional infant must be quite the ordeal." Wensong, who had remained silent throughout, responded, "My friend, your words are indeed exceedingly dense." Chapter 60. Two top alphas treated like pets. Wensu's accurate deduction astonished him. He could unearth so many concealed secrets merely from the shared glance between him and Guan Sui, despite the latter's direct and unmistakable demeanor. Wensu's first reaction upon realizing his connection with Guan Sui was not surprise, but rather exhilaration, joy, and a sense of pity for him. "What exactly is an emotional infant?" Wensong inquired, intrigued. Wensu promptly clarified, "It refers to someone whose emotions require constant nurturing. They can become irritable, angry, temperamental, and acerbic, occasionally engaging in behaviors that compel you to guess their intentions." Wensong pondered for a moment, shaking his head, and replied, "He does not." Wensu raised an eyebrow. "So you indeed have a connection with Guan Sui." Wensong, who had unwittingly walked into a trap, responded with a hint of confusion. Wensu continued, "No wonder his attitude towards you is so amiable. It turns out your relationship has long transcended the boundaries of mere acquaintanceship into something more intimate. At the birthday banquet, did he overhear me mention that you were feeling down because of Zhao Mingzhu?" Curiosity piqued when Su asked, "How on earth did you and Guan Sui become entangled?" An alpha with such a fiery temper and sharp tongue could actually find a gentle beta, like you, to be his boyfriend? Wensu, akin to a detective unveiling the truth, was animatedly piecing together the clues he had gathered, feeling an exhilarating sense of accomplishment as he began to comprehend the situation more clearly. In response, Wensong simply wished to say, "Could you lower your voice?" Though they were ostensibly sharing whispers, Wensu's excitement caused him to unconsciously raise his voice at pivotal moments. Fortunately, the surrounding environment was exceedingly noisy, and everyone was engrossed in their own affairs, oblivious to the content of their conversation. Covering his mouth, Wensu glanced around, realizing no one was paying them any mind, before clearing his throat and saying, "I apologize, I was rather indiscreet." Wensong replied, "Indeed, quite indiscreet." "You haven't yet explained," Wensu urged. "Why did you get involved with Guan Sui? Are you dating, or is it merely a casual flirtation?" Wensong mentally summarized their legendary romantic escapade: a one-night stand, entanglement, a love triangle, followed by a breakup, and then a reconciliation. In just 20 words, he could encapsulate their tumultuous history. However, he would never divulge such details to Wensu. Not only was it a complicated explanation, but he also possessed a disposition that eschewed sharing past occurrences with those around him. "I don't know," Wensong replied, resorting to his inherited answer. Wensu clicked his tongue, sensing Wensong's reluctance to discuss the matter, and tactfully declared, "Then I shall refrain from asking." At that moment, Zhao Mingzhu and Su Shaozi entered the hall, arm in arm, treading upon the red carpet. Wensu noticed Zhao Mingzhu's gaze linger on Wensong for a brief moment. Under the lights, the emotions in his eyes were inscrutable, yet the downturn of his lips clearly indicated a shift in mood. The frustration that had been brewing within him seemed to dissipate upon learning of Wensong's intricate relationship with Guan Sui. If his disdain for Guan Sui stemmed from a low pheromone compatibility, his aversion to Zhao Mingzhu was rooted in both physiological and psychological disgust. When Su sighed, "I was worried that Zhao Mingzhu, this scoundrel alpha, would break your heart, but it seems that concern was unwarranted. You truly are full of surprises." Upon concluding his remarks, he extended his right thumb and emphatically lowered it twice as a gesture of approval, genuinely praising the remarkable feat of having two top-tier alphas in Sui-Ching at his disposal. Wensong, momentarily at a loss for words, opted for silence, recognizing its absence of fault. After a lengthy pause, he inquired, "Do you consider this morally questionable?" When Su furrowed his brow, stroking his chin, pondering where the immorality lay. During their romantic involvement, Zhao Mingzhu had consistently engaged with other omegas. Had he not always been the epitome of integrity? After Zhao severed ties and became engaged to Su Xiaozi, it seemed entirely reasonable for him to marry Guan Sui immediately thereafter. Furthermore, there exists no regulation that prohibits one from maintaining a cordial relationship with their ex-boyfriend's brother. Does it? He mused aloud. Is there an issue? There is none. It was as if the words bias and partiality were inscribed upon his forehead. Unabashedly revealing his disdain for Zhao Mingzhu, especially for the alpha who thrived on frivolity, pretending to be deeply sentimental while engaged. Such behavior was utterly repulsive. Although aware of the transactional nature of Wensong and Zhao Mingzhu's relationship, he would unhesitatingly stand in support of the former. Their mutual benefit should have concluded without interference. Rest assured, when Su said, patting Wensong's shoulder, tilting his head towards Guan Sui's direction, "Should the sky fall, there will be a tall figure to shield you." Wensong queried, "And what about you?" When Su displayed a haughty expression, replying, "As for me, our relationship is not strong enough to weather storms together." Wensong's face reflected confusion as he earnestly asked, "Is it not because you're only 179 centimeters tall and not taller than I?" When Su's lips twitched, feigning a smile, "Do not compel me to sever ties with you on the day of your ex-boyfriend's engagement." His height was indeed a sore point, particularly since he was a mere fraction shy of rounding up to 180 centimeters. Wensong, for once, wore a genuinely heartfelt smile. Suddenly, a thunderous applause erupted around them. Both individuals looked up to see that the engagement ceremony had concluded, with Zhao Mingzhu kissing Su Xiaozi on the cheek, eliciting fervent congratulations from the guests present. When Su sipped his juice in small increments, remarking, "This time, the identity of the illustrious heir belongs solely to Zhao Mingzhu." Wensong recognized that this engagement was birthed from mutual interests, ultimately benefiting both parties. The illustrious and Qixing companies were well regarded in Sui-Ching. Their collaboration heralded a promising future. Indeed, Zhao Mingzhu had always cherished his freedom, resisting constraints, yet ultimately entered into a matrimonial alliance. There was no lack of agency. Insufficient strength necessitated difficult choices. Wensong joined the other guests in applauding the newlyweds, who were half committed to the institution of marriage. As an ex-boyfriend, he felt no pangs of heartache from their breakup. Zhao Mingzhu, after kissing Su Xiaozi, discreetly observed Wensong's reactions, noticing him clapping alongside the guests, which stirred a twinge of bitterness within him. It felt as though something he once cherished and controlled was quietly slipping away. In pursuit, yet uncertain of how to grasp it, a sense of elusiveness envelopes the moment. Chapter 61. Is conversing with an ex-boyfriend truly enjoyable? After indulging in several glasses of juice, Wensong suddenly felt the urge to visit the restroom. Following the directional signs, she stumbled upon Zhao Mingzhu, who was washing his hands. An awkward atmosphere seemed to permeate the space between them. It is often said that prolonged companionship can lead to affection or a sense of familiarity and adaptation, even in the simplest of transactional relationships. After all, they had once shared a bond. Congratulations. Wensong, having washed her hands, nodded and offered her best wishes. The congratulations extended beyond mere engagement. It primarily celebrated Zhao Mingzhu's successful acquisition of Zhongrong, marking a future where she would have to address him as Mr. Zhao. Zhao Mingzhu scrutinized every facet of the beta's countenance, searching for traces of sorrow, yet found nothing. It was unnervingly calm. It appeared that she harbored no feelings regarding his engagement. Wensong noticed Zhao Mingzhu's silence, his expression indifferent as he continued to gaze at her. His thin lips unconsciously pursed, seemingly resistant to her congratulatory words. What could this signify? Did her lack of discretion in their interaction displease him? Yet, it was understandable. They had long since become strangers, and today marked his engagement celebration. Should Su Xiaoza witness their face-to-face exchange, he would certainly seize the opportunity to make a spectacle of it. Apologies escaped Wensong's lips as she slightly lowered her head. With that, she turned to leave, but as she took a step, Zhao Mingzhu reached out, grasping her arm, and called out Xiao Song. She halted, tilting her head to regard the hand that had seized her. Zhao Mingzhu stated, "I have something to discuss with you." Maintaining her composure, Wensong subtly withdrew from his grip, stepping back slightly. "What is it?" Zhao Mingzhu had intended to ask Wensong if she would wait for him once their contract concluded, but his pride as an alpha led him to presume she would willingly comply. However, observing her laughter and ease at the engagement party left him feeling somewhat empty. Wensong did not appear despondent or melancholic due to his impending nuptials. Rather, she attended the engagement party resplendently. Her demeanor so composed that he felt as though she were a stranger rather than an ex-lover. Did this not validate his belief that her supposed waiting was in vain? Zhao Mingzhu understood that their relationship was merely transactional, yet the years they had spent together were not fabricated. He could not fathom that Wensong's heart was as unyielding as stone. Even the most emotionally dense individuals would inevitably feel a sense of loss following a sudden separation. As Zhao Mingzhu observed Wensong's expression, he began, "My union with Su Xiaoza is a business arrangement." Before he could finish, a cool, detached voice interrupted from behind. "Excuse me, could you please step aside? You are blocking my way." The familiar voice swept over like a chill wind, causing Wensong to instinctively retract his neck, his body tensing as he slowly raised his gaze to the alpha who had appeared behind Zhao Mingzhu at an unknown moment. Zhao Mingzhu also turned around gradually, finding Guan Sui standing half a meter away. In that fleeting moment, all the words he wished to utter evaporated from his lips, leaving him utterly speechless. The atmosphere became thick with tension, creating an eerie scene as the three harbored disparate thoughts. Asui, Zhao Mingzhu stepped as it is lightly. Guan Sui's expression remained impassive as he emitted a faint HM in response. As a path opened before him, he strode towards the restroom, momentarily slowing as he passed Wensong, before hastily departing like a gust of wind. Wensong's hand, resting at his side, lifted slightly with a delicate arc before falling back down. A thought began to blossom in his mind. The alpha appeared to be angry. This notion lingered, for Guan Sui was an alpha with an intense possessiveness, leaving Wensong to wonder how much he had overheard, particularly regarding Zhao Mingzhu's hand gripping his arm. Unbeknownst to Wensong, his thoughts were gravitating towards Guan Sui. The interruption caused by Guan Sui left Zhao Mingzhu feeling somewhat peculiar, prompting him to lower his voice. "Xiao Song, may we find another place to converse?" Wensong furrowed his brow ever so slightly. "What do we need to discuss?" he inquired. Zhao Mingzhu was taken aback that the usually compliant beta did not respond directly, but instead posed a counter-question. Just a casual chat. Wensong contemplated for a moment, on the verge of declining, when suddenly, footsteps that did not belong to either of them echoed. Guan Sui emerged from the restroom, interrupting their dialogue once more. The air grew thick with awkwardness and silence, time seeming to crawl. Guan Sui approached the sink, methodically washing his hands. The sound of water splashing seemed to resonate with the other two, taking on a peculiar quality. Suddenly, while washing, Guan Sui called out, "Zhao Mingzhu." Zhao Mingzhu's heart leapt into his throat, a sense of being exposed and a secret panic coursing through him, his heart racing as he awaited the alpha's next words. After 3 seconds, Guan Sui flicked the droplets of water from his long, slender fingers and continued, "Su Xiaoza is looking for you." Zhao Mingzhu felt as though an eternity had passed. The moment he heard those words, he released a sigh of relief, his eyes shifting to Wensong. Pressing his lips together as he recalled they were amidst an engagement banquet and had indeed been absent for some time. He took Guan Sui's words at face value. "All right," he said, "I will attend to it." Before departing, he nodded slightly to Wensong, resolving to seek him out for a conversation at a later time. After Zhao Mingzhu left, Wensong remained rooted in place, contemplating turning to face Guan Sui. Suddenly, a warm embrace infused with the scent of tequila alpha pheromones enveloped him from behind, slender arms encircling his narrow waist, gently pulling him backward. His upright spine pressed against a solid, warm chest, the sound of breath filling his ears. "Were you enjoying your conversation with your ex-boyfriend?" Guan Sui softly kissed the nape of his ear. Wensong felt a tingling sensation coursing through him, as if electrified. "No," he replied. Guan Sui pressed further. "What do you mean by no?" Wensong bit his lower lip slightly. "I didn't feel particularly happy." Guan Sui chuckled softly, evidently pleased with the response, and breathed lightly against the beta's ear, teasingly stating, still quite displeased. Wensong instinctively shrank his neck. Guan Sui straightened up, adjusting their positions to face each other. Locking eyes, he asked, "When can we make this public?" He could no longer endure Zhao Mingzhu's gaze upon Wensong. As an alpha and an onlooker, he understood all too well the thoughts that lingered beneath the surface. Wensong replied, "After just a day of our underground relationship, your possessiveness has gone through the roof. Let's wait a little longer." He reassured, "I want to meet Zhao Mingzhu privately." Upon hearing this, Guan Sui finally felt a sense of relief. Chapter 62. Your cufflinks are beautiful. Guan Sui did not genuinely wish to immediately disclose his relationship with Wensong. Rather, it was a mere eruption of alpha possessiveness, yearning to hear comforting words from Wensong. For instance, the assurance just given that he would not meet Zhao Mingzhu in secret. He was acutely aware of the rampant rumors within their circle. As soon as Wensong ended things with Zhao Mingzhu, news of them together would spread, and he would be the one to bear the brunt of the gossip, while Wensong would be the target of unfounded slander. Although such circumstances were unavoidable, Guan Sui would do everything within his power to prevent it, determined not to let Wensong bear the baseless accusations of being a plaything or deliberately flirting with him. Such words were harsh, displeasing, and stirred uncontrollable inner turmoil. "What if he insists on meeting you privately?" Guan Sui questioned. "If he persistently requests a meeting after you have declined him 3 or 4 times, how would you handle it?" Wensong had never contemplated such dilemmas. In his view, Zhao Mingzhu was not the type to relentlessly pursue an alpha. He lifted his eyelids and replied, "I am not as agreeable as you imagine." Guan Sui's tone grew serious. "What do you mean not good enough? You are exceptional in every way. How could someone exude such charm and remain oblivious to it?" "If Zhao Mingzhu truly insists on meeting me multiple times," Wensong pondered the question earnestly, enunciating each word, "I would keep refusing." He continued, "Or if he becomes insistent, I would tell you. Is that all right?" He maintained a very obedient demeanor. When he uttered the words, "Is that all right?" his amber eyes shimmered with hopeful anticipation, representing the best possible solution for a love-stricken beta who often seemed rather oblivious. "Of course," Guan Sui affirmed, no longer pressing for more. "If he insists on meeting you, feel free to tell me. Do not meet him alone." Wensong nodded like a chick pecking at grains. His obedience made Guan Sui yearn to bestow a gentle kiss upon him. The physiological affection stirred a desire for skin-to-skin contact and the scent of the other, providing a flicker of solace to soothe the turbulence and discontent engendered by other alphas. "Time to go back," Guan Sui said, reluctant to let him leave, yet aware that lingering too long would incite suspicion. Moreover, conversing in the restroom was hardly an appropriate setting. "All right," Wensong nodded once more. Just as he was about to turn and depart, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar wallet atop the sink. Guan Sui noticed Wensong suddenly halt and inquired, "What's the matter?" Wensong pointed. Zhao Mingzhu's wallet was left behind. Following the direction of his finger, Guan Sui saw the expensive leather wallet sitting forlornly on the other side of the sink, likely forgotten in a hasty exit. Ignoring the lost item was not an option. The gathering for the engagement party was extensive, and should someone else find it, the ramifications of exploiting the private contents against Zhao Mingzhu would be dire. Their emotional entanglement with Zhao Mingzhu prevented them from being indifferent. Guan Sui, wishing to keep Wensong from meeting Zhao Mingzhu, declared, "I will take it to him shortly." Wensong had not considered volunteering to return the wallet. After all, Su Shaoza harbored disdain for him, and it was not his place to deliver it. Given that Guan Sui and Zhao Mingzhu were friends, even if he were to find the wallet alone, he would likely ask the staff to pass it along to Zhao Mingzhu. "Very well," Wensong replied. "I shall head back first. I fear if I tarry too long, Wensu will come looking for me, having been away from the restroom for so long." It was likely that Wensu's character would prompt him to seek him out. Guan Sui lowered his gaze. "You go on ahead." After Wensong departed, Guan Sui casually slipped a hand into his pocket and slowly approached the sink. Zhao Mingzhu's wallet, unchanged over the years, was a birthday gift he had given long ago. Its exterior appeared somewhat new, a testament to the owner's meticulous care and affection. As he picked it up, one side fell open, revealing that the wallet was not securely fastened. Just as he intended to help close it, his keen eyes caught a glimpse of a 4-inch identification photo nestled within the transparent compartment. Upon closer inspection, the photo seemed vaguely familiar, not one to pry into others' privacy. Guan Sui recalled what Duanze had mentioned about Zhao Mingzhu's long-held affections, suggesting that the wallet concealed a picture of a secret crush. The familiarity of the facial features exerted an inexplicable allure, compelling Guan Sui to extract the photograph with his slender fingers from the protective layer. Pinching the well-preserved yet time-worn photo, Guan Sui's previously calm demeanor tightened into an unyielding frown, his thin lips pressed into a straight line as he scrutinized the image. After 2 seconds, he restored his previous demeanor of indifference and calmness, placing the identification photo back in its original position. It turned out that the person Zhao Mingzhu secretly adored was him. A friend, and an alpha at that, had secretly harbored feelings for him for so many years. Guan Sui had previously entertained this possibility, but quickly dismissed it, as his impression of Zhao Mingzhu was that he interacted only with omegas. The only exception was Wensong. It was truly unexpected that Zhao Mingzhu, who navigated the world of omegas, would harbor feelings for an alpha. Guan Sui closed his wallet, fastening it securely, and paused for a moment before departing. Zhao Mingzhu, feeling fatigued during his sensitivity period, had entrusted Su Shaoza and their elders to greet the guests at the banquet while he temporarily retreated to the lounge. He rummaged through his bag and found a suppressor to control the impending surge of his pheromones. Having encountered Wensong in the restroom earlier, he now found himself unable to suppress his longing. The fragrance radiating from the other was undeniably pleasant. Although he was merely a beta, devoid of pheromones, he nonetheless invaded Zhao Mingzhu's thoughts incessantly during this sensitive phase. The realization of having made a series of wrong choices recently weighed heavily on him. Yet, the moment Zhao Mingzhu recalled the announcement of cooperation between Zhengrong and Qixing due to their engagement and the grim expression on his alpha father's illegitimate son, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The thrill of vengeance gradually quelled his agitation, and after injecting the suppressor, he felt a noticeable lightness in his body. Just as he discarded the used suppressor into the trash, he suddenly heard footsteps at the door. Looking up, he saw Guan Sui. The moment he laid eyes on Guan Sui, Zhao Mingzhu sensed a peculiar mood emanating from him, assuming it was the mutual repulsion typical among alphas. He hastily retracted his released pheromones and inquired, "Sui, what brings you here?" Guan Sui's gaze lingered on Zhao Mingzhu's face for a second before shifting to the trash containing the used suppressor. Finally, he calmly replied, "I came to return something you lost." Zhao Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback. "What?" Guan Sui handed the wallet he had picked up from the sink to the alpha seated on the sofa, his expression indifferent, his narrow eyes observing every subtle movement and expression of the other. Indeed, upon seeing the wallet, Zhao Mingzhu's breath hitched, and his smile froze for about 2 seconds before he regained his composure. He said, "This is my belonging." He reached out to take the wallet but grasped at nothing. If he recalled correctly, Guan Sui, with lowered eyes, flipped the wallet over and remarked, "This is the birthday gift I gave you 5 years ago." Zhao Mingzhu felt that today, as Guan Sui was markedly different from his usual self, now brimming with hostility and coldness. "Yes, The dirty thoughts concealed for nearly a decade seemed to be discerned by the other party, and he forced a smile, too habitual to change, especially since the wallet was quite functional. Hearing Zhao Mingzhu's falsehood, Guan Sui chose not to expose him, simply tossing the wallet into the other's embrace. Consider whether anything is missing. How could Zhao Mingzhu possibly open his wallet in front of Guan Sui to check its contents? Upon opening it, wouldn't his secret affection be utterly exposed? How would he explain the presence of a close friend's ID photo? Surely, nothing is amiss. Zhao Mingzhu clutched his wallet tightly, then swiftly returned it to his pocket. He was uncertain if Guan Sui had rummaged through the wallet and uncovered his hidden secret. Deep down, he yearned for a resolution, yet feared that this could jeopardize their friendship. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Zhao Mingzhu resolved to divert the conversation from the wallet. His gaze was drawn to the lion head cufflinks worn by Guan Sui. He recognized the brand, custom-made and relatively niche. Previously, Wensong had gifted him other custom items from this store for his birthday, but he had never worn them due to their perceived lack of sophistication. It was surprising that Guan Sui would favor such a unique, bespoke brand. Seizing the moment, Zhao Mingzhu inquired, Sui, your cufflinks are exquisite. Were they a gift? Based on Zhao Mingzhu's understanding of Guan Sui, the latter typically favored designer cufflinks, preferring understated styles over flamboyant lion head designs. Hence, it was evident that these cufflinks were a gift. The fact that Guan Sui wore them in public signified the considerable importance of the gift giver in his life. This led Zhao Mingzhu to speculate about their relationship. Could it be the Omega with whom Guan Sui had shared intimacy in the lounge? Or the one who had gifted him cookies? The knowledge of another Omega-S involvement with Guan Sui had once nearly driven him to the brink of emotional collapse. Though he had managed to maintain a facade of friendship since then, Zhao Mingzhu found it difficult to articulate his feelings, perhaps after so many years. He had grown accustomed to unreciprocated emotions, never daring to cross boundaries. Moreover, Wensong's presence had gradually dulled his feelings for Guan Sui. Upon hearing Zhao Mingzhu's deliberate attempt to change the subject, Guan Sui raised his hand to admire the cufflinks on his suit, smirking as he casually replied, "A gift from Wensong." Zhao Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback, initially suspecting he had misheard, but Guan Sui added, "A birthday gift." A surge of inexplicable displeasure washed over Zhao Mingzhu. Why had Guan Sui and Wensong interacted to the extent of exchanging gifts? Why was he completely unaware of this? In that moment, Zhao Mingzhu found himself grappling with jealousy. Was it directed towards the long-cherished white moonlight of his unrequited love or the substitute who had accompanied him for years? Yet, he soon reconsidered. Wensong had attended the birthday banquet with the Wen family, and gifts were typically exchanged among attendees. Such arrangements were customary, especially within their shared social circle. Perhaps it was Wen Su who had given the gift, and Wensong had merely joined in the selection. In this light, it seems quite normal to give gifts individually. However, Zhao Mingzhu still felt a sense of discomfort, a lingering hint of jealousy gnawing at his chest. Xiao Song had discerning taste, smiling as he remarked that the lion head cufflinks complimented him well. After this, he jokingly probed, suggesting he thought they were a gift from an Omega with whom Zhao Mingzhu was involved in a flirtation. Guan Sui could easily discern the double entendre in Zhao Mingzhu's words, to which he succinctly responded with a non-committal mm. This simple utterance carried two meanings. One, an agreement with Zhao Mingzhu's assessment of Wensong's good taste, and two, a tacit acknowledgement of the supposed romantic interest. Unfortunately, Zhao Mingzhu failed to grasp the underlying implication. Seeing Zhao Mingzhu's composed demeanor, Guan Sui felt a twinge of disappointment, having anticipated that Zhao Mingzhu might be more astute. He had previously promised Wensong that he would not openly declare their relationship, thus refraining from directly mentioning their connection in front of Zhao Mingzhu. Instead, he aimed to subtly boast in hopes of igniting a spark of doubt in Zhao Mingzhu's mind. Alas, it appeared that Zhao Mingzhu did not entertain such thoughts. How dull. Guan Sui found little to discuss with Zhao Mingzhu. Not only did the latter harbor a secret affection for him, but he was also the ex-boyfriend of his current partner, creating a compounded sense of repulsion and a burgeoning urge to expose the truth. Yet, he decided to restrain himself, at least until the engagement banquet concluded. After all, A reconciliation between Zhao Mingzhu and Wensong was out of the question. With one hand plunged into his pocket, Guan Sui announced, "I have matters to attend to with Duan Zhe. I shall take my leave." Zhao Mingzhu rose to see him off, replying, "All right." Once Guan Sui had exited the lounge, the smile on Zhao Mingzhu's face vanished instantly. A faint aroma of tequila pheromones lingered in the air. Typically, pheromones between alphas repel one another. Yet Zhao Mingzhu found himself drawn to this scent. In the past, the mere whiff of Guan Sui's pheromones would have sent his blood racing, igniting an insatiable yearning within him. But now, it felt utterly bland, devoid of the initial fervor and anticipation. A sense of emptiness washed over him as his pheromones gradually diffused into the atmosphere. Noticing that his sensitivity was more acute than usual, he retrieved a suppressant and injected it into his arm. Gradually, the image of Wensong began to materialize in his mind. Wensong returned from the restroom, reclaiming his seat. The previously adjacent Wensong had seemingly vanished. Instinctively, he glanced towards Duan Zhe's location, and indeed, he spotted the absent Omega. There is no need for speculation. Wensong was certainly seeking out Duan Zhe. Their relationship was evidently strong, with mutual affection apparent. So why they never breached the unspoken barrier? How could Duan Zhe possibly allow Wensong to pursue a romantic connection with Guan Sui? One was a cherished Omega, while the other was a dear friend, yet they were being thrust together. Something felt fundamentally amiss. Was there a hidden truth that eluded his understanding? Regarding matters of the heart, Wensong appears utterly oblivious, unable to comprehend or grasp their intricacies. Chapter 64. Not that familiar, what are you thinking? Unbeknownst to him, Wensong returned and settled into a chair, propped up against the backrest. Wensong tilted his head to regard him. "I wasn't thinking of anything. But how did you return so swiftly?" Wensong shrugged. "I went to seek Duan Zhe's assistance with a mini-game on WeChat right after you headed to the restroom. I managed to clear 5 levels before catching sight of you. Perhaps I should be the one asking why you took so long to return?" He then wore an expression of playful mockery, inquiring, "Did you happen to run into Zhao Mingzhu and Guan Sui in the restroom? Did the 3 of you have a dramatic encounter?" Wensong replied, "He suspects that you possess the gift of foresight. How else could you deduce everything so accurately?" "Do not exhibit that expression." Wensong chuckled lightly, "For I witnessed Zhao Mingzhu enter the restroom, and Guan Sui followed you there." He elongated his tone, as if teasing. Wensong instantly understood. No wonder. So Guan Sui had been lingering near the restroom from the very beginning. "Quickly, tell me what transpired." Wensong displayed an exceedingly inquisitive gaze. Wensong candidly responded, "Nothing happened." "Are you deceiving me?" "Wensong, how could there be no occurrences amidst such a dramatic scene involving the 3 of you?" Wensong insisted, "You are overthinking it." Wensong, feeling suddenly disinterested, huffed dismissively. Wensong, however, decided to voice the curiosity that had lingered in his mind. "I wish to inquire about something." Wensong, engrossed in a WeChat minigame, replied with a lackluster tone, "Go ahead." Wensong straightforwardly asked, "Why are you not with Duan Zhe?" Wensong, poised to eliminate some fruit in the game, halted his fingers and turned to scrutinize Wensong, who posed the question. After a prolonged pause, he offered a vague response, "Too familiar. Moreover, we are merely good friends." The last statement was accompanied by an involuntary furrowing of his brows. Wensong succinctly interpreted this. Having known each other for over a decade and maintaining a strong bond, there lies a concern that becoming romantically involved might jeopardize their friendship. Such scenarios are indeed common among amicable relationships, as nothing endures longer than friendship. However, should Duan Zhe pursue a romantic relationship in the future, they would need to avoid each other, potentially jeopardizing their friendship altogether. "Do you prefer this?" Wensong queried. Wensong, taken aback by Wensong's unexpected wisdom, replied, "I have considered it. But he does not seem to think that way, does he?" With a hint of pride, Wensong affirmed, "I will not take the initiative unless he expresses his feelings first." Wensong quipped, "No wonder you're referred to as the little cat king. Truly adorable." Furthermore, Wensong continued to focus on his game. "Rather than prying into my affairs, you should prioritize sorting out your own matters. The 2 of us this time." Wensong learned to answer questions quickly, and in unison with Wensong, they uttered the final words, "Not that familiar." Wensong furrowed his brows, lifted his head, then lowered it again, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his lips. The engagement banquet was dreadfully dull. Wensong could only join Wensong in playing mini-games on WeChat. When it was time to leave, they finally put away their phones and followed Old Master One and Wensong out. Before departing, Wensong sent a message to Guan Sui. "Song, I'm leaving now. Song, ovo." This little emoticon was something he had learned from Wensong, said to be used for cuteness. Wensong remarked that he usually chatted in a rather dry and earnest manner, to the extent that if he weren't clutching a thermos cup brewing goji berries, one might doubt he was an elderly person completely unaware of the games available on WeChat mini-programs, not to mention that he had never played any popular games. In truth, Wensong only acquired a mobile phone when he entered university. He seldom chatted with others on WeChat. His free time was either spent on part-time work or immersed in a library, consistently earning scholarships each year, let alone indulging in games. Guan Sui replied instantly. "Oh, Viviovo." Wensong beamed at the alpha's similar emoticon, his lips curving involuntarily. "What are you smiling about?" Wensong, who had just put away his phone, caught sight of the usually dull and indifferent Wensong grinning at his screen. Wensong turned off his phone and tucked it into his pocket. "Nothing. TSK." Wensong pouted, crossing his arms. "I'm not even interested in seeing it." Wensong had already discerned the Omega's stubborn and proud nature, unfazed by unflattering remarks. He deliberately retorted, "You take care of your own battlefield. I'll handle my own affairs." With that, he quickened his pace toward the private car at the roadside. Wensong silently chuckled at Wensong's indignant back. Such an easy-to-understand Omega. It seemed he now knew how to manage the other S temperament. Wensong quickened his steps to catch up with Wensong, and they both climbed into the private car, which soon sped away. Since the engagement banquet, Wensong had entered a new phase of life. His chats with Zhao Mingzhu dated back to half a month ago. They hadn't seen each other for quite some time, nor had they contacted each other privately. But Wensong had heard from Wensong that Zhao Mingzhu had taken over Zhongrong, becoming its rightful heir, while the illegitimate child had returned to the branch company. Often targeted by Zhao Mingzhu for various reasons, likely finding it hard to remain there for long. As for Director Zhao, he naturally sheltered the illegitimate child. Yet no matter what was said, Zhao Mingzhu would show no sympathy. Wensong listened to these secrets of the wealthy with a casual ear, not overly concerned. He was busy every day with work obligations and caring for his grandmother in the hospital, occasionally needing to find time to date Guan Sui. However, this is limited to WeChat conversations. During this period, Guan Sui has been exceedingly busy, scarcely visible. As for Song Lanchue's condition, it is gradually improving, with various thresholds returning to normal levels. The doctor mentioned that after a few more days of observation, the timing for surgery can be determined. This news has brought a sense of joy to Wensong in recent times. Having resided in Suicheng for many years, his sole aspiration has been to see Song Lanchue regain her health. Despite numerous visits to various hospitals yielding no results, and an additional 2 years of being unable to proceed with surgery, she endured a regimen of multiple medications each day, alongside frequent blood tests and particularly arduous conservative treatments. Now, with a doctor stating that a bit more recuperation is needed before finalizing the surgery date, Wensong has resolved to heed this advice, preparing nourishing soups and substantial meals for Song Lanchue daily. Upon learning this, Guan Sui took on the responsibility, hiring a nutritionist at a high fee to prepare 3 meals a day. Song, I just finished eating, called Song Lanchue from her hospital bed. Wensong, having just gotten off work, hurried to assist in clearing the dishes, lifting his head upon hearing her call. "Why haven't I seen Xiao one these past 2 weeks?" she inquired. Wensong paused momentarily, explaining that he had been on a business trip abroad and if she wished to see him. "It might be possible tomorrow or the day after." Song Lanchue nodded. "If Xiao Guan is busy, I won't disturb him. I just feel I've troubled him so much. His assistance in facilitating the surgery has been invaluable. I wonder what I could do to repay him." As Wensong finished tidying up, he settled beside her and reassured, "These matters need not concern you, dear elder. I will manage everything." Concerned that Song Lanchue might dwell on this, he added, "I will handle it well." Song Lanchue sighed. "I fear you bear too much." Wensong took her hand gently. "You need only focus on your recovery." She patted the back of his hand in response, "All right?" Wensong engaged in light conversation with Song Lanxue, remaining until she had taken her medication and drifted into slumber before departing the hospital and hailing a taxi back to his apartment. The elevator chimed as its doors opened, illuminating the corridor's motion-activated lights. As Wensong stepped out, he looked up to find a tall figure with a suitcase standing at his door. Chapter 65. Fingerprints. Wensong focused intently and realized that the person at the door was Guan Sui, who was not expected back until tomorrow. Clad in a long, thick black coat and a black and white checkered scarf, he exuded an impressive presence, casually leaning against the doorframe while fiddling with his phone. Upon hearing the elevator and noticing the lights, Guan Sui slowly raised his head to meet Wensong's gaze. "Why are you back today?" Wensong asked, adjusting his coat as he approached the door. "Not only am I back, but I also suddenly appeared at your apartment door," Guan Sui replied. Wensong began to ponder when he had disclosed his address to Guan Sui, ultimately arriving at the conclusion that it must have been the shipping address used when he sent gifts previously. Guan Sui, pulling his suitcase, made way for Wensong, his narrow eyes observing as the latter pressed his thumb against the sensor. "Having completed my work ahead of schedule, I had my assistant book a flight for me tonight," he stated. He refrained from mentioning that he would head directly to the airport after the meeting concluded. Time was of the essence, and he did not wish for Wensong to be burdened with trivial details. During the past 2 weeks of absence, Guan Sui harbored concerns that Wensong might rekindle a romance with Zhao Mingzhu. Despite knowing the likelihood was almost negligible, it did not prevent his mind from wandering. Wensong was too compliant, unfamiliar with the notion of refusal. Zhao Mingzhu's intentions were inscrutable, and he could very well resort to leveraging past favors. Guan Sui, having once navigated the treacherous waters of undermining others to ascend, was acutely aware of the intricacies involved, especially since Zhao Mingzhu, being an alpha himself, possessed a unique character, mindset, and methods. His adeptness in resolving internal conflicts within the span of 2 weeks only underscored his capabilities. However, the alpha's pride often led him to view everything around him as mere stepping stones and accessories. Most critically, Zhao Mingzhu had yet to gain clarity regarding his own feelings. Guan Sui, both an observer and a participant, began to comprehend the complexities of Zhao Mingzhu's relationship with Wensong, especially upon noticing Zhao's wallet and identification photo. "Extend your hand," Wensong reminded. Lost in thought, Guan Sui lowered his eyelids and obediently extended his hand, opening his palm toward Wensong. Wensong pressed his thumb against the fingerprint lock sensor. It dawned on Guan Sui that Wensong intended for him to leave his fingerprint in the apartment for unlocking purposes. "All right," he said, placing his thumb on the sensor, successfully registering his fingerprint shortly thereafter. "What prompted you to record my fingerprint?" As Guan Sui observed Wensong push open the door and illuminate the living room with bright lights, he noticed Wensong retrieving a pair of small, unopened slippers from the entrance and placing them on the carpet. "I've changed into slippers for your convenience, to spare you the trouble of standing at the door," Wensong explained. As Guan Sui entered the apartment, closing the door behind him, he noted the slippers were ones Wensong had purchased on sale a few days prior. "They're a bit small, but you can manage," Wensong added. "If they're uncomfortable, it's fine not to change." Previously, no one had visited him, hence his home rarely had spare slippers. Guan Sui had no qualms about the inexpensive, inferior quality slippers. After changing into them, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to casually inquire, "Did you dispose of Zhao Mingzhu's slippers?" Wensong, just emerging from the kitchen after washing his hands, did not catch the probing tone in Guan Sui's voice. Instead, he replied earnestly, "He has never spent the night here, nor have I ever had spare slippers for him." He continued, "Not to mention, he rarely comes over even for a brief visit. If anything arises, he simply calls for me to go to Inhu Mansion. Occasionally, when I escort him home in the evening, I only see him to the entrance. I would never suggest he come in for a glass of water or a chat, as it would unnecessarily delay him from seeking other omegas for merriment." Upon hearing Wensong's words, Guan Sui felt an immense joy within, suppressing the corners of his lips as he remarked, "So, there are no fingerprints of his on the keypad of your front door." Wensong nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. Only our 2 fingerprints grant access to the apartment." To him, this indicated that he and Guan Sui were already in a romantic relationship. albeit a clandestine one that could not be publicly acknowledged. It seemed only sensible to register each other's fingerprints for the door lock, to avoid the inconvenience of being unable to enter next time. Yet, Wensong's words carried a deeper significance in Guan Sui's perspective. One's personal space is fiercely protected, and this gesture clearly signified that he had been welcomed into the inner sanctum. After all, no one would indiscriminately register an outsider's fingerprint. Furthermore, the beta was exceedingly compliant. They had only just embarked on their romantic journey, yet here he was, allowing Guan Sui to bring in his suitcase without a hint of concern regarding any inappropriate encounters that might arise between an alpha and a solitary beta. Whether this was due to a lack of awareness or an overabundance of trust in the alpha, Guan Sui felt a thrill of satisfaction in his heart as he nodded and inquired, "May I use the restroom? I would like to take a shower." Wensong replied, "Of course." Guan Sui then dragged his temporarily set suitcase from the entryway to a spacious area in the living room, unzipping it to retrieve a set of sleepwear and undergarments. The moment Wensong saw the alpha unabashedly pull out his boxers, he instinctively lowered his gaze to the design on the slippers, too bashful to look up. It dawned on him that he had, in fact, invited an alpha into his home, and they would possibly share the same room and bed that evening. In Chapter 66, Wensong felt a rush of blood to his head. The mere thought of sharing a bed with Guan Sui tonight sent his mind spiraling more than witnessing the alpha retrieve his boxers. It was not that he was unable to accept it. After all, their relationship had never been one of pure innocence. However, as a beta, not an omega, engaging in deeper intimacy necessitated certain tools. Lacking any preparations for the evening, it seemed unlikely that anything significant would occur. Otherwise, the progression would indeed be far too rapid. "I'll go take a shower first." Guan Sui removed his coat and placed it on the sofa. Wensong nodded. "Allow me to fetch you a clean towel." He walked to the storage cabinet, retrieved a pristine towel, and returned to hand it to Guan Sui, subsequently guiding him to the restroom. Though modest in size, the space was remarkably tidy and clean, a testament to the owner's daily upkeep. Upon noticing the wash basin, which contained only a single rinsing cup and a toothbrush, devoid of any other traces of alpha's presence, Guan Sui's mood once again ascended to a state of delight. It appeared that he was the first alpha to indulge in a shower within Wensong's bathroom, able to utilize the same shampoo and body wash as his counterpart. The fatigue from work began to dissipate, and his spirits lifted yet again. "Are you hungry? I shall prepare something for you." Wensong inquired, "What would you like to eat?" Guan Sui, having hurried to the airport after a meeting earlier that day and finding the airplane meal quite unpalatable, realized he had scarcely eaten anything. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Noodles." "Very well. You may wash up first," Wensong responded. As the bathroom door closed, he turned to tidy up the living room, specifically addressing Guan Sui's suitcase. After Guan Sui retrieved a change of sleepwear but left the suitcase unzipped, Wensong took the initiative to close it, securing the zipper and placing it in a corner of the living room. With work awaiting him the following day, he needed to prepare lunch to store in the refrigerator, ready to take to the office in the morning. He was not accustomed to takeout, typically bringing breakfast and lunch from home, as the office was equipped with a microwave. The sound of water trickling from the bathroom filled the air as Wensong entered the kitchen to begin cooking the noodles. Approximately 15 minutes later, 2 steaming bowls of egg noodles were placed upon the dining table. Noticing Guan Sui's coat draped over the sofa, Wensong worried it might become wrinkled and approached to hang it on the coat rack in the living room. As he lifted the coat, he caught a whiff of the alluring scent of Guan Sui's pheromones lingering on the fabric. Just as he intended to drape the coat over his arm, an unexpected clattering sound caught his attention. Looking down, he discovered a small, square box. Curiosity piqued, Wensong returned the coat to its original position, crouched down, and instinctively examined the box more closely, reading the label that clearly stated ultra-thin, extra-large, pack of 4 along with the words orange flavor in the lower right corner. A wave of warmth unexpectedly coursed through him. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open. Wensong lifted his gaze to find Guan Sui stepping out, clad in a bathrobe and drying his hair. Guan Sui's eyes fell upon the small box that Wensong had inadvertently dropped, his expression a blend of calm and mild surprise at the visibly flustered beta. Wensong's tongue stumbled over his words for the first time. This is Guan Sui, maintaining his composure. Interjected a condom. Wensong, taken aback, noted you can read. It is quite clearly stated. What I mean is, Wensong continued, tucking the small box back into Guan Sui's coat pocket. How did this come to be in your clothing? I thought you were on a business trip. Surely, it cannot have been placed there by someone else. Is it no longer fashionable to distribute flyers, but rather contraceptives? I bought it, Guan Sui replied candidly. I picked it up while getting gum at the supermarket on my way back. Wensong was perplexed. Why would you take it to eater? Guan Sui raised an elegant brow and chuckled softly. For unforeseen circumstances. Wensong responded with a questioning tone. Guan Sui, with unabashed candor, stated, to put simply, I wish to be intimate with you. Wensong was taken aback, unsure how to reply. After a considerable pause, he finally murmured, I don't know. Guan Sui indeed purchased the small box for unexpected needs, but tonight he had no genuine intention of pursuing anything. He was aware that Wensong was slow to warm up. Their previous encounter had been muddled due to the influence of a drug. However, seeing Wensong's bashful yet composed demeanor compelled him to tease playfully. In the end, he displayed a look of feigned confusion and suggested, let us eat noodles. Guan Sui chuckled softly to himself. Wensong found himself in a mental whirlwind, contemplating whether to engage with Guan Sui. Why has he suddenly become so agreeable? He pondered, having anticipated a more earnest invitation to share bed. Not in the mood for noodles? Guan Sui laughed quietly, wishing to express his hunger. But before he could finish his thought, Wensong calmly interjected, the noodles will become mushy if they sit too long. You haven't eaten yet. And you must be starving. Let us have the noodles first. With that, he lifted his coat and hung it on the rack, then hurried into the kitchen. Guan Sui dried his hair with a towel and placed it on a nearby bench, then grabbed his phone from the coffee table and followed Wensong into the kitchen. Taking a seat by the dining table. Shouldn't you dry your hair first? Wensong remarked, noticing the dampness of the alpha's locks. Guan Sui gazed at the appetizing egg noodles before him, settled down, and smoothly took a photo with his phone. No need, I just dried it with a towel. He replied while editing a post for his social media, glancing up at Wensong across the table. We can dry it after we finish the noodles. Wensong nodded in agreement, suppressing the urge to voice his concerns. Alphas generally possess stronger immunity than betas, and the indoor temperature was warm, negating the need for cool air. Moreover, since he used a drying towel, it effectively absorbed moisture. There was no issue in waiting until after the meal to dry his hair. Unbeknownst to him, his subconscious was increasingly attuned to Guan Sui's actions. Had it been Zhao Mingzhu, he would seldom take the initiative to care unless prompted to use a hairdryer. May I post this on social media? Guan Sui inquired after finalizing his content, looking up at Wensong, who was diligently enjoying his noodles. What? Wensong responded. The noodles, Guan Sui clarified. I took a picture and wished to share it. What do you think? Such a gentlemanly and respectful inquiry made Wensong feel as though Guan Sui had undergone a transformation. Is this still the straightforward and unabashed Guan Sui who used to pry into every corner, leaving him speechless on several occasions? Wensong recalls one evening when Guan Sui sent him a message stating that a person who truly loves you wouldn't care whether or not you have a husband. Yet now, having become his boyfriend, he has adopted such a tactful demeanor. I said it's not acceptable. Will you refrain from sending it? Wensong asked earnestly. Guan Sui nodded. I respect your opinion. He then spoke with an air of indifference that concealed a subtle hint of sorrow. After all, we are currently engaged in a relationship that must remain in the shadows. Wensong replied, go ahead and send it. I have no objection since Alpha had expressed such sentiments. What could he possibly contest? Ultimately, it was merely a bowl of ordinary noodles. It was impossible for a single post from Guan Sui to incite any kind of public announcement. Chapter 67. Guess who cooked the noodles having received permission? Guan Sui clicked send on the pre-edited post. Yes, guess who cooked the noodles, accompanied by a photo of steaming egg noodles. After sending it, Guan Sui turned off his phone screen and picked up his chopsticks to eat the noodles with great focus. Throughout the meal, neither spoke. Wensong, lost in thought, blew on his noodles to cool them down, feeling as though he had encountered this scene somewhere before. However, he had never dined alone with Guan Sui, let alone at his home late at night. After much contemplation, he concluded it must be an illusion. Sometimes, a scene dreamt of feels strikingly familiar despite never having been experienced. Nonetheless, Wensong felt a tinge of nostalgia, recalling the first time he laid eyes on Guan Sui, categorizing him as an alpha who was difficult to get along with, someone to be avoided. He never anticipated that they would evolve from strangers to lovers. Not wishing to offend Guan Sui, he inadvertently drew him incompletely. Moreover, there seemed to be a disparity between his expectations of Guan Sui and the reality. While Guan Sui was indeed sharp-tongued, he had shown restraint in Wensong's presence, never uttering harsh words. In contrast to Zhao Mingzhu, whose pride was exceedingly strong, Guan Sui appeared somewhat different. Could this be the distinction between disliking and liking? Did you go to the hospital today? The sudden inquiry from Alpha interrupted Wensong's reverie. Yes, he replied, lowering his head. I go to the hospital every day after work to talk to my grandmother. Recalling what Song Lanxue had mentioned, he added, Today my grandmother asked about you. Guan Sui paused mid-sip of his soup. What did she ask me? Wensong replied honestly. She mentioned that it's been a while since she last saw you and inquired about what you've been busy with lately. Guan Sui leisurely continued to sip his soup. I will visit the hospital tomorrow to see your grandmother. All right, Wensong acknowledged. Having learned from Song Lanxue that Guan Sui would sporadically visit the hospital, always citing that he was merely passing by. When do you intend to go? Guan Sui pondered for a moment and asked, Would you like to accompany me? In truth, the two had never appeared together before Song Lanxue, and there was scarcely any negotiation or invitation. They acted separately, primarily to avoid suspicion, and Guan Sui's visits to his grandmother were somewhat ambiguous. Now, their relationship had transformed. It remained prudent to maintain a low profile. That is acceptable, Wensong remarked. Guan Sui smiled and replied, I will pick you up after work. After finishing her noodles, Wensong tidied the bowls and washed them, then retrieved a hairdryer from the bathroom drawer and handed it to Guan Sui, who was resting on the sofa. You can dry your hair first, he said. I'll take a shower. Guan Sui accepted the hairdryer, tilting her head back. All right, you go ahead. Wensong returned to her room to fetch her pajamas before heading to the bathroom and locking the door. Guan Sui placed the hairdryer aside, carefully scrutinizing the apartment she had not had the chance to observe earlier. The space was modest, a one-bedroom layout with a spacious living room and a balcony. The decor was simple, yet exuded warmth. Suddenly recalling a recent post on her social media, Guan Sui took out her phone, unlocked it, and opened WeChat, discovering several notifications on her moments. Duanja, couples who flaunt their love meet a swift demise. I've been crying, you know. Fu Jingxuan. Are you dating? With whom? Aside from these two close friends, other acquaintances were also speculating about who had cooked the noodles. Upon posting this update, even Wensu, who never liked or commented on his posts, left a remark. Nice. Guan Sui glanced around the gathering, but did not spot any familiar faces. Refreshing the feed, she suddenly noticed an additional notification. Zhao Mingzhu had liked her post. The momentary frustration of competition faded for not long ago. It was Zhao who had shared Wensong's noodle dish. The tides had turned, and now it was her turn to share. Guan Sui stared at her posted moments for several minutes before finally allowing herself to turn off the screen and place her phone aside. She picked up the hairdryer and rose to search for an outlet. Not only had she reclaimed a point with her social media post, but tonight she would also be spending the night with Wensong. At Silver Lake Mansion, Zhao Mingzhu had just returned home after dealing with business affairs, utterly fatigued. Managing the company was far from the simple endeavor he had once imagined. The days of leisure were long gone. He spent his days facing dismal shareholders and a cadre of subordinates, navigating project details while remaining vigilant of the illegitimate son at the branch office, who might be plotting something. Additionally, his nominal father, Director Zhao, would exert pressure on him. Any misstep could lead to significant errors. For years, Zhao Mingzhu had pretended to be indifferent to company matters, engaging in frivolous encounters with numerous omegas. Now, having caught the illegitimate son off guard, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet, despite acquiring what he desired, the solitude within him remained insatiable. He reached into his suit pocket for his wallet, opened it, and stared at the identification photo, encased in transparent plastic. His heart was as still as water, Even the slightest ripple was insufficient to stir any emotion. Zhao Mingzhu casually tossed his wallet onto the far side of the sofa, closed his eyes, and pressed his fingers against his brow. Upon reopening his eyes, he retrieved his phone to send a message to Su Xiaoza. With an instinctive motion, he opened the chat interface with Wensong, typing a message about visiting the Inhu mansion. Suddenly, he recalled that their contract had concluded prematurely. Zhao Mingzhu deleted the entire message, loosened his tie with one hand, and scrolled through his moments. To his surprise, the first post he encountered was from Guan Sui, featuring a simple bowl of egg noodles. Carefully examining the caption, which playfully asked, "Guess who made this?" he noted that the comments from friends all speculated it was the housekeeper, along with the pitiable little one Guan Sui had mentioned when sharing cookies previously. Particularly telling was Duanzhe's response, which revealed he undoubtedly knew the answer. This was hardly surprising, given the amicable relationship between Duanzhe and Guan Sui. As for Fu Jingchuan, who was currently in Hong Kong, he had been preoccupied with work and managing his younger, adopted brother, leaving him with no time even to attend his own engagement. Zhao Mingzhu clicked on the image, scrutinizing the ordinary bowl of egg noodles. His emotions no longer surged with the tumultuous waves of jealousy at the sight of another Omega by Guan Sui's side. Everything seemed to settle into tranquility. He was acutely aware that his feelings for Guan Sui still lingered deep within, but rather than affection, it resembled a stubbornness stemming from a decade-long, unrequited love. As he gazed at the enlarged image of the egg noodles on his screen, he unexpectedly thought of Wensong, who also enjoyed cooking egg noodle soup, typically with poached eggs and 3 small greens. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the plating was strikingly similar. Could it be that Wensong had prepared this bowl? The mere thought constricted his breath, leaving him momentarily breathless. It was implausible, given Wensong's earnest and compliant nature. He would never entangle himself with Guan Sui so soon after their breakup. If anything were to transpire, it would undoubtedly be Guan Sui making the first move. Yet, why would Guan Sui choose Wensong when he could have any Omega he desired? It must be that he was simply exhausted and overworked, leading to such hallucinations. After all, Wensong was not the only person capable of preparing egg noodle soup in this manner. Taking a moment to compose himself, Zhao Mingzhu liked Guan Sui's post. Unbeknownst to him, Guan Sui was blissfully unaware of Zhao Mingzhu's internal turmoil and simply perceived the tides of fortune turning in his favor. Feeling invigorated after sharing his moment, he grabbed a hairdryer to dry his hair. In the bathroom, as Wensong entered, he was greeted by the fragrant aroma of Phrygia shower gel mingled with the alluring pheromones of an alpha. The scent was delightful, even more so than what he detected on his coat. It is quite normal, after all. Guan Sui possesses an exceptional pheromone, which, during the bathing process, will lead to the removal of inhibitions. Naturally, one would retain an alpha aura after spending half an hour in a cramped space, completely bare. As the shower is turned on, steam envelopes the mirror in a thick haze. Standing beneath the shower head, Wensong savors the warmth of the water cascading from above, mingling with the alpha tequila pheromones that linger in the air. He closes his eyes and diligently washes his hair, rinsing away the lather, then opens his eyes. Standing tall under the stream, he dispenses 2 pumps of body wash onto his arms and abdomen, spreading it evenly. There is one thing Wensong must admit. He harbors a desire for Guan Sui that is not entirely innocent. However, his gentle and slow-to-warm demeanor serves as a protective guise, making him appear indifferent to such matters. If Guan Sui were to make a proposal, he would undoubtedly accept the invitation, driven by 2 reasons. He rarely declines others, and moreover, Guan Sui is not just anyone. The scent of alpha tequila pheromones gradually diminishes, washed away by the body wash, leaving only the fragrance of Phrygia in the narrow, stifling bathroom. Wensong exhales deeply, reaching out to turn off the shower. When he initially rented the apartment, he opted for a 1-bedroom unit, reasoning that a 2-bedroom would be too costly. He thought it would be feasible to secure a larger space once Song Lanchua's surgery was completed, planning to stay in Suicheng for a while until recovery before returning to Qingshan Town. Since he seldom entertained friends at his home, he had never considered the need for extra accommodations. However, Circumstances have taken an unexpected turn, and Guan Sui did not provide any advance notice. This evening, they must share the same bed. Wensong dries himself off and quickly dresses in clothes. He opens the bathroom door and steps out to find Guan Sui, whose hair is already dry, seated on the sofa, engrossed in work on his laptop. Hearing the sound, the alpha looks up towards the bathroom. Finished? Upon noticing Wensong's damp hair, he sets aside the laptop on the coffee table and picks up the nearby hairdryer, gesturing for Wensong to come over. Come here, I'll dry your hair. Wensong does not refuse. He walks over and sits beside Guan Sui, turning around to present the back of his head. The warm air from the hairdryer envelopes him, and Guan Sui's slender, cool fingers delicately weave through his wet hair, brushing against his scalp with gentle motions. Cautious not to tug at his strands, though his technique reveals a hint of inexperience. It is evident that the alpha has never dried someone else's hair before. Wensong sits rigidly, his back straightened. It is not due to tension, but rather the effect of Guan Sui's touch. Is it painful? Guan Sui inquiries, turning off the hairdryer. Wensong replies, Not painful. Guan Sui reaches out to touch Wensong's top back. You seem to be enduring some discomfort. Wensong clarifies, Not at all. It's just a little bit pleasurable, especially when Guan Sui's cool fingers grazed his scalp repeatedly. It felt akin to a gentle cranial massage. Guan Sui had not anticipated such a reason. Then I shall continue drying your hair, he declared, switching on the hairdryer to resume his task. It was only when the damp ends were thoroughly dried that this intimate act came to a conclusion. Noticing the hour, he inquired, Are you ready to sleep? Guan Sui put the hairdryer away. Wensong was known for his disciplined biological clock, adhering to an early-to-bed, early-to-rise routine. Unbeknownst to him, it was nearly 10 o'clock, and drowsiness began to encroach upon his consciousness, prompting an involuntary yawn. Yes, Wensong nodded, pausing momentarily before adding, You may have to share my bed tonight, as there is only one room. Guan Sui smiled. Very well. I am not particular about beds or positions. Wensong glanced at the laptop on the coffee table and asked, Do you wish to continue working, or shall we retire for the night? With practiced ease, Guan Sui saved his work and shut down the laptop. I will join you for sleep. As Wensong stood, his gaze drifted to the coat draped over the rack. Let us go, Guan Sui said, pushing the laptop further into the bag. The room, though not expansive, was cozy and tidy, with minimal clutter. The only notable item was a mushroom-shaped warm light lamp on the bedside table. Where would you like to sleep? Wensong asked, lifting the covers. Near the lamp. Guan Sui replied. Nodding, they settled onto the bed, turning off the bright overhead light and illuminating the room with the soft glow of the mushroom lamp. Wensong nestled under the covers, feeling as though all external sounds had faded into oblivion. This marked his first experience sharing a bed with an alpha while fully aware and conscious. As he lay down, fatigue dissipated, enveloped by the potent scent of tequila pheromones emanating from the alpha beside him, even more intense than usual. Did you forget to wear your suppressants? Wensong inquired. Guan Sui's awareness was equally sharp. At only 25, having experienced intimacy before, lying next to a favored beta made self-control challenge. His voice, cool and slightly husky, responded, I tore them off while showering. I left the suppressants in my suitcase. Guan Sui primarily believed that, being a beta, Wensong would remain unaffected by the pheromones, even as they stirred the air around them. Indeed, Wensong was impervious to their influence. Yet this did not prevent him from feeling electrified by the presence of the alpha, the scent of tequila sending shivers through him. Memories of their intimate exchanges from that night suddenly replayed in his mind like a film on a loop. Is something the matter? Guan Sui turned to face the supine Wensong, their proximity merely a fist distance apart. Wensong's unique beta ability to detect pheromones was a secret known to no one, including Guan Sui. He remarked, It's nothing. With someone he cherished beside him, Guan Sui found it impossible to sleep. At that moment, he inquired, Do you remember that you're still owed a hug? Wensong opened his eyes and pondered seriously for a moment. Suddenly, he realized that the alpha was referring to the assistance in transferring his grandmother to another hospital. And when his grandmother's condition improved, he had expressed his gratitude, to which the other had suggested a different way to show thanks, the hug that he had acknowledged with a one. Was it time for that hug now? Wensong asked. Yes. Guan Sui replied. Wensong held his breath and leaned towards the alpha. Their shoulders brushed against one another, and in the quiet atmosphere, the sound of their breathing became particularly pronounced. He slowly extended his arms and embraced Guan Sui. The alpha's breath hitched momentarily. Wensong rested his forehead against Guan Sui's shoulder, closing his eyes, reluctant to open them, inhaling the intoxicating scent of alpha pheromones. He nuzzled against the side of Guan Sui's neck, his tone somewhat ambiguous as he said, "Let's sleep. We have work tomorrow." Guan Sui lowered his head and placed a kiss on the top of the beta's head, his voice softening into an endearingly familiar whisper, "Good night." Chapter 69. It's love the following day, Wensong rode in Guan Sui's car to work. Early in the morning, the alpha's assistant arrived at the apartment building to pick him up. It was not the assistant who had previously delivered the Pisces jade pendant, but rather a new assistant who exuded an air of professionalism. Upon arriving at the office, Guan Sui, seated in the back, looked at Wensong as he exited the vehicle and said, "I'll pick you up tonight to visit your grandmother." Wensong did not decline. He nodded in agreement. He understood that refusal is the most taboo aspect of a relationship, especially with an alpha like Guan Sui, who was possessive and constantly desired to keep track of his whereabouts. Though their relationship was supposed to be clandestine, it often felt like a subtle declaration of ownership. For instance, there was that bowl of noodles from the previous night. This morning, upon awakening and checking WeChat, Wensong noticed Guan Sui's posts along with Zhao Mingzhu's likes. It reminded him of a time long ago when Zhao Mingzhu had shared a similar post with Guan Sui among the likes. It was evident that this was intentional. A competitive jab at Zhao Mingzhu. When he reached his workstation, he took a cup to the break room to brew some coffee. He had thought he would struggle to sleep last night, especially since he had never shared a bed with anyone else, let alone with such a strongly present alpha, and they had shared intimate moments. Surprisingly, after embracing Guan Sui and inhaling his pheromones, he had drifted off to sleep almost instantly. Wensong suspected that no more than a minute had passed. After brewing his coffee and returning to his desk, his phone chimed with a WeChat message. He assumed it was Guan Sui, who had arrived at the office early to send him a message. However, upon opening WeChat, he discovered it was Zhao Mingzhu. "Zhao Mingzhu, Shaosong, are you free tonight?" A seemingly simple inquiry conceals a hidden complexity. In response, Wensong maintained a calm demeanor, without a flicker of emotion. He exited the chat interface, tapped a button to hide the message, and immersed himself in his work. Little did he know, half an hour later, a message from Zhao Mingzhu would arrive. "Zhao Mingzhu, I would like to invite you to dinner." This time, Wensong finally replied, "I have no time. I need to visit my grandmother in the hospital." Zhao Mingzhu was likely waiting for his response, as the chat interface immediately displayed the words typing. "Zhao Mingzhu, how about tomorrow? Or when are you available?" Upon reading this message, even Wensong, who often lacked insight, comprehended Zhao's intentions. Out of sentiment and reason, he felt a sense of obligation towards their relationship. The dissolution of their agreement would come with a generous severance fee of 60 million. Zhao Mingzhu was quite magnanimous. However, this did not imply that Wensong wished to entangle himself further with someone to whom he was already engaged. Moreover, he had a boyfriend, not a contractual arrangement, nor a mere pretense of a romantic partner, but a genuine relationship. It was during a shower last night that Wensong became acutely aware of his feelings for Guan Sui. He was infatuated. His heart raced, and he experienced physiological responses. "Song, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" "Zhao Mingzhu, I would like to meet and talk." This time, Wensong chose not to respond, selectively ignoring Zhao Mingzhu's messages. He had promised Guan Sui that he would not meet Zhao Mingzhu privately. No wonder the latter had persistently brought up this matter. It seemed he had anticipated it all along. Indeed, it appeared that an alpha understood another alpha's intentions far better. As evening fell and work hours came to a close, Guan Sui's Maybach arrived punctually at the curb outside the office building. The moment when Song stepped out, he spotted the alpha in yesterday's black coat, standing by the passenger door. He was undeniably conspicuous, exuding an aura of grandeur. Colleagues leaving work promptly took out their phones to capture the moment. This was a 7-figure car, a dream vehicle for many, made even more alluring by the tall, handsome alpha standing beside it. Upon noticing Wensong's indifferent expression, Guan Sui's lips curled into a smile as he graciously opened the passenger door for him. Wensong nodded, bending slightly to enter the vehicle. Once he was seated, Guan Sui closed the door and moved around to the driver's seat. After fastening their seatbelts, the car started and smoothly merged into the flow of traffic, heading towards the hospital. Chapter 70. To the One I Adore. The journey was uninterrupted, with hardly a few traffic lights to wait for. They arrived at the hospital. As Wensong alighted from the vehicle, he beheld Guan Sui, as if conjuring a trick, retrieving several boxes of supplements and fruits from beneath the rear seat, momentarily placing them on the ground. The scene resembled that of presenting gifts in a marriage proposal. "Why did you purchase so many items?" he inquired of the Alpha as he closed the car door. Guan Sui brushed off non-existent dust from his hands. "When visiting the elders, one must bring gifts." Wensong replied, "My grandmother does not place much importance on these so-called gifts." As he spoke, his gaze swept over the array of expensive supplements and elegantly packaged fruits, unable to resist adding, "She might even think you are wasting your money." Song Lanxue had been a teacher at a primary school in Qingshan town for decades, never having ventured from the small county to the grand city. Rather than extravagance, she valued quality at a reasonable price, embodying frugality and thrift. "Nevertheless, this gesture of yours is heartfelt, and I doubt my grandmother would truly dismiss it, as being regarded holds a certain sweetness." Moreover, Wensong could discern that Song Lanxue appeared quite fond of Guan Sui. Otherwise, she would not have inquired proactively last time, especially given that Guan Sui had frequently visited the hospital unbeknownst to him. It is quite remarkable that a busy CEO would carve out time for hospital visits, demonstrating an admirable attention to detail, seizing the opportunity to establish familiarity before Song Lanxue. Guan Sui pondered how to manage the rows of supplements and fruits. Upon hearing Wensong's words, he silently exhaled with relief, preparing to lift the items from the ground. Observing this, Wensong approached to assist, carrying 2 or 3 boxes, while the majority remained in Guan Sui's possession. "Let us proceed," he suggested. The two walked side by side, hands laden with gift boxes, towards the inpatient department. As they rounded a nearby corner, a friend, accompanying someone for a consultation, was taken aback to encounter Guan Sui and Wensong during a leisurely stroll, their closeness sparking confusion and curiosity within him. How could such seemingly unrelated individuals appear so intimate? It seemed indeed intimate, for Wensong appeared eager to assist in carrying more, only to be gently declined by Guan Sui, who relinquished 2 smaller gift boxes to ensure that Wensong's hands remained occupied. This was the first time friend A had witnessed any emotion on Guan Sui's face beyond indifference and aloofness. From a distance, his keen eyesight allowed him to see with clarity. He could not help but murmur to himself, "This pairing appears rather peculiar." Isnt Guan Sui, a friend of Zhao Mingzhu, and Isnt Wensong, Zhao Mingzhu's boyfriend? How could these two know each other and be entangled together? Their conversation and mannerisms suggested a deep camaraderie, and the nature of their relationship seemed far from simple, igniting absurd thoughts and notions that threatened to burst forth. It felt ambiguous, akin to a romantic relationship. Yet, was not Wensong a beta? Had he not just broken up with Zhao Mingzhu? Friend suddenly slapped his forehead. Lamenting, "I should have taken a photo of them to inquire with Zhao Ge." Though they mingled together, the larger group contained smaller factions. And although Guan Sui and the others seemed to socialize, there existed a subtle distance between them, their circles not intersecting. Only Zhao Mingzhu maintained a relatively close relationship with them, having played together since childhood. Even now, they frequently gather in small groups to visit bars and roam the streets. It wasn't until they all began to inherit their family businesses that things started to quiet down. Friend A pondered for a moment and decided to send Zhao Mingzhu a message. "Zhuge, Zhuge, do you know who I saw at the hospital? I saw Sui Ge and your ex-boyfriend Wensong. They arrived in Sui Ge's car. What do you think?" The wording was rather tactful, leaving the rest unsaid, trusting that the recipient would grasp the intended message. After sending the message, they waited a long time without receiving a response. This was Wensong's first visit to the hospital with Guan Sui to see Song Lanxue. Upon their arrival, they encountered the doctor, who was checking on patients and analyzing recent health metrics, noting their stability and confirming that they had reached the criteria for surgery. Just as family members arrived, the doctor presented the surgical schedule and handed it to Wensong, advising him that due to stable values, medication should be paused for 3 days, with the operation scheduled for the morning of January 3rd. Although Wensong appeared calm, a wave of excitement surged within him as he placed the gift he had brought on the bedside table and accepted the document from the doctor. Typically, a wristband is secured before surgery to record health metrics and the surgical schedule, distinct from the department-specific wristbands worn upon admission. "Thank you," Wensong nodded in appreciation. Once the doctor departed, Song Lanxue, resting in her hospital bed, noticed Wensong and Guan Sui together and greeted them with a warm smile. "Song, Xiao Guan, you both came today?" Upon seeing the pile of gift boxes in Guan Sui's hands, she couldn't help but exclaim, "You dear child, why did you bring so many things? The supplements you brought over a month ago are still untouched." The nature of elders is often to chatter, especially those of advanced age, who tend to advise the younger generation against excessive spending. However, the tone can vary, impacting how the message is received. In this instance, Guan Sui felt no discomfort from being lectured. Rather, he understood that Song Lanxue appreciated his kindness and was merely concerned about waste. "It's nothing," he replied, finding a corner to place the gift boxes. "You need to nourish your health. These are all my heartfelt wishes for your swift recovery." With a long sigh, Song Lanxue remarked, "You truly are a thoughtful child." Despite her words, Guan Sui knew that his grandmother was not genuinely reproaching him. There was no implication of wastefulness in her tone. Song Lanxue was thoroughly pleased with Guan Sui, saying, "I wonder what kind of omega our Xiao Guan will like in the future." At this remark, Guan Sui cast a glance at Wensong, who maintained a calm demeanor, showing no intention of revealing their relationship. Suddenly, Wensong interjected, "Grandma, after the surgery, I have something to tell you." Song Lanxue's attention was piqued by this statement. "What is it? Can't you say it now?" Wensong deliberately held back, teasing it's good news. "In the past few days, I have been recuperating. Once the surgery is complete, I shall inform you." Upon hearing this, Song Lanxue smiled and repeated "good" 3 times. Our beloved Song also enjoys using good news to comfort Grandma. Wensong remarked, "I fear you might feel anxious these days. Thinking of this good news may help you relax a bit." After saying this, he cast a sidelong glance at Guan Sui, as if to reassure him not to overthink. Although Guan Sui uttered not a single word, he understood Wensong's intent. It was unclear to Song Lanxue how much she accepted their relationship. If she were to inquire about how they met or the duration of their acquaintance, the absence of a unified narrative could lead to inconsistencies. More importantly, over the past 2 years, Song Lanxue might have gleaned some information regarding the relationship between Wensong and Zhao Mingzhu. Given the elderly's propensity to overthink, she might worry that their bond harbors complexities. What if Song Lanxue misconstrued the situation, leading to surgical risks? Indeed, anxiety lingered, Song Lanxue sighed. Having endured this ailment for an extended period, numerous hospitals had declared surgery unfeasible. Now, having transferred to this facility only recently, she was informed that her recovery had progressed sufficiently for an operation. As for the financial aspect, Wensong promptly assured, "You need not worry about money. I have it covered." Song Lanxue hesitated, wanting to speak but refraining. For the first time, Wensong took the initiative to fabricate a lie. "Guan Sui helped me invest, earning several million. If you doubt it, you may inquire with him." The several million referred to the compensation from Zhao Mingzhu's early contract termination. Guan Sui met her gaze. With an authoritative visage and actions that endeared him to the elders, he would undoubtedly gain Grandma's trust. It is essential to note that this hospital was arranged by Guan Sui, and his influence in Suicheng is considerable. "Indeed, you need not worry about finances," Guan Sui asserted. "Wensong and I share a close bond. His grandmother is my grandmother, so you may rest assured during your treatment." The older generation tends to harbor numerous worries, especially considering the substantial expenses incurred over these 2 years of hospitalization, medication, and treatment. Upon hearing this, Wensong's gaze towards Guan Sui transformed. Alpha displayed remarkable fortitude, showing no signs of embarrassment whatsoever. After hearing these words, Song Lanxue found herself reassured once more. although she had her reservations. She recognized that failing to cooperate would cause Wensong the most distress. She could not dampen his good intentions. "Grandma," Wensong said, "allow me to peel an apple for you." Seemingly recalling something, he retrieved several items from a plastic bag and placed them on the table, saying, "I have brought the flower seeds and seedlings you requested. However, to ensure your spirits remain high each day, I have ordered fresh-cut flowers, which will be delivered to you every 2 days. When they arrive, simply take a bucket, trim the stems with scissors, and place them in a vase." Nearly every detail had been meticulously planned. While seeds and seedlings cannot immediately sprout, grow, and bloom, fresh-cut flowers, on the other hand, present a new bouquet each day. Song Lanxue. "Very well, then Xiao Guan. Please keep me company." Guan Sui agreed, pulling a chair to sit beside the hospital bed. When Song observed the harmonious interaction between the two, feeling as if a small stone had been cast into a lake, sending ripples across his heart. Their family was far too small. It had always been just him and his grandmother. The thought of Guan Sui made Wensong hesitate to delve deeper, and he lowered his eyelids, unwrapping a gift box to take some fruit to the restroom. While conversing with Song Lanxue, Guan Sui subtly kept an eye on Beta's movements. "Xiao Guan," Song Lanxue chattered, "you've been so busy lately that you've lost a bit of weight. You must eat more, even amidst busyness. One must not forget to have meals." Guan Sui responded affirmatively, "I will, Grandma." Noticing Wensong entering the restroom, Song Lanxue inquired, "Xiao Guan, I have something I wish to ask you. It concerns Song Song." Guan Sui nodded. Song Lanxue gazed towards the restroom, seemingly curious. "Last time, I asked you to keep an eye on Song Song's romantic situation. Is there any progress?" Guan Sui had not forgotten this matter. Initially, he had thought Wensong's distress was due to the engagement with Zhao Mingzhu. Reflecting now, was it indeed because of Zhao Mingzhu? "Why do you ask?" Guan Sui inquired. Song Lanxue replied, "I have watched Song Song grow since childhood. His emotional struggles are laid bare before me. I have noticed he seems much more relaxed lately, not as entangled as before, as if a long-standing worry has been resolved. Thus, I speculate, if all goes well, their relationship must have progressed." Guan Sui narrowed his eyes, listening to Song Lanxue's words, his expression gradually softening. The discontent that had begun to brew within him transformed into a peculiar sentiment. Had he initially misjudged the situation? Was Wensong's sorrow not due to Zhao Mingzhu? What did this development refer to? Guan Sui asked again. Song Lanxue leaned against the headboard. "The good news he wishes to share with me is that he is now with the person he likes." Upon hearing this, any lingering displeasure in Guan Sui's heart vanished entirely. If he had a propeller atop his head, he would have soared into the sky without a moment's pause. Song Song has always been obedient and sensible, never indulging in early romance, diligently focusing on his studies. It is only natural for him to be somewhat oblivious to matters of the heart, Song Lanxue said. "For years, I have worried that he lacked interest in such matters. You see, my views differ from those of you young people. Even without anyone assigning me a task, I hope for Song Song to love like a normal person, to step into the realm of marriage and have children. Now, seeing that his romantic issues are being resolved, yet he tantalizingly tells me to wait for the good news post-surgery, I am truly delighted." Guan Sui nodded. "Indeed. Rest assured, Wensong will find happiness." Song Lanxue turned to the alpha sitting by the bed. "Xiao Guan, do you truly not know who Song Song's beloved is?" Guan Sui maintained a calm demeanor. "If initially oblivious, I can now ascertain, based on my grandmother's revelations, that the individual who ensnared Wensong in emotional turmoil and crisis was indeed him. It was not mere dependency born of assistance, but genuine affection. He has his own intentions, stating that it would not be too late for my grandmother to learn the truth after her surgery. Moreover, does she not wish to hear Wensong's words herself? Despite Song Lanxue's concerns, her intentions do not stem from a desire to pry into her descendants' privacy. This revelation from Guan Sui only amplifies her reluctance. At that moment, when Song approached, bearing freshly washed fruit, both Song Lanxue, reclining in her hospital bed, and Guan Sui, seated beside her, turned their gazes upon him. Wensong, holding a pear and a fruit knife, inquired with perplexity, "Why are you both staring at me? Were you just talking about me?" Guan Sui smirked. We were discussing how you were a good child who never engaged in early romance. Wensong felt a sense of trepidation, fearing that Song Lanxue would divulge tales of his childhood to Guan Sui. He had always maintained a stable mindset, never concerned about others' perceptions, even when clad in patched clothing and carrying a donated old backpack. This realization stirred within him an unfamiliar emotion of shame. After conversing with his grandmother for a while longer, it was time for them to depart. As they exited the hospital room, Wensong's phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he discovered the caller was Zhao Mingzhu. Chapter 71. Do not summon me instinctively. Wensong raised his gaze to Guan Sui, keenly observing his expression, only to find the alpha's demeanor unperturbed, displaying indifference at the sight of Zhao Mingzhu's call. The phone continued to ring incessantly, reminiscent of an ancient court's drum for seeking justice. Aren't you going to answer it? Guan Sui inquired, breaking the silence. Wensong hesitated, reluctant to take the call. Despite having dissolved their contractual romantic relationship, Zhao Mingzhu was now engaged to another Omega and was preparing for a wedding. What could possibly be the purpose of a meeting? It seemed utterly absurd to think he might suddenly harbor feelings beyond their agreement after their parting. I don't wish to answer, Wensong replied candidly. Yet Guan Sui insisted. You should. I am curious about Zhao Mingzhu's intentions. Just as Wensong was about to respond, the call was abruptly terminated by Zhao Mingzhu. He then turned to Guan Sui, stating he hung up. A flicker of disappointment crossed Guan Sui's mind. Though he maintained a calm and composed facade, his tone inscrutable as he replied, then let it be. We can address it when he calls again. Wensong scrutinized the alpha's expression. Are you angry? As they descended in the elevator, Guan Sui asked, why do you inquire? Wensong waited for a while, but did not receive another call from Zhao Mingzhu. He casually placed his phone in his pocket and remarked, it was Zhao Mingzhu who called me. Guan Sui suppressed a smile at the corners of his lips, asking, do I appear easily angered? Wensong found himself at a loss for words in response to this inquiry. Neither a yes nor a no would suffice as an appropriate answer. Ultimately, he replied, I fear you might be upset. Guan Sui halted, tilting his head to scrutinize Wensong's profile with earnestness, his tone rising as if feigning ignorance. You care about my feelings? Wensong replied simply, I do. Those three succinct words were perhaps the second sweetest thing Guan Sui had ever heard, the first being Wensong's prior agreement to date him. The notion that Wensong might be emotionally oblivious was utterly misplaced. His straightforwardness was disarming, almost as if he had transformed from an inanimate object into a sentient being. Rest assured, Guan Sui continued walking, I am not angry. I merely feel a touch of regret. In truth, he had contemplated creating a stir to make Zhao Mingzhu aware of his relationship with Wensong. Wensong countered, is that so? Guan Sui paused, reaching out to gently pinch Wensong's cheek. Indeed, there is nothing to be upset about. You have been quite obedient, refraining from answering calls or contacting Zhao Mingzhu privately. Wensong felt a chill wash over his cheek, devoid of any pain, the sensation reminiscent of the tequila he had caught a whiff of in the restroom last night, along with the condom that had suddenly fallen to the floor. His gaze instinctively dropped, landing on the right pocket of Guan Sui's overcoat, where he had returned the item last night. Guan Sui noticed Wensong lost in thought. Wensong lowered his eyelids, stating, actually, Zhao Mingzhu messaged me today, inviting me to meet this evening, but I declined, telling him I was headed to the hospital. Guan Sui interjected, but he still wanted to know if you were free. Wensong nodded languidly. I did not respond. He believed that withholding any reply was a silent rejection. Anyone with a modicum of perception would refrain from foolishly seeking an answer, especially someone like Zhao Mingzhu, who possessed a strong sense of pride as an alpha. To his surprise, Zhao Mingzhu behaved as if he were a different person altogether, even going so far as to call him despite his lack of response. Well done, Guan Sui smiled, feeling a sense of delight. Was this what it felt like to be a boyfriend? The thought of Zhao Mingzhu's previous inability to appreciate Wensong, which had allowed him to easily win Wensong's affections, made Guan Sui almost grateful for the other's ignorance and humility. Wensong, flattered, felt inexplicably bashful. What if he seeks you out again next time? As Guan Sui inquired further, it seemed as if she was testing the waters, suggesting, you could tell him you already have someone you like. That should deter him from pursuing you any longer, right? The pair arrived at the hospital parking lot and located the Maybach. Guan Sui approached the passenger side, assisting in opening the door, and continued. I believe stating that you have someone you care for could alleviate many unnecessary troubles. After all, he has no way of knowing that the one you fancy is me. Wensong found a semblance of truth in her words, realizing that Zhao Mingzhu's pride would indeed prevent him from continuing to entangle himself further. That is feasible, Guan Sui mused, leaning against the door while observing Wensong fastening his seatbelt, her tone light and airy as she posed a question. But what if he asks who it is that you like? Upon hearing the click of the seatbelt, the alpha pressed on. How would you respond? Wensong contemplated for a considerable moment. Guan Sui leaned in closer, as if teasing a revelation, and whispered, "Is it me that you like?" Wensong felt the alpha's upper body encroach into the vehicle, his handsome face mere inches away, the tantalizing scent of tequila pheromones seemingly penetrating his senses. It was intoxicating, an allure that felt dangerously compelling. For the first time, Wensong perceived his beta nature as somewhat unfriendly, as he sensed a shift from emotional detachment to a burgeoning need for intimacy. "It's you that I like," he replied, clearly having forgotten Guan Sui's earlier inquiry. His mind preoccupied with the question she had posed. Guan Sui chuckled softly, her gaze fixating on Wensong's flushed lips. "Such a good boy. If you like me, may I steal a kiss?" At her words, Wensong's gaze fell upon the alpha's lips in kind. Before he could respond, Guan Sui cupped his face, delivering a fervent and warm kiss, forceful yet tinged with restraint, their lips parting as their tongues entwined, an intimate dance that felt both urgent and unyielding. The confined space of the vehicle grew increasingly heated, the ambience thick with tension. Wensong felt as though he were drowning, the air within his lungs slowly siphoned away, only to be met with renewed breaths of fresh air, interrupted by another kiss. He felt akin to a fish washed ashore, gasping for breath. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Guan Sui finally released the dazed Wensong. Their foreheads rested against one another, breaths mingling in a shared rhythm, the heightened cadence echoing their mutual excitement. With every kiss, Guan Sui found himself thinking, what an innocent reaction. Wensong allowed him to explore, unresisting, gradually responding to the fervor. The beta's compliance only fueled Guan Sui's desire, intensifying his craving rather than satiating it. "Next time, I shall remember to breathe," Guan Sui chuckled softly. Wensong's cheeks flushed. "I will remember. You were just too aggressive." The calm and detached tone in his voice hinted at a subtle accusation, prompting Guan Sui to reply. "Then I shall be gentler next time." Wensong, with utmost seriousness, stated, "No need for that. I enjoy it this way." At the end, a supplementary remark, "Quite comfortable." Guan Sui was unexpectedly teased, his tongue pressed against his cheek, the lingering sweetness of Wensong still present in his mouth. He had anticipated that Wensong would reveal a shy demeanor due to his actions and words. Clearly, the other party was quite accepting of intimate contact, showing no sign of resistance or embarrassment. On the contrary, they expressed their affection openly. "Don't beckon me," Guan Sui said, slightly tilting his head. Wensong felt somewhat innocent in this moment. "It's getting late," Guan Sui remarked. "I'll take you home." Wensong nodded. The alpha leaned halfway out of the car, straightened up, and closed the door. The night enveloped them, the surroundings shrouded in darkness. The parking lot was deserted. Even if someone passed by, they would not notice their kiss. Guan Sui walked around the front of the car and returned to the driver's seat. Chapter 72. The white moonlight and the stand-in are suddenly together? Half an hour later, the car stopped beneath the apartment building. Guan Sui exited the vehicle, naturally and skillfully opening the passenger door for Wensong. "I'll accompany you upstairs," he offered. After Wensong got out, biting his lip, he asked, "Aren't you staying here tonight?" Upon hearing this, Guan Sui inquired, "Are you inviting me to stay over?" Wensong replied, "I thought your suitcase was still in my place." He had initially assumed that Guan Sui had brought the suitcase over for the purpose of cohabitation, only to realize it was merely a visit after a business trip, needing a place to stay for one night. "I'll temporarily leave it at your place," Guan Sui stated. "I'll come by another day." He then explained, "I have some work matters to attend to tonight, as I need to lead a meeting." Wensong remarked, "You're so busy, yet you still accompanied me to the hospital." Guan Sui gently touched Wensong's cheek. "It won't delay me. The meeting starts at 10. Wensong understood how large corporations operated, with multinational meetings occurring at any time, sometimes even in the dead of night, due to time zone differences or unforeseen circumstances. All right then, after parking, Wensong felt it unnecessary to accompany him upstairs. Thinking it would waste time, Guan Sui, however, took a step back, saying it was fine to just watch him enter the elevator. They agreed to a distance of 2 steps. Upon reaching the entrance on the first floor, the Alpha suddenly paused, as if seeing something, and unexpectedly took Wensong's hand. This sudden action caused Wensong to halt, confusion and misunderstanding evident on his face. Is something wrong? Guan Sui lowered his eyelids and replied, I suddenly feel a bit thirsty. May I go upstairs for a glass of water? Wensong harbored no doubts. Of course. Guan Sui followed Wensong into the apartment building. Before entering, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure lurking in the shadows near a Porsche not far away, seemingly hiding on purpose. Yet their gaze remained fixed on him and Wensong as they entered the building. Feeling parched, he decided to grab a glass of water with Wensong before heading upstairs, yet he dawdled for nearly half an hour before finally descending at a languid pace. As Guan Sui emerged from the apartment building, he retrieved a lighter and a cigarette from his pocket, deftly pinching the latter between 2 fingers and bringing it to his lips. The metallic lighter clicked, igniting a flame that gently caressed the tip of the cigarette, producing a plume of smoke that wafted into the darkness, obscuring his expression. The Porsche, incongruous with the modest surroundings, remained parked. Guan Sui kept his gaze lowered, suppressing a smile as he strode purposefully towards his Maybach, feigning ignorance of the Porsche's presence, without a moment's hesitation, save for lighting his cigarette upon leaving the building. As he approached the Maybach, the driver's side window rolled down, and Guan Sui held the cigarette between 2 fingers, his other hand steadying the steering wheel as he started the engine. Passing the Porsche, his dark, piercing eyes cast a casual glance into the shadows. Indeed, a figure lingered between the Porsche and the greenery, leaning against the car, cigarette in hand, turned away from the road, attempting to remain inconspicuous. Without needing to see the face, Guan Sui instantly recognized the owner of the Porsche, Zhao Mingzhu. Was he here to stake out Wensong due to an unfulfilled invitation? It appeared that Zhao Mingzhu had become more perceptive than Guan Sui had anticipated, willing to cast aside his pride to seek out the former substitute. What surprised Guan Sui even more was that despite his deliberate display of intimacy with Wensong as they ascended together, Zhao Mingzhu refrained from confronting him. It seemed he had matured and grown more composed since taking over the company, or perhaps he was simply overwhelmed and required time to sort through his thoughts. Nevertheless, this was of no concern to Guan Sui, for he had already fulfilled his purpose for the evening. As for the rest, he mused, it would require a gentle nudge. In the dim crevice between the greenery and the Porsche, Zhao Mingzhu stared at the familiar silhouette of the Maybach, taking drag after drag from his cigarette, yet unable to alleviate the turmoil within him. Instead, the smoke only served to stoke his agitation. The chill of early winter swept through, attempting to soothe his restlessness, but to little avail. He had not anticipated that Guan Sui and Wensong were indeed involved. When he received a message from a friend, Zhao Mingzhu had just arrived at the hospital with a fruit basket to visit Song Lanxiu, only to learn that she had been transferred to another hospital a month or 2 prior. Putting the pieces together, he immediately discerned Guan Sui's involvement. But why? Could it be that Guan Sui and Wensong truly shared an intimate connection? Flustered, he drove to the apartment complex, hoping to confront Wensong for clarity. Little did he know, an hour had slipped by while he waited, only to see Wensong emerge from Guan Sui's Maybach. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and demand an explanation, yet his legs felt as heavy as lead. Paralyzed by the absence of concrete evidence and the fact that his relationship with Wensong had long since concluded, what right did he have to question her? Moreover, it is worth noting that the position of President Zhengrong has yet to be firmly established, with Su Xiaozi in the mix. It will take at least another fortnight following the marriage to fully grasp the situation. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Mingzhu chose to retreat and gradually probe the circumstances later. However, the turmoil and restlessness within him surged, and even the consumption of numerous cigarettes failed to alleviate his distress. Who could enlighten him as to why his cherished white moonlight was entwined with a mere substitute? Chapter 73. I truly am in a relationship. Wensong remained blissfully unaware of the two alphas who brushed past each other downstairs in the apartment. Oblivious to Zhao Mingzhu's search for him that led him to the hospital, and completely ignorant of the ensuing confrontation at his residence, ultimately resulting in a decision to maintain the status quo. After Guan Sui departed, he took a shower and lay on his bed, his mind torn between the exhilaration of Song Lanshue's impending surgery and the emotional turmoil spurred by Guan Sui's kiss. The calm demeanor he had always maintained, seemingly disinterested in all matters, was now irrevocably altered. Wensong felt as though he had transformed, gradually reviving from a state of desolation, no longer shrouded in gloom. Occasionally smiling and jesting. When he first arrived in Suicheng, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment, surrounded by malice, enduring humiliation for the sake of Song Lanshue's medical expenses. Fortunately, the taunts directed at him felt insubstantial. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He picked up his phone and opened WeChat. He noticed a message from Zhao Mingzhu sent a few hours earlier. I am at the hospital. The doctor mentioned you have transferred your grandmother to another facility. What's going on? Wensong was taken aback that Zhao Mingzhu had tracked him down to the hospital. Over the past 2 years, he could count on one hand the number of times Zhao Mingzhu had ventured into a hospital, aware of their contractual relationship. He had never perceived visiting Song Lanshue as Zhao Mingzhu's obligation. Yet, now that the agreement had been dissolved, Zhao Mingzhu seemed to have transformed entirely, setting aside his alpha pride to pursue him even in the absence of a response. This time, when Song activated the input method and replied, the agreement has ended. I do not wish to take advantage of you. Furthermore, you are engaged, and I have someone I care for as well. To avoid misunderstandings, it is best to communicate via text rather than meet in private. I fear he may misinterpret the situation, he added. Besides, Su Xiaoza was quite fond of Zhao Mingzhu and appeared to be absolutely intolerant of any private meetings between his partner and an ex. A commendable ex should be as good as deceased. After sending the message, when Song exited the chat, he refrained from deleting Zhao Mingzhu from his contacts out of gratitude for past kindness. One must not burn bridges. Clarity was all that was required. Zhao Mingzhu was an intelligent individual. Upon reading his words, he would likely refrain from further entanglement. When Song then opened the chat interface with Guan Sui and sent a message, have you reached home? After showering and lying down, he had spent nearly 40 minutes, while Guan Sui should have returned to his place in roughly half an hour. At this hour, he assumed Guan Sui was likely home by now. Indeed, he received a response, just arrived. Are you still awake? When Song asked. I'm about to sleep, responded Wensu. Contemplating Wensu's words about not being too dull in front of someone you like, when Song rummaged through his mind for a plethora of comforting and heartfelt phrases, ultimately settling on a rather dry, you should rest early too. I'll rest after the meeting, came the reply. I'll let you know when I'm about to sleep. The last statement stirred something within Wensong. Others might find it trivial, yet to him, it felt distinctly different. As Wensu put it, someone who genuinely cares will always want to share what they're doing in the moment. Even during a shower, they might chat while lathering up. It evokes a sense of being valued. Wensong sensed that he was cherished through Guan Sui's actions. No wonder he felt a disparity between the sensations Zhao Mingzhu and Guan Sui evoked in him. The former did not constitute a true romance, while the latter was solely inclined toward a romantic relationship, which made all the difference. Perhaps due to his delayed response, Guan Sui sent a good-night message. Wensong, with a slight movement of his fingers, replied with a good night. Sleep well. Good night. The chat history brimmed with a sweet essence of romance. Neither wished to conclude their conversation. For the first time, Wensong realized how endearing he found this connection. He reached up to pat his warm face, refraining from replying to Guan Sui's message. Turning off his phone screen and placing it back on the nightstand, closing his eyes to rest. The next morning, Wensong found he had not received a reply from Zhao Mingzhu. Perhaps the latter deemed his words so accurate that he chose to forego even a private chat. This was quite satisfactory. Wensong felt uncertain about how to converse with Zhao Mingzhu. Previously, due to their contractual relationship, Zhao was his client. and interactions were primarily dictated by the latter's needs, with minimal personal engagement unless Zhao summoned him to Silver Lake Pavilion. Wensong, what are you doing? Guan Sui's cool voice resonated through the phone. Wensong was in the company's pantry, filling his cup with water, and took the call from Alpha. As he prepared coffee, he wedged his phone between his head and shoulder, one hand grasping the cup while the other pressed the water dispenser. What did you just say? Go on, I'm listening. Guan Sui replied. I just asked if you could accompany me in a few days during my sensitive period. Wensong paused momentarily in his movements. Noticing his silence, Alpha openly inquired, Is that convenient for you? With Guan Sui requesting assistance, Wensong, as a supportive partner, naturally would not decline. However, being a beta without pheromones, he could not adequately soothe Alpha's restless emotions during the latter's sensitive phase. Nonetheless, the effect would be somewhat superior to that of frigid suppressants. Prolonged use of suppressants could lead to a buildup of pheromones and the development of immune antibodies, especially in top-tier alphas, whose pheromonal levels are elevated and whose sensitive periods are prolonged, creating greater demand. Inferior omegas cannot be soothed by pheromones, nor can they withstand the potent pheromones of alphas, unless they are highly compatible omegas or betas who remain unaffected by pheromones. However, the ideal candidate is an omega. Wensong, a beta, had learned in physiology class about the symbiotic relationship between alphas and omegas, wherein the alpha, as a natural leader, marks their partner. Betas, devoid of pheromones, cannot be marked. Is it inconvenient? Guan Sui inquired. Inconvenient or not, it matters not. I can use suppressants, Wensong replied, coming back to his senses. He placed his coffee on the table, stirred it with a stick, lifted it, and took a delicate sip. It was fragrant. It's not inconvenient, he stated. Guan Sui pressed further. Is there any concern, then? After a moment's contemplation, Wensong continued stirring his coffee, striving for a calm tone. I simply do not know what to do. He understands that alphas have their sensitive periods, but betas and omegas differ. He must prepare for something. He has never experienced it before and does not quite grasp it. He even felt a twinge of anxiety when Guan Sui suggested he accompany him through this sensitive period. Long ago, when he was still with Zhao Mingzhu, Guan Sui had mentioned that there was an issue with his pheromones, believing they were compatible in that regard, hoping to maintain their relationship. Now, they had no contractual obligation. Their duties were not those of mere partners, but of true lovers. Wensong was somewhat apprehensive about failing. You need not do anything. Guan Sui's cool voice held a hint of amusement. Leave everything to me. I will be prepared when the time comes. Does that mean it is acceptable? Wensong instinctively nodded like a chick pecking at rice, but remembered they were on a call, and Guan Sui could not see him. While stirring his coffee, he cleared his throat softly and replied in a barely audible voice, It's acceptable. Their conversation concluded with Guan Sui needing to attend to other matters. Wensong tucked his phone back into his pocket, rinsed the stirring stick at the faucet, and prepared to leave the break room with his coffee. At that moment, he coincidentally encountered an omega colleague named Xiao Lu. Their relationship was amicable, and they occasionally conversed at the office. Xiao Lu took the initiative to greet him, Wengo. At 25, Wensong was not particularly older in the company, but since he had joined before Xiao Lu, who was 1 year his junior, the latter addressed him as Go. He smiled and nodded toward Xiao Lu. An instant passed by. Suddenly, Xiao Lu called out, prompting Wensong to halt and turn his head in confusion. Xiao Lu, somewhat bashful, scratched his head and asked, Wengo, are you in a relationship? Upon expressing his thoughts, he realized that raising this issue between the two of them might come across as rather presumptuous. He hastily waved his hand, stating that he did not intend to pry into their privacy, but simply observed that Wengu seemed to be in good spirits lately. Wensong seized upon the key point. Good spirits? Xiao Lu nodded vigorously, affirming that he was smiling again. Wensong suddenly recalled that Wensu had remarked similarly about him. Wensu had claimed that his romantic entanglements with Zhao Mingzhu and Guan Sui put him in entirely different states of mind. Apologies, Xiao Lu felt he had overstepped. It's fine, Wensong conceded, admitting that he was indeed in a relationship. Xiao Lu wore an expression of knowing certainty. Returning to his workstation, Wensong suddenly realized that he had inadvertently disclosed his romantic status to his colleague. Unavoidably, the entire department would soon learn of his newfound relationship. Previously, He had mentioned a desire to keep it under wraps. Oh well, at least no one knew it was with Guan Sui. Sipping his coffee once more, Wensong immersed himself back into his work. Chapter 74. The Truth That Night. At the Cloud Bar, Zhao Mingzhu consumed drink after drink, and his friends, witnessing this, attempted to intervene, yet none succeeded. They exchanged glances, perplexed by his sudden demeanor, which resembled that of someone nursing a broken heart. Friend A, the only one privy to the truth, felt utterly speechless, never anticipating the situation to escalate to such severity. "Zhuge," he said, seizing Zhao Mingzhu's glass. Sighing deeply before speaking in a tone meant only for the two of them. Drinking like this won't solve anything. You need to clarify what's going on. Sometimes, what you see isn't the whole truth. Perhaps Sui Gu is merely considering your feelings. Given Sui Ji's character, it was inconceivable that he would toy with Zhao Mingzhu's emotions. Zhao Mingzhu's expression turned icy. Considering? He scoffed. It must be more than that. Can Guan Sui really just consider someone and end up in bed with him? He could not discern whether his feelings for Wensong were rooted in habit or affection, but he harbored complex emotions towards Guan Sui that he could not untangle. As he remained oblivious to whom this evening's drinks were truly for, Wensong or Guan Sui, it felt like a perplexing riddle with no correct answer. Neither Wensong nor Guan Sui belonged to him, and in the end, the two had converged. Should he be distressed over his substitute being whisked away by his ideal? Or should he lament the ideal's abduction of his substitute? Don't mind me, Zhao Mingzhu declared, reclaiming his glass and downing another shot. Just pretend you didn't see anything. Friend C approached and said, "Zhuge, there are plenty of betas in this world. We needn't concern ourselves with this." Had he heard such whispers in the past, Zhao Mingzhu might have dismissed them, but without Wensong by his side recently, he felt a sense of longing. He did not wish for a separation, nor did he want to lose what was rare, a beta as genuine and obedient as Wensong, who also bore a striking resemblance to Guan Sui. "I know," Zhao Mingzhu replied, yet he finds himself unable to surmount this hurdle. Last night, he observed Guan Sui lingering at Wensong's residence for nearly half an hour before descending, a duration ample enough for more than mere disrobing. Initially, Zhao Mingzhu believed he was being overly narrow-minded. However, just before departing, he spied a discarded box of open condoms on the floor outside the apartment door, evidence that Guan Sui had dropped them while stepping out for a post-coital smoke. The box contained 4, yet only 3 remained, making it abundantly clear what transpired during that lengthy interval. Merely contemplating these events left Zhao Mingzhu seething with rage. His chest constricted, making it difficult to breathe. He remained in a daze throughout the night and into the following day. Zhao Mingzhu retrieved a small square box from his pocket, a curious artifact he had inexplicably picked up from the ground the previous night. As he sipped his drink, he absently toyed with it in his palm. Observing this, friend mistakenly assumed Zhao, an alpha, was in need of some distraction. "Zhao, why are you carrying tools with you today?" he inquired. "Shall I arrange for an omega?" he added, mentioning that an omega had recently approached him for Zhao's contact. Zhao Mingzhu replied coldly, "Not necessary. I'm not in the mood." At that moment, friend B chimed in, "Zhao, is it because of Wensong that you're feeling down?" Zhao remained silent, tacitly confirming the suspicion. Friend B furrowed his brow. "Do you have feelings for Wensong?" Without hesitation, friend A countered, "Impossible. Zhao would never be fond of Wensong." The affair between Guan Sui and Wensong was known solely to him and Zhao Mingzhu. Revealing it to others could irreparably damage Zhao's relationship with Guan Sui. Friend B, sipping his drink, pressed on, "Why is it impossible? Wensong is attractive and has a good personality. Otherwise, Zhao would never have genuinely pursued him as a boyfriend, would he?" Friend D interjected, "Wensong appears quite carefree. He doesn't seem the type to be interested in Zhao." Zhao Mingzhu's expression darkened further. Friend C then reminded them, "Do you recall why Wensong agreed to be with Zhao?" Friend B reminisced, "I remember it was because Zhao saved Wensong at that banquet." Friend A interjected with a piece of ancient history. If memory serves, those who humiliated Wensong were invited by Zhao, orchestrating a heroic rescue. Friend B added, "Wensong was foolish enough to believe it." Zhao Mingzhu, lost in his own world, paid no heed to his friend's banter, drinking deeply. His gaze fixated on the small box he clutched tightly, nearly turning his knuckles white. Suddenly, a clear voice, imbued with a hint of anger, pierced through the chatter. "Who are you calling foolish?" Chapter 75. Who dares to bully our Wensong? Wensong had been eavesdropping on the raucous conversation of these alphas from the adjacent booth for quite some time, their volume unabated even by the pounding music. Such revelry was commonplace in this milieu. After all, it was none of his concern. Moreover, within the confines of Suicheng, it is inevitable that everyone is somewhat acquainted with one another. To his dismay, Wensong overheard a group of foolish alphas mockingly discussing their own contrived schemes and familiar individuals, their derisive tones cutting sharply through the atmosphere. It was then that Wensong noticed Zhao Mingzhu, who was obstructed from view by a cluster of alphas, seated at the innermost part of booth, clutching a small, indistinct box and repeatedly sipping from his drink, appearing as though he were nursing a broken heart. Furrowing his brow, Wensong spoke with evident displeasure. "I believe I just heard you all mention Wensong." His position was fortuitously adjacent to this group of alphas, and their words reached his ears without difficulty. As he absorbed the entirety of their discourse, a surge of anger nearly filled his chest. Beyond his disdain for the alpha's lack of decency, he was struck by the realization of how foolish Wensong was to have been deceived by Zhao Mingzhu's despicable tactics for a span of 2 years. Indeed, Wensong was so obedient and naive, it was evident he would fall prey to the alpha's machinations. What a fool! One could only hope he wasn't secretly shedding tears beneath the covers. Friend A was surprised to find Wensong present in the cloud of conversation, quietly eavesdropping on their exchange. The bar was shrouded in dim lighting, and the surrounding noise was cacophonous. The adjacent booth was subdued, making it difficult to discern who was present without a careful glance. Upon noticing Wensong, the group first reacted with shock, then scrutinized the occupants of the neighboring booth, and, relieved to find only unfamiliar faces, exhaled in relief. Friend B, upon being caught in their unflattering remarks, attempted to regain composure, saying, "You must have misheard us. How could we possibly be discussing Wensong?" "Come now," Friend A replied dismissively. "Even if we were talking about Wensong, wouldn't that be beneficial for you? After all, he is the illegitimate son of Uncle One, and criticizing him could serve as a means of venting your frustrations." Friend C immediately chimed in. "Let us not forget that we never even mentioned Wensong." They were well aware of Wensong's volatile temper and clear sense of right and wrong. His current demeanor suggested he might very well be seeking to defend Wensong. Unable to restrain himself, Wensong rolled his eyes in exasperation. "As for me, I happened to overhear everything quite clearly. Whether or not you spoke about it is for you to ponder. Thus, do not attempt to manipulate me with your pretext of helping to release frustrations. After all, harboring disdain for him is my own affair." He then surveyed the group of alphas in the booth and continued, "Our relationship has yet to reach a level of familiarity where you may call me Shushu. Refrain from such familiarity. It is rather distasteful." Friend A's expression darkened considerably. With so many present, Wensong's unyielding demeanor offered no face-saving grace, his words landing like invisible blows across Friend A's cheek, leaving him at a loss for an appropriate reaction. Friends around them were all watching intently. Friend C attempted to mediate. "We are all friends here." Such remarks can be rather hurtful. Wensong frowned, articulating each word with haughty precision. "Who among you is my friend?" Friend A, with clenched teeth, retorted, "Wensong. Your words are quite harsh. This is excessive, don't you think?" Wensong scoffed lightly. "Is that truly unpleasant? There are far worse things I could say. But I wouldn't want to shatter your delicate alpha ego. If you wish to hear them, I could indulge you." He raised his middle finger at Friend A and spat out 2 words, "Fool." Friend A, inflamed with indignation, advanced menacingly, sensing the escalating tension. Friend D quickly restrained Friend A, urging him to remain calm and discuss matters rationally. Friend A, blinded by anger, retorted, "What is there to discuss? He has insulted me. And so what if I choose to berate Wensong today? He is merely an inferior beta, and the only reason Zwiga noticed him is due to his looks. He appears as lifeless as a dead fish. What is wrong with Zwiga playing with him?" Suddenly, in a swift motion, Friend A was struck squarely in the face. sending him staggering backwards into the booth. The force of the blow was so great that he knocked several expensive bottles off the glass table, shattering them on the floor with a resounding crash. Wensu's reaction was so rapid that no one present could comprehend what had occurred. It was likely unimaginable for anyone to anticipate that an Omega would publicly confront and strike an Alpha. The commotion drew the attention of others seated in the booths, who gathered to witness the spectacle. Dazed from the unexpected assault, Friend A was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of humiliation, his Alpha pride shattered. Struggling to regain his composure, he pushed himself off the sofa, ready to retaliate with a bottle in hand. At this moment, Zhao Mingzhu, who had been lost in his own world, finally lifted his head with a slow deliberation. "Stop it." Seeing the impending altercation, Friend C and D rushed forward to seize the bottle from Friend A, preventing a reckless act that could lead to disastrous consequences. Undeterred, Wensong stood his ground, flanked by his companions, each bearing expressions that conveyed a resolute defiance. Who was afraid of whom? Upon hearing Zhao Mingzhu's words, Friend A felt a surge of discomfort and pushed past Friend C and D, gritting his teeth in fury. "Zwiga." It was Wensong who struck first. I said nothing. Wensong had long held a disdain for Friend A, recognizing him as a disrespectful Alpha, lacking in decency towards Omegas and dismissive of Wensong. Were it not for his privileged background, he would likely have faced dire consequences long ago. It was indeed a testament to the saying that birds of a feather flock together. No wonder he had previously felt a visceral aversion toward Zhao Mingzhu. It turned out he was not a good person after all. Wensong crossed his arms defiantly. "So what if I struck?" Just then, the owner of Yin Duan hurried over, realizing the gravity of the situation upon seeing Wensong and Zhao Mingzhu. He knew both parties were not to be trifled with, and any comment he made would likely displease either side. Friend A seethed with anger at Wensong's haughty demeanor, the pain on his face and at the corner of his mouth serving as constant reminders of his humiliation. "Let us all calm down." The proprietor hastily positioned himself between them to prevent any further incidents. The ground was in disarray, a chaotic mixture of shattered glass and stains of red wine, with liquids spreading across the floor to other booths, clearly indicating a recent and intense altercation. "Mr. Zhao," he said, as he glanced toward the Alpha seated calmly in the corner of the sofa. Zhao Mingzhu declared, "Charge all expenses to my account." Instantly, the owner exhaled in relief, recognizing this as a signal to de-escalate the situation. Suddenly, a languid voice broke the tension. "Why is the bar so quiet?" All eyes in the room turned toward the entrance. Duan Zhe appeared, donning a hoodie and cap, hands tucked in his pockets, chewing gum, accompanied by Guan Sui, who was clad in a black trench coat. Their striking looks, height, and commanding presence were impossible to overlook. The two approached, and Duan Zhe's gaze immediately landed on Wensong, from his scattered shards of glass and viscous liquid on the ground, alongside the positioning of both parties. He quickly deduced that the conflict arose between his people and Zhao Mingzhu's. His eyes shifted to Friend A, who bore the mark of a punch, and despite the seemingly emotionless tone, an unsettling chill lurked beneath. He articulated, "Who dared to bully our Wensong?" Friend A, caught off guard by the scrutiny, retorted, "Bullying Wensong." "Who is bullying whom? Can't you see the wound on his face?" Clearly, it was Wensong who punched him. The bar owner, witnessing this, promptly dispersed the onlookers, who were reluctant to leave the unfolding spectacle. The DJ resumed the music, restoring the lively atmosphere, while staff members arrived to clean up the aftermath. Only those within their social circle remained around the booth. Wensong crossed his arms, huffing disdainfully, "No one dares to bully me." Duan Zhe, as if coaxing a child, inquired, "Then why did you engage in conflict with him?" Wensong rolled his eyes at Friend A. "It's because he speaks ill of Wensong behind his back. I've only just realized that saving Wensong at the banquet was merely a performance they orchestrated. Now, they slander him in secret. Wensong is one of us. Only I have the right to dislike him." With each word, Guan Sui, who had remained silent, grew increasingly somber. In the corner, Zhao Mingzhu had noticed Guan Sui the moment he entered, his presence impossible to ignore. By the time they approached, he even had the chance to respond or conceal the small box in his hand. "Never mind." He was too indifferent to put it away. Zhao Mingzhu, an astute alpha, inferred from Guan Sui's unflinching demeanor upon spotting the box that he had been aware of his presence the previous night, simply choosing not to expose it. Instead, he had deliberately followed Wensong upstairs and dropped a condom, each step a declaration of his claim over Wensong. As Duanzhe glanced at Guan Sui, he couldn't help but frown. Are you suggesting that those who humiliated Wensong were orchestrated by Zhao Mingzhu in a self-directed play? Wensong, indeed. Casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Mingzhu, he added sarcastically, moreover, it seems someone is regretting their actions now that they've gotten themselves in too deep. Duanzhe turned to Zhao Mingzhu for confirmation. Ajua, is what Wensong said true? The tale of Zhao Mingzhu rescuing Wensong at the banquet had circulated within their circle. Friends who were aware of their agreement were under the impression that it was a case of love at first sight, oblivious to the sordid details entangled within. Most strikingly, Duanzhe had been entirely unaware of this matter. Had it not been for Wensong's revelation, he would have remained blissfully ignorant. Such despicable methods evoked a sense of revulsion, particularly as the alpha maintained a facade of false sincerity, clearly engaged in a commitment while attempting to preserve other relationships. Zhao Mingzhu's thin lips pressed into a straight line, offering no reply to Duanzhe's inquiry. To the onlookers, this was a clear admission of guilt. At that moment, Guan Sui unexpectedly interjected. Does Wensong know? Wensong couldn't help but retort, of course Wensong doesn't he know. If he were aware, he would never have agreed to be with him. He is just too trusting and naive, easily deceived by wicked alphas. Guan Sui shot a glance at Zhao Mingzhu, then turned and paused for a moment, leaving without uttering another word. After a brief silence, Zhao Mingzhu, seated in the booth, gathered his small box and stood up, traversing through the crowd to follow Guan Sui out. Wensong felt a sense of bewilderment. Why are they both leaving? And with such synchrony? Duanzhe replied, they have a matter to discuss. Suddenly, Wensong asked, do you think they might get into a fight? Unbeknownst to them, their heads had nearly touched as they focused intently on the departing figures of the two alphas. Duanzhe stroked his chin, contemplatively stating, I'm not sure. It's possible. Historically, Omega has been viewed as the source of trouble, yet now it appeared that the Beta was in the spotlight. He truly wondered what charm Wensong possessed to incite a rift between the two brothers. Duanzhe continued, no need to worry. They will handle this matter themselves. Indeed, love requires caution. Wensong shook his head, expressing his fear of misplacing his first love. Duanzhe tilted his head, jokingly asserting, with an older brother, you want to go wrong. Wensong, get lost. What kind of brother are you? Duanzhe raised an eyebrow. A brother in every sense, even a brother of affection. Without hesitation, Wensong stepped on the alpha's foot, causing him to curse under his breath. He coldly inquired, who are you cursing? Duanzhe replied, you. Wensong intensified the pressure on his foot. Duanzhe grimaced, his mouth forming a Na shape, adding, be gentler. Wensong withdrew his foot. Duanzhe inhaled sharply. Could the little feline monarch show me a bit of tenderness? Wensong unhesitatingly responded, absolutely not. Duanzhe conceded, very well then. Oh, right. He retracted his playful demeanor and scrutinized Wensong, feeling relieved upon discovering that there were no injuries on his body. You're not hurt, are you? Wensong felt warm swell in his chest at the concern, shaking his head, no, I'm fine. Really, are you sure? Duanzhe worried that Wensong was merely putting on a brave front. Wensong nodded vigorously. Yemme fine. Duanzhe playfully pinched the Omega's cheek. Good boy. No fighting. Meanwhile, a friend on the other side had a bruised face from a recent altercation. Guan Sui walked into a secluded corridor of the bar, halting his steps after ensuring no one would approach. Zhao Mingzhu, following behind, remained silent. Upon seeing him stop, he too came to a halt. His throat felt somewhat parched, prompting him to speak. You and Wensong. Guan Sui leaned against the pristine wall, fiddling with a lighter in his palm, his gaze traversing the hem of Zhao's clothing. His tone so nonchalant, it seemed as if they were discussing trivial matters. Didn't you already know? The condom is still in your pocket. Chapter 77. Now you are the intruder in someone else's affection. Zhao Mingzhu was momentarily stunned by Guan Sui's unabashed and straightforward words, rendered speechless. Wensong was his ex-boyfriend, and Guan Sui was his close friend. One would typically offer explanations in such situations. Why was Guan Sui so composed? He displayed no remorse for being caught. Suddenly, Zhao Mingzhu recalled that the small box had been deliberately left on the ground by Guan Sui, an action that clearly indicated he intended to expose his relationship with Wensong in front of him. The alpha was decidedly manipulative. His head felt light, and a heaviness settled in his chest, causing him to momentarily struggle to breathe. Nothing was worse than discovering that the object of his unrequited affection had revealed, in an extreme manner, his relationship with his ex-boyfriend. Clenching his teeth and suppressing his emotions, he asked, "Why? Aren't we good brothers? Wensong is my ex-boyfriend. You were there when I said I didn't want to break up." Guan Sui clicked the lighter, a flicker of flame illuminating his indifferent countenance in the dim corridor. He did not directly respond to Zhao Mingzhu's question, but raised an eyebrow, calmly interrupting him. "I saw the photo in your wallet." The experience of having a long-held secret unveiled was overwhelming. Zhao Mingzhu felt his blood run cold, his pupils quaking, and all words caught in his throat. It was as if he had been struck, his mind buzzing, lips moving but unable to utter a word. He wanted to defend himself, but Guan Sui did not afford him much time or opportunity. "You know," Guan Sui stated calmly, "how I typically handle friends who have feelings for me." Zhao Mingzhu's face turned pale. He certainly knew. No one understood Guan Sui's ruthlessness and decisiveness better than he did. From their school days to the present, countless friends had been unable to restrain their affections for Guan Sui, and upon discovery, he would sever ties without hesitation. Zhao Mingzhu, fearing the loss of even friendship, chose to harbor his affections in silence. Attempting to steady his emotions, he remarked, "But you cannot simply take away Wensong." Guan Sui, with a piercing insight, retorted, "Wensong is merely your substitute, isn't he?" Zhao Mingzhu's complexion turned ashen. He had not anticipated that Guan Sui was privy to such a delicate secret. Over the years, their circle of friends had never ventured in this direction. Guan Sui, an alpha, and Wensong, a beta, bore little resemblance in physique, gender, or appearance. Only those intimately acquainted with Guan Sui could discern hints of him in Wensong's demeanor. Guan Sui scoffed lightly, "It's quite good." Zhao Mingzhu had always believed he concealed his true self adeptly. Since the onset of his differentiation, he had primarily associated with omegas, never suppressing his nature physically. Yet, at his engagement banquet, a forgotten wallet had inadvertently unveiled years of concealed truths. Assuming Guan Sui's disdain was the motive behind his actions, he inquired, "Is it because you know Wensong is my stand-in that you seek to retaliate against me?" Guan Sui frowned, as if confronted with an absurdity, and countered, "Am I with Wensong to exact revenge on you?" Zhao Mingzhu pressed his lips into a thin line, clearly believing so. Guan Sui returned the lighter to his pocket, straightened his posture, and declared, "You are perhaps mistaken. When I said it was quite good, I meant your taste is commendable. Conversely, I have no interest in vengeance, for my time is far too precious." Gradually, he moved closer to Zhao Mingzhu, the distance between them shrinking as if they were engaged in a clandestine conversation. With a smirk, Guan Sui articulated each word with clarity. "You should thank me for bringing Wensong into my life." Zhao Mingzhu felt a tightening in his chest. In that moment, a wave of anger surged within him, yet the presence of Guan Sui stifled his release. Thus, whether it was Wensong or Guan Sui, he found himself bereft of both. The turmoil within Zhao Mingzhu expanded exponentially, leaving him at a loss for how to counter or clarify, especially since his contract with Wensong had been dissolved and Song Lanxue had been transferred to another facility, with Su Xiaoze now monitoring his every move. All circumstances conspired against him, thwarting his desires. Suddenly, Zhao Mingzhu fixed his gaze on Guan Sui and asked, "So, were you the one manipulating the marriage alliance from behind the scenes?" Guan Sui did not directly affirm this, suggesting instead, "Isn't it beneficial for you to secure Zheng Rong sooner?" What more could Zhao Mingzhu need to comprehend? It was evident that Guan Sui had long been interested in Wensong, and the two might have been clandestinely entangled for quite some time. As he reflected, the clues began to align. Why had Guan Sui, who typically shunned social events, been present at each one? At the pool party, Guan Sui had exhibited more concern for Wensong's near drowning than anyone else. Wensong had repeatedly carried the scent of tequila pheromones. And Guan Sui's social media posts featured cookies, Wensong's favorite delicacies. Moreover, tracing back further, the omega or beta with whom Guan Sui had once shared a fleeting romance was indeed Wensong. It dawned on him that he had been ensnared in a web of deception. Guan Sui, upon hearing Zhao Mingzhu call his name for the first time, could hardly conceal the anger etched upon his face. Are you not the alpha that no one holds in esteem? When did you begin engaging in clandestine affairs? Wensong is my boyfriend, Guan Sui corrected him, former boyfriend, to be precise. With an air of triumph, he continued, as the legitimate partner, allow me to remind you that if you pursue Wensong again, it would be an overt attempt to undermine my relationship. Zhao Mingzhu instinctively retorted, clearly, you are the one. Guan Sui raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. At present, you are the interloper in someone else's affections. Zhao Mingzhu thought to himself that Guan Sui was Wensong's cherished moonlight, while he was merely a substitute. It was utterly infuriating that his secret crush had come to warn him against entangling himself with the former boyfriend of that substitute. He found it hard to swallow this indignation, reflecting on Wensong's gentle nature, and the 2 years they had spent together undoubtedly fostered some feelings on Wensong's part. What if Wensong does not harbor feelings for you? Guan Sui furrowed his brow. If he does not like me, does that mean he likes you? Noticing a shift in Guan Sui's previously calm demeanor, Zhao Mingzhu felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction arise within him. If you were not the esteemed heir, Wensong would never have consented to be with you. Are you not aware that our relationship has always been one of mutual benefit? I view him as a mere substitute, while he utilizes me to raise funds for his grandmother's medical expenses. For him, anyone who can be of use is worthy of a romantic engagement. In Wensong's eyes, Guan Sui, you're no different from me. He will inevitably return to Qingshan town, for that is his true home, not Suicheng. Guan Sui gazed at Zhao Mingzhu impassively, waiting until Zhao Mingzhu ceased his tirade before asking, have you finished? Your inability to retain Wensong is a testament to your own shortcomings. Moreover, Wensong is free to treat me as he pleases, particularly since he has enlisted my help for his grandmother's treatment. Zhao Mingzhu's eyes sparkled with surprise. Seemingly unprepared for such a statement that undermined the pride of an alpha, Guan Sui had achieved his objective and was disinclined to engage in further trivial discourse with Zhao Mingzhu. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, ignited it with a lighter, and exhaled a plume of smoke. Our friendship, built over the years, ends here. As for the matter of humiliating Wensong, I shall settle that with you in due course. With that, he turned and departed, leaving no room for lingering. Zhao Mingzhu watched Guan Sui's retreating figure, unable to contain his emotions any longer. He kicked the corner of the wall with force, seeking to release the pent-up frustration within. Chapter 78. No good alpha exists upon returning to the bar. Guan Sui found the aftermath already tidied up. Wensu's friends, along with friend A, had left earlier, leaving only Duan Zhe and another person at the booth, engaged in conversation over drinks. Ah, you're back, Duan Zhe remarked as Guan Sui took a seat across from him, pouring a glass of liquor and sliding it towards him. Casually, he inquired, you didn't give him a beating, did you? Wensu, glancing towards the dance floor, perked up his ears, clearly intrigued by the question. Guan Sui lifted his glass of red wine and took a delicate sip. No response. Wensu's eyelids drooped, and his expression bore a hint of regret. Duan Zhe, perceiving the unspoken thoughts of his friend, chuckled as he raised his glass to his lips, inquiring why he didn't take a swing at Zhao Mingzhu to alleviate Wensong's grievances. There is no need, Guan Sui replied. Physical wounds will not impart lasting lessons. Duan Zhe frowned. So Guan Sui's eyelids lowered again, and he savored another sip of wine. In that moment, Duan Zhe comprehended Guan Sui's intentions and felt compelled to voice his concerns. This may not be wise. After all, we've been friends for many years. Targeting Zheng Rong, Uncle Guan would certainly disapprove if he were aware. If anyone were to investigate, they would discover that your motivations are for Wensong, and I fear complications may arise. You might as well take it out on Joie. Perhaps he would come to terms with it, and you could remain friends. Without hesitation, Guan Sui responded, we cannot be friends. Duan Zhe set his glass down on the table. Why not? I believe Zhao Mingzhu harbors possessiveness over Wensong. His affections likely lie elsewhere. As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Sui's thin lips uttered two words. It's me. Duan s'approche momentarily, seemingly unable to grasp the implications of that statement. Meanwhile, Wen Su, who appeared to have been an unobtrusive observer of their dialogue, was taken aback. Zhao Mingzhu likes you? But aren't you both alphas? Duan Zhe, struggling to process this revelation, stammered like, does it mean what I think it means? Zhao Mingzhu has feelings for Guan Sui, an alpha who frequently associates with omegas, secretly pining for his alpha friend. Are you serious? Guan Sui slightly furrowed his brows, evidently struggling to accept this revelation, and replied with a non-committal hum. Duan Zhe longed to pinch himself to affirm his senses. After a prolonged silence, he turned his head, muttering a curse under his breath. Do not use foul language, Wen Su interjected, lightly patting Duan Ze's shoulder. Immediately, Duan Ze clasped his hands in a gesture of contrition. Apologies, it was a reflex. This is simply too astonishing. To think they have known each other for over a decade. Even though they don't often socialize, their families have maintained cordial relations. I am equally astonished, Wen Su admitted. It is indeed difficult to fathom that Zhao Mingzhu would be attracted to an alpha, especially one who seems less than competent in various respects. Has his taste completely abandoned him? Duan Ze noticed the chill that crept into Guan Sui's demeanor, stifling a laugh for fear of inciting ire from either party. On one side was his beloved pet, the little king, and on the other, his dear friend. Any comment made could draw fire from both. If you ask me, Wen Su said, your indiscriminate attacks imply that no alpha is worthy. You and Zhao Mingzhu share the singular merit of both being enamored with Wensong. Duan Ze weakly raised his hand. Please, my king, consider that I am a good alpha. Wen Su cast a fleeting glance at him before retracting it, reflecting on the other's typically carefree and reckless demeanor, realizing that not a single word he uttered bore any sincerity. You are the worst. Duan Ze playfully clenched his fist beside his cheeks, attempting to amuse Wen Su. How could that be, darling? I am your most loyal alpha. Guan Sui, having indulged in some alcohol, lifted his eyelids and interjected. If you two continue flirting, you can both leave. Wen Su felt an overwhelming urge to roll up his sleeves and land a punch on Guan Sui. However, before he could move, Duan Ze grasped his arm, fanning him while murmuring incantations to calm his temper. As Guan Sui sipped his drink, he retrieved his phone and discovered a message from Wensong sent half an hour prior. Song, I've finished work. Song, it seems to be raining outside. Song, I'll take a taxi home today. Each message accompanied by images of the company's time clock, the soaked ground, and the scenery outside the car window. The initial gloom in Guan Sui's heart gradually dissipated. He had to admit that Zhao Mingzhu's statement of indifference had indeed unsettled him. Yet, witnessing Wensong proactively sharing snippets of his life restored his rationality. He couldn't allow Zhao Mingzhu's attempts at sowing discord to succeed. Guan Sui replied to each message, concluding with, have you arrived home yet? The response came almost instantaneously. Song, I'm home, preparing to take a shower. Suddenly, Guan Sui lifted his head from the screen, directing his gaze towards the seated Duan Ze, inquiring, do you still have that injection you gave me last time? Duan Ze hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes. Guan Sui spoke rapidly. Give me another one. Duan Ze replied, how could I possibly carry that with me? It must be at home. Guan Sui stood up, placing his phone back into his pocket, leaving without a word. Duan Ze speculated that he intended to retrieve the injection personally from his home. Wen Su, witnessing this exchange, asked, what is this injection you're talking about? Is it an alpha suppressor or something else? Duan Ze, realizing the difficulty in explaining, simply replied, let us just say it's for alpha use. The injection they referred to was rarely available on the market and typically required procurement through other channels. It was primarily used to stimulate an alpha's pheromones, forcibly advancing their sensitive period. Last time, Guan Sui had inquired about taking one. Now, his sudden urgency raised questions about his intentions. Chapter 79. Advance after sending his messages. Wensong waited for a response, but received none. He speculated that Guan Sui was likely busy and hadn't found a moment to check his phone. Just as he was about to put his phone down to take a shower, he received a message. Wensong. It was indeed peculiar. An Omega who never initiated contact and often acted aloof had sent him a message late at night. Are you a greasy cat cake? A rather inexplicable period. Remarkably, Wensong understood it perfectly. Song, do you have something you wish to discuss with me? Song, let me take a guess. Is it related to me? Are you a greasy cat cake? How can you guess so accurately, yet still be deceived by the wicked alpha? Wensong once again deciphered the meaning behind Wensong's words and casually inquired, where are you? Are you a greasy cat cake? At a bar. Song, have you run into Zhao Mingzhu while drinking? Are you a greasy cat cake? Have you been cheating? Or did Guan Sui tell you? Wensong furrowed his brow and opened the input method panel to send. Is Guan Sui also at the bar? Are you a greasy cat cake? Retracted a message. Wensong retracted the message mentioning Guan Sui, evidently hiding something from him. However, unable to suppress the urge to complain, it ultimately transformed into a simple and exasperated period. Unfortunately, the Omega was simply too prideful and conflicted. Wensong entered the bathroom holding his pajamas and phone, and before long, a lengthy voice message of 20 seconds finally came through. As he opened it, unexpectedly, Duan Zai's voice emerged from the noisy environment. The little cat king was too proud to figure out how to tell you, so I'll take over. The gist is that Zhao Mingzhu and his gang were speaking ill of you. But we, the righteous feline messengers, No, don't pinch my arm, it hurts. Beside him, Wensong seemed both embarrassed and amused, gritting his teeth. Get to the point. The voice message concluded abruptly here. Wensong, I didn't catch a single point. These two displayed none of the maturity expected of adults. Perhaps it was due to Wensong's younger age and disposition, as Duan Zai, despite his carefree demeanor, instinctively indulged him. Whoosh! Another voice message arrived. Once more, Duan Zai's voice resonated from the phone. To make a long story short, when Zhao Mingzhu saved you at the banquet, it was a scripted act orchestrated by him, intended to make you a stand-in. Upon hearing this, Wensong revealed no trace of surprise. He had already known about being a stand-in from the outset. Regarding Zhao Mingzhu's self-directed play, he had been unaware. Yet, hearing this news from others did not incite anger at being deceived. Rather, it brought a sense of relief and diminished guilt. It turned out he owed Zhao Mingzhu no favors. Whoosh! Another voice message. Wensong opened it. This time, it was Wensong's clear voice. You're not secretly crying alone, are you? It's really not worth it for a scummy alpha. Just remember, you owe him nothing moving forward. The voice message was interspersed with Duan Zai's voice. Anyway, the little cat king helped you land a punch on that guy who spoke ill of you. His face was truly a sight to behold. Ouch! Why are you pinching me again? Wensong, with a slight movement of his fingers, he replied with a simple acknowledgement. He then quickly sent a thank you. Wensong approached the washstand, placing his phone in a waterproof spot. He lifted his gaze to see his reflection in the mirror, where a slight smile graced his lips. A visage both amused and tinged with a hint of helplessness. Was he truly smiling? He suddenly recalled what Xiao Lu had remarked in the break room, observing that his smiles had become more frequent than before. Indeed, that seemed to be the case. However, apart from the joys of love, his happiness likely stemmed from the presence of others, particularly Wensong. Initially, Wensong had intended to inquire about Guan Sui, but upon reflection, he realized that if Guan had not broached the subject, it was likely to spare him worry or sorrow. Given an alpha's nature, any pressing matters would typically be resolved before he became aware of them. Not dwelling on the reasons, he turned and twisted the shower faucet. Half an hour later, Wensong emerged from the bathroom, his body enveloped in steam. The tips of his hair were slightly damp. He dried himself with a towel and then briefly used a hairdryer. Just as he placed the hairdryer back in its spot, he heard a noise from the entrance, akin to the sound of a fingerprint unlocking. Curious, Wensong peeked over the sofa towards the door. In the next moment, the door swung open, revealing Guan Sui, whom he had presumed to be at the bar, now entering with the assistance of another alpha. It was Guan Sui's new assistant, who carefully settled him onto the sofa. Mr. Wen, the assistant greeted politely, please take care of General Guan. I have some matters to attend to and shall not intrude further. With that, he departed hastily, as if fearing Wensong might request he take Guan away. The unique scent of alpha tequila pheromones gradually permeated the room. rich enough to mislead him into believing he was in a wine cellar, nearly intoxicating him with its allure. The entire scenario bore an uncanny resemblance to an alpha's rut period. Before Wensong could articulate his thoughts, he was unexpectedly enveloped in an embrace by the suddenly upright alpha. "Baby," Guan Sui's cool voice, laced with a hint of husky desire, whispered in his ear, igniting a warmth that coursed through Wensong's veins. "Are you in your rut period?" he inquired, allowing himself to be held as he slowly reciprocated the embrace. Alphas during their rut exhibited rather unruly behavior, nuzzling, sniffing, and kissing along Wensong's neck, which sent tingles throughout his body. Guan Sui replied, "I am in my rut period." Wensong hesitated for a moment before asking, "But doesn't that mean?" Guan Sui pressed a soft kiss to the side of Wensong's neck, inching his way to the nape, yet failing to catch even a whiff of pheromones. A wave of emptiness and urgency washed over him, akin to wandering through a desert. His throat and skin yearning for an oasis to quench their thirst as he nibbled gently at the nape of his neck. Preceding, Guan Sui stated succinctly, each word imbued with significance. Wensong found himself at a loss, standing still as an alpha, akin to a giant hound, gnawed playfully at his neck, provoking an incessant itch. Suddenly, a sharp pain radiated from the nape, causing him to hiss involuntarily. His hand, resting on Guan Sui's back, instinctively grasped the fabric of his clothing. This was the instinct of the alpha. Wensong's complexion paled slightly. It was his first experience of being nibbled and bitten at the tender flesh of his neck. During the marking process, the pain felt as though his very soul was being delicately unraveled from his corporeal form, purely agonizing. Realizing that the alpha desired to deepen their connection, Wensong gently pushed him away, murmuring, "Let us return to the room." "Not here." Guan Sui, momentarily interrupted, bore no annoyance and obediently ceased his actions. The alpha, still unsteady from his sensitive period, suddenly scooped Wensong up by the bend of his legs, cradling him horizontally. The sensation of weightlessness prompted Wensong to instinctively wrap his arms around Guan Sui's neck. With steady and agile strides, they made their way into the room. As the door closed behind them, the living room fell into a profound silence, while within their sanctuary, a different kind of warmth blossomed. For the past few days, Wensong had remained in a state of delirium, relying entirely on Guan Sui to administer his nutritional supplements. His body languid to the point of being unable to lift an arm, utterly drained of energy. The alpha's stamina surpassed expectations. This time, the fervor of his sensitive phase persisted for 2 days and 2 nights without respite. Fortunately, it was the weekend, freeing them from the burdens of work. Guan Sui had already concocted an excuse to keep Wensong at home, and a caregiver was present at the hospital to assist, with a new assistant occasionally stopping by to check in. When Song Lanxue inquired, the new assistant offered a rehearsed smile, stating they were busy with personal matters. As a relative with a strong sense of boundaries, Song Lanxue refrained from probing further, aware that her younger relatives had their own social lives. And knowing Wensong well enough to trust he would not engage in any misconduct. His absence during a critical moment was simply indicative of priorities, especially since surgery was not imminent. After 3 days off medication and a period of recuperation, they had approximately 10 days. The doctor had mentioned January 3rd, and today was merely December 31st. Ample time remained. In truth, the two had just concluded their final round of intimate exchanges. Wensong, covered with a blanket, had never felt such exhaustion. He was utterly spent, unable to lift even a single finger, while his other hand lay over his eyes, shielding them from the glaring light. His normally clear voice was now hoarse. "I need a shower." Having emerged from his sensitive phase and regained full consciousness, the alpha rose to fetch a glass of warm water from the living room, gently supporting the now pliant beta as he offered him a drink. Guan Sui's gaze was drawn to Wensong's collarbone, chest, and the back of his neck, which bore the marks of mistreatment, his skin pale as snow, adorned with clusters reminiscent of waxen plum blossoms. The alpha, satisfied after their encounter, was particularly amiable, lowering his tone to suggest waiting until Wensong regained some strength before showering. Wensong sipped warm water, feeling his throat finally ease a bit. These past few days had left him feeling as if he were suffering from inflammation. Even swallowing saliva had become somewhat uncomfortable. No, comfortable Wensong managed to articulate. Each word a struggle. Observing the pitiable state of the beta, Guan Sui could not bring himself to refuse him, despite his concerns about the risk of another fall. He thought of the cramped space in the bathroom, but took solace in the presence of a bathtub for a soak. I will help you prepare the bathwater. Wensong nodded slowly. Guan Sui glanced at the empty glass of warm water and inquired, "Would you like more?" Wensong trembled at the thought. Those 3 brief words echoed the nightmares of the past 2 days and nights. Guan Sui had asked him no less than 5 times. But even if he uttered countless refusals, the Alpha seemed to disregard them entirely. It felt as if he were a mechanism, dismantled and reassembled, forced to move. Yet the Alpha exhibited a certain refinement in this regard, never neglecting Wensong's feelings during his sensitive period. Rather, he prioritized care and service. Guan Sui remained oblivious to the turmoil within Wensong's heart. "Do you still wish to drink? You seem to be struggling to speak." Wensong shook his head slightly. "No." Guan Sui set the cup on the bedside table and gently stroked Wensong's head. "I will go prepare the bathwater now. Just wait for me patiently." The tenderness in his tone made Wensong's cheeks flush slightly, and he responded with a soft emma. Once Guan Sui departed, Wensong continued to lie there, lost in thought. He had retained a complete memory of the past few days. Guan Sui's sensitive period did not impede him. Aside from feeling a bit fatigued from the ordeal, he experienced no other discomfort. However, Wensong surmised that a deep wound lay on the back of his neck, as even the slightest friction with the sheets sent sharp pangs coursing through him, making him hesitant to touch it at all. The Alpha's instincts were to mark, repeatedly licking, nibbling, and flooding him with pheromones, like a dog, especially one lacking in security. Wensong vaguely recalled that during his moments of distraction, Guan Sui had whispered a plethora of embarrassingly intimate words in his ear. 10 minutes later, the water was ready. Guan Sui gently removed Wensong's hand from his face and, with an affectionate demeanor, pressed kisses upon his eyelids, nose, and the corners of his lips. "I will carry you." Wensong offered no hesitation or resistance. After all, he had been cradled in Guan Sui's arms and placed in every corner of the room over the past few days. Once he was settled into the bathtub, an important detail that he had nearly forgotten struck him. "Please get me some medicine," he requested. He added, "I need anti-inflammatory medication and contraceptives." The susceptibility period of Alpha looms ominously, and with nothing available at home, they have neglected safety precautions in recent days. Despite the low probability, Wensong is unwilling to take any risks, fearing unforeseen circumstances. Guan Sui gently caresses Beta's cheek, submerged in the bathtub, and apologizes. Wensong responds. Guan Sui recalls the first time when Wensong tearfully lamented about not wearing protection. How pitiable, how heart-wrenching. An urge to continue teasing him arises. With a sincere demeanor, Guan Sui admits, "But I didn't wear it." Wensong reassures him, "It's all right. Not wearing it is acceptable." Guan Sui inquires, "Do you not like children?" Wensong replies, "I do not." Guan Sui quips, "Then I shall go for a vasectomy." Wensong is momentarily taken aback by this statement. "You should bathe first," Guan Sui suggests, leaning down to place a soft kiss on Wensong's forehead, who is momentarily lost in thought. "You've been consuming nutritional supplements for days, and your palate requires real food. I will prepare something in the kitchen." Wensong slowly nods, "All right." Guan Sui rises, exits the bathroom, and gently closes the door behind him. Upon returning to their room, he tidies the bed that has been left in disarray from their earlier activities. The blankets on the floor are in a tangled heap, and 2 pillows, forgotten in the corner, await their owner to retrieve them. Ding dong. A WeChat notification alerts Wensong's phone. Though Guan Sui initially intends to disregard the message, the sound beckons him closer. Chapter 81. Wensong is bathing. If there is anything to discuss, address it with me. Guan Sui approaches the bedside table, picks up Wensong's phone, and taps the screen. The WeChat messages lie quietly on the lock screen. Upon closer inspection, he notices a contact named Zhao Mingzhu. The sender has sent 2 messages, likely a lengthy discourse, with parts concealed from view. Having previously assisted Wensong in messaging others, Guan Sui skillfully unlocks the device and accesses WeChat, noticing a red dot beside Zhao Mingzhu's avatar in the message list. Without hesitation, he calmly taps to open the conversation. Zhao Mingzhu, you mentioned having someone you like. Are you referring to Guan Sui? Zhao Mingzhu, I've contemplated many matters these past 2 days and remain perplexed. Some things cannot be articulated in text. We should meet privately to discuss our situation with Guan Sui. After reading the messages, Guan Sui long presses the voice message button and articulates, word by word, Wensong is bathing. If there is something to discuss, converse with me. Releasing his finger, the voice message is swiftly sent. Minutes pass without a response from Zhao Mingzhu. Guan Sui places the phone back in its original spot and resumes tidying the still disordered room. Once everything is in order, he returns to the bathroom to refill the tub with warm water for Wensong before heading to the kitchen to prepare lunch. At Silver Lake Mansion, Zhao Mingzhu has secluded himself at home for 2 days, surrounded by a chaotic array of empty bottles and cigarette butts. With trusted confidants managing his company, there are no immediate concerns in his absence. After taking over for more than half a month and settling into a routine, he seldom encountered matters that necessitated his personal intervention. Whenever he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with thoughts of Wensong and Guan Sui. He couldn't fathom why these two seemingly unrelated individuals were intertwined. Initially, Wensong's silence and refusal to meet him in private wounded his pride deeply. And upon discovering that the other harbored affections for someone else, he felt too embarrassed to inquire about the identity of that person. Following a confrontation at the bar with Guan Sui, Zhao Mingzhu, unlike the clarity he had experienced in the past 2 days, found himself unable to act as a detective. Searching through the myriad of events, gatherings, and interactions over the past few months for clues, his mind felt burdened, as if wearing an invisible green hat, and he was filled with an uncontainable frustration. Had it not been for a friend who spotted Guan Sui and Wensong together at the hospital, he might have remained blissfully ignorant for life. It was infuriating. Unable to comprehend the situation, Zhao Mingzhu chose to continue messaging Wensong, insisting that he would only believe the truth if he heard it directly from the other's lips, rather than merely from Guan Sui's ostentatious display. To his astonishment, a cold, clear voice responded in the voice message. Wensong is in the shower. If there's anything to discuss, speak with me. The one replying was actually Guan Sui. Zhao Mingzhu clenched his fist and struck the sofa with force, causing a significant depression in its surface. Why was Guan Sui at Wensong's side at this hour? Speaking in such an ambiguous manner, as an experienced alpha, he understood that having the one he admired nearby would make it difficult to maintain composure. It was all too easy to guess what Wensong and Guan Sui had engaged in the previous night. In that moment, Zhao Mingzhu felt a slight constriction in his breath. Witnessing it firsthand would surely be more devastating. With a beep, the door unlocked. Su Shaozi entered the villa, immediately greeted by the pungent scent of alcohol and smoke. His brow furrowed involuntarily as he navigated the scattered cans and cigarette butts. Holding his breath as he approached the sofa, there lay Zhao Mingzhu, resembling a lifeless fish, with his hand over his eyes and the corners of his lips turned down. The alpha's pheromones were intensely agitated, and despite sensing someone beside him, he remained in his despondent state. I couldn't find you at the office today, Su Shaozi remarked. Assistantly mentioned you took a week off. I thought you were ill, so I came to check on you, but he surveyed the chaotic surroundings. Zhao Mingzhu's shirt was wrinkled, indicating it hadn't been changed in days, and his chin was unkempt with stubble. You seem utterly defeated. Zhao Mingzhu remained silent. Su Shaozi's temper flared. Are you regretting your engagement? It's too late for that now. The road ahead is still uncertain. Zhao Mingzhu, this path is yours to tread, and you must see it through. If it were not for his affections for Zhao Mingzhu, how could he endure watching him languish for another? Moreover, all of this turmoil stemmed from the influence of pheromones. Their compatibility was an astonishing 95%. Thus, Zhao Mingzhu holds an irresistible allure for Su Shaozi. Likewise, Su Shaozi possesses an undeniable charm for Zhao Mingzhu. However, setting aside the matter of pheromones, Zhao Mingzhu harbors affections for another. Su Shaozi has always been aware of this. He is a rather proud Omega, Since Zhao Mingzhu has consented to their engagement, he must adhere to the prearranged terms and remain steadfastly by his side. Su Xiaoze initially believed that Zhao Mingzhu would continue to feign silence. The temperamental alpha's demeanor now exacerbated by evident distress, as if he were grappling with an intolerable situation. Perhaps a heartbreak. Though Su Xiaoze is not part of Zhao Mingzhu's circle, he has vaguely heard murmurs that Wensong swiftly entered a relationship with another alpha following their engagement. This information came from idle chatter overheard at the Cloud Bar, and the specifics remain elusive to him. To his surprise, Zhao Mingzhu's voice was slightly hoarse, revealing that he had scarcely spoken in recent days. Have you reached an agreement with Guan Sui? Su Xiaoze's face betrayed a flicker of panic, quickly concealed, as he swallowed hard and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Mingzhu lowered his arms, his once vibrant peach blossom eyes now clouded with fatigue and bloodshot from insufficient sleep. "You sought me out precisely because Guan Sui is orchestrating matters behind the scenes, am I correct?" Su Xiaoze steadied his racing heart, ensuring that the alpha perceived not a trace of his trepidation. "I do not comprehend your meaning." Zhao Mingzhu sat upright, fixating his gaze intently on Su Xiaoze, who possessed an exceptionally striking omega appearance, characterized by a delicate beauty and a sweet, peach-like pheromone. Their compatibility was remarkable. Even the slightest release of pheromones could draw them together. "Su Xiaoze," Zhao Mingzhu suddenly called out, "what is it that you find appealing about me? My face? Or my pheromones?" Su Xiaoze had anticipated that the alpha would continue to inquire about matters concerning Guan Sui, but instead, he posed a question that seemed trivial in comparison. During this period, they had engaged in playful encounters, shared kisses, and spent intimate moments together, weathering each other's sensitive phases and heats. Before succumbing to his temper, Zhao Mingzhu was a considerate alpha, exhibiting a gentlemanly demeanor, even in matters of intimacy, creating an illusion of being deeply in love. Perhaps it was the influence of pheromones that led Su Xiaoze to develop a stronger affection for Zhao Mingzhu than other omegas. "To marry me, Zhao Mingzhu," he remarked with a hint of sardonic amusement. "You have conspired with Guan Sui behind my back. Haven't you?" Su Xiaoze quickly denied, "I have not." "You have lost nothing, have you? Your ambitions remain intact. Wasn't your initial goal to secure the position of heir?" He had indeed agreed to collaborate with Guan Sui, but he had never taken any action that would jeopardize Zhao Mingzhu's interests. At most, it incited the illegitimate child of the branch office to instill a sense of crisis in Zhao Mingzhu, and furthermore, it hastened the engagement, allowing Zhao Mingzhu to assume the role of a formidable heir sooner. Beyond this, he had not committed any act that could be deemed a betrayal against Zhao Mingzhu. In fact, he even brought a substantial equity stake from Qixing as a dowry for the other party. Is that not sufficient? You need not conceal the truth. Zhao Mingzhu stated that Guan Sui had indeed admitted to manipulating the union. Su Xiaoze was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Guan Sui's admission. However, it was quite reasonable. For Guan Sui and Zhao Mingzhu shared a brotherly bond, and such a commendable act would naturally be communicated. At this moment, Su Xiaoze remained oblivious to Guan Sui's relationship with Wensong, nor did he understand that Guan Sui sought his collaboration to facilitate Wensong's departure from Zhao Mingzhu. When Guan Sui initially approached him for collaboration, the conditions proposed included handing Zhao Mingzhu over to him and sharing a project with Qixing. After all, he harbored feelings for Zhao Mingzhu, so why not embrace the opportunity? Su Xiaoze interjected, "But we are all doing this for you." "Enough," Zhao Mingzhu interrupted Su Xiaoze. "Whether for me or for yourselves, I am quite clear. You marrying me was also a maneuver to gain power in Qixing. Moreover, not long ago, Dingsheng allocated a project to your company, and with the union with Zhengrong, you would not suffer any loss, would you?" Su Xiaoze fell silent, for these assertions were indeed true. As for Guan Sui, Zhao Mingzhu had recognized from that night at the bar that Guan Sui's intentions were directed towards Wensong. No wonder his meticulously orchestrated plans were suddenly disrupted. It appeared there was an unseen hand at play. Guan Sui. The union was not an obligatory path, yet it had regrettably become the only avenue for survival. "I do not wish to involve myself in your affairs," Zhao Mingzhu stated coldly. Su Xiaoze bit his lip. "Have you developed feelings for Wensong?" Zhao Mingzhu was momentarily rendered speechless by the unexpected inquiry. Did he like Wensong? It was the same refrain. Who would not appreciate a docile, understanding, and caring individual like Wensong? Alas, she was a beta. In truth, Zhao Mingzhu had yet to fully comprehend his own emotions. After all, he genuinely liked Guan Sui, while his feelings for Wensong remained ambiguous. It was uncertain whether it was due to her striking resemblance to Guan Sui or some other reason. Observing Zhao Mingzhu lost in thought, Su Shaozi felt a pang of pity. Lamenting the irony of a supposed romantic prodigy who could not discern the meaning of affection, he remarked, "If you do not harbor feelings for her, why present yourself in such a woeful manner?" In an instant, Zhao Mingzhu experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, if he did not like Wensong, why was he in such a dismal state? He acknowledged that an alpha's pride and possessiveness had been humbled. Perhaps the feelings he held for Wensong had accumulated and transformed through their interactions over time. Su Shaozi noted the change in Zhao Mingzhu's expression and scoffed. But what does liking her matter? Zhengrong and Qixing have long been intertwined. Would you be willing to forsake your position as heir for Wensong? As soon as those words escaped his lips, Zhao Mingzhu's fleeting joy vanished entirely. If you are willing, Su Shaozi articulated, then your father's illegitimate child must be quite pleased. He could no longer maintain the facade. After years of unfulfilled desires, his temper could no longer be restrained. He feigned contemplation and remarked, "Oh, it suddenly occurs to me that your agreement has long since concluded. I have heard that Wensong has someone she admires. Even if you intend to relinquish the position of the illustrious heir for her sake, she may not require it." Each word pierced Zhao Mingzhu's heart like a sharpened blade. The sudden surge of joy nearly made him forget that Wensong was now with Guan Sui. "Zhao Mingzhu." Su Shaozi bent down, gazing intently at the face of the alpha. "You are likely destined to be bound to me for life." He suppressed his usual demeanor of affection, arrogance, and softness. Speaking in an exceedingly indifferent tone, "You can only truly leave once I no longer need you." Zhao Mingzhu pressed his thin lips into a straight line. Su Shaozi stood upright. "You ought to take a good look in the mirror and see just how unappealing your complexion has become. Do not make it seem as though I am coercing you, for you are also a benefactor." After speaking, Su Shaozi adjusted the cuffs of his suit, his gaze falling upon a pair of exquisite cufflinks nestled among a heap of refuse. Before departing, he added, "This brand is rather niche, yet I have never seen you wear it. Personally, I feel it ill suits you. The design is somewhat outdated. You ought to procure the latest designs. However, you will likely be unable to obtain the newest models, as the company has already been contracted by Dingsheng." Once Su Shaozi departed, Zhao Mingzhu remained seated on the sofa, staring blankly at the cufflink for an extended period. This was the birthday gift Wensong had bestowed upon him last year. She seemed quite fond of the jewelry from that store, as nearly all her gifts to him were sourced from there. It must be said, the craftsmanship was indeed remarkable. The design, details, and workmanship were exquisite, rivaling any luxury brand. Regrettably, such treasures would no longer be available. Wensong, while indulging in a bath, inadvertently slipped into slumber. Perhaps it was the exhaustion of recent days, coupled with the steam of the hot water, that lulled her into a drowsy state. Fortunately, Guan Sui had anticipated such a scenario, occasionally checking the water temperature while preparing dinner, concerned that the beta might drown if she slept too deeply. Once again succumbing to sleep, Wensong suddenly dreamt of soaring, feeling weightless. Upon awakening, she discovered Guan Sui lifting her from the bathtub. Noticing the drowsy figure in his arms, the alpha walked steadily, cradling the beta wrapped in a towel into the room, gently drying her off before placing her back under the covers. He tucked the blanket around her, speaking softly, "If you are still tired, you may continue to sleep." After being carried to the room and dried off, her sleepiness had long dissipated, and she merely yawned. "I'm no longer tired. What about you?" Wensong nestled into Guan Sui's embrace, inhaling gently. "Has the sensitive period concluded? From what I learned in physiology class, an alpha's sensitive phase lasts at least 3 days." In Chapter 82, so well-behaved, Guan Sui felt a tender stir within as Wensong leaned closer, delicately inhaling the scent at his neck. There was no hint of seduction or ambiguity in Wensong's actions. It was a pure expression of concern for the alpha's well-being. The pheromones had diminished. Did that indicate the sensitive period had come to an end? Being a beta, Wensong was unaware of the intricacies surrounding an alpha's sensitive period. Despite having excelled in physiology, he understood that theoretical knowledge often diverges from practical experience, especially considering that each alpha situation varies. Some alphas with higher pheromone levels may experience their sensitive phases differently than ordinary alphas. Typically, such cycles last about 35 days. Guan Sui recognized that Wensong, as a beta, had the unique ability to detect alpha and omega pheromones without triggering any physical response. To him, pheromones felt akin to different fragrances. Having awoken today after administering an inhibitor, he helped Wensong into a shirt, noting that the sensitive period would officially conclude tomorrow. Wensong was entirely compliant, allowing the alpha to assist him in dressing. Tilting his chin upward, he inquired, "Will I be of no use to you?" As Guan Sui fastened the buttons, he lifted his gaze with a knowing look and replied, "In a few days, my grandmother will undergo surgery, and I fear you may be unable to rise from bed." Wensong conceded, "I must admit, the possibility you mentioned is quite likely." The harmonious exchanges over the past 2 days had left him with a yearning that was almost unbearable. The thought of accompanying the alpha through a complete sensitive period was daunting. He would require at least a week to recover. Otherwise, his legs would tremble and weaken upon standing, and he might even collapse to the floor. Guan Sui finished fastening the shirt and adjusted the collar before planting a soft kiss on Wensong's forehead. His cool voice, laced with amusement, brushed against Wensong's ear as he said, "Next time, you shall accompany me through the entire sensitive period." Wensong obediently nodded in agreement. As an alpha's partner, it was imperative to fulfill each other's needs. Guan Sui pressed gentle kisses on Wensong's eyelids, nose, and cheeks, wishing for moments of skin-to-skin contact to last 24 hours. Even simple gestures like holding hands or embracing ignited a profound excitement within him. Observing Wensong's lack of resistance, he leaned in to kiss the corner of his lips once more. "So well-behaved," he murmured, as Wensong reciprocated the alpha's kiss. In these past few days, they had shared countless kisses, yet none felt as serene and tender as this. They gravitated towards each other devoid of desire, attuned to one another's heartbeat and breath. Guan Sui cradled the back of Wensong's head, his hand instinctively resting on the slender waist of the beta, as their intimate, moist kiss lingered. After the kiss, Guan Sui pecked Wensong's lips repeatedly. He then asked, "Do you still have the strength to put on your pants?" Wensong nodded slightly. "I can manage." Although feeling somewhat weak, it was not to the extent of being unable to care for oneself. Rising, Guan Sui placed the clean garments he had retrieved from the wardrobe beside Wensong. "I have brought out the meals from the kitchen. Once you are dressed, you may come over," he stated. Wensong nodded like a chick pecking at grains, replying, "All right." Guan Sui began to question whether he was suffering from skin hunger, for he found himself constantly yearning to be close to Wensong. Unable to resist, he reached out and ruffled the other's hair affectionately. From the angle of the alpha standing by the bed, the loose shirt revealed the entirety of the upper body, exposing not only the dazzlingly fair skin, but also the suggestive marks that sparked imagination. Seeing that Wensong had not yet departed, he lifted his head while grasping his trousers. A puzzled sound escaped his throat, only to be silenced a moment later by Guan Sui lifting his chin and planting another kiss on his lips. Even before he had fully donned his clothes, he had already been subjected to countless liberties. "Why did you kiss me again?" Wensong inquired calmly, blinking. Guan Sui replied with conviction, "You are adorable, and I wanted to kiss you." Wensong then posed a soul-searching question. "Are you aware that you are rather clingy?" He had never encountered an alpha with such a stark contrast between their cool exterior and their private demeanor. Guan Sui raised an eyebrow. "Do you not like it?" Wensong answered truthfully, "I do, but I'm feeling a bit hungry now. If we continue kissing, I might not be able to eat later. What if the alpha gets carried away? The sensitivity period has not yet passed." "I'm not teasing you," Guan Sui said, resting his tongue against his cheek. "I shall go and reheat the food." He could never allow Wensong to go hungry, especially since he had endured the sensitivity period with suppressants. Furthermore, even though his proud self-control faltered in the presence of someone he cherished, it did not mean he would behave like a beast. The alpha turned and left without a hint of hesitation. It was evident that he hurried to the kitchen to bring out the prepared meals upon hearing Wensong mention his hunger. After dining, Wensong returned to his room to catch up on sleep. Tomorrow was New Year's Day, and the company was on holiday. The physical exertion during the alpha's sensitivity period had been excessive, and he had scarcely enjoyed any restful sleep. Thus, he needed time to recuperate. As for Guan Sui, he attended to company affairs. Currently still in the sensitivity period, he had taken leave to work from home. His new assistant, surnamed Zhou, was an alpha who was loyal, honest, clever, and meticulous, always following orders without complaints. Most importantly, he was loyal to Guan Sui. Assistant Jean was a subordinate of Guan Sui's alpha father, frequently tasked with supervising him, conveying orders, or providing guidance from an elder's perspective. Guan Sui decided to transfer him to a branch office to manage work, requesting the HR department to recruit a new life assistant, who would not only handle daily chores but also assist with various company matters. The boss, Assistant Zhou, stood beside the coffee table, reporting the occurrences within the company, subsequently detailing the findings of the investigation. As per your instructions, the information regarding Zhao Mingzhu has been conveyed to Su Xiaozi. Presumably, the latter aims to stabilize Qixing by ensuring Zhao Mingzhu continues with the marriage. Guan Sui responded with a simple acknowledgement. Assistant Zhou continued. Furthermore, the matter of terminating cooperation with Zhengrong has reached Director Guan, who visited the company today seeking you. Guan Sui, with his hands clasped upon the table, inquired, "What did he say?" Assistant Zhou replied, "Director Guan expressed that you should approach him once your sensitive period concludes." His demeanor was rather grim, appearing to come to you in a state of indignation. In recent days, Guan Ming had attempted to reach Guan Sui several times via phone, yet none were answered. Having occupied a high position for many years, he was unaccustomed to such treatment, and it was evident that discomfort had long since filled his heart. Not to mention, he was also his son. No matter how strong Guan Ming's desire for control, he would always be his father, at most offering a few verbal admonitions. And with the protection of his grandfather and father, he would not be subjected to harsh reprimands. After all, he had never been an obedient child. No one could dictate the course of his life, not even his alpha father. Guan Sui, unperturbed, replied, "Understood. You may return now." Assistant Zhou nodded, and just as he was about to leave, he seemed to recall something and retrieved a small gift box from his pocket, placing it on the coffee table. "The item you requested has been prepared." After Zhou departed, Guan Sui leaned back, extending his hand to pick up the red velvet gift box, which he toyed with in his palm, as if contemplating something of significant importance. Chapter 83. May the ring be presented to me? Guan Sui fixed his gaze upon the red velvet box for a full 15 minutes, maintaining his posture without a hint of movement, his fingers resting on his chin. Lost in profound thought. To give or not to give? He found himself momentarily indecisive. His thumb gently caressed the red velvet box, resting on the edge of the seam, applying gentle pressure to push the lid upwards. The box opened to reveal 2 simple plain rings. These rings had been custom-made the day after Zhao Mingzhu's engagement, crafted by a niche brand favored by Wensong, characterized by its simplicity, with the letters Samps inscribed within, representing their names. Initially, he intended to present them to Wensong during the new year. However, now, Guan Sui found himself hesitating. The act of gifting the ring would signify eternity. His feelings for Wensong were undeniably sincere, yet it was not a lack of trust in her affections that troubled him. Rather, the words of Song Lanxue echoed persistently in his mind, a stark reminder that someone as docile and gentle as Wensong would never lie or conceal her emotions. However, with Song Lanxue's surgery successful, she would surely return to Qingshan town after a period of recovery. But what of Wensong? Would she accompany Song Lanxue back to Qingshan town? Guan Sui was uncertain. Yet he was acutely aware that Wensong held a deep-seated aversion toward Suicheng, the Wen family, and the incessant social interactions with disinterested individuals that characterized life there. His presence in this place was solely to attend to Song Lanxue's ailment, but inevitably, he would return to his roots. That was where his true home lay. He could not suppress the thought that his existence might become a burden to Wensong. Guan Sui gazed at the ring nestled within the crimson velvet box, unable to stifle a self-deprecating smile. He had never anticipated that the proud demeanor he typically maintained would give rise to such thoughts. This introspection was ignited by Zhao Mingzhu's remarks at the bar, prompting Guan Sui to earnestly contemplate Wensong's attachment to Qingshan town. However, he had never been one to bury matters deep within. Clarity was essential. As for the ring, he would weigh Wensong's response before deciding whether to offer it. He did not wish to confine Wensong to Suicheng with a mere piece of jewelry, despite harboring selfish and unkind thoughts. "Are you busy?" came Wensong's melodious voice from the doorway, interrupting his reverie. Guan Sui had been so absorbed in the ring that he failed to notice Wensong's entrance into the living room, just as he intended to discreetly conceal the ring. He was a moment too late. Wensong's keen eyes had already caught sight of it as he leisurely approached the sofa. "Is that a ring?" Wensong inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. With a soft click, the crimson velvet box was shut, their voices overlapping almost synchronously. Guan Sui's actions had been conspicuously overt, akin to a deliberate attempt to conceal the ring's existence. Wensong blinked. "Did I ruin the surprise you were preparing?" Primarily, he had woken from slumber to find the room shrouded in darkness, devoid of anyone but himself. Intrigued by what Guan Sui might be engaged in, he ventured into the living room and fortuitously spotted the crimson velvet box, typically reserved for rings. Perhaps his grogginess had dulled his senses, leading him to inquire without a second thought. "Not at all," Guan Sui replied, abandoning any pretense of secrecy. "Then what was that earlier?" Wensong was not oblivious. While he often displayed a degree of insensitivity to emotional nuances, such a blatant action was unmistakable. "I intended to give it to you later," Guan Sui replied, half seriously. "Tonight is New Year's Eve." With that, he gestured for Wensong to join him, patting the space beside him on the sofa. "Aren't you feeling unwell? Don't stand. Come sit." Wensong walked with a slightly awkward gait, taking slow steps until he leaned against Guan Sui and settled down with deliberate slowness. His eyes flicked to the crimson velvet box in Guan Sui's hand, his curiosity barely concealed. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten that today is New Year's Eve," he remarked, unable to suppress a sense of nostalgia. "Time passes so swiftly. In just a few days, it will be the day of my grandmother's surgery." Upon hearing this, Guan Sui gently embraced Wensong's shoulders, offering reassurance. "Do not worry. The surgery will undoubtedly be successful. The doctor has indicated that Grandma's current condition is optimistic, with a probability of at least 80%. The treatment was timely and well managed. It is still early, and there is nothing to be overly concerned about. Furthermore, I will be by your side throughout this." Wensong nodded, the flicker of anxiety within him finally dissipating and settling into a sense of reassurance. "All right." Guan Sui gazed at the profile of the beta nestled within his embrace, pondering a matter that had weighed heavily on his mind in recent days. He posed a direct question. "Have you considered what you will do after Grandma's surgery?" Wensong responded candidly. "I plan to rent a 2-bedroom apartment to observe Grandma's recovery." Guan Sui pressed further. "She will certainly recover well. Do you have any other plans?" Wensong pondered for a moment. Though merely seconds passed, Guan Sui felt as if time had stretched infinitely. Just moments ago, he had been urging Wensong to remain calm, yet now he found himself tense with anticipation. At last, he heard Wensong articulate with deliberate clarity, "I will take Grandma back to Qingshan town. And what about you?" Upon hearing those 3 words, Wensong turned to face the closely positioned Guan Sui, refraining from answering directly and instead inquired, "Do you wish for me to stay in Suicheng?" He tossed the question back to Guan Sui for a response. Before Guan Sui could reply, Wensong preempted him, stating, "If you wish for me to remain in Suicheng, I will stay." In that moment, the turmoil that had plagued Guan Sui for days finally found resolution. He had once contemplated whisking Wensong away to obtain a marriage certificate or confining him, binding him to his side without allowing any chance of departure. Yet Wensong was free. Song Lanxue also required care. He could not act selfishly in such a manner. What about Grandma? Guan Sui was particularly concerned about this matter. Wensong lowered his gaze. "Grandma will be looked after by my uncle and the others, and I will return frequently." Qingshan town is very close to Suicheng. It's merely a 2-hour drive. While I cannot provide constant care, I can return any time on weekends. With that, he lifted his gaze towards the red velvet box. Can the ring be given to me now? Chapter 84. You are never wrong. Wensong could discern that Guan Sui had been preoccupied these past few days. Otherwise, he would not have repeatedly attempted to mark a beta during this sensitive period, persistently sniffing and gently nibbling at his neck, clearly seeking to detect any pheromones left behind by his partner as a sign of successful marking. This behavior reflected an alpha's acute sense of insecurity, a lingering feeling of inadequacy. Had it been a matter of possessiveness, a different method would have been employed to mark his prey. Initially, Wensong assumed these were merely the peculiarities of Guan Sui's alpha nature, until he witnessed the serious expression on his face as he fixated on the red velvet box, coupled with an apparent desire to conceal his intentions. In that instant, Wensong understood that Guan Sui harbored something within his heart, contemplating the ring but hesitating, only to grasp the issue at hand when he asked whether they would return to Qingshan town. Alpha's thoughts were well concealed, yet for reasons unknown, Wensong saw through them at a glance, perhaps due to the understanding forged through their time together. Of course, Guan Sui replied, his Adam's apple bobbing, having purchased the gift specifically for Wensong. Wensong remained silent, a hint of skepticism flickering across his expression. Guan Sui feigned calmness, not revealing an ounce of insecurity under Wensong's gaze, setting aside his initial intention to conceal the ring until a later date. It had indeed been intended as a gift for Wensong. It was merely a matter of timing, devoid of any other considerations. Will you give it to me now? Wensong inquired. Guan Sui had envisioned a moment of ritual significance at midnight on New Year's Eve, but now, having been discovered, the surprise had dissipated. Presenting it now was acceptable. Their relationship did not necessitate such formalities. Just as he was about to speak, Wensong suddenly remarked, forget it. Just give it to me at midnight. We need some formality. All right, Guan Sui naturally acquiesced. Wensong unexpectedly leaned against Alpha, inhaling the faint scent of tequila pheromones that enveloped the other, which inexplicably brought him a sense of reassurance. I'm sorry. Guan Sui was momentarily taken aback by the sudden apology. The beta in his arms felt entirely relaxed, the scent of lilac shower gel mingling with his own, while soft strands of hair brushed against his collarbone, creating a ticklish sensation. The scene was exceptionally heartwarming. Why are you apologizing to me? He inquired. Wensong sniffed, stifling a yawn. It's because the inhibitor you took during your sensitive period has left you feeling insecure. Guan Sui was struck, as he had not anticipated that the seemingly emotionally detached Wensong would internalize these unspoken concerns and vocalize them, thereby reassuring him amidst the turmoil his pheromones incited. Thus, Wensong was far from being oblivious. His previous indifference towards Zhao Mingzhu stemmed solely from a lack of affection. Even the most unperceptive individuals, when in love, tend to notice the subtle nuances of emotional fluctuations. It's all right, Guan Sui murmured, lowering his head to kiss the crown of the beta's hair. Taking inhibitors during a sensitive period is entirely normal. As for the insecurity, he acknowledged that he could never entirely eliminate that feeling. Loving someone inherently entails an inability to guarantee emotional stability or tranquility. The only assurance one can offer is a promise never to blame, resent, or abandon the other, regardless of circumstances. Alpha's possessiveness was intense, particularly since Wensong was a beta whose inability to be marked would only heighten his feelings of insecurity. However, Guan Sui would not resort to any obsessive or extreme behaviors, nor would he impose restrictions on Wensong's social life. At most, he might feel a twinge of jealousy and steal a few more kisses. Will it have any consequences? Wensong asked, curiosity evident in his voice. He was concerned that excessive use of inhibitors might lead to adverse effects, as many novels and dramas often depicted the necessity of an omega to alleviate such issues. If I recall correctly, there are some issues regarding the pheromones related to Guan Sui, though Wensong cannot clearly remember the specifics, as he did not thoroughly examine the report provided to him at the time. It's not possible, Guan Sui asserted. The inhibitor was developed by my family, and it has no side effects. Long-term use poses no harm to either the pheromones or the human body. Otherwise, our company would not rank among the top few in the country, virtually monopolizing the inhibitor industry, which attests to the remarkable efficacy of our product compared to our peers. Furthermore, Guan Sui added, if this continues, your body will not be able to withstand it. What if you miss your grandmother's surgery? I cannot allow my needs to disrupt your normal life. Wensong nodded, acknowledging I understand. He was well aware of the purpose behind the alpha injection inhibitor. Yet, both were considering each other as feelings, comprehending one another as thoughts. That was sufficient. There is no need for apologies, Guan Sui remarked. You're never at fault. A wave of emotion swept through Wensong's chest, akin to a flutter of joy. All right, he replied succinctly, his response devoid of any insincerity. Wensong seldom articulated his own desires, as his upbringing taught him to conceal what he needed or preferred, even avoiding mentioning disliked foods or items. It was simple. This behavior stemmed from a concern about burdening his grandmother or others. Rather than relying on or blaming others, it was better to regulate one's own actions and thoughts. Unless faced with someone he genuinely detested, such as Wensong felt a profound aversion towards this biological father, his emotions laid bare, almost etched with indifference and disdain. Are you hungry? Guan Sui pondered, noting that it was getting late, and Wensong had not eaten since lunch at 2 o'clock. A little, Wensong replied. What would you like to eat? Should we order takeout, or shall I prepare something for you? Wensong glanced at the notebook on the coffee table, contemplating before responding, let us order takeout. There's a nearby shop that serves delicious lamb noodles. I've checked it out. It's run by an elderly gentleman, and both the dining area and kitchen are quite clean. Sometimes, I stop by to take some home after work. Hearing Wensong analyze so earnestly, Guan Sui found him inexplicably endearing. Which shop? Guan Sui temporarily put the gift box back in his pocket, took out his phone, opened a delivery app, and offered it to Wensong. Take a look. Wensong accepted the phone and, finding the familiar restaurant, expertly ordered a serving of lamb noodles. He then inquired, what will you eat? The same as you. Guan Sui replied. Wensong added an extra order of lamb noodles and noted that one bowl should not include cilantro. Seeing this, Guan Sui asked, don't you like cilantro? Without lifting his head, Wensong answered, you don't like it. He indeed does not often eat cilantro, Guan Sui mused. It's not that he cannot accept it at all. Occasionally, he will eat it if it's included in the noodles from outside. It was primarily a result of Guan Ming's coercion that the other party was not permitted to be picky and was expected to excel in all areas. Consequently, Guan Sui rarely revealed any preferences for anything. He inquired, how do you know I don't like coriander? In chapter 85, you haven't kissed me yet. Wensong returned the phone to Guan Sui and earnestly replied, last time I cooked noodles, I added a bit of coriander, and you didn't eat a single bite. Thus, he deduced that the other party did not enjoy coriander. You might tolerate a little coriander, he remarked, but this restaurant uses quite a bit, and I fear you may not be accustomed to it. As Guan Sui input his payment password and placed the order, he suddenly asked, are you this considerate towards Zhao Mingzhu as well? Wensong responded, he is my client. You are my boyfriend. The significance is entirely different. The former involved financial transactions devoid of emotion, treating the other party with professional seriousness, while the latter was a mutual pursuit rooted in affection, driven by a genuine desire to be in a romantic relationship. This explanation resonated with Guan Sui, who had merely asked out of curiosity, and his mood brightened considerably. Do not compare yourself to him, Wensong stated. There is no basis for comparison. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Guan Sui's mood became even more buoyant and elated, almost as if he were wagging his tail, should he have one. I understand, Guan Sui nodded. Wensong then yawned, saying, I'll continue to rest for a while. You can attend to your matters. Guan Sui indeed had work-related tasks to handle. His hand fell from Wensong's shoulder to his slender waist, gently stroking the fabric of his shirt, devoid of any lustful or ambiguous implications. Go ahead. I'll call you when the takeout arrives, Wensong replied softly. Yet, he made no move to leave. Observing this, Guan Sui asked, what's wrong? Can't you move? Wensong candidly replied, you haven't kissed me yet. In recent days, the alpha had transformed into a fervent kissing enthusiast, seizing any opportunity to plant kisses on cheeks, earlobes, chins, noses, and eyelids. In summary, whenever a chance arose, he would immediately lean down for a kiss, and even during conversations, moments of silence would often be interrupted by an obligatory kiss. Initially, it was presumed that Guan Sui's demeanor stemmed from his nature in love, but it became evident that the other party was in a sensitive phase, harboring insecurities. Thus, Guan Sui decided that if he did not take the initiative, Wensong would simply have to do so, seizing the moment before the alpha could react. Wensong leaned in and pressed his lips against the corner of Guan Sui's mouth. Just as he intended to withdraw and conclude the kiss, Guan Sui's hand, which had been resting on his waist, moved to the back of his head, tilting it slightly, and accurately captured his lips. Wensong's mouth was forcefully invaded, the taste of tequila pheromones flooding his senses as their tongues entwined, producing delicate sounds. When the kiss finally ended, Wensong was nearly breathless. The alpha had kissed him with such intensity that he barely had a chance to catch his breath. Guan Sui gently caressed Wensong's rosy lips with his thumb, pressing down on the lower lip, his expression somewhat enigmatic as he stated, "Now we have kissed." Wensong replied softly, Guan Sui, it's time to sleep. I'm not tired. Wensong could not help but respond. After a kiss, drowsiness vanished entirely. May I sit here and watch you work? Rest assured, I won't make a sound to disturb you. Guan Sui longed for Wensong to remain by his side, to be able to kiss, embrace, and, most fundamentally, to see him at all times. Of course, he replied, I will fetch you some sliced fruit. You can sit here and keep me company while I work. Wensong wanted to decline the trouble, but ultimately nodded with a demeanor reminiscent of a chick pecking at grains. The fruit was something Guan Sui had asked his assistant, Zhao, to buy along the way. He went to the kitchen and cut the crisp peaches, mangoes, and grapefruits, neatly placing them in different fruit bowls. Finally, he retrieved some milk from the refrigerator, warmed it, and set it all before Wensong. The coffee table was rather small, with the fruit bowls closely nestled beside the notebook. Thank you, Wensong said, tilting his head upward. Guan Sui sat down and asked, Is that all? Just a verbal thank you? Wensong clearly understood the implication of his words this time. He leaned in and planted a kiss on the alpha's lips. Progress, Guan Sui remarked, licking his lips, which still seemed to retain the essence of beta, this time not merely a kiss on the cheek or the corner of the mouth. Wensong responded, You mentioned before that adults kiss on the lips, while children kiss on the cheeks. Guan Sui paused for a moment, then suddenly chuckled softly. Wensong, puzzled, asked, What are you laughing at? Guan Sui continued to chuckle for a while. It's nothing. I just find you obedient and exceptionally well-behaved. His previous comment had merely been playful banter, a means to provoke his partner for not settling for a simple kiss on the cheek. However, if Wensong took it seriously, it would be for the best, as he could then gain more advantages in the future. Wensong thought. This remark seemed to be a compliment, yet it felt peculiarly off to him. Eat up, Guan Sui said, unable to resist ruffling Wensong's hair. I'll handle my work. Wensong's hair became tousled as he brushed it back into place. All right. The two settled on the living room sofa, each engrossed in their tasks. Guan Sui's serious demeanor, while working, concealed the softer side he often displayed in front of Wensong. He was wholly absorbed in his work, his profile austere, his eyes imbued with tranquility. When confronted with challenging matters, he would furrow his brows slightly and press his lips down, exhibiting no signs of irritation, appearing emotionally stable. During meetings, his tone was cold and authoritative, instilling a sense of respect among listeners. Wensong ate fruit while attentively listening to Guan Sui conduct an international video conference, where the other party spoke fluently in a foreign language, without any hesitations or flaws in accent. It was only natural. Guan Sui had spent several years abroad, undoubtedly acquiring much knowledge along the way. Suddenly, the sound of Guan Sui's phone ringing, accompanied by a knock on the door, interrupted the meeting. The unexpected noise signaled to Wensong that the takeaway had arrived. Just as he was about to rise and open the door, Guan Sui placed a hand on his shoulder and uttered a few words to the video conference. The other side continued their report, and then the microphone was muted. I'll go fetch it, he said. Not keeping the delivery person waiting for too long, Guan Sui returned with 2 portions of lamb noodles. Wensong approached the dining table, where the chair was conveniently pulled out for him by Alpha, who then opened the takeout containing cilantro and positioned it before him, along with a pair of chopsticks. "You eat first," Guan Sui remarked after setting everything up. "I have 10 more minutes left in this meeting." This was not the first time Wensong had experienced Guan Sui's attentiveness. Each time he witnessed such consideration from Alpha, he couldn't help but feel that the other was exceedingly adept at it. Yet, he recalled Guan Sui mentioning that he had never been in a relationship. So why was he so skilled? Had he envisioned such scenarios countless times in his mind? "All right, you go ahead and work," Wensong replied, picking up his chopsticks and savoring the lamb noodles. In the past, the apartment had been a quiet solitude with only him, and he relished the joy of being alone. No socializing, no communication, devoid of the need to engage with others. Yet now, a voice intruded upon this tranquility, and it seemed rather pleasant. At the very least, the loneliness that had been concealed within his heart began to dissipate. Chapter 86. So where's my ring? Halfway through his meal, Guan Sui was still engaged in the conference. Eventually, the other party moved their laptop to the dining table, continuing the meeting while eating lamb noodles. Indeed, being a boss was no easy feat. One couldn't simply resign, as the company depended on the heir's management. Apart from trivial matters that required no upper management involvement, there was an unending stream of work to handle daily. Cough, cough. Wensong accidentally choked on a mouthful of lamb noodles. He covered his mouth, attempting to muffle the sound to avoid disturbing Guan Sui, who was still on the call. At that moment, a long, graceful hand slid over, offering him a cup of water and a tissue. Wensong looked up to see Alpha rolling up his shirt sleeves, revealing the tendons beneath his skin, with prominent wrist bones. Despite his unwavering focus on the laptop, he remained acutely aware of Wensong's situation. Wensong wanted to express his gratitude, but considering Guan Sui was still in a meeting, he refrained. He lifted the cup and drank nearly half in one go, finally alleviating the discomfort from choking, and used a tissue to dab the moisture from the corner of his mouth. After finishing his meal, Wensong still felt a bit fatigued, coupled with the fullness. He began to feel drowsy from the carbohydrates. A glance at the clock revealed it was nearly 10 in the evening, close to his biological clock's bedtime. No wonder he still felt tired despite having caught up on sleep. It was that time of day when he typically retired for the night. He began to yawn frequently, physiological tears welling at the corners of his eyes. Wiping them away with the back of his hand, he resolved to stay awake at least until New Year's Eve. There was a subtle anticipation brewing within him. Meanwhile, Guan Sui, while eating his lamb noodles and conducting the meeting, found it to be an entirely novel experience. He had never done such a thing before, yet seeing Wensong dining alone at the table made him long to join him. After the meeting concluded and dinner was finished, Guan Sui turned around to find Wensong inexplicably asleep on the sofa, curled up in a small blanket. He approached and tucked in the blanket corners. His phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a call from Guan Ming. Initially inclined to decline the call, he reconsidered, realizing he hadn't answered any of his calls during the sensitive period over the past few days. The late hour suggested something significant must be at stake. He then moved to the balcony to avoid disturbing Wensong with the phone conversation, conveniently closing the glass door behind him. The last night of December carried a chill, and as the wind blew, Guan Sui remembered he wasn't wearing a coat, just a thin shirt. Fortunately, the robust constitution of an alpha kept him from feeling excessively cold. Once the call connected, Guan Sui greeted, "Father." After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end replied, "I thought you weren't going to answer again." Guan Sui lowered his eyelids. "I've been on leave, spending the sensitive period at home with my boyfriend, and didn't notice the incoming calls." Guan Ming responded, and another male voice joined the conversation, smooth and warm. "Zhao Sui, have you started dating?" Guan Sui's demeanor softened. "Dad, are you still awake?" He then answered Lu Qing's question, "Yes, I am in a relationship." It seemed Lu Qing had taken the phone. "Who is it? Which Omega is it?" Guan Sui patiently replied, "His name is Wensong. He is not an Omega, but a very understanding and well-behaved Beta. I believe you'll like him." Lu Qing chuckled. "Bring him home to meet us one day. Since he is a well-behaved Beta boyfriend, you should temper your temper and not bully him. Understand?" Guan Sui simply responded, "I want to bully him." Meanwhile, Guan Ming interjected, Wensong is the illegitimate son of the Wen family and a beta. Have you considered the future? His status and progeny issues prompted Lu Qing to interrupt. What does it matter with whom our son dates? Guan Ming's voice diminished. Isn't this for the sake of Ding Sheng? Mentioning Ding Sheng reminded him of the purpose of the call, and he adopted a serious tone. By the way, Guan Sui, I heard you terminated the recent project collaboration with Zheng Rong. Guan Sui confirmed yes. Guan Ming pressed why. Ding Sheng and Zheng Rong have collaborated for so many years. Terminating the partnership without reason. Do you know the shareholders of Zheng Rong are coming to us? Guan Sui calmly explained. From a business perspective, the project doesn't benefit Ding Sheng. 80% of the profits go to Zheng Rong. On a personal level, I don't wish to collaborate with Zhao Mingzhu. Guan Ming countered, aren't you friends? Moreover, the interests of the two companies shouldn't interfere with your personal matters. Guan Sui interrupted. What if 80% is the least I'm saying? This time, Guan Ming fell silent. Guan Sui understood that business cooperation requires mutual assistance. This collaboration between Ding Sheng and Zheng Rong was aimed at jointly launching a suppressant project. Primarily, it is the responsibility of Zheng Rong, managed by Ding Sheng, who refers to it as a collaboration. However, it is more accurate to describe it as a project of the former, necessitating that both parties share the associated risks. The latter merely receives 10% of the net profit, with the remainder solely belonging to Zheng Rong. Although this has been the customary arrangement, characterized by mutual assistance, Guan Sui harbors intentions to undermine Zhao Mingzhu. Wasn't it 20%? Guan Ming inquired. Zheng Rong altered it later, Guan Sui replied. There are individuals within Zheng Rong who wish to target Zhao Mingzhu, prompting such unilateral changes, yet this does not concern him. You shall handle this matter, Guan Ming stated. But regarding your romantic affairs, Lu Qing abruptly seized the phone. You discuss work matters with our son. I will address his personal affairs. Do not attempt to pressure him into an arranged marriage. We have agreed on our respective domains. Guan Ming responded, I am not pressuring him into marriage. I merely hope he finds a suitable omega. His pheromone level is high. What if? Lu Qing interrupted. Do not heed your father's words. He tends to exhibit a rather domineering alpha disposition, accustomed to managing others in the company. Tomorrow is New Year's Day. If you have the time, return home. It has been ages since we dined together. Guan Sui acquiesced. All right. I shall retire for the night. Lu Qing yawned. If you come back tomorrow, be sure to bring your boyfriend along. Good night, Guan Sui replied. After ending the call, he did not linger on the balcony, but returned to the living room. He deemed it unnecessary to awaken Wensong at such a late hour for the sake of ritual. Guan Sui retrieved a small red velvet gift box from his pocket, extracted a ring, and gently took the left hand of the sleeping beta, sliding the ring onto the fourth finger, gradually pushing it in until it fit perfectly. As time was of the essence, Guan Sui worried that Wensong might catch a chill sleeping on the sofa. Just as he bent down to lift him, a sudden loud bang resonated from outside, and vibrant, colorful fireworks reflected against the glass, rousing the slumbering beta. Wensong opened his eyes, rubbed them sleepily, and inquired, Is it midnight? Indeed, Guan Sui replied. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Wensong said, his eyelids heavy with sleep, yet he asked, What about my ring? Guan Sui was taken aback by Wensong's recollection of the ring and replied, It has already been placed on your finger. He observed that even in his drowsy state, Wensong was preoccupied with the notion of wearing the ring. Guan Sui smiled softly, Continue to sleep. We shall have a look tomorrow. This statement seemed to possess a certain enchantment, as Wensong responded with a contented murmur before drifting back to sleep. Guan Sui placed a gentle kiss upon Wensong's forehead, then cradled him in his arms and steadily carried him into the bedroom. Chapter 87. A promise made on New Year's Day. Wensong awoke to find the space beside him empty. Rather than springing out of bed immediately, his first act was to extend his left hand, examining the simple yet exquisitely beautiful ring adorning his fourth finger. The ring size is just right, and it feels slightly cool against the skin of my finger. My fingertips gently caress its surface, evoking a unique sensation that I find immensely pleasurable, particularly so. For the first time, Wensong perceives the ring as something truly significant. Previously, he regarded love and marriage as distant aspirations, but now, encountering Guan Sui, his perspective is gradually being transformed. Perhaps not all alphas are akin to Wensong or Zhao Mingzhu. At least Guan Sui thus far evokes a markedly different sentiment within him. Wensong trusts his instincts. He has admired the simple ring for quite some time, until he finally roused himself from bed, realizing he had lingered too long. Today feels considerably better than yesterday's fatigue. The aches throughout his body have subsided, allowing him to walk normally without the limp that had made him appear as if he had just been through a beating. Though in a sense, he had indeed endured something of the sort, albeit in a different manner. Dressed and ready, Wensong stepped out of his room, only to hear Guan Sui conversing on the phone in the living room. The other party's cool and gentle tone resonated. I need to consult his opinion. He isn't up yet. I'll ask him when he wakes. As the words lingered in the air, Guan Sui, sensing someone watching him from the doorway, instinctively raised his gaze to meet Wensong's. Clad in striped pajamas, Wensong's face still bore the remnants of sleep, with a tuft of hair rebelliously sticking up, a testament to a night spent in slumber, rendering him adorably disheveled. "Dad, I can't talk right now. I'll call you back," Guan Sui said, ending the call. Upon seeing Guan Sui hang up, Wensong sauntered slowly to the sofa. "Would you like something to eat?" Guan Sui inquired after tucking his phone away. "I'll just have some toast later," Wensong replied. Considering that Guan Sui had been staying at the apartment without returning home, the tone and address he had just used suggested that it was indeed his parents calling to inquire about him. Today being New Year's Day, it was likely that they hoped for Guan Sui to return home for a family dinner, symbolizing reunion and togetherness. "Was it your father on the phone?" Wensong asked. Guan Sui nodded. "Yes, he wanted me to bring you home for dinner." Wensong was momentarily taken aback. "But I need to go to the hospital to accompany my grandmother today. Perhaps another time." It wasn't just a matter of accompanying his grandmother. He was also uncertain about how to face the other elders, especially those in Guan Sui's family. During his previous relationship with Zhao Mingzhu, he had never faced the prospect of meeting parents. Despite knowing the circumstances were different now, he couldn't help but compare the two situations. It was less a comparison and more an endeavor to draw from past experiences, yet he found himself with nothing to gain. "I understand," Guan Sui said. "I have already declined on your behalf." Wensong felt a peculiar mixture of relief and slight regret. The invitation from Guan Sui's family for the new year signified their fondness and regard for him, as well as their acceptance of their relationship. "Does your father know I'm a beta?" Wensong suddenly asked, pondering this aspect. Guan Sui was aware of her boyfriend's concerns, so she replied, "I know." She added, "My father is also a beta. They are all quite pleased with you." Wensong appeared slightly taken aback, prompting Guan Sui to clarify, "My father is an alpha." It suddenly dawned on Wensong that it was a union of alpha and beta, which explained Guan Sui's assertion that her family would be satisfied and fond of him. Evidently, there had been a precedent. However, he recalled Wensong mentioning that they had been set up for blind dates. Guan Sui chuckled softly. "Are you feeling jealous?" Wensong replied, "No." Guan Sui elaborated, "My father is rather traditional and possesses a strong desire for control, especially since my pheromone level is quite high. He has placed many hopes upon me. I understand that 30% of his sternness is merely an act, akin to the dynamic of a white face and a red face." Wensong recognized that many parents are similarly inclined. Many elders are concerned with their reputation and exert control, yet still harbor a profound love for their children. However, the expression of this love varies with each individual's personality. "So, your father hopes for you to marry an Omega, correct?" Wensong directly inquired. Guan Sui did not conceal the truth. "Yes. However, I have never been one to comply with strictures. I find no interest in the etiquette of the affluent or in courses like baseball and calligraphy. I prefer exhilarating pursuits such as racing and motorbiking. The surge of adrenaline is immensely gratifying." "So you're a disobedient child," Wensong stated earnestly. Guan Sui chuckled, playfully pinching Wensong's cheek. "As long as you are obedient, that's all that matters. Our family only requires one obedient member." This statement unexpectedly stirred something within Wensong's heart. Despite its simplicity and lack of sweet nothings, it felt so natural that he found himself contemplating what their future family might be like. This family referred to him and Guan Sui, right? All right, Wensong nodded. Guan Sui sensed that this agreement was genuine and not merely a response to placate him. He inquired, "When will you go to the hospital?" Wensong replied, "I will go soon. I want to accompany my grandmother for the whole day. I plan to return home after having Tangyuan with her in the evening. What about you? When will you return home?" After a moment of thought, Guan Sui responded, "I need to visit the old residence first. It's New Year's Day, so it might be a bit busy. I will come to the hospital to pick you up in the evening, and we can go home together." Wensong nodded, all right. With their schedules arranged, they decided to have breakfast first. "Are you planning to cook the Tangyuan at home to bring to your grandmother?" Guan Sui asked while preparing 2 sandwiches. "Do you need my help?" Wensong retrieved the pre-purchased Tangyuan from the refrigerator. "No need. I plan to wait until the evening at the hospital to cook it as a late-night snack." The hospital ward has a kitchen. It's a single room upgraded by Guan Sui, resembling a small apartment with a living room, balcony, bathroom, and kitchen, furnished with a single bed for the caregiver. Relatively speaking, it is more convenient. However, Guan Sui is unaware of the customs involved. Wensong placed the glutinous rice balls into a canvas bag and mused whether Grandma would wish to make dumplings, as she usually does at this time of year. And this year should be no exception. After a brief pause, he added, "If you arrive at just the right moment, you might even get a bowl." Guan Sui replied, "I will come." Wensong tilted his head to look at Alpha standing beside him. "Then Grandma and I will wait for you to join us for dumplings." Guan Sui extended his pinky finger, sealing their promise. Wensong, indulging the youthful whimsy of his infatuated Alpha, entwined their pinkies and pressed their thumbs together as a seal. It's a promise. Chapter 88. The thrill of new love. Wensong was driven to the hospital by Guan Sui. Before parting, they shared a lingering kiss, initiated by the still impressionable Alpha, who sought to leave a trace of his pheromones. This time, he refrained from using the pheromone freshener. Apart from providing comfort to Guan Sui, it was essentially no different from being public. "Let us go. Be careful on the road," Wensong said, holding the canvas bag as he stood by the driver's side window, addressing Guan Sui. "I'll wait for you to pick me up tonight." Guan Sui, one hand on the steering wheel, replied, "Sure. You go in first. I'll watch you enter the hospital before I leave." Wensong was puzzled by this gesture from Alpha, but since he had mentioned it, she didn't refuse. She waved her hand, turned, and left, glancing back with each step. The brief separation of merely a day felt like a profound farewell, as if missing one glance would mean an extended absence. The thought amused Wensong. Perhaps this was what they referred to as the thrill of new love. As Wensong approached the hospital entrance, he turned to see Guan Sui's Maybach still stationary. He raised his hand in farewell, and in the next moment, saw Guan Sui's hand emerge from the window to wave back. Shortly after, the car started, and this time it was Wensong who watched its retreating figure. It was not until the vehicle completely vanished from view that he redirected his gaze and proceeded to visit Song Lanxue. In the hospital room, as Wensong entered, he observed Song Lanxue arranging the fresh flowers delivered that morning into a bucket filled with water to prepare them for blooming. "Grandma, leave it be. I'll help you in a moment." Hearing his voice, Song Lanxue looked up. "You're here, Suo saw." As Wensong took a bag of glutinous rice balls from the canvas bag and placed them in the refrigerator, he continued to assist with the delightful bouquet, saying, "Caring for flowers is not just about watching them bloom. The processes of awakening, trimming, and arranging them are equally enjoyable for me. You needn't trouble yourself. I can manage." Upon hearing this, Wensong ceased to insist and simply lent a hand. The hospital room's balcony was lined with the flowers tended by Song Lanxue. While ordinary blooms typically last only a week, fresh flowers arrive daily, making the rituals of awakening, trimming, and arranging a cherished routine for her. Hearing from Xiao Zhou that Yu and Xiao Guan have been preoccupied with personal matters these past few days, Song Lanxue returned to her hospital bed after finishing her tasks and inquired if something serious had occurred. Having spent so many years in close proximity, she certainly understood Wensong's character better. If the situation were not dire, he would undoubtedly remain silent and would not have failed to visit the hospital for 3 consecutive days. No one is more aware of Wensong's filial piety than she is. Even his own son pales in comparison to the bond he shares with his great-grandson. Wensong replied honestly, not wishing to conceal anything from Song Lanchue. However, he had previously promised to wait until after the surgery to inform her, primarily out of concern that she might find it difficult to accept. In truth, Wensong recognized that his reasoning was flawed. No one desires his happiness more than Song Lanchue. She was not the type of elder to pry into matters. After acknowledging the situation, she naturally shifted the conversation. "I've been thinking these past few days that Xiao Guan seems rather familiar," she remarked. Wensong asked, "Have you met him before?" Logically, she should not have, as Guan Sui was the heir of a prominent family, and Song Lanchue had remained in Qingshan town for years, hardly leaving except for this medical treatment. They existed in entirely different worlds. How could they possibly have crossed paths? "I can't quite remember," Song Lanchue sighed. "He just seems so familiar, but at my age, it takes a moment to recall whether I've met someone or not. However, Xiao Guan is genuinely a good person. Every time he comes to see me, he claims it is on the way. The last time, he even brought a multitude of supplements. I checked their prices online. They are exorbitant. I think it is only right to return them, as I cannot always take advantage of him." Wensong advised, "It is improper to return gifts that someone has bestowed upon you. Are you making dumplings today?" Song Lanchue inquired. "Yes," she replied. "I will be making them here in the hospital." Wensong encouraged, "Then do prepare a few extra for Guan Sui. It would be a small token of your appreciation. There is a saying that a gift, no matter how modest, conveys deep affection." Song Lanchue smiled. "Indeed, I should make more. I also want to share some with Xiao Su and other friends in the hospital." When Song asked, "Who is Xiao Su?" she responded, "A lovely Omega girl who has been drawing my blood and taking my temperature during this time. Tonight, she happens to be on duty, so I'll prepare a portion for her." When Song knew that Song Lanchue was well-liked, always surrounded by friends wherever she went. "I will assist you when the time comes," he offered. Song Lanchue patted the back of Wensong's hand, saying, "Good boy." They had not engaged in conversation for quite some time, reminiscing about amusing anecdote from their childhood to their current lives, all while dreaming of returning home to the little pear tree in their yard after her surgery. At noon, they enjoyed a meal prepared by the nutritionist, and Wensong benefited from the nourishment. As evening approached, they began to prepare the ingredients for dumplings. Having spent his childhood by his grandmother's side, Wensong was adept at the tasks in the kitchen. Ding dong. A notification chimed from his phone in his pocket. Wensong retrieved his phone to find a message from Guan Sui. "S. Are you ready for dinner?" Accompanying the text was a brief video clip. The traditional Chinese restaurant within the Guan family's ancestral home exudes an air of grandeur and magnificence. The long table, adorned with intricate and vintage carvings, sets the stage for an ambience of opulence. Guan Sui occupies one of the two prominent positions at the table, while his companion records a video from the main seat. Turning towards the rear, Wensong cannot help but marvel at the sheer luxury surrounding him. No wonder it is said that Ding Sheng is the foremost enterprise in Suicheng. And the Guan family belongs to a prestigious lineage, their profound heritage evident even in the brief video. Wensong sends a picture of a rolling pin, declaring, "I am preparing to make dumplings." He adds a playful ovo to his message. "Is there one for me?" Comes the response from Sui. Despite knowing that Guan Sui is merely feigning ignorance, Wensong replies earnestly, "Especially made for you." "How thoughtful," Sui responds. "I shall depart for the hospital around 8. "All right," replies Wensong. Setting down his phone, Wensong begins to roll out the dumpling wrappers, having entrusted the filling to someone else to prepare. After a considerable flurry of activity, he finally completes the dumplings. A glance at the clock reveals it is nearly 8:30. Time has flown by. Half an hour earlier, Guan Sui had sent him a message. "I have set off. When will you arrive?" Wensong inquires. The journey from the Guan family residence to the hospital typically takes around 40 minutes. Based on the departure time, he should be arriving shortly. "Grandmother, let us start boiling the dumplings," Wensong suggests. Song Lanchue responds promptly. Yet, after another half hour, there is still no sign of Guan Sui. Wensong assumes he might be delayed by traffic and sends another message, but receives no reply, not even to his earlier inquiry. Chapter 89. The accident. When Song gazes at the chat interface, an unsettling premonition creeping over him. He puts away his phone, feeling increasingly anxious. Just as he is about to lift the dumplings, he accidentally scalds himself, letting out a sharp hiss of pain. "What is wrong, Song Song?" Song Lanxue rushes over, concerned. When Song approaches the sink and runs cold water over his burnt finger, trying to assuage his grandmother's worry. It's nothing. I just accidentally burned myself while grabbing a bowl. It's not serious. Song Lanxue stands by with a pained expression. I should have some burn ointment here. Remember to apply it later to avoid blisters and scarring. All right, when Song replies obediently. At this moment, Song Lanxue adds, it's already past 9. Why haven't we seen Xiao Guan yet? Perhaps something at home is delaying him. We can save a portion for him and eat later. An odd sense of foreboding begins to spread within Wensong, a heavy emotion he cannot shake, as if something unfortunate is about to transpire. Let us wait a little longer. He just messaged me half an hour ago, saying he was on his way. No sooner had he spoken than his phone suddenly rang, shattering the silence and causing his heart to tremble uncontrollably, as if he were on the brink of encountering something dire. When Wensong retrieved his phone from his pocket, his fingers felt somewhat weak, struggling to extract it, only to find an unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. As he swiped to answer, a familiar voice resonated from the other end. It was Duan Zhe. The urgency in his tone was palpable, a stark contrast to his usual nonchalant demeanor, now replaced by seriousness and anxiety. Hello, Wensong. Ashui has been in an accident. He has already been taken to the hospital where your grandmother is. Please wait for me. I will arrive in 10 minutes to explain the situation. At that moment, Wensong's mind was engulfed in a cacophony. Duan Zhe's words echoing relentlessly. Ashui has been in an accident. So, Alpha encountered a mishap on the way from the Guan family's ancestral home to the hospital. It was no wonder his eyelids and heart had been racing earlier. It was a harbinger of impending misfortune. His breath momentarily ceased, a sharp pain spreading from his chest. Yet sorrow did not penetrate his emotional state. Wensong maintained a facade of calm, with only the flushing of his cheeks and the visceral pain in his stomach betraying his distress. He had never before encountered an event capable of stirring his emotions. This was a first. Okay, Wensong rasped his throat dry. Numerous questions hovered on the tip of his tongue, yet he found himself at a loss for words. How is Ashui? Was the accident severe? What caused it? Is there a risk to his life? After hanging up, Song Lanxue sensed something was amiss and inquired, Wensong, has something happened to Xiao Guan? Wensong's expression, though seemingly tranquil, bore a hint of numbness. It's nothing, Grandma, he replied, his gaze falling upon the meticulously prepared dumplings before him. His throat constricted painfully as he spoke each word deliberately. He won't be able to enjoy the dumplings you made for him for the time being. Song Lanxue remained unconvinced. If nothing was amiss, why did Wensong's lips appear slightly pale, as though he had suffered an unbearable blow? It's fine. He can eat them later, as long as he is safe. She reassured him. Wensong clutched his phone tightly. He'll be fine. Recalling Duan Zhe's promise to arrive in 10 minutes, he turned to Song Lanxue. Grandma, I need to step out for a moment. Please feel free to call me if you need anything. Song Lanxue gently patted the back of Wensong's hand. Go on. Xiao Su will come to keep me company soon. Nodding, Wensong turned, his steps appearing unsteady yet hurried as he exited. Upon leaving the ward, Wensong received another call from Duan Zhe, instructing him to meet on the first floor, where he would be taken to the VIP section, the most exclusive area of the hospital, accessible only through facial recognition. As he descended, Duan Zhe approached briskly from outside, clad in a silk pajama set that suggested he had rushed out without changing. Before Wensong could complete his sentence, Duan Zhe rapidly delivered the grim news. He was struck by a drunk driver on Huanhai Road. The car is totaled, and we currently do not know his condition. Uncle Guan told me. Duan Zhe paused, suppressing his emotions. There may be a risk to his life. The flush on Wensong's cheeks intensified, his head buzzing, and a wave of pain enveloped his stomach, causing his lips to gradually pale. There's no need to worry too much. Duan Zhe's voice trembled slightly as he turned his head to wipe away the tears pooling at the corners of his eyes. The surgery is currently underway, and we will only know the specifics once it concludes. Uncle Liu and Uncle Guan are both waiting outside the operating room. I suggest you hold off on going over until I have more information. Wensong struggled to regain his composure, feeling as if he were a rusted machine, unable to function. Are you all right? Duan Zhe asked, a pang of sympathy evident in his voice. The car accident involving Guan Sui had taken everyone by surprise, a sudden twist of fate that underscored the adage about the unpredictability of tomorrow and unforeseen events. "I'm fine," Wensong replied, desperately wanting to cry but unable to shed a single tear. Guilt began to gnaw at his heart. The accident had occurred while Guan Sui was on his way to find him. If they hadn't planned to return home together and had instead agreed to meet the following morning, perhaps this misfortune could have been avoided. "Duanze, your current state seems off. You can rest in room A111 for a while. Wensong will be here shortly, and I'll head to the operating room. I'll contact you with any updates." Wensong nodded stiffly. "All right." Seeing him respond, Duanze contemplated striding away quickly. However, after just a couple of steps, Wensong suddenly spoke up. "Can I go with you?" At this, Duanze sighed. "You're Guan Sui's boyfriend, so of course you can. I'm just concerned that Uncle Guan might blame you." Everyone knew that Guan Sui's accident had occurred while he was en route to find Wensong, though the direct cause had nothing to do with him. During such a sorrowful time, harsh words often emerged before reason could prevail, especially from Guan Sui's relatives. "It's okay," Wensong choked out. "They can blame me," Duanze replied, "then let us go together." The two walked side by side, their hearts weighed down with heavy emotions. Duanze kept a watchful eye on Wensong, worried that he was shouldering too much guilt, and finally spoke words of comfort. "This incident has nothing to do with you. You shouldn't take on the blame. The reckless driver is the true culprit. Guan Sui will be fine, I assure you." Tears streamed down Wensong's face as he wiped them away with the back of his hand. "Okay, thank you." In Chapter 90, titled Amnesia, as Wensong and Duanze arrived at the surgical floor, they found Guan Ming and Lu Qing waiting silently at the entrance, their gazes shifting to them as they heard footsteps. "Uncle Guan, Uncle Lu, how is Guan Sui doing?" Duanze inquired, stepping forward. Lu Qing, clearly having cried, was half-cradled in Guan Ming's arms, the latter's sorrow evident yet somewhat stabilized. "He has been in there for over an hour and hasn't come out yet. We don't know the specifics for now." Duanze's heart weighed heavily. "He'll be fine." Wensong hesitated, uncertain if he should approach to greet them. It was truly unexpected that instead of dining with his family tonight, he found himself outside the operating room at the hospital. He lifted his gaze to the cold, stark word surgery, feeling a crushing pain in his chest that threatened to suffocate him, his breath becoming increasingly labored, as if he might choke at any moment. The once steady emotions within him began to unravel. Suddenly, someone approached him, offering a soothing remark. "Child, do not worry." Turning his head, he discovered it was Lu Qing. He instantly recognized Lu Qing as the father of Guan Sui, noting a slight resemblance in their features. As for Guan Ming, it was evident that he did not hold him in high regard. This sentiment was understandable. Guan Ming, an influential and domineering alpha elder, had placed all his hopes on his son, whose reckless choice to meet an unsatisfactory boyfriend had led to the current uncertainty in the operating room. It was natural for him to harbor resentment under such circumstances. Each individual possesses their own character and perspective, which warrants some understanding. It should never be subjected to insult or humiliation. Apologies escaped Wensong's lips as he struggled to find the right words. Lu Qing enveloped him in an embrace, gently patting his shoulder like a parent comforting a child, assuring him, "Do not blame yourself. This is not your fault." In that moment, Wensong could no longer contain his tears. However, he refrained from weeping for long, stopping after 2 minutes, unwilling to transfer his sorrow to Lu Qing. For Guan Sui was his son, and undoubtedly, the one most affected was Lu Qing himself. Guan Ming's expression was grim. He held back words of reproach that hovered on the tip of his tongue, ultimately choosing to retreat to a corner, fearful that further speech might incite chaos. After waiting for another 2 hours, the lights in the operating room finally changed. Wensong's heart leapt to his throat. Seeing this, Duanze hurriedly approached, inquiring, "Doctor, how is my friend?" As the doctor emerged, removing his mask, he replied, "The patient is currently out of danger and has entered the observation phase. However, he suffered a severe blow to the head during the accident and may take up to 37 days to regain consciousness. Moreover," he paused briefly, "the patient's pheromones are quite erratic due to the accident. There is a hospital abroad with superior equipment that would greatly aid in his recovery." With a slight nod, he turned and departed. Upon hearing that the patient was out of danger, those present collectively exhaled in relief. Wensong felt as though he had been rescued, his breathing gradually returning to normal. At that moment, two nurses wheeled Guan Sui out of the operating room, and everyone understood that the current state of the patient demanded silence and respect to avoid disturbing his rest. Holding their breath as they craned their necks for a fleeting glimpse. Lying on the gurney, Guan Sui's eyes were tightly shut, his lips a pallid hue, breath faint. His cheekbones gaunt, devoid of the vibrant spirit he once possessed, his face ashen and sickly pale. This sight twisted Wensong's heart with anguish. Once Guan Sui was pushed into the ward by the nurses, they were halted at the entrance, unable to enter just yet. The patient is currently quite weak and requires a tranquil environment. Visiting hours are temporarily suspended, the nurse stated, requesting the family's cooperation. Duanzhe nodded in agreement, saying, "All right." It was already quite late, and Duanzhe decided to escort Guan Ming and Lu Qing home first. "As for Wensong, I will stay in the hospital tonight," he said from the side. Duanzhe understood that Wensong's grandmother was receiving treatment at this hospital and realized that he likely came to spend the New Year's with her, never anticipating encountering such a bizarre and distressing situation. "All right," Duanzhe responded. Lu Qing initially wished to stay, wanting to remain at the hospital, but Guan Ming disagreed. Considering that Guan Sui would not awaken anytime soon, Lu Qing reluctantly followed Alpha home. After Duanzhe saw Guan Ming and Lu Qing off, only Wensong remained at the door of the ward. He stood there, gazing through the glass window at Alpha, who lay quietly on the hospital bed. The Alpha, who had been so full of life that morning, now lay there frail and sickly, having just returned from the brink of death. The rhythmic beeping of the machines echoed repeatedly, resonating like a gentle knock on Wensong's heart. "Guan Sui," he murmured softly, "my grandmother and I are still waiting for you to eat dumplings." Unfortunately, this sentiment was lost on Guan Sui, as the only response was the sound of the machines. To prevent his grandmother from worrying, Wensong decided to return and inform her before coming back with a small blanket to lie on the bench outside the ward. In recent days, Lu Qing and others frequently visited to check on Guan Sui's condition. On the first and second days, he did not awaken, causing them to grow anxious. Even though the doctor mentioned a potential recovery period of 37 days, they understood this was merely a conservative estimate. If he remained unresponsive beyond 7 days, it might take even longer. At this juncture, the doctor suggested, "If you are concerned, my recommendation would be to consider treatment abroad." Lu Qing and Guan Ming began deliberating how to transport him overseas for care. Meanwhile, Song Lanxue was preparing for surgery, and when Song found himself shuttling between the two situations, spending most of his time with his grandmother, as Guan Sui was tended to by Lu Qing and the others, awaiting awakening. Aside from him, his grandmother had no one else. On the morning of the day Song Lanxue was to be admitted to the operating room, when Song noticed her evident anxiety and offered reassurance. "Just think of it as a brief slumber. When you awaken, you will be healthy." Song Lanxue grasped Wensong's hand, studying his increasingly gaunt face. "All right, I will wait for you outside," Wensong replied, watching as she was wheeled into the operating room. Sitting on the bench outside, the passage of time felt interminably drawn out. Suddenly, Wensong received a call from Duanzhe. As soon as he answered, he heard Duanzhe say, "Wensong, Guan Sui has awakened." Upon hearing this, Wensong's heart inexplicably felt as though it was being tightly gripped by an unseen hand. He stood up in excitement. But before he could express even a fraction of his joy, Duanzhe continued, "However, it seems he has lost his memory. The people around him are a blur, and he does not seem to remember you." Wensong held his breath. After a considerable pause, he finally uttered a single phrase, "Just wake up." Duanzhe remarked, "Uncle Guan is now preparing to send him abroad for treatment and recuperation. Would you like to come and see Ah Sui?" Wensong pressed his lips together. "I cannot leave. Song Lanxue is currently in the operating room, and, as the only relative, I simply cannot step away." Duanzhe fell silent, fully aware of Wensong's predicament, merely letting out a quiet sigh. After the call ended, Wensong, feeling utterly exhausted, let his hands fall limply and sat on the bench, engulfed by a sense of helplessness. Little did he know, this farewell would stretch into 3 years. Chapter 91. Love at First Sight. 3 years later, at the international airport in Yangcheng, an alpha clad in a deep gray long trench coat strode through the crowd, his long legs carrying a suitcase while he spoke on the phone. The voice on the other end chattered incessantly. "No way, buddy. You're coming back for work, and not for my wedding with Wensong?" The bond had faded. After all, 3 years had passed, rendering them no different from mere online acquaintances. Guan Sui had been labeled by Duan Zhe countless times, his stern face betraying not a hint of emotion. "If it weren't for your wedding, I wouldn't have returned for work at all. So please, do brush up on your logic." Duan Zhe clicked his tongue lightly. "Then I believe our relationship is not on shaky ground." Guan Sui replied coolly, "From Suicheng to my city, the airfare is 1,500. If you truly value our relationship, you would certainly fly over to see me." Duan Zhe, feeling slightly chastised, retorted, "Guan Sui, you should remember, 1,500 is a trivial sum for you, even less than what you used to give those models." Duan Zhe exclaimed, Hey, why are you digging up old grievances?" He continued, "I'm about to settle down. Could you please grant me some dignity? I only praised their dancing because it was pleasing, not for any other reason." Duan Zhe added, "It's not that I don't want to visit you, but I fear I might disrupt your tranquility. Besides, have you forgotten? It was the 2nd year after your memory loss that you slowly started remembering me. What if I disturb your healing process and you forget everything again? You might end up as a mere vegetable." As Guan Sui exited the airport, he remarked, "So, what you're implying is that I should thank you, correct?" Duan Zhe chuckled. "No need for thanks." Guan Sui, wishing to avoid further banter with Duan Zhe, recognized that they were both 28 and on the verge of entering adulthood, no longer as juvenile as before. Duan Zhe quietly inquired, "How is your recovery coming along?" Guan Sui hailed a taxi, provided the name of CC Group, and the driver assisted in placing the suitcase in the trunk. Once he settled in the back seat and closed the door, he leisurely responded to Duan Zhe's question. "Quite well. I had some examinations recently, and there are no major concerns. Aside from some fragmented memories, most of it is gradually returning." Duan Zhe hesitated, tentatively probing. "During this time, have you remembered anything?" Guan Sui asked. "Remembered what?" Duan Zhe recalled the admonitions he had received and decided to abandon his thoughts, letting out a soft click of his tongue. "It was nothing significant. Since you hadn't inquired upon your return, you must have simply forgotten." "Oh, Guan Sui, I truly give up." Guan Sui maintained a stoic expression. He felt that Duan Zhe had become exceedingly peculiar ever since he began his relationship with Wensong. Each time they conversed, Duan Zhe would falter midway, his tone and expression tinged with melancholy, occasionally seeming on the brink of revealing something only to seal his lips. Indeed, having a wife seemed to have made him neglect his good friend. Once, they had shared an unspoken understanding, yet now it felt as though a vast galaxy separated them. Guan Sui speculated that it was likely linked to Duan Zhe's fragmented memories. "Is there anything else?" he inquired. "Of course. You're currently in Yangcheng CC, right?" Duan Zhe responded. "Yes," Guan Sui affirmed. "Didn't you already know this?" "Well, I just wanted to ask." Duan Zhe retorted. "When do you plan to return to Suicheng?" Guan Sui pondered for a moment before replying, "I'm here on business for a while, but I'll return just in time for your wedding." He added reassuringly that he wouldn't miss being your best man, as he had to head back home anyway, and it was only fitting to visit CC beforehand to meet with Ji Xingchen and discuss work matters. Duan Zhe remained silent for a considerable time before conceding, "All right then." At that moment, the taxi halted in front of the CC Group's office building. Guan Sui alighted, retrieving his suitcase from the trunk, the sun shining brightly, warming the air. In WeChat, Ji Xingchen mentioned sending someone to pick him up. He deftly replied with an acknowledgement. After settling the fare, the taxi drove away. While still on a call, Duan Zhe continued discussing wedding arrangements, contemplating the venue and the proceedings, displaying a hint of nervousness due to his lack of experience in marriage. "You ask me, do I possess any expertise in this area?" Guan Sui mused, dragging his suitcase up the steps. "Why does that sound so familiar?" Duan Zhe remarked, perhaps recalling someone else's words. Upon reaching the true entrance of the office building, Guan Sui glanced around, but did not spot Ji Xingqian's acquaintance. Their conversation about the wedding unexpectedly shifted to matters of romance. Speaking of which, during your years abroad, did you ever encounter any new feelings? Perhaps someone who made your heart race? At that moment, a young man emerged from the elevator, clad in a black wool coat with a cream-colored knit turtleneck underneath. He stood tall and slender, his tousled hair partially obscuring his brow, his features striking yet devoid of any omega traits. His bright, clear eyes turned towards Guan Sui's position. In that instant, a resonance stirred within his soul, echoing Duan Zai's words about heart-stirring moments. Guan Sui's gaze remained fixed, interrupting the young man's speech as he called out his name. Duan Zai. The young man responded with a soft acknowledgement, emotions gradually gracing his expression as he remarked, "I hadn't felt it before, but I do now." Duanja was perplexed. "What's going on?" Guan Sui articulated slowly, the sensation of a sudden heartbeat. Duanja exclaimed, "What does that even mean? Who have you fallen for at first sight? I must tell you, that is unacceptable." Finding Duanja too noisy, Guan Sui promptly lowered the volume on his phone and distanced it from his ear, ignoring the incessant chatter and admonitions. He lifted his gaze, his attention captured by a young man approaching from a distance. The young man's slender frame was obscured by an open coat, revealing a narrow waist that seemed delicate to the touch. Sunlight enveloped him, lending a golden hue, while tiny, almost imperceptible moles adorned the sides of his nose, enhancing his strikingly chiseled features with an ethereal quality. As the young man drew nearer, Guan Sui realized he was not an omega, but a beta. There was a distinct absence of pheromones around him, and even the area where a suppressor patch would typically rest on the nape of his neck was unblemished. They stood facing each other, neither willing to break the silence. Despite this being their first encounter, an inexplicable sense of familiarity lingered in the air. Finally, Guan Sui politely inclined his head. "You may go ahead." The beta pressed his lips together, his gaze meticulously tracing the contours of Guan Sui's face, as if sketching them with his eyes. 3 years had passed, enough time for transformation, rendering him more mature and irresistibly charming. "Mr. G asked me to come down and fetch you," the beta eventually articulated after a prolonged pause. Guan Sui sensed the beta's tension. Was it truly daunting to be in his presence? He endeavored to suppress his alpha pheromones, fearing that an overwhelming infatuation might frighten the young man away. "All right," he replied, "please lead the way." The beta hesitated momentarily, his eyes drifting to the suitcase Guan Sui was holding. "I can manage it myself," he offered. After a moment of contemplation, the beta nodded slowly, and they proceeded together into the office building. As Guan Sui followed behind, he couldn't shake the peculiar feeling that surged within him. His first impression of the beta was one of gentle obedience. The soft strands of hair atop the young man's head appeared invitingly touchable, sending shivers of delight coursing through Guan Sui. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He glanced at his phone, realizing he was still on the call, increased the volume, and intentionally lagged a step behind, bringing the phone to his ear with feigned astonishment. "You haven't hung up yet?" Duanja, feeling neglected for an extended period, retorted. "Get lost." Yet his tone was tinged with a mix of curiosity and hesitation as he asked, "Who were you speaking to just now?" Guan Sui glanced at the beta ahead and replied, "An employee from CC Group." As they neared the elevator, Guan Sui casually remarked, "I want to continue this conversation. I'll hang up now and talk later." In a distant Suicheng, the phone call was abruptly terminated. On the sofa, Wensong, indulging in slices of cantaloupe, propped her chin on one hand, seemingly lost in thought, inquired, "Did I just hear Wensong's voice coming from the direction of Guan Sui?" Duan Zai clicked his tongue lightly. Wensong went on a business trip to CC a couple of days ago. By now, they should have met. Wensong furrowed her brows. "Do you think Guan Sui will regain any memories related to Wensong?" Duan Zai shrugged. "He probably will. What piques my curiosity is why Wensong forbids me from mentioning anything about him to Ah Sui." After a moment of contemplation, Wensong responded, "I recall that shortly after he awakened, you called to ask if he remembered Wensong. He said he did not know him. By the time of your second call, he was already hazy about the previous memories, even failing to recognize you." Duan Zai nodded, stroking his chin as he began to ponder. I read online that traumatic injuries from car accidents often lead to memory loss. It is quite a common occurrence. Intentional and frequent mention of the subject may impede the recovery of memories, though I am unsure if there is any medical proof for this. Wensong. It's true that memory can become disordered, chaotic, and forgotten. Perhaps key moments and interactions will trigger its restoration. After a brief pause, she took a bite of cantaloupe and continued. After all, the Guan Sui who has lost his memory is no longer the same as the one who was Wensong's boyfriend. Later, Uncle Guan forbade you from mentioning it, which clearly indicates some lingering resentment towards Wensong. Additionally, remember how he often forgot who you were when you called it previously? Duan shouldn't understood. Wensong knew Guan Sui would be at CC, so he also requested a business trip there. Wensong raised her finger to her lips in a gesture of silence, suggesting that some things are better left unspoken. Duanze leaned in and kissed Wensong, asking playfully, "Why aren't you scolding Ah Sui anymore?" Wensong, puzzled, replied, "What reason do I have to scold him? Now, I don't need to talk to Guan Sui or go on blind dates. Besides, with age, I have matured into a composed omega, provided he hasn't crossed any lines." Duanze pondered deeply. For instance, why forget Wensong? Wensong took a crunchy bite of the cantaloupe. Do I seem like someone who would cause a scene? Although, from my perspective, I do want to shout at Guan Sui for not recovering his memories of Wensong after 3 long years. Her voice trailed off, as if deliberately leaving a cliffhanger. Duanze enthusiastically chimed in, "But what?" Wensong shrugged, "But Guan Sui is also a victim. His car accident was an unfortunate incident, bearing both physical pain and the anguish of memory loss. When he finally regains his memories, I believe, given his affection for Wensong, he will undoubtedly feel remorseful for allowing his beloved to endure 3 years of solitude and suffering." Following her words, Duanze sat in silence, absorbing the weight of her thoughts. Noticing his unusual quietness, Wensong tilted her head and nudged him with her shoulder, asking, "What are you thinking about?" Suddenly, Duanze reached out and embraced him, burying his head in the crook of his neck. Rarely shedding his usual playful demeanor, he reverted to his serious tone, speaking in a somewhat somber manner. "Imagine it's me. I would go insane while regaining my memories." He couldn't bear to see his little cat, the king, suffer. Wensong's heart trembled, and he gently patted the alpha's head in a soothing gesture. "Fool." After Guan Sui ended the call, he followed the beta into the elevator. The CC elevator was spacious, with mirrors on both ends and a camera tucked away in the corner, devoid of any unpleasant odor. The beta stood near the floor buttons, maintaining a respectful distance from the alpha. Guan Sui was never one for chit-chat. In other words, even in a professional context, he adhered to his own communication